Chapter 51. The Empress's Emotional Class. When Xun Yuanzhou received the news, he was accompanied by a group of Star Hall disciples. They had originally intended to follow him when he first went to Heighten Mountain, but they were too scared to go because Xun Yuanzhou's sister suddenly joined him. This time, however, they couldn't back down because Shun Taiping had brought a group of supporters with him. They had to go together. On the 9th day of the 3rd month, at the Jiang Clan's Earthen City in Heighten Mountain. Today, there were 200 to 300 more spectators for the 10 life and death battles, all of whom were from Feishua City, brought over by someone named Shun Taiping. However, Shun Taiping did not watch the battles as soon as he arrived at the Earthen City. He went into seclusion night, behind the mountain of the Earthen City. In front of the sound transmission stone, Senior, Xun Yuanzhou was acting strangely today. During lunch, she came to eat with me. I said it was too close, and she said she had no regrets. But she clearly climbed in through the window. Then, during the meal, she asked me if I had been dreaming lately. I said I hadn't dreamt, and asked her if she had been dreaming. She nodded and said she dreamed every night. I asked her what she dreamed about, but she wouldn't say. When I pressed her, she got angry and told me to shut up. I scolded her, saying she barged in uninvited, and called her crazy, and she. Jiang Xuan suddenly stopped, seemingly unable to find a good way to describe it. She what? A distant voice from the sound transmission stone asked. She just went silent and only ate rice without touching the vegetables. That's not like her at all. She's usually very tolerant. Then I said she should eat the vegetables, as if I were abusing her. Who was I performing for? She then started eating the vegetables. After that, I felt like I might have gone too far. I apologized to her, but she seemed ungrateful and coldly said something about how Jiang Dazikang was so impressive, mocking me. Until we finished eating, we didn't speak again. What do you feel about it? The distant voice asked. I feel that these past few days, she sometimes intentionally provokes me. When I scold her, she doesn't argue back. Huh. Interesting, Senior. You. Jiang Xuan was taken aback. Senior, are you laughing? Can I laugh? Qian Huang countered. Not. It's the first time I've heard you laugh like this in 9 years, Jiang Xuan said. Indeed, it has been 9 years, Qian Huang said with a sense of nostalgia. I've taught you many things, but I never expected that one day I would have to teach you about emotional issues. Emotional issues? Jiang Xuan was taken aback. What kind of emotional issue is this? Isn't this an emotional issue? The distant voice was filled with unprecedented excitement. Think about it. If it weren't for the interactions you had in Heighten Mountain, how could you have met privately multiple times these past few days? That. Jiang Xuan was still pondering the logic behind it. You are her first man and currently the only one. Therefore, in her heart, there are two extreme thoughts clashing. Either she wishes for your death, or she actually cares about you a little, Qian Huang said. That's a premise. Moreover, according to what Xun Yuanzhou has told me these past few days, she is an extremely proud woman. Any damage to her talent will only make her want to prove herself even more. In fact, such strong women often end up lonely, even if they become divine or demonic beings. Qian Huang continued. Such women crave strength more than ordinary women. They don't need pity or mutual support, and they especially despise the flattery of admirers. They need stronger individuals to show them mercy. They believe they are worthy. Originally, there was no chance for you, but because of the night you spent in Heighten Mountain, you grew closer. You must have unintentionally discovered her unique hidden preferences. Preferences? Jiang Xuan blinked. What preferences? Masochism, Qian Huang said. Jiang Xuan's expression froze instantly, and he was dumbfounded. He wouldn't ask what masochism was. He knew very well, having heard that tribes were places where all sorts of people existed openly. No, it can't be. Jiang Xuan exaggeratedly dragged out his words. The more fierce someone appears on the outside, the more likely there exists another extreme within. Xun Yuanzhou grew up under the spotlight and praise of many. She has always been held in a high position, and almost no one can reprimand her without caring about her identity. Appearance or talent? You are the first. Oh, no, Senior, Jiang Xuan thought of something. If she really has that kind of preference, the Qin family must have rival clans. Last night's Shun Taiping, his family seems to have offended Xun Yuanzhou, and there must have been instances of public verbal attacks against her. So what about her past? Not the same. I've already said, what happened in the mountains is a premise. The distant voice interrupted Jiang Xuan and continued. Xun Yuanzhou is extremely proud. If others dare to offend her, she would kill them. But you are different. You have already insulted her in the most extreme way, for a whole night. You have that relationship, so if you offend her again, she would easily accept it. She has a strong sense of pride in front of others, but it is not as strong in front of you. Therefore, you are both the discoverer of her preference and currently the only person who can do that to her. Jiang Xuan was truly stunned. Can it really be like this? Are women so mysterious? Senior, are you a woman? Jiang Xuan suddenly asked. There was silence for several breaths before the distant voice responded, "Why do you ask that?" "My mother once said that women understand women better." Jiang Xuan continued, feeling for the first time that the mysterious senior's gender might be something, and only women would be so interested in emotional issues, right? "Whether I am male or female, doesn't matter, let's talk about you." Qian Huang decisively shifted the topic back. Jiang Xuan already had an inkling of the answer in his heart. "Then senior, if you think Qin Yuanzhou is really like you said, what should I?" Jiang Xuan asked that do you like Qin Yuanzhou? Do you want her? The distant voice asked in return. Jiang Xuan fell silent for a full 5 breaths before speaking. "She has high talent and is beautiful. She does seem quite suitable to be a wife. Your thoughts are really innocent." Qian Huang sighed, then said, "Then you should take the initiative. How to do it, you can figure out for yourself, but her pride is strong, so don't embarrass her in public. Do it privately, you decide." Jiang Xuan pondered and finally asked a question. "Senior, what if you guessed wrong?" "Wouldn't I? Do you not want to take any risks?" Qian Huang retorted, "You're already 16. Be like a man. Be bold and take responsibility. Let's do this. If you can make Qin Yuanzhou willingly crawl into your bed, I will pass on the Hengsha Pa Heart Sutra to you." This is a dual cultivation method from the outer battlefield that is very beneficial for those in the innate realm. It can not only help you reach the innate perfect realm ahead of time, but also repair her damaged talent. Jiang Xuan's eyes lit up. Late at night, a massive group of hundreds entered the Jiang Clan's earthen city. The city gate guards allowed them to enter without asking for permission because the leader of this group was a familiar face, the Qin family's top genius, Qin Yuanzhou. He brought a group of geniuses from Feishua City. These geniuses also had bodyguards, so the group totaled several hundred people. After arranging the courtyard rooms for the hundreds of people brought by the familiar Jiang Clan members, Qin Yuanzhou immediately found his sister, Qin Yuanzhu. The moonlight was thick. In the courtyard, under the shade of trees, a gentle breeze blew. So, Shun Taiping had some realizations on the way here. So as soon as he entered the city, he went into seclusion. He didn't even go to meet Lord Lei Hong. Qin Yuanzhou said, letting out a sigh, relieved that Shun Taiping didn't get ahead of him. He probably hasn't left the city for too long, and the scenery of the tribe's territory moved him. Qin Yuanzhu replied coldly. He's at a critical period of fully comprehending the divine might of heaven and earth, and every bit of realization must be seized. Only by accumulating them can he break through as soon as possible. Fully comprehending the divine might of the heavenly emperor meant reaching the same realm as Qin Yuanzhu, with only the final breakthrough remaining to surpass the innate level. As long as he hasn't challenged Jiang Xuan yet, Qin Yuanzhou said as he stood up, "It's getting late. Sister, you should stop practicing your sword and..." Buzz. A sudden, intense fluctuation of energy came from a courtyard room 2 streets away, sweeping across half of the tribal Earth City, creating a feeling of spatial condensation in an instant. This feeling of spatial condensation made it impossible for Qin Yuanzhou to break free immediately. However, Qin Yuanzhu slightly raised her hand, and that feeling was shattered. The two of them almost simultaneously flew to the rooftop, gazing in shock at the courtyard from which the energy came. "Sister, that can't be." "Yes, it's Shun Taiping. He has broken through. He fully comprehended the divine might of heaven and earth before you." Qin Yuanzhou's face turned extremely grim. He hadn't felt such urgency in a long time. Originally, their strengths were comparable, and they could defeat Jiang Xuan with equal standing. It was just a matter of who fought first, and whoever gained fame first would take it. But now that Shun Taiping had broken through first, even if Qin Yuanzhou defeated Jiang Xuan, his realm would not be as high as Shun Taiping's, and he wouldn't be the first in 8. Of Feishua City, he couldn't convince anyone at all, and Qin Yuanzhou was certain he couldn't defeat the newly broken Shun Taiping. Conversely, if Shun Taiping fought Jiang Xuan first, he would win even more easily. Plus, since he broke through first, his title as the best talent would be even more justified. The competition between the two had lasted over 10 years, a constant chase. But now, at this crucial moment, the situation was extremely unfavorable for Qin Yuanzhou. Qin Yuanzhou closed his eyes, feeling the continuous sensation of spatial condensation. Chapter 52. the Blackpool Palace banner, and the Knife Calamity book. After conversing with the senior Qi Shi, Jiang Xuan practiced all night. On the morning of the 10th day of the 3rd month, Jiang Xuan arrived at the back mountain. Xian, I can identify all these items. Some are highly toxic, and some can be used for cultivating specific techniques. I've written the details on a list, Jiang Xuan said, handing a bundle and a handwritten list to Jiang Xuan for review. These were spoils obtained from the Gu family's 3 brothers, a collection of strange bottles and jars. Jiang Xuan had entrusted Jiang Xuan with the identification work. Jiang Xuan opened the bundle and glanced at the list that I couldn't identify these 2 items even with the help of the familiar black armored guards, Jiang Xuan said, taking out a piece of black beast skin and a dark red compass. However, they mentioned that this compass should be some kind of formation plate and suggested I consult Lord Lei Hong, but I don't want to disturb him without permission. Whether or not to ask Lord Lei Hong about such trivial matters was something only Jiang Xuan, as the clan leader, could decide. Jiang Xuan looked at the 2 items and said, I will figure out what these 2 are myself. Thank you, Aunt Suyun. You're welcome. Jiang Suyun looked at Jiang Xuan with loving eyes. By the way, Xuan, that Shun Taiping broke through last night. He is said to have fully comprehended the divine might of heaven and earth, stronger than Qin Yuanzhou. He's also here to challenge you, so what are you? Jiang Suyun felt a bit worried. Even if Jiang Xuan was strong, he was still in the late innate stage. If he fought and something went wrong, sometimes Jiang Xuan even thought about hoping Jiang Xuan would leave this child was struggling alone to support the tribe, with no one to share the burden. I understand, Aunt Suyun. Don't worry, I have it under control, Jiang Xuan said with a smile. After Jiang Suyun left, Jiang Xuan carefully studied the 2 items. The black beast skin was about 1.5 feet wide and 4 feet long, one side adorned with golden thread patterns, while the other side had incomplete patterns, with a drawing. Resembling a well in the center, the dark red compass looked like a regular formation plate on the outside, but when Jiang Xuan used the 1,000-thread secret technique to probe into the formation plate, he felt an endless killing intent, and for a moment, it felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Senior, are you there? Jiang Xuan called out. I'm here, what's up? A dreamy voice replied lazily. I have 2 items that I don't recognize. You don't recognize them, and I can't see them. Then can I describe them? Go ahead. Jiang Xuan described the 2 items, and the dreamy voice asked many details. Soon, the Qian Huang provided an answer. That piece of beast skin is the banner of the Blackpool Palace. The dreamy voice continued. The well pattern you mentioned should be the ancient character for pool. Legend has it that the banner of the Blackpool Palace was divided into 3 parts, and your piece should be the middle one. The golden thread pattern on the back of the beast skin is part of the map to locate the Blackpool Palace. The Blackpool Palace, is it the legendary one? Does it really exist? Jiang Xuan's spirit shook. The legend of the Blackpool Palace had long been circulating in Blackpool Mountain, said to be a powerful sect from ancient times, named after Blackpool Mountain. A catastrophic battle in ancient times led to the destruction of the Blackpool Palace, resulting in the formation of the 10 Directions Dead Zones. But in the legends, the real Blackpool Palace still exists. This formed a legend of an ancient relic. It exists in some place deep within Blackpool Mountain. Whoever can find it will obtain the inheritance of the Blackpool Palace, the dreamy voice said. Then Jiang Xuan stood up suddenly. I have this part of the map should I. Even if you go now, you'll just be seeking your own death, Qian Huang said repeatedly. If you want to search for the Blackpool Palace, you must at least wait until you surpass the innate stage and reach the Calamity Realm. Just barely enough to have the ability to protect yourself. Jiang Xuan calmed down, thought for a moment, and then sat down again. I'll listen to the senior, Jiang Xuan said. That beast's skin is also difficult to destroy. You can carry it with you, keeping it in your bosom as soft armor, Qian Huang casually reminded. Okay. Jiang Xuan nodded, putting away the beast skin. He then picked up the dark red formation plate and asked, Senior, what about this formation plate? It should be the Knife Calamity book. Qian Huang replied. The so-called Calamity book is a supplementary cultivation item refined into a formation plate by a Calamity realm cultivator before their death, expending their cultivation and will.it is usually prepared for their descendants. The Calamity book contains the insights of a Calamity realm cultivator's life. Sword cultivators forge sword Calamity books, while knife cultivators forge knife Calamity books. The conditions for making a Calamity book are very strict and require immense financial resources. The vast majority of Calamity Realm cultivators have no opportunity to refine a Calamity book in their lifetime, so this item is rare and often has no market value, even making Calamity Realm cultivators envious. Qian Huang explained in detail to Jiang Xuan what a Calamity book was. How could such a treasure appear in the hands of the Gu family brothers? Jiang Xuan thought with surprise. It must have been given to them by their master, Lu Kong. Lu Kong has been causing trouble for 50 or 60 years. Killing and robbing treasures is a daily occurrence for him. Perhaps he stole it from someone. Lu Kong is a top-tier robbery expert who has forged his own path and does not need the assistance of a robbery book. It is reasonable for him to reward his disciples. Qian Huang agreed with Jiang Xuan's speculation. Then this. Jiang Xuan looked at the formation disc in his hand. How should it be used? Hold it with both hands. Infuse it with innate power, and slowly twist it while sensing the changes within. The ethereal voice suddenly quickened its pace. Wait. Before you use it, I must remind you of 3 points. First, the robbery book has a limit on the number of uses. Each time you use it, a portion of the robbery consciousness contained within will be consumed. It can be used a maximum of 20 times, after which the robbery book will be destroyed. Since this robbery book was originally in the hands of the Gu family brothers, they must have used it. Even if each of them only used it once, you can use it at most a little over 10 times. I understand, Jiang Xuan nodded. Second, in order to use the robbery book, you must have a perfect innate realm and comprehend the divine might of heaven and earth. This is fundamental. However, you have cultivated the black mysterious skill, and the chasing wind blade has been fully mastered, so your foundation in blade techniques is fine, and you can use it. But you must be careful, Jiang Xuan nodded again. Third, you must understand that greed will lead to failure. The blade robbery book contains the insights of a lifetime, but you can only use it a little over 10 times. If you want to comprehend his techniques, body methods, and secret arts while also trying to understand his blade techniques and escape techniques, you will instead be unable to deeply comprehend anything and only grasp the surface, dragging each other down. So this third point is to remind you to focus entirely on one thing, putting all your energy into mastering that one area. How much you can comprehend depends on your ability. I will only focus on the blade techniques, Jiang Xuan said decisively. No matter what his techniques or secret arts are, they certainly cannot compare to what you have taught me, senior. You little sly one, did I ever say I would definitely teach you robbery techniques? The ethereal voice retorted with a laugh. Hee, Jiang Xuan chuckled. Go ahead and comprehend, Qian Huang said finally, and then fell silent. This formation disc, Jiang Xuan followed the senior's instructions, clasping it with both hands, closing his eyes, and twisting it while sweeping his consciousness over it. The formation disc erupted with a dazzling light in his hands, completely enveloping and consuming his body. In reality, this was an illusory formation used to protect those using the robbery book. Jiang Xuan seemed to have vanished before the strange stone, but he was still seated there. His consciousness delved into the robbery book. A sudden, immense pulling force caused Jiang Xuan to see darkness before his eyes, as if his consciousness was being swallowed. Then a grand scene appeared before him. Chapter 53, The God and Demon Shocking Blade. Jiang Xuan saw what seemed like a dream, yet also felt absolutely real. An endless grassland stretched before him, the grass swaying like waves in the wind. A tall, sturdy elder walked slowly, relaxed and casual, yet he seemed to be the center of this world. The blazing sun in the sky, the white clouds beneath the sun, the blowing wind, and the insects and butterflies among the grass all circled around him. The sturdy elder appeared to be the core of all things in the world. I am Qin Yuan. I began practicing the blade at 4 years old, and it has been 103 years since then. I rose from obscurity, considering myself a natural talent. I once aspired to reach the realm of gods and demons, but fate has played tricks on me. After the great heavenly tribulation, for the remaining 70 years, my realm has not broken through, and transcending the ordinary is no longer possible. Only the blade in my hand has become increasingly profound. Good heavens! Jiang Xuan exclaimed in amazement. This elder, who called himself Qin Yuan, had lived for a full 107 years, and by the age of 37, he was already a top-tier robbery expert. Jiang Xuan continued to listen. I originally practiced the Reincarnation 7 Fate Blade, and later became familiar with over 10 ultimate techniques, including Flowing Sand Slash, Illusory God Convergence, Blade, Wind and Thunder Blade, and after 70 years of honing, I finally integrated all the blade techniques I learned throughout my life to create a unique ultimate skill, called God and Demon Shocking Blade. However, on the day I achieved this, my time was running out. The blade is my life. In order to practice the blade, I severed my desires, lived alone throughout my life, traveled across mountains and rivers, killed many, and accumulated deep sins. Yet I do not regret it. My blade is a blade of slaughter, a blade of sin. It is the most wicked and vicious blade technique. If one does not possess a firm heart, do not practice it otherwise. One will waver like I did and become as mad as a devil. I have no sect, no lineage, and no disciples. I do not wish for the 5 styles I have comprehended in my life to be lost. I forged this robbery book, hoping that God and Demon Shocking Blade can be passed down in future generations. I will first demonstrate this blade technique, followed by the techniques and body methods. Suddenly, Jiang Xuan felt the world spinning, and then he found himself standing on the grass, his body beginning to move on its own, an energy more advanced than innate power. Surging within him, robbery power? I have possessed this elder's body. Jiang Xuan was shocked. Indeed, this was the power of the robbery book. If it were merely a demonstration, a robbery expert could demonstrate and explain while alive, and the robbery book would not be so precious. The reason the robbery book is rare and hard to find is that it allows the user's consciousness to temporarily merge with the consciousness within the robbery book, creating an effect equivalent to possessing the consciousness of a robbery expert. God and Demon Shocking Blade, first style, Phantom Ghost Slash. With a surge of unprecedented powerful energy within him, Jiang Xuan felt himself had become millions of times stronger, like a ghostly figure instantly tearing through space, appearing 1,000 feet away, transforming into 9 afterimages, while simultaneously striking with a blade. The blade light slashed at one location, yet the 9 blade lights overlapped in an instant, forming an extremely terrifying combined force. Boom. The ground cracked, the fissure growing wider, as if the center of this world had opened a crack, even creating a sense of suffocation, as if the spiritual energy of this space had been drained by this one blade. The first style, is this terrifying? In shock, Jiang Xuan felt as if he had become an invincible powerhouse, his consciousness experiencing an unprecedented impact. God and Demon Shocking Blade, second style, blood stains the heavenly river. Boom. With this blade, Jiang Xuan saw mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Jiang Xuan's vision suddenly went dark, and when he opened his eyes again, he saw the communication stone, having completely returned to reality. Yet Jiang Xuan seemed dazed, slowly looking down, staring blankly at the formation disc in his hand. More than an hour later, his clansman Jiang Qianhe came to bring Jiang Xuan food. Jiang Xuan silently finished his meal, then took out the formation disc and stared at it in a daze. In the afternoon, Jiang Xuan practiced the phantom ghost slash decomposition techniques briefly, remaining in a daze throughout the entire process. In the evening, Chen Yuanshu, after being allowed by the back mountain guards, came to the forest to see Jiang Xuan, mentioning Shun Taiping's comprehension of divine might of heaven and earth, and her brother Chen Yuanzhou's closed-door retreat. Jiang Xuan hardly spoke, only nodding or shaking his head. Seeing Jiang Xuan's indifferent attitude, Chen Yuanshu left before nightfall. 3 days later, Chen Yuanshu brought news that Chen Yuanzhou had exited his retreat and also comprehended the divine might of heaven and earth. March 17th. Jiang Xuan spat a mouthful of blood onto the communication stone, then fell to his knees, blood flowing from his 7 orifices, yet his gaze cleared in that moment, filled with fear and disbelief. This blade robbery book actually left me in a daze for 7 days. My consciousness was nearly shattered by the impact. Fortunately, I practiced the re-breathing technique, allowing my injuries to recover naturally. If it were anyone else, they would have likely succumbed to consciousness collapse and died. Recalling those 7 days of being like a walking corpse, Jiang Xuan felt a wave of fear in his heart. He was lost in seclusion on the back mountain. If this had happened while he was training in Heighten Mountain, he truly wouldn't have known how he died. I couldn't even finish watching the second move before I couldn't hold on anymore. There are a total of 5 moves. The 3 brothers of the Ge family haven't comprehended the divine might of heaven and earth, so they probably can't endure all 5 either. However, since the 3 brothers support each other, they would be safe even in Heighten Mountain. Jiang Xuan thought to himself, I estimate they have each used it at most once. When I killed them, I didn't see them use any moves that incorporated the techniques of the Shun Gui Jing Ju Dao. With their talents, they probably can't comprehend such a terrifying swordplay. Shun Gui Jing Ju Dao is a Calamity Realm sword technique. Normally, one can only begin practicing it in the Calamity Realm. To have some comprehension in the innate realm, one must be a true genius, like Chun Yuanshu. The three brothers of the Gu family only have strong combined power, but their talent is far too lacking. If I can use it a total of 20 times, that leaves me with 16 uses left. Using it right now would be a waste given my current state. Since I've fully comprehended the first move, that's enough for me to practice. In the afternoon, Jiang Xuan explained the situation to the senior from the strange stone he contacted. The Qian Emperor gave him some guidance. A Calamity Realm expert capable of leaving behind a Calamity book is not ordinary. They are among the strongest. However, the ferocity of the Shun Gui Jing Ju Dao still surprised the Qian Emperor. This sword technique might be even more advanced than the inherited sword techniques of the four great families of Feishua City. Nonetheless, the Qian Emperor also reminded Jiang Xuan. This sword technique is extremely sinister. If the Calamity book were to be sold, its value would be much lower than that of other Calamity books. After all, those who can afford Calamity books are top-tier families, and top-tier families do not allow their descendants to practice techniques with such negative effects. The repercussions are too great. However, for Jiang Xuan's cultivation, it's not a big problem. With his breathing technique protecting him, he can withstand it. It even has some effect in honing his consciousness. Jiang Xuan began a more rigorous period of closed-door cultivation. He practiced sword techniques during the day and used top-quality essence crystals to cultivate his realm at night, only sleeping for 1 to 2 hours in the early morning and resting during meals. He hardly left the back mountain, except for 2 occasions when he left to collect the reward from the Qin family and the officials of Feishua City. Half a month later, on the 2nd day of April, in the afternoon, the Jiang Clan's earthen city was bustling with activity, filled with talents and guards from Feishua City, totaling around 500 to 600 people. The Jiang Clan gathered a large number of servants from various tribes to accommodate them, giving the once empty Jiang Clan's earthen city a lively atmosphere reminiscent of the past. These people from Feishua City weren't just staying for free, they had to pay, and they were quite generous. They had little concept of the tribe's prices. The income of the Jiang Clan over the past 20 days was nearly equal to the total income of the previous year, with over 90% being profit. A small earthen city managed to attract the top talents from Feishua City, which is quite a spectacle. Naturally, this was accompanied by an endless stream of sparring and competitions. Under the blazing sun, in the martial arts arena, Chen Yuanzhou leaped off the ring, narrowly dodging a dangerous strike from Shun Taiping. Ha ha ha, young Master Taiping has won again, 25 to 28. What's there to be proud of? The crowd around the arena erupted, with supporters of the 2 great talents nearly ready to argue. What seemed like a dispute among young people was actually a confrontation between 2 families and their affiliated families. Ha ha, Brother Yuanzhou, I concede. Shen Taiping came over with a broad smile. Don't get too proud. Chen Yuanzhou rolled his eyes and said, in the past 20 days, we've fought over 50 matches, and you've only won 3 more than me. Chen Yuanzhou, a loss is a loss. Whether you lost by 3 matches or just 1 move, it's still a loss. A figure walked up beside Shen Taiping, speaking in a sarcastic tone. This person was around 45, with a sharp face and a scruffy beard. At first glance, he seemed like a street thug, but in reality, he was famed in Feishua City the Silver Snake Sword Master, Feng Fu. He was the 4th of the top 10 innate experts in Feishua City, having comprehended the divine might of heaven and earth for over 15 years. The newly comprehended Shen Taiping and Chen Yuanzhou couldn't compare to him at all. Only Chun Yuanshu could contend with him. Even when facing the 3 brothers of the Gu family together, he had a 50% chance of winning. Although he had a bad reputation due to his greed and lust, his strength was truly formidable. He could be considered a peak innate expert. Feng Fu also had another identity, Shen family's top innate guest. Humph. Chen Yuanzhou snorted coldly and didn't waste any words with Feng Fu, turning to leave. It was inevitable to be mocked after losing, though he felt uncomfortable inside. If he wanted to regain his honor, he had to fight back. We'll fight again tomorrow. Chen Yuanzhou called back to Shen Taiping. Shen Taiping and Feng Fu returned to their courtyard, sitting under the shade of a tree drinking tea. Shen Taiping was in a great mood, humming a little tune and laughing. That Chen Yuanzhou is much more anxious than I am. The more anxious he is, the more mistakes he makes. It's only right that he lost to me. He comes from the first family. If he can't be the best among his peers, the criticism he faces will be much greater than yours, young Master Taiping. Feng Fu laughed. You comprehended the divine might of heaven and earth a few days before him. How could he not be anxious? Unfortunately, after over 50 matches, I've only won 3 more. It's not something to boast about, Shen Taiping said, somewhat dissatisfied as he drank his tea. If you want to completely overshadow him, you either need to defeat him repeatedly or defeat that fellow on the back mountain first, Feng Fu said. That Jiang Xuan really knows how to avoid people. I've only seen him 3 times since coming to the Earthen City. Shen Taiping shook his head as he spoke. If he insists on a life-and-death challenge, I really have no way to compete with him. Shen Taiping had already formally challenged Jiang Xuan and received the same reply. If it's a life-and-death challenge, that's not going to happen, Feng Fu said with a smile. However, if we say we want to fight Jiang Xuan and create an opportunity to win against him, that's quite simple. We could do it today. Oh, Shen Taiping perked up, putting down his teacup to look at Feng Fu. Old Feng, do you have a plan? Quick, tell me. Chapter 54. Angering Jiang Xuan. Feng Fu stroked his beard and said, within the Jiang Clan, there is a severe gap in strength. The strongest below Jiang Xuan is only at the mid-stage of the innate realm, and there are only about a dozen adult men in total. The rest, numbering in the dozens or even hundreds, are just children. The adult women are the most numerous, and they are responsible for the specific affairs of the entire clan. So what? Shen Taiping frowned slightly. It wouldn't be easy to stir trouble with these beautiful women, would it? Feng Fu grinned and said, by then, we can anger the entire Jiang Clan, but they won't be able to do anything about us. They can only let Jiang Xuan come forward to make a decision. But there are some black armored guards in the Earthen City. Shen Taiping's frown deepened. No one dared to cause trouble in the Jiang Clan's Earthen City. Even if hundreds of outsiders came, they would all be at the innate realm and could easily flatten the Earthen City. However, in the past 20 days, no unexpected conflicts had occurred in the Earthen City, all because of the fear of the black armored guards. The geniuses from Feishua City never regarded any clan as significant, but no one dared to underestimate the black armored guards. That was Lord Lei Hong's guard. Originally, these black armored guards were only responsible for guarding the Earthen City during the 3 days of life and death battles every month. At other times, they just lived there. However, they had been stationed in the Earthen City for over half a year, forming many connections with the Jiang Clan, and even a few had a very good personal relationship with Jiang Xuan. If we really stir up trouble, it's likely that Shen Taiping was worried the black armored guards might intervene in a personal capacity, and they wouldn't dare to provoke them. Moreover, Lord Lei Hong, Shen Taiping continued, if we really kill a few members of the Jiang Clan, that would definitely not work. It would be too big of a deal, and the black armored guards would definitely intervene. Feng Fu quickly replied, but as long as we keep the scale in check, we can still provoke Jiang Xuan with some small matters. As for Lord Lei Hong, didn't he return to Feishua City yesterday? By the time he comes back, we will have already reconciled with the Jiang Clan. Shen Taiping, pondering, asked, specifically, what do you mean? Can't you act a bit rogue? Feng Fu said succinctly. Shen Taiping hesitated. He was the first genius of the second family, the Shen family, in Feishua City. He held significant prestige under the governance of the entire Feishua City. He was competing with Chun Yuanzhou for the title of the first genius of Feishua. Acting rogue and causing trouble? Like some uneducated rich playboy? Such shameless acts were beneath him. I'm not really asking you to act rogue, Feng Fu said upon seeing his hesitation. It's fake, but if it gets out, it will be real. Shen Taiping replied, his eyes seemingly saying, you have no shame, but I still do. Perhaps I can make some arrangements and provoke some minor incidents. As long as we enrage Jiang Xuan, if he dares to come see me, I can push him around and make it hard for him to save face. Shen Taiping thought. It said that the men of the clan love to show off their heroism. Provoking him a bit to force him to fight me shouldn't be difficult. Shen Taiping seemed to agree with Feng Fu's idea, but didn't want to bear the stigma himself. This is troublesome. Can we set up arrangements in time for this afternoon? Feng Fu reminded him. Lord Lei Hong might return tomorrow. Shen Taiping hesitated again. Feng Fu smiled at Shen Taiping. Suddenly, Shen Taiping understood. Old Feng, do you have a brilliant idea? Quickly tell me. Shen Taiping was suddenly energized and even took the teapot to pour tea for Feng Fu. I'll act rogue, and you'll protect me, Feng Fu said with a smile. After all, my reputation is already tarnished. I'm used to being disliked. I'm your family's guest. and you stand on your family's side to protect me, which is reasonable. If Jiang Xuan wants to touch me, he must first defeat you. Shen Taiping's eyes brightened increasingly. Ha ha ha, brilliant. Old phone. Brilliant. Then this time, I'll have to trouble you to bear the blame. Once I defeat Jiang Xuan and become the first genius of Feishua City, you'll be handsomely rewarded. Feng Fu replied with a smile. It is my duty to share the burden for the young master. He then picked up his teacup, and Shen Taiping followed suit. The two clinked their cups before drinking. That was delightful. Feng Fu had no background, but he had enough resources to cultivate and become an unparalleled existence in the innate realm, gaining a fearsome reputation all through his own scheming and maneuvering. Sometimes, he felt that the children of these big families were quite foolish. A little coaxing and deceiving could yield a lot of rewards. Just like this time. He was about to become the greatest contributor to Shen Taiping acquiring the title of the first genius. Not only would Shen Taiping reward him, but the Shen family would also reward him afterward. But what had he given? Just bearing an insignificant blame. Every few days, Shen Yuanzhu would go to the back mountain to find Jiang Xuan, definitely acting as a lobbyist for her brother. Feng Fu intentionally reminded, who knows? Maybe one day she'll suddenly persuade Jiang Xuan. Young master, if you want to beat Shen Yuanzhou, we need to hurry. Old phone. Brother phone. Then I'll trouble you. The sooner, the better. Shen Taiping poured another cup of tea for Feng Fu. Ha ha. Good. Just for that brotherly title. Just wait and see. Feng Fu laughed, raising his cup. I'll congratulate you in advance. The title of the first genius of Feishua City belongs to you, young master Shen Taiping. Ha ha. Shen Taiping laughed heartily. The two clinked their cups and drank. In the afternoon, the sun was tilting to the west. It was a pleasant season with moderate temperatures, and the scenery of the back mountain was picturesque, with blooming flowers and the sound of birds singing. On the edge of an open space, animal skin carpets were laid out, with various food boxes placed on top, including all kinds of pastries and excellently cooked game, making it an incredibly sumptuous feast. My brother lost to Shen Taiping again this morning. Shen Yuanzhu stood aside with a sword, her expression cold. Their current strength should be among the top 30 in Feishua City. Although they had just begun to comprehend the divine might of the heavenly emperor, they were all monstrous geniuses. As long as they broke through a realm, their strength would definitely be at the forefront of that realm. Here, have a bite. Jiang Xuan held out a piece of beast milk pastry towards Shen Yuanzhu. I've already had lunch. Shen Yuanzhu coldly refused. You won't die from one bite. It's delicious. You definitely haven't tried it before. Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow. Come, I'll feed you. The atmosphere suddenly turned awkward. In fact, the atmosphere between the two had begun to turn strange half a month ago, and Jiang Xuan had even scolded her once for not finishing what was in her bowl. This was not the first time Jiang Xuan had fed her. Shen Yuanzhu's legs were straight as she slowly bent down, one hand lifting her naturally hanging long hair. And she opened her mouth to bite the pastry, her red lips brushing against Jiang Xuan's fingertips before quickly retreating. It's quite good. Shen Yuanzhu stood up straight, ate the pastry, and said nonchalantly, as if nothing special had happened. There was now a layer of unspoken tension between them that neither wanted to address. As a small interlude, Jiang Xuan continued eating, and Shen Yuanzhu continued speaking. I will find an opportunity to persuade my brother not to keep insisting on challenging you. Shen Yuanzhu continued. He and Shen Taiping are both true monsters. In 2 years, they will definitely enter the tribulation realm. Their challenge to you is just a matter of pride, wanting to make a name for themselves one more time before entering the tribulation realm. Whether or not they challenge you doesn't affect their ability to enter the tribulation realm. But if you lose, it will have a huge impact on you. The whole world will know you lack the strength to kill the Gu family's 3 brothers, so I will persuade my brother on that front. As for Shen Taiping, just ignore him. For the sake of this wild man, you're even willing to sell out your brother? Jiang Xuan glanced at Shen Yuanzhu teasingly. Why do you speak so harshly? Shen Yuanzhu huffed in anger. Besides, I'm not doing it for you. During my time here, I quite like your clan. So many strong and united women. They need your protection, so your current reputation must not be damaged. So don't get the wrong idea. Here, this is also delicious. Jiang Xuan handed over another piece of pastry, interrupting her words. Shen Yuanzhu bent down again and caught it with her mouth. Xiao Xian, clan leader. Xiao Xian. Urgent shouts suddenly came. Shen Yuanzhu straightened up sharply, turned her back, covered her mouth with her hand, and quickly ate the food. She pursed her lips and then turned back as if nothing had happened. Not good. Clan leader. Jiang Qianhe ran over. Out of breath. Something serious has happened. You should go take a look. Chapter 55. When dead. To warn others something serious has happened. Go take a look. Aunt Suiyun. Huh. Jiang Xuan frowned instantly and appeared in front of Jiang Qianhe in a flash, grabbing her shoulder and asking urgently, what happened to Aunt Suiyun? Someone was peeping at Aunt Suiyun while she was bathing. Jiang Qianhe said angrily. Jiang Xuan was taken aback. Was this really a big deal? Such incidents happened often in the tribe, and even though most of the Jiang clan men were dead, there were still a bunch of 13 or 14-year-old boys, the age most prone to causing trouble. This matter was certainly wrong, but it didn't rise to the level of alarming the clan leader. Jiang Xuan was the patrol leader and could deal with it directly, punishing or beating anyone as necessary. Jiang Xuan was 36 years old, had 3 husbands who had all died, and was a very tough tribal woman. If some bad boy really peeped at her, who was to say who was teasing whom? And then, Jiang Xuan asked with confusion, pulling Jiang Qianhe along. Let's go, talk while we walk. As they walked toward the back mountain, Jiang Qianhe explained the situation. Essentially, Jiang Xuan had been practicing in the afternoon and was sweaty when she went back to take a shower. While putting on her clothes, she noticed movement by the window, grabbed her knife, and chased out, only to see Feng Fu, a guest from the Shen family. Feng Fu swiftly disappeared, and Jiang Xuan couldn't catch up, so she gathered people to ask Shen Taiping for help. This matter had already escalated. Feng Fu. Is he the one from the Shen family, the first innate guest, the one with the sharp features? Jiang Xuan frowned. He had seen Feng Fu standing next to Shen Taiping the first time he met him. This didn't feel right. Chen Yuanshu, who was following behind, quickened her pace to walk alongside Jiang Xuan. Feng Fu is greedy for wealth, lustful, and cunning. But everyone in Feishua City knows he prefers young girls around the age of 18. He wouldn't be interested in a woman in her 30s. Are you saying Aunt Suiyun is wronging him? Jiang Xuan glared at Chen Yuanshu. No, I mean, Feng Fu did it on purpose. Chen Yuanshu quickly replied. He is the 4th of the top 10 innate experts in Feishua City. After lying low for years, he suddenly made a name for himself, defeating 16 innate experts with his one move, Sanhai Gi. I'm the strongest innate in our Chen family, and I wouldn't dare to say I could easily defeat Feng Fu. The top 3 on the innate list are all from the court, and Feng Fu, as the 4th, can be considered the strongest civilian innate expert in Feishua City. With his strength, if he really wanted to peep at Jiang Xuan bathing, he wouldn't have been caught. Even if he was noticed, he couldn't have been seen clearly. The Shen family wants to provoke me into taking action. Jiang Xuan suddenly realized the key point. Yes, Chen Yuanshu nodded, looking at Jiang Xuan and advising. So you mustn't fall into their trap. Shen Taiping wants to win against you in public. Don't give him that chance. Jiang Xuan remained silent, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with Chen Yuanshu's last words. He could only say that Chen Yuanshu didn't understand the tribe and didn't know the responsibilities the clan leader had to bear. Those who shrink back when their clan members are insulted do not deserve to be clan leader. At the entrance of the courtyard, there were hundreds of people inside and out. When Jiang Xuan and Chen Yuanshu arrived, they could still hear the shouting from the courtyard. I peeped at you bathing. Stop talking nonsense. Who would want to see you? I heard you killed 3 husbands. I wouldn't even be afraid of getting a sty in my eye. Feng Fu's mocking voice rang out. You old bastard. Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're at a higher level. You shameless scoundrel. Don't stop me. I'm going to fight him. Jiang Xuiyun's voice echoed. Oh, look at you, acting like a shrew. Are you unsatisfied and venting your frustrations? Are you hallucinating? You think I peeped at you? Why didn't you say so earlier? I would have obliged. Just like going to the toilet. You bastard. I'm going to chop you up. Let go of me. Did I hit a nerve? Angry are we? Let me tell you. I can't be bothered to argue with you. A woman like you, without a man for a long time, must have some psychological issues. Now that so many men are in the city, have you gone blind? Do you fantasize about someone peeping at you every time you shower? Aunt, let go of me. I'm going to fight him. Today, I'm risking my life. Feng Fu truly lacked even a hint of a superior's demeanor. His words were particularly venomous. Jiang Xuiyun, with her bold and tough personality, wouldn't normally lose her composure just from being peeped at, but now she seemed to be furious. It was clear that she had argued before and couldn't win against Feng Fu. In the courtyard, people were gathered under eaves all around, and the rooftops were filled with people. The geniuses from other families in Feishua City and their guards were watching the commotion. And Qin Yuanzhou was also standing on the rooftop, observing. Outside the back wall of the courtyard, there was a tall tree, and on one of its high branches, the patrol envoy Xia Hanjia was also watching the situation in the courtyard. He could see the overall situation and also noticed Jiang Xuan and Qin Yuanshu arriving together, which made him frown. Although he knew Qin Yuanshu couldn't possibly have anything going on with Jiang Xuan and that she was just trying to help her brother. Seeing Qin Yuanshu with another man made him uncomfortable. Once Jiang Xuan lost, Qin Yuanzhou and Qin Yuanshu wouldn't have any reason to stay in the Earth City. They would have to return to Feishua City, and my marriage with her should be brought up. Xia Hanjia thought. The clan leader is here. Quickly make way. As Jiang Xuan entered the courtyard, the crowd parted like a tide, giving him a clear path. The Jiang Clan members were all gathered together. And Grandma Jinhua had an expressionless face, tightly gripping Jiang Cuyun's wrist. Jiang Cuyun was afraid of hurting Grandma Jinhua and didn't dare to struggle too hard. 20 to 30 black-armored guards were present, all standing on the Jiang Clan's side. However, they couldn't take action against someone like Feng Fu over such a minor issue. Nor could they let the Jiang Clan members act impulsively. If a fight broke out and someone died, it would still be a loss for the Jiang Clan. Therefore, the black-armored guards were merely there to intimidate the Shun family's guards and to restrain the Jiang Clan members from acting out. They were entirely there to mediate. Jiang Xuan looked at Jiang Cuyun's face, momentarily lost in thought, before his expression darkened. This was the first time Jiang Xuan had seen Jiang Cuyun's eyes red from grievance. She had such a tough personality. She could cry tears of joy for Jiang Xuan's victories, but had never cried from stress or hardship, not even when facing death. This time, however, she was truly wronged. They had argued and couldn't win, and being humiliated by Feng Fu in front of so many people was the greatest grievance Jiang Cuyun had ever suffered. As Jiang Xuan walked, he slowly drew out his long knife. Jiang Xuan, don't be impulsive. Qin Yuanshu instinctively grabbed Jiang Xuan's wrist in front of everyone, but Jiang Xuan shook her off. He continued forward. This scene made Xia Hanjia's pupils constrict. Jiang Cuyun felt Jiang Xuan's killing intent, and she knew why he was suddenly so angry. Suddenly realizing something, her heart raced, and she quickly wiped her red eyes, hurrying to meet Jiang Xuan. Xiao Xian, I'm fine, really. Jiang Cuyun felt she had caused trouble. If she had been calmer, this wouldn't have escalated to this point. Everyone knew why Shen Taiping had come to the Earth City. Jiang Cuyun also immediately reacted. Understanding that the other side was trying to force Jiang Xuan to take action, Jiang Xuan held a knife in his right hand and embraced Aunt Cuyun with his left. At 16, he was taller than 36-year-old Jiang Cuyun by half a head. He gently patted Jiang Cuyun's back. It's okay, Aunt. Just leave it to me. Jiang Xuan whispered in her ear, then bypassed her to move forward. According to the rules of the Jiang Clan, peeking at women while bathing was not considered a serious crime. Jiang Xuan continued to speak as he walked, his voice neither loud nor soft. But everyone could hear him clearly. The lightest punishment would be a few scoldings, while the heaviest for habitual offenders could be publicly whipped 10 times as a form of punishment. But Feng Fu, you have not shown any remorse and publicly insulted my clansmen. I fear you may need to face even heavier penalties to serve as a warning to others. TSK. Feng Fu smiled, looking amused. It seems that the Jiang Clan leader has quite a close relationship with the women in your clan. Huh? I would love to know, without any evidence, how you plan on adding more crimes. How will you serve as a warning? Jiang Xuan, the usually silent Shen Taiping suddenly shouted, stepping forward with righteous indignation. If you want to touch our Shun family's guest, you must first get past me. We are kings facing each other, just defeat me. And my family's guest is yours to deal with. Shen Taiping was extremely excited in his heart. Feng Fu's words were spot on. Jiang Xuan was indeed provoked. Shen Taiping placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, looking ready to formally duel Jiang Xuan. Who do you think you are? Jiang Xuan completely disregarded him, throwing down the words as he turned to Feng Fu. Add more crimes. You're dead. To serve as a warning. Whoosh. If you don't want to die, get lost. Jiang Xuan vanished from his spot. The wind picked up, chasing wind style. Good. Shen Taiping first shouted in excitement, then was suddenly alarmed as he felt a terrifying killing intent enveloping him. This sense of threat was impossible. It must be a facade, Shen Taiping thought to himself. But he couldn't afford to be careless, activating the heavenly might. Sword light surged, yet the sense of threat suddenly bypassed him. The other innate guardians of the Shun family quickly distanced themselves, giving Shen Taiping room to perform, while only Feng Fu stood still, believing Shen Taiping could stop Jiang Xuan. But he was wrong. The wind blew smoothly, and dense knife lights rushed towards him from all directions. Feng Fu also felt an overwhelming sense of threat. How can he be this strong? Feng Fu thought in shock, drawing his sword without holding back and using his ultimate technique. 3 Cs returned to 1. At that moment, Shen Taiping also turned around. Both activated the heavenly might, causing a sense of stagnation in space that would inevitably slow the movements of any cultivator below the heavenly might realm. Even the chasing wind style was no exception. This allowed both of them to barely catch sight of Jiang Xuan's true form. Return. Shen Taiping decisively unleashed his killing move that could force Qin Yuanzhou back. Two beings who understood heavenly might were flanking a late-stage innate opponent. In that moment, Feng Fu's sword light surged like a raging wolf, sweeping away everything in its path. Shen Taiping's sword light was ethereal, blooming like flowers in a dream, mixed with endless killing intent. Both used their trump cards without holding back. Their sword techniques belonging to the top tier of Feishuacity, and their ultimate moves were no less than the 9th form of chasing wind knife. Furthermore, both had attained the triple realm of skill, making their explosive power far exceed the incomplete form of the chasing wind style. It's over. The chasing wind style couldn't withstand being broken. Just as the thoughts of the onlookers began to stir, and before their gasps could escape, the dense knife lights of the chasing wind style showed signs of being shattered. A knife light, 100 times more terrifying than the chasing wind style, surged through, instantly transforming into a stunning arc of light. This knife, the first form of divine ghost shock blade, was something that even true Tribulation Realm practitioners couldn't master in just half a month. Jiang Xuan had only grasped part of its essence and merged it into the chasing wind style. The characteristics of the chasing wind style were speed and elusiveness, while the divine ghost shock blade represented the ultimate speed and elusiveness, along with layered knife light. It was this commonality that allowed Jiang Xuan to quickly create a new technique. Jiang Xuan even named this move Phantom Chasing Wind Style. This knife light no longer belonged to the realm of the chasing wind knife. It utilized the essence of Tribulation Realm knife techniques and was essentially a Tribulation Realm knife technique, albeit significantly weakened. Jiang Xuan still lacked Tribulation power and could only forcefully activate part of its power using his immense, innate strength. Compared to the chasing wind style, its instantaneous explosive power was multiplied by more than 100 times. The knife light appeared and vanished in the blink of an eye, blending into the dense knife lights of the chasing wind style, moving with an almost illusory speed. Feng Fu wore a smile that suggested he was doomed, believing it was merely an illusion and didn't react in time. As the wolf-like sword light was destroyed, Feng Fu felt a chill at his neck. Oh no. In the distance, Xiahonjia suddenly appeared in the courtyard, grabbing Shen Taiping by the back of his neck and retreating over 10 zhang. The knife light halted. Jiang Xuan turned coldly to look at Xiahonjia. Everyone was stunned. They had thought Jiang Xuan was doomed. But the inspector Xiahonjia had unexpectedly intervened to pull Shen Taiping away. Strangely, after Shen Taiping was pulled away, Feng Fu didn't move at all. Clang. Feng Fu's head fell to the ground, rolling a few feet with wide-open eyes, while his headless body, still gripping the sword, fell straight back with a thud, crashing heavily to the ground, blood quickly pooling around it. Clang. Shen Taiping's sword dropped to the ground. Gulping in fear, Shen Taiping's eyes were filled with terror of death, and he tried to cover his bleeding throat with both hands, collapsing to his knees. One dead, one severely injured. Chapter 56, Jiang Xuan. The form of gods and demons gulping and gasping, Shen Taiping felt his life slipping away at an unprecedented speed, filling him with fear. Initially, he had only planned to defeat Jiang Xuan, believing that understanding heavenly might would make him several times stronger, needing no ultimate moves or techniques. Confident he could easily defeat Jiang Xuan. However, Feng Fu had immediately unleashed his ultimate move. 3 Cs returned to 1. Shen Taiping had to use his killing move to possibly outpace Feng Fu and be the one to defeat Jiang Xuan. At the moment he unleashed return, he had already thought about how to explain Jiang Xuan's death to Lei Hong, claiming Jiang Xuan had attacked first, ensuring he wouldn't bear the blame for disrupting the life and death battle, offending the Shen family for the sake of a tribesman. Even Lei Hong, no matter how fair, wouldn't be so rigid. His thoughts stopped there. That stunning and unparalleled arc of knife light shattered his return. It also interrupted all his thoughts. Shen Taiping had no idea what Feng Fu felt facing that knife light. He, at least, had no thoughts at all. There was no time to think. That knife was too fast. One could even say it exceeded Shen Taiping's understanding of knife techniques. If it weren't for Xiahonjia's crucial intervention, Shen Taiping knew he would have met the same fate as Feng Fu. The fleeting knife light left a terrifying imprint in his mind. Tribulation Realm Knife Techniques. Xiahonjie was equally shocked. The unity of man and knife was to better comprehend knife techniques. While the human turned sky momentum borrowed a trace of the world's power to enhance the knife techniques. Heavenly Might was the ultimate combination of skill and cultivation realms, allowing one to borrow more power from the world, but knife techniques were foundational. The triple skill realm was merely an enhancement of that foundation. The gap between innate knife techniques and tribulation realm knife techniques was too vast. No matter how much innate knife techniques could enhance their power through skill realms, they could never surpass tribulation realm knife techniques. Even the strongest innate knife techniques would be at least dozens of times weaker compared to the weakest tribulation realm knife techniques. This was already something of a different level. Xiahonjie knew that Feng Fu and Shen Taiping had lost without unfairness. However, he hadn't even reached innate perfection. He couldn't cultivate the skill realm. Can he directly transcend the levels and comprehend the blade technique of the tribulation realm? Xiahonjie thought in horror. How terrifying is this? It's not impossible to comprehend the blade technique of the tribulation realm in advance. Qin Yuanshu has been trying to comprehend the sword technique of the tribulation realm ahead of time. On her first day in the Jiang Clan's earthen city, she consulted Lei Hong about it. Qin Yuanshu is already 26 years old. She has long mastered the triple realm of skills. Yet Jiang Xuan is just a 16-year-old boy in the late innate stage. His talent for the blade technique far surpasses Yuanshu's talent for the sword technique. Such talent might only appear once in a millennium. Fortunately, he only entered the innate stage at 15, and his talent and realm are far inferior to Yuanshu, who entered the innate stage at 12. Even if he forcibly raised his level to the late innate stage through massive resource expenditure over the past 6 months, it will still be extremely difficult for him to enter the tribulation realm in the future. Major breakthroughs in realms still rely on comprehension. Mere resources are not enough. Perhaps his age for breaking into the tribulation realm will not be earlier than mine, and he will ultimately be dragged down by his realm talent. Even if his skill realm cultivates rapidly, the possibility of becoming a divine being is still minimal. Xiahonjie knows the secret of Jiang Xuan's recent half-year realm improvement. Lei Hong did not hide it from him. Xiahonjie is part of the inspection team and is a trusted person. Concerning Lei Hong taking 2/10 of Jiang Xuan's mining profits, Lei Hong has always been open about it. Xiahonjie maliciously speculates about Jiang Xuan's future. He does not like Jiang Xuan, not only because the townspeople have deep prejudices against the tribesmen, even harboring the thought that those not of our race must have different hearts, but also because Qin Yuanshu has recently been getting very close to Jiang Xuan. Yet, even with such malicious speculation, Xiahonjie has to admit 2 things. First, Jiang Xuan's talent for the blade technique is exceptionally rare. Second, Jiang Xuan possesses the potential to become a divine being. The statement that the possibility of becoming a divine being is minimal can also be interpreted as he may very well become one. As long as there is a possibility, no matter how slim, it can be called having the potential to become a divine being. Having the qualification to potentially become a divine being is the most desired evaluation among all cultivators in the world. It is an extremely high praise. On the rooftop where the blade technique of the tribulation realm was demonstrated, Qin Yuanzhou stared in shock, unable to comprehend Jiang Xuan's strike, which instantly dispelled 2 major techniques, leading to the death of Feng Fu, ranked 4th on the innate list of faciosity, and severely injuring Shen Taiping, who was at least in the top 30. Such a blade technique can only be the blade technique of the tribulation realm. Qin Yuanzhou instinctively touched his neck. He recalled Jiang Xuan once saying that during their sparring, he might inadvertently kill him, so they must first sign a life and death agreement. A wave of immense fear surged within him. The family was right. Not allowing the signing of a life and death agreement was the correct decision. Such rules to protect the family members should be resolutely enforced. Absolutely unwavering. Damn it. The family was so right. That was the blade technique of the tribulation realm. The potential to become a divine being. He has the potential to become a divine being. Qin Yuanshu looked at Jiang Xuan standing before the headless corpse in utter shock. She found it hard to believe, but had no choice but to accept it. I have cultivated the blade technique of the tribulation realm for years. Yet I have only grasped part of its secrets and have never been able to unleash a complete move. Among the top 100 on the innate list of faciosity, 97 could not master any techniques of the tribulation realm, with only the top 3 being officials, specially trained by the court with unique guidance and resources. As the first innate of the Qin family, Qin Yuanshu dreamed of becoming the first innate of Feishua City. Being the first genius represents talent and future possibilities, while being the first innate represents absolute strength at the current realm. It is the strongest among the innate. To challenge the title of the strongest innate in Feishua City, comprehending the blade technique of the tribulation realm in advance is a major prerequisite. Qin Yuanshu had been striving for this, but now someone has taken the lead. Too many witnesses saw this scene. It wouldn't take half a day for the news to reach Feishua City, and within 3 days, the entire territory under Feishua City would be in an uproar. Jiang Xuan is the first genius of Feishua City. Moreover, he already has the qualification to challenge the strongest innate. Defeating the court's strongest innate is not only an honor, but also comes with tremendous practical benefits. That is a reward given by the court, personally conferred by the Lord of the Divine City. Being able to meet the Lord of the Divine City is itself a huge benefit. With Jiang Xuan taking the lead, the emotions rising in Qin Yuanshu's heart were not jealousy. Instead, it was an unprecedented impulse. For this 16-year-old boy, Qin Yuanshu bit her lip, her eyes filled with brilliance. Although she knew it was shameless, she still hoped to be thoroughly ravaged by Jiang Xuan. He is so strong, so strong. In this courtyard, all around, even on the rooftops, walls, and trees, there were people. More than a dozen prodigies from the Star Pavilion of Feishua City had arrived, and there were dozens who could be called geniuses among their hundreds of guards, including figures ranked in the top 100 of the innate list. Everyone was stunned. Fortunately, I did not challenge Jiang Xuan. A disciple named Lin Bin from the crowd swallowed hard, feeling relieved. He is 24 this year, and his talent is not inferior to Qin Yuanzhou or Shun Taiping, having comprehended the heavenly authority last year. However, being a year older means he wouldn't be compared to the two. Lin Bin never thought of contending for the title of the first genius. His family is just a middle-tier family, far from being comparable to the Chun or Shin families. This time, he came as a supporter of Qin Yuanzhou to the Jiang Clan's Earthen City. Qin Yuanzhou respects him, calling him Brother Lin. But Lin Bin is well aware of the insurmountable gap in status between him and Qin Yuanzhou. He knows himself, but he cannot help but feel competitive. He had entertained the thought of challenging Jiang Xuan, and now he is grateful he didn't. Many disciples from the Star Pavilion had similar thoughts. They had all been tempted by the fame that could come from defeating Jiang Xuan. Previously, they had privately discussed that Jiang Xuan could not possibly kill the Gu family brothers. Even the strongest cards of the late innate stage would not be enough. Without the triple realm of skills, no innate blade technique could kill those 3 demons. Looking back, they realized they had been wrong. Jiang Xuan was indeed using the blade technique of the tribulation realm, not an innate blade technique. Lin Bin was immersed in immense shock, unable to regain his composure for a long time. He didn't realize he was mistaken. Jiang Xuan still used the innate blade technique to kill the Gu family brothers, and the tribulation move was only recently created. Little Xuan, how did you become so strong? Jiang Ziyun and the Jiang clan members found it hard to imagine. Their realms were insufficient, and their knowledge was limited, completely unable to grasp how Jiang Xuan achieved such an incredible result. With Feng Fu's death, everyone's attention was focused on Jiang Xuan, until, cough, 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 Shin Taiping, kneeling on the ground, covered his neck and bowed his head, struggling to make a muffled sound. Young master, hurry. The guest from the Shin family seemed to finally react, rushing towards Shun Taiping like madmen. Get away. Xia Hanjia shouted sharply, startling them into halting their steps. Xia Hanjia glanced at the kneeling Shun Taiping, slowly pulling out a jade bottle from his pocket. The moment he opened it, a fragrance wafted across half the earthen city, refreshing anyone who inhaled it and invigorating their spirits. Shin Taiping would not die. Although a throat slash is a fatal injury for the innate stage, with the presence of the tribulation realm, there are many ways to save him. Using medicine is just the simplest and most direct method. Xia Hanjia was in no hurry. He poured some green paste from the small jade bottle, lifted Shin Taiping, and applied the paste to his neck, rubbing it slightly. The wound on Shun Taiping's neck began to visibly heal at a rapid pace. In just 5 or 6 breaths, the injuries healed completely, leaving no scars. Hahu Shin Taiping gasped violently. His throat was connected again, and he could breathe, but due to excessive blood loss, his face was deathly pale. He immediately trembled and felt around his body, pulling out a pill to restore his vitality, and quickly swallowed it. Shin Taiping glanced at Jiang Xuan, but didn't utter a harsh word. It seemed he had not yet stepped out of the shadow of death. On the other hand, Xiahonjia looked at Jiang Xuan with a darkened expression, his gaze sharp. He walked straight towards Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan, you have some nerve. Do you know who you are trying to kill? You, a mere tribesman, dared to kill the son of one of the 4 great families? If it weren't for my intervention today, do you know what kind of mistake you would have made? Xiahonjia spoke as he walked, clearly looking to take advantage of the situation. Who? 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 Before Jiang Xuan could respond, figures flickered into view beside him, all frowning at Xiahonjia. They were the black armored guards. Lu Feihu and Zhang Xiao, who were closest to Jiang Xuan, were among them. Patrol envoy, what do you mean? Do you wish to interfere in tribal management? Lu Feihu's words were filled with malice. Accusing a patrol envoy of overstepping is a very serious charge. As far as I know, tribes have autonomy, and the tribal leader's power within the Earth City is absolute. Zhang Xiao looked at Xiahonjia with a blank expression. The tribal leader can execute anyone within the Earth City without reason. The only one who can intervene in tribal matters is the inspector. The only one who can judge whether the tribe's killings are excessive is also the inspector. You, as a patrol envoy, have no chance of obtaining tribal management rights. Lord Xia, what do you want? Zhang Xiao emphasized each word, making them heavier. The black armored guards showed no courtesy to Xiahonjia. They truly weren't afraid of Xiahonjia, this patrol envoy. Although there is a vast power gap between the innate and the robbery realm, in comparison to the patrol envoy, the black armored guards are all court officials, and whether they fear him or not is not determined by individual combat strength, but by their positions. On the territory governed by Inspector Lei Hong, his personal guards, like them, can even disregard other inspectors. Other inspectors also wouldn't dare to overstep their authority on Lei Hong's territory. What is a patrol envoy to them? This is the logic of officialdom. Xiahonjia stopped, his face even darker, but said nothing more and disappeared from the spot, leaving. He couldn't afford to clash with the black armored guards, as that would offend Lei Hong. He initially wanted to teach Jiang Xuan a lesson and repay Shen's family for saving him, but ended up losing face. Xiahonjia wouldn't hold a grudge against the black armored guards. He would only blame everything on Jiang Xuan. With Xiahonjia's departure, Jiang Xuan glanced at Shen Taiping and then raised the knife in his hand, loudly declaring, all members of the Shen family, you have 1 incense stick's time to leave the Earth City, and 12 hours to leave the Jiang tribe's territory. Otherwise, you will face the consequences. It was a dismissal order. Shen Taiping turned and left, even forgetting to have someone collect Feng Fu's body. It was 2 of Shen's close guests who took the initiative to do so. A large group of people began to withdraw. Brother Lu, Brother Zhang, thank you. And to all the other brothers, Jiang Xuan expressed his gratitude to the black armored guards around him. Jiang, my little brother, you have hidden it well. Ha. That was the robbery realm's sword technique, right? With such talent, you could probably match that legendary divine demon figure. Damn it. If my boy can have even 1/10 of Patriarch Zhang's talent in the future, I would gladly die right now. The black armored guards laughed with Jiang Xuan. Xiao Xian, are you hurt? Members of the Jiang family gathered around, with Jiang Ziyun both excited and worried. I'm fine, Jiang Xuan replied. After a commotion, he said, everyone, I just experienced a life and death threat and have gained some insights. I need to go to the back mountain to enter seclusion, so I will leave first. After finishing, Jiang Xuan walked away. Shen Yuanshu had been watching the large crowd surrounding Jiang Xuan, intending to wait before approaching, but unexpectedly, Jiang Xuan went straight back to the back mountain. She thought for a moment and followed behind. Chapter 57. Taking action against Chun Yuanshu in front of the sound transmission stone at the back mountain of the Earth City. Feng Fu and Shun Tianping simultaneously unleashed their earth-shattering powers and used their strongest killing moves, which were beyond what the infinite pursuit style could withstand. I might still be able to wear one of them down, even if their killing moves are strong and can repeatedly break through the pursuit style. They would ultimately be exhausted by me. Jiang Xuan sat cross-legged there, but with the 2 attacking together, I had no choice but to use the illusory pursuit style. I initially wanted to keep the illusory pursuit style as my true trump card, but the danger was extreme at that moment, and without using it, I risked being killed. I had no choice but to employ it. Jiang Xuan felt somewhat helpless inside. The ultimate technique he had just mastered was now exposed. Moreover, it was in front of so many people. I still need to practice the true illusory ghost slash as soon as possible, Jiang Xuan thought. Although the killing move I created by combining parts of the illusory ghost slash is already a robbery realm sword technique that can crush any innate sword technique, it is still weaker compared to other robbery realm sword techniques and is considered a lower-tier robbery realm technique. The robbery realm sword techniques practiced by the great families of Feishua City vary. Some are of medium quality, and some are even high quality. For example, the Chun family's secret technique, the Cloud Sky Sword, is a high-tier technique, while the God Ghost Shocking Blade is even stronger than that. It should belong to the top-tier robbery realm techniques. Relying solely on the illusory pursuit style, I cannot possibly be a match for any robbery realm practitioners. But if I can cultivate the true illusory ghost slash, even if it's just forcibly activated with innate power, I could probably exchange blows with robbery realm experts who practice high-tier techniques. If others knew what Jiang Xuan was thinking at this moment, they would surely think he was crazy. Jiang Xuan actually wanted to challenge the true robbery realm while still in the innate realm. This is simply impossible. Even if he asked the well-informed Lei Hong, he would only say that perhaps someone in ancient times could do it, but it is absolutely impossible now. Such thoughts are mere delusions. If the gap between the acquired realm and the innate realm is the difference between a child and an adult, then the gap between the innate realm and the robbery realm is the difference between an adult and an ancient giant. They are no longer the same species. Since the establishment of Feishua City until now, for about 11,000 years, there has never been a case of someone in the innate realm defeating a robbery realm expert. There are no records of such events. However, Jiang Xuan had asked the senior Qishir. Senior Qishir had told him that the Beihan continent, where Feishua City is located, is at the edge of the empire's vast territory, and that Blackpool Mountain is a backward area in relation to Feishua City. Feishua City itself is also a backward region in relation to the entire empire, both in terms of people's understanding of cultivation and the techniques circulated in this area, which are relatively inferior. Without good techniques, innate talents would inevitably be wasted to some extent. Therefore, it is impossible for people here to surpass the robbery realm in the innate realm. But I am different. I cultivate the Heishuan Gong taught by the senior. Once I reach the innate perfection and begin to cultivate the realm of techniques, the powers of heaven and earth that I can harness will far exceed those of other practitioners of the same realm. And when I comprehend the earth-shattering powers of heaven and earth, my ability to manipulate the power of heaven and earth will completely crush other practitioners of the same realm. Even the gap compared to those who have just entered the robbery realm won't be that large. If I can cultivate the true illusory ghost slash, and even the subsequent techniques, at that time, the Emperor Qian had clearly told Jiang Xuan that it is possible for innate practitioners to defeat robbery realm experts as long as you are talented enough, and the techniques you cultivate are strong enough. Jiang Xuan knew that entering the robbery realm was a certainty for him. It might even happen before he turns 20. But if it really drags on until then, it might be too late. There is only a year and a half left. His sister Jiang Yao will be forced to marry. Jiang Xuan couldn't be sure whether his mother, Wei Baiyun, would resist to the death when the time came. Anything was possible. He had to become stronger, faster, whether it was his swordsmanship or his cultivation level, as fast as he could. Elder Qishir had said that as long as he could win over Chun Yuan Shu, she would teach him the dual cultivation techniques, allowing him to elevate his realm more quickly. Jiang Xuan pondered, then put his thoughts away, fully immersed in the insights brought by the life and death threat. The area around the communication stone had become a large open space due to Jiang Xuan's long-term practice. At the edge of the clearing, in the shade of the trees, Chun Yuanshu held her sword, gazing at Jiang Xuan, careful not to disturb his training by getting too close. I thought he was just annoyed by the questions and looking for an excuse to escape, but it turns out it's real. Is he really that talented? Even from a brief exchange, he can gain such insights? At the entrance of the back mountain, this big sister, me. You should know me. We've been living here for so long, and the one who went in before is my sister. Just let us in. We want to visit clan leader Jiang. Qin Yuanzhou was trying to persuade the two female warriors of the Jiang Clan guarding the entrance, accompanied by two of his best friends from the Starry Sky Academy. Jiang Kaidai and Jiang Huanzhu remained expressionless. No, it's the clan leader's order. No one can enter the back mountain without permission, Jiang Kaidai insisted. If no one can enter, then how did my sister get in? Qin Yuanzhou said anxiously. Don't lie to me. I saw my sister go into the back mountain from afar, and you didn't stop her. Your sister often visits our clan leader in the back mountain, so the clan leader has long given orders allowing her free access. But only for her. Jiang Huanzhu replied. Hiss. Could it be that clan leader Jiang has taken a liking to Miss Yuanshu? Linbin gasped. Miss Yuanshu comes often. Could it be that the young man following her is also a bit chubby? What are you saying? If this gets back to our family or into Lord Xie's ears, there would be a huge uproar. Qin Yuanzhou quickly stopped them. Don't talk nonsense. My sister is 10 years older than clan leader Jiang, and in my sister's eyes, clan leader Jiang is just a half-grown child. Besides, clan leader Jiang is a tribal person, even if Qin Yuanzhou cut himself off. He didn't voice his disdain for the tribal identity in front of Jiang Caidai and Jiang Huanzhu. He had no contempt for Jiang Xuan personally. But the collective prejudice of city people against tribal people was something he couldn't change. My sister and Jiang Xuan are absolutely impossible. Qin Yuanzhou spoke again. To be honest, you must not spread this around. My sister prefers older men, and it doesn't matter how many years older they are, but they must not be younger than her. Moreover, they must not only be extraordinarily talented, but also of noble birth. In fact, I feel that even Lord Xie is not worthy of my sister. But there are no better options. Qin Yuanzhou's tone was very serious. In short, don't speak recklessly. Never say similar things again. You're too serious, Yuanzhou, Linbin said. Yeah, we were just joking, another added. Even joking is not okay. Qin Yuanzhou insisted. Don't blame me for reacting strongly. This is a special time. And the family is currently seeking a husband for my sister. At this time, if word gets out that my sister has something going on with Jiang Xuan, even if we all know it's false, it would still sound terrible. It would tarnish my sister's reputation, and if anyone takes it seriously, what a huge uproar that would cause. That's true. Yuanzhou, we were wrong. We won't say it again. Linbin said, actually, I just spoke without thinking. We all understand that if Miss Yuanshu were to befriend clan leader Jiang, she would see him as a younger brother. That's right. Qin Yuanzhou nodded. My sister has always been carefree. If clan leader Jiang takes the initiative, my sister would definitely be willing to befriend him. Clan leader Jiang has the talent of a god and devil, and has achieved such heroic deeds in Heighten Mountain. He can be considered a legendary figure. I estimate that Miss Yuanshu is eager to go to the back mountain with clan leader Jiang to ask about the skills of the Tribulation Realm. The chubby young man added, clan leader Jiang's swordsmanship talent is unparalleled throughout history. The capable should go first. Yes, they should be discussing sword techniques. Can you find another place to chat? Jiang Caidai was on the verge of rolling her eyes. Hey, this sister, please let us in. Qin Yuanzhou started to plead again. They had the strength to force their way in, but it was not an option. Forcing their way into the clan leader's secluded area was as good as breaking a taboo. No, enough. Jiang Caidai and Jiang Huanzhu kept refusing. Jiang Xian's closed-door meditation only lasted a short while before it ended. The insights gained from the life and death experience would eventually transform into an understanding of combat techniques, which would benefit his future cultivation, but it was still far from enough for him to comprehend any stronger moves. Jiang Xian let out a long breath, opened his eyes, and stood up. Are you really planning to kill my brother? Qin Yuanshu's cold voice questioned. She stood in the shade of the trees, holding her sword, exuding an icy demeanor, her gaze very indifferent and appearing quite proud. You came over just to ask this? Jiang Xian walked towards Qin Yuanshu. What else? Qin Yuanshu raised her eyebrows slightly. It's been over half a month. How many times have I come to find you? You had plenty of chances to prove to me that you can not only kill the Ge brothers, but are even stronger by a dozen or 20 times since you mastered the Tribulation Realm swordsmanship. But you, whoosh, bang. In that instant, just a short distance away, Jiang Xian suddenly transformed into an afterimage. Appearing right in front of Qin Yuanshu in an instant, his body pressing forward, slapping his palm against the tree behind her. It was a very forceful tree slam. Leaves fell all around. Qin Yuanshu instinctively leaned back, her back pressed tightly against the large tree. Not only did the sound stop, but even her breath seemed to instinctively halt. Jiang Xian was face to face with her, almost nose to nose. Who do you think you are? Why should I tell you my trump card? Jiang Xian asked her. Are you trying to scare me? Qin Yuanshu's expression remained icy, mocking Jiang Xian. Do you think your childish stunt of suddenly rushing over can intimidate me? You are provoking me again. Do you particularly enjoy me scolding you? Jiang Xian said with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Do you want me to be a bit fiercer? Qin Yuanshu's pupils shrank sharply. His words had a very direct effect. Get away. Stay away from me. Who do you think you are? How dare you say that? Qin Yuanshu pushed Jiang Xian away, only to be pushed back by him. Jiang Xian pressed her against the tree more forcefully and then kissed her. He had to make a move on Qin Yuanshu. A decisive one. If he didn't act now, she would leave Tuqing. Chapter 58. This night Qin Yuanshu struggled fiercely, trying to push Jiang Xuan away. But her hands were pinned against the tree by him. With her innate top-tier realm and strength, she could have easily killed Jiang Xuan with just a thought. But it seemed she forgot about her own realm. When she struggled, it looked like she was using all her might, but she was only utilizing her physical strength. After resisting with great reluctance, she finally started to respond to Jiang Xuan's advances. Her arms wrapped around Jiang Xuan's neck. The more she resisted, the more passionate her kiss became. It was hard to determine who tore whose clothes first in this process. At one point, Jiang Xuan thought that Qin Yuanshu's excessive initiative that night on Heightened Mountain might not be entirely due to being poisoned. It also had something to do with her own nature. She was inherently that wild of a woman. The two quickly got into the mood. Again and again. At night, in the training ground of the Jiang Clan's earthen city, the bonfire blazed brightly, and people sang and danced. This bonfire feast was held in the name of celebrating Jiang Xuan's comprehension of the robbery realm sword technique, but in reality, they hadn't even notified Jiang Xuan about the banquet, as there was no need to disturb him during his closed-door cultivation. The celebration was genuine, and finding a way to make money was also true. A large group of geniuses from Feishua City, led by Qin Yuanzhou, and their guards were still in the earthen city. They were told that there would be a bonfire party in the evening, and if they wanted to participate, they needed to contribute more money to make it a bigger event to experience the tribal customs. The young masters from the big city certainly wouldn't miss out and were very proactive, throwing money without batting an eye. Thus, this bonfire party was held on a grand scale, with servants summoned from the lower tribes constantly weaving through the crowd, delivering drinks and food. Some black armored guards also participated in the bonfire party, but the tribe didn't ask them for money. Jiang Xuan didn't manage the tribe's affairs. Matters such as tribal business, patrol defense, catching spies, holiday activities, and investigating and judging crimes within the tribe were all handled by the women. The men who had escaped the tribe and returned, due to Zhang Bao's past experience, were unable to gain any rights to manage tribal affairs before the life-and-death battle ended. This was Jiang Xuan's order. As the night deepened, the area around the bonfire was still lively. Young Master Yuanzhou, why is your face so red? Could it be that you've had too much to drink? You've only had a few jars. Jiang Xuan teased drunkenly, wrapping an arm around Qin Yuanzhou's neck. Yes, Yuanzhou really couldn't take it anymore. He had a deep relationship with his childhood sweetheart. Jiang Xuan had been teasing him all night. And Qin Yuanzhou knew she was just having fun at his expense and didn't really want anything from him. He wouldn't betray his wife, but he also couldn't explode in anger. Jiang Xuan was over 10 years older than him, and while her strength was far from his, she was much more carefree. More importantly, she was Jiang Xuan's Aunt Xiyun, an elder whom Jiang Xuan respected greatly. In the afternoon, Jiang Xuan had killed the first innate guest of the Shen family for Jiang Xiyun. He even wanted to kill Shen Taiping. If one were to list the people in the Jiang clan who were most untouchable, Jiang Xuan would be first, grandmother Jinhua second, and Jiang Xiyun might be third. But looking back, Qin Yuanzhou didn't suffer any losses from this. The Jiang clan was full of beauties, and the 36-year-old Jiang Xiyun was no exception. Coward. Afraid I'll pour you more wine? What man admits to being drunk? Aunt Xiyun, spare me. What did you call me? Jiang Xiyun glared at him. I'm 13 years older than you. What do you want me to be called? I can't call you elder sister. That would put the clan leader at a disadvantage. Qin Yuanzhou said helplessly. Jiang Xiyun nodded, raising the wine jar with one hand and taking a swig, looking as bold as a man. Qin Yuanzhou fanned himself with both hands, appearing like a wrong scholar. Lin Bin and a few others were gathered at a distance, and facing Qin Yuanzhou's pleading gaze. They could only shrug in helplessness. Sister Xiyun. Suddenly, a man's voice came from behind. Drunken Jiang Xiyun turned her head to glance. It was a tall and handsome black armored guard named Di Kaixing, 35 years old, at the peak of innate strength and having comprehended the unity of man and sword. You're back. Jiang Xiyun sounded disinterested. Yeah, just returned from the mountains. Di Kaixing nodded, then continued, I heard this afternoon. That's enough. Jiang Xiyun interrupted him and turned back, showing signs of ending the conversation. Qin Yuanzhou could see that they definitely had something going on and were in conflict. He quickly said, Aunt Xiyun, I'll take my leave first, you two talk. Saying this, he broke free from Jiang Xiyun's arm around his neck and walked away, getting faster as he went. Di Kaixing approached Jiang Xiyun. There's nothing more to say. Jiang Xiyun suddenly turned cold, seemingly sober. I warned you. Don't bring that up again. I can't leave the Jiang Clan. Not now, not ever, even after the life and death battle. I've lost 3 husbands. I don't care about a 4th. Get lost. If you harass me again, I'll tell Lord Lei Hong you're disturbing the tribesmen. After saying that, Jiang Xuan turned and left. I can join the Jiang Clan. The man's voice came again. Jiang Xuan suddenly stopped, unable to believe her ears. Turned around quickly to look at Di Kaixing and approached him, wide-eyed, asking, "What did you say? Say it again. I can change my status and join the Jiang Clan." Di Kaixing looked into Jiang Xuan's eyes. "I've thought it through. I come from a poor background. My parents passed away early, and I have no ties. I can retire from the Black Armored Army. I want to marry you." Jiang Xuan was truly stunned. Most of the Black Armored Guards under Lei Hong were married, but there were still some who were solitary. The Jiang Clan was almost entirely made up of widows. They lacked men. The younger ones were fine, and the older ones were okay too, but the key was that some of the 30-something and 40-something Black Armored Guards were all innate experts, with an average age of under 40, and their quality was extremely high. After spending over half a year together, some things were bound to happen between solitary men and women. It was hard to say who used whom to relieve their loneliness. Jiang Xuan knew about this. Lei Hong also knew. The two even had a private discussion about it, concluding that if a married Black Armored Guard showed improper intentions, Lei Hong would handle it. But if it was a single Black Armored Guard and a widow from the Jiang Clan, and they were willing, then there was nothing to say. Jiang Xuan later told grandmother Jinhua to keep an eye on certain women in the clan, reminding them not to let their eyes light up when they see sturdy men, and to avoid too much contact with married Black Armored Guards to prevent any issues from arising. About 4 months ago, Jiang Xuan pretended to be drunk and won over the tallest and most handsome single man in the Black Armored Guards. Di Kaixing was not only the most handsome, but also had extremely high talent. At 35, he had achieved the unity of man and sword and had the potential to comprehend the heavenly force in the future. His talent was even comparable to Jiang Hanfeng's. Jiang Xuan didn't think much of it at the time. It was just a way to relieve her loneliness. To put it bluntly, she was just playing with men. Jiang Xuan never expected that in just 4 months, Di Kaixing would actually be willing to join the Jiang Clan to marry her. At the railing far from the bonfire, Lu Feihu and Zhang Xiu were holding bowls in one hand and a wine jar in the other, drinking and chatting while occasionally clinking their bowls. "Hiss, it's over." Zhang Xiu suddenly gasped. "What happened?" Lu Feihu asked, then followed Zhang Xiu's gaze. But the bonfire was too lively with too many people, so he had to ask again, "What are you looking at?" "Old Di and Jiang Xuan." Zhang Xiu replied. "Those two, aren't they in that kind of relationship?" Lu Feihu laughed. "You know what? They look pretty good standing together. Ever since his childhood sweetheart died, Old Di has turned into a wooden man. It's been so many years. I thought he would never be interested in women again. I didn't expect that the women from the tribe could still melt his stone heart." Half a month ago, Old Di mentioned before he left that he had a quarrel with Jiang Xuan. Zhang Xiu said seriously. "A quarrel? About what?" Lu Feihu asked. "He said he wanted to marry Jiang Xuan, take her away from the Jiang Clan, and change her status to that of the imperial dynasty." Jiang Xuan didn't he agree and scolded him, Zhang Xiu said. "Isn't he just asking for a scolding?" Lu Feihu immediately said, "At such a time, proposing to marry someone is no different from making someone betray their tribe. Moreover, it's clear that Jiang Xuan would never leave her tribe. She is fiercely loyal." Indeed, Old Di also knew this. He was just testing the waters. What a disaster. Now he can't expect Jiang Xuan to treat him well in the future. Old Di even mentioned it. Zhang Xiu's expression became increasingly grim. "What did he say?" "Don't keep me in suspense," Lu Feihu pressed, taking another sip of wine. "He said that this time he entered the mountains, he would seriously consider joining the Jiang Clan," Zhang Xiu said. "Uft." Lu Feihu spat out a mouthful of wine. His eyes wide open like copper bells, his face filled with disbelief. After a moment, he said, "I bet he just mentioned it casually." "Look," Zhang Xiu indicated. "Does it look like he just mentioned it casually?" Lu Feihu looked over again. The distance was too far and it was noisy around. He couldn't hear what Di Kaixing was saying to Jiang Xuan, but he saw that the two had already embraced, and Jiang Xuan looked moved. Slap! Lu Feihu dropped the bowl in his hand, shattering it on the ground. He seemed oblivious, raising a trembling hand to point in their direction, screaming as if he had seen a ghost. He made a decision. He wants to join the Jiang Clan. He is going to give up his noble status as a Black Armored Guard, give up his residence in Feishua City, give up his imperial citizenship, give up the rights protected by imperial law. lower his status to join a tribe. All for a woman. If it weren't so noisy, Lu Feihu's exaggerated shouts would definitely attract a lot of people's attention. He had lost his composure, because this matter was simply unbelievable. It was outrageous to the extreme. Changing from a city dweller to a tribal citizen is a downgrade in status. One must know that city dwellers are protected and regulated by imperial law. While once becoming a tribal citizen, they are only subject to imperial law without protection. Because tribes are self-governing, tribal leaders have the power of life and death over their clan members. They can kill you if they are in a bad mood. Tribal citizens are considered barbaric, inferior, and in some legal aspects, this is also true. For example, tribal citizens cannot purchase properties in large cities. They can rent, no matter how long, but cannot buy. If a city dweller becomes a tribal citizen, they must sell their properties in the city. Even if they are just an ordinary imperial citizen, if they fall into misfortune, they might end up begging on the streets. You ask them to join a tribe, they would be unwilling and might even show disdain. Being a beggar is still an imperial beggar. They cannot be a barbarian's beggar. The sensational marriage of Wei Baiyun to Jiang Hanfeng was a change from imperial citizenship to tribal citizenship, hence the term marriage down. Even though Wei Baiyun was not a royal or noble, lowering one's status is easy, but wanting to rise back up is extremely difficult. Therefore, it can be said that a city dweller voluntarily joining a tribe is an extremely exaggerated matter. Moreover, Di Kaixing is a black armored guard. The treatment enjoyed by this strongest innate troop of the empire is unimaginable for tribal citizens, yet he is willing to give it up. Joining a tribe has two methods. Directly joining requires changing one's surname. Marrying into the tribe does not require changing the surname, but the offspring must take the surname Jiang, which is no different from being adopted. Jiang Xuan said, if news of the black armored guard marrying into a tribe spreads, Lu Feihu instinctively grabbed a handful of his hair, pulling it out. People were dumbfounded. The Jiang Clan is extremely lacking in men. Jiang Xuan continued, based on past experience. If a tribe loses too many men in a life-and-death battle, after victory, they will offer generous conditions to attract men from other tribes to marry in, ensuring the tribe's reproduction. Intermarriage between tribes is the norm, but marriage between city dwellers and tribes is extremely rare, let alone the special status of the black armored guard. Once he joins the tribe, teaching the most advanced training methods from the imperial military to the tribe's children could lead to a qualitative change in the entire tribe in just 1 or 2 generations. Old D is 29 and has comprehended the unity of man and sword, right? His talent is greater than both of ours. Lu Feihu instinctively pulled out another handful of hair. With his identity, appearance, and talent, even in Feishua City, how many daughters from middle-class families would be willing to marry him? Jiang Xuan has lost 3 husbands. Lu Feihu had no objections to Jiang Xuan. He considered himself a close friend of Jiang Xiu and Jiang Xian. But friendship is friendship. It still cannot change the shock brought to both of them by the black armored guard marrying into the Jiang Clan. This shock is too damn big. Outside the Jiang Clan's earthen city, dozens of miles away, under the moonlight, horses and beasts galloped across the wilderness. Shentu's expression was grave, occasionally turning her head to look back, seemingly worried about being pursued. Damn it, I will come back. I will kill all of you. Shentu cursed through gritted teeth, having left in a hurry this time, carrying only a small bundle on her shoulder. Whoosh. Lei Hong appeared out of thin air on a nearby cliff, watching Shentu leave, and merely glanced at her expressionlessly before disappearing again, heading towards the Jiang Clan's earthen city. Moments later, in the Jiang Clan's earthen city, in an exquisite courtyard, someone, after Lei Hong appeared out of thin air, he instructed outside the door, "My lord." The black armored guard standing guard outside came in. "Is there any news?" Lei Hong sat down at the stone table and looked at the black armored guard, asking, "Is there a bonfire party at the training ground? What are they celebrating?" With Lei Hong's perceptive ability, he didn't need to look to know the general situation inside the earthen city. "My lord, this afternoon." This black armored guard spoke in a very passionate tone, recounting everything that happened this afternoon. After hearing it all, Lei Hong was momentarily stunned. 16 years old, late in 8th stage, comprehended the blade technique of the catastrophe realm. What kind of monster is this? I understand, Lei Hong said, thinking for a moment. He vanished from the courtyard. This was the first time in over half a year that he actively went to the back mountain to find Jiang Xian. Chapter 59. The two probably practiced all night. Under the moonlight, in the back mountain forest of the Jiang Clan's earthen city, Lei Hong appeared in front of a strange stone, unable to discern its mysteries. Looking at the training traces on the ground nearby, he frowned slightly, as he did not sense Jiang Xuan's aura nearby. Whoosh! Lei Hong appeared in another spot in the clearing, but still sensed nothing. Whoosh! 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 After multiple changes in position, Lei Hong finally stopped. Looking at the items on the ground, his expression suddenly became strange. He saw a shoe, and with his level, he could recognize it at a glance, so he confirmed that this shoe belonged to Jiang Xuan. He slightly raised his head to look further away. Lei Hong then saw an outer robe carelessly discarded in the grass, which also appeared to belong to Jiang Xuan. Quickly moving over, Lei Hong looked again. This time, he saw another shoe, a woman's shoe. This caused Lei Hong's expression to change drastically because if he wasn't mistaken, this shoe had once been worn by Chen Yuanshu. However, Lei Hong could not be sure whether this pair of shoes was unique to her. After all, there were still some female disciples and guards from the starry pavilion of Feishua City in the Earthen City. Chen Yuanshu was proud and did not even regard Xiahanjia, while Jiang Xuan, although stunning, had a significant age gap with her and was a tribal citizen. Although Jiang Xuan was doing what a real man should do, he was only 16 years old. Calling him a youth is an understatement. Chen Yuanshu, however, was a real woman. It couldn't possibly be her. Lei Hong was taken aback. He followed the discarded clothes into the forest, but after walking a short distance, he suddenly stopped. He bent down and picked up a hairpin from the grass. This hairpin, carved from a piece of swallow source red jade, had appeared at the auction in Feishua City 5 years ago, ultimately purchased by the Chen family. The first family of Feishua City, for 12,000 mid-grade elemental crystals. After that, the hairpin was occasionally worn by Chen Yuanshu. It was extremely expensive and unique. Lei Hong looked at the hairpin and then put it back in its place. He didn't continue searching. It wasn't necessary. If he really found it, it would be awkward. Even if the two of them hadn't, Lei Hong could be certain that neither of them was dressed. Lei Hong didn't know how to evaluate this situation. However, he wasn't the type to meddle. Since Jiang Xuan was currently inconvenient, they would talk about it later. Lei Hong vanished into the forest and left the back mountain. To the east, far away from the location of the communication stone, there was a hidden place surrounded by dense vegetation and tall trees at the edge of a cliff, where there was a hot spring. In the back mountain of the Jiang Clan's Earth City, there were many places with excellent or unique scenery, including small lakes, waterfalls, and rivers, with a total of 2 hot springs. This was the smaller one, far from the communication stone, yet it was still the closer one. The two were soaking in the hot spring, with only their necks above the water. Jiang Xuan leaned against the edge, while Chen Yuanshu rested in his embrace. Below the water, their fingers were intertwined. From the afternoon until now, they had engaged in thorough exchanges, both physically and mentally, and had talked a lot during their intermittent pauses. Now they both didn't want to speak, wanting to enjoy the tranquility of the night, the warmth of the water, and the company of each other. By the way, there was something. Jiang Xuan suddenly opened his eyes and asked, "Do you know Jiang Qinghong?" I've heard people mention her a couple of times. Didn't she escape from the clan?" Chen Yuanshu seemed tired and didn't open her eyes. Speaking in a very low voice, Grandma Jinhua has issued an order prohibiting clan members from discussing her, especially with outsiders. Jiang Xuan continued, "Then do you know her relationship with me? She is a few years older than you, right? I heard you've always admired her, a secret crush?" Chen Yuanshu said, "There are loose-tongued people in the clan, but they have also hidden the most crucial information from her. We got married," Jiang Xuan said. Chen Yuanshu fell silent. Then she opened her eyes, leaned forward slightly, breaking away from Jiang Xuan's embrace, turning to face him. Under the moonlight, her eyes seemed to write 2 words, "Scumbag." "Why didn't you say anything before you forced me?" Chen Yuanshu asked coldly, her gaze chilling. "Isn't this more exciting?" Jiang Xuan said, wearing an understanding expression. Chen Yuanshu's breath caught for a moment as she stared at Jiang Xuan, but then her expression suddenly relaxed and became indifferent. "Forget it, anyway. We'll never have a chance in the future. I can stay in the Jiang clan for a few months, half a year, or even a year under the pretext of practicing swordsmanship with Lord Lei Hong, but it can't go on any longer or will be discovered. The family is determined to find me a husband. I can delay, but I can't drag it on forever. Are you still planning to marry someone else?" Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow. "I will leave Beihongzhou and go to a place where my family can't find me, pursuing my path to becoming a god or demon." Chen Yuanshu said seriously, "Don't think I can stay for you. That would only harm you. The only chance the Chen family would accept you is if you are willing to marry into the family, which would require my utmost effort. But you can't marry into my family. I have no objection to marrying into the clan, but my family will never agree. Splash. The hot spring water rippled. It seems you have little faith in me. Jiang Xuan suddenly stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Chen Yuanshu's waist. I advise you not to have any illusions. Don't think that because your parents succeeded, you and I have a chance. It's different. Chen Yuanshu looked into Jiang Xuan's eyes. For the past 200 to 300 years, the Chen family has been the first family of Feishua City, incomparable to the Wei family. Their overall strength is at least 10 times worse than ours. The first family has the rights of the first family. If they anger the Chen family, they can directly wipe out the Jiang Clan and even offend Lei Hong. The family won't care much. The inspector has a term limit, changing every 10 years. No matter how strong Lei Hong is during his term, he will leave after 4 years. A family like iron, inspectors like flowing water. I cannot harm you. Jiang Xuan didn't argue with Chen Yuanshu. Her pessimism was expected. He still needed time to prove himself. So, you can stay in my clan for a year at most? Jiang Xuan asked, tightening his arm around Chen Yuanshu's waist. I will try my best, Chen Yuanshu replied. Then in this year. Jiang Xuan smiled mischievously. Do as you wish, anything is fine. Chen Yuanshu was very straightforward. After crossing that line between men and women, she was also enjoying it. We can practice dual cultivation, Jiang Xuan said. You understand the method of dual cultivation? Chen Yuanshu was surprised. The method of dual cultivation was extremely rare. It was said that in ancient times, there were sects skilled in this, but now most have been lost. Even the Chen family, which has a vast collection of texts, doesn't have a single method for dual cultivation. I accidentally obtained a method, but I haven't fully comprehended it yet. I'll teach it to you in a few days, Jiang Xuan said, not mentioning that the technique could repair Chen Yuanshu's damaged meridians, preparing a huge surprise for her. The Chen family had spent countless resources over the past decade and had been unable to restore Chen Yuanshu's talent. Jiang Xuan wasn't sure how Chen Yuanshu, with her clear-cut personality of love and hate, would repay him once she received such a significant benefit. He was looking forward to it. Shall we go? Let us go. Should we go to the cliff? Are you afraid of being seen? In the wild mountains, how could anyone be there? In the morning, the air in the Jiang Clan's Earth City was still filled with the smell of bonfires. The bustling Earth City from the night before was quieter than usual this morning. Who knows how many people were still drunk and unconscious. In the courtyard where the Chun siblings lived, Chen Yuanzhou had gotten up early to practice swordsmanship, focusing solely on sword moves. Although he lacked innate strength to showcase power in his stillness and motion, it was still remarkably profound. Whoosh! Xia Hanjia appeared out of nowhere in the courtyard, carrying a backpack on his shoulder. He didn't pay attention to Chen Yuanzhou, but headed straight to the west wing where Chen Yuanshu lived. He stopped at the door, raised his hand to knock, but frowned and stopped, turning back to ask Chen Yuanzhou, Yuanzhou, where did your sister go so early? I can't feel anyone inside. She hasn't come back. What do you mean? Xia Hanjia frowned. She went to the back mountain to find Jiang Xuan to ask about understanding the techniques of the tribulation realm. Chen Yuanzhou said as a matter of course. To him, there was only this possibility. Jiang Xuan was practicing like a madman, able to retreat into seclusion for days and nights. In fact, my sister was also this kind of person. The two probably practiced through the night. Xia Hanjia nodded. Jiang Xuan can comprehend the tribulation realm sword technique at such a young age. It must be a huge stimulus for your sister. She must be asking him for the key points, and that spirit is truly admirable. Actually, my sister has a stronger competitive spirit than I do. But her situation is special. No one can compare with her, Chen Yuanzhou said. He rarely spoke of his sister like this. But he would say so to Xia Hanjia because he knew that Xia Hanjia was going to become his brother-in-law. Just now, Lord Lei Hong found me and said that the people over in Feishua City are urging me to return. I'm afraid I have to leave before you. Xia Hanjia looked at Chen Yuanzhou. I'm going to the back mountain to say goodbye to your sister. I'll set off now. In the back mountain, at the edge of the open space near the communication stone, Jiang Xuan was bare-chested, only wearing pants. Chen Yuanshu was fully dressed, having picked up all the scattered clothes and jewelry and put them on one by one. The belt was torn, but she managed to tie it up just enough to wear temporarily. She would change when she got back to her room. The two of them lay on the animal skin blanket, looking at the sky. Are you hungry? Chen Yuanshu asked. Not bad, in another hour. Someone will come to deliver food, Jiang Xuan replied. I won't stay to eat with you. I have to go back, otherwise Yuanzhou will come looking for me. I also need to find Lord Lei Hong, Qin Yuanshu said as she sat up. Jiang Xuan also sat up. The two looked at each other, then simultaneously reached out to caress each other's cheeks and kissed. A figure silently appeared in the nearby woods. Immediately, his eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 60. He can really endure as a powerful figure in the tribulation realm. Xiahanjia subconsciously restrained his aura while in the Earth City, as the pressure from a tribulation realm expert would cause everyone in the city to be on edge. Therefore, when he arrived at the back mountain, his aura was also completely restrained, as if it had merged with the world. Jiang Xuan was in a meditative state, using the thousand-thread secret technique to sense everything with full effort. He was able to detect Xiahanjia's presence. Unfortunately, he did not, as he was bare-chested and enjoying intimate moments with the beauty. Qin Yuanshu was even more proactive than Jiang Xuan. While kissing, she wrapped her arms around his neck, her hands wandering over his back. People are inherently driven by desires, and Qin Yuanshu was the kind of person who was as warm inside as the outside was cold. Jiang Xuan felt that if there had to be someone among them who was more lustful, it would be Qin Yuanshu. Of course, this proactivity was only directed at him. Jiang Xuan. This made Jiang Xuan even more expectant of the dual cultivation method that the senior stone had previously promised to teach him. Xiahanjia watched with eyes widening in disbelief. The woman he could only dream of was actually meeting in private with a wild man from a tribe. And she was being so proactive. Xiahanjia had never encountered a proactive woman, but what kind of identity did Qin Yuanshu have? What kind of unparalleled beauty was she? And how cold was she? Xiahanjia even thought that a woman like Qin Yuanshu, with her exceptional talents, should be the kind who would follow rules and have the man pursue her if they were to marry. But what did he see? Jiang Xuan. What kind of love potion did you give Yuanshu? How dare you defile my future wife like this? Damn it. I want to kill you. Xiahanjia's mind echoed with a roaring voice. If looks could kill, Jiang Xuan would have been reduced to dust. No, I can't kill him. I can't ruin the tribal life and death battle. Lord Lei Hong might not kill me for this, but he would never forgive me. Xiahanjia thought further. My master, in another 6 months, will finish his term. When Master Zhou Kong leaves Feishua City, Lord Lei Hong will undoubtedly be the first inspector of Feishua City. I still want to be promoted in Feishua City, and if I offend Lord Lei Hong because of this, it will hinder my promotion, and it won't be worth the loss. Moreover, Yuanshu had a strong and stubborn personality, and she was one of the most difficult people to deal with in Feishua City. Over 10 years ago, she had killed a young master from a powerful family because she stood up for an ordinary female disciple of the Star Pavilion, nearly causing a conflict among the great clans. In the end, the Chun family suppressed the opposition due to her high talent. As long as it was something she insisted on, the Chun family had no way to deal with her and had to protect her at all costs. If I show up now, not only will Yuanshu be embarrassed, but she will also be furious with me. As a man, I would have to kill Jiang Xuan. And in doing so, I would offend Lord Lei Hong, and Yuanshu would hate me. At this moment, Xiahanjia was still weighing the pros and cons. This was his habit and an important reason why he had climbed to his current position. I am the youngest inspector in the history of Feishua City, and I still have the opportunity to become the youngest inspector in the history of Feishua City. If I perform excellently in an external assignment, I might receive rewards from the dynasty and have the chance to meet His Majesty in the imperial capital. It is said that those who have seen His Majesty even once will greatly increase their chances of becoming gods and demons in the future. What is just Feishua City to me? I, Xiahanjia, will never settle for a small place. Xiahanjia gritted his teeth and thought, what is Zhou Kong? He always says I am his worst disciple, but he is just a stepping stone on my path to promotion. But now that he is leaving, my cultivation resources will plummet, which will affect my plan to become the youngest inspector. The Chen family. Only the Chen family can provide me with so many resources without caring. Other families might have the financial power, but they would probably be reluctant to give it to a son-in-law. Moreover, Yuanshu's unique talent will also be a help to me in the future. The Chun family is just a stepping stone for me. Xiahanjia glared at Jiang Xuan angrily. Using the resources of the Chun family for a few years as a son-in-law. By the time I am promoted to inspector and transferred to another province, Yuanshu will be my wife. How could she leave? I want to take Yuanshu with me. She was born in the Chun family, which is a pity. Such an amazing woman deserves me. By the time we have children in another province, my status as an inspector will allow the children to take the Chun family name. Right? No, they will take my surname. Even if it betrays the Chun family, when I become a god or demon in the future, the Chun family will not dare to say anything and will have to rely on me. What I am afraid of is that Yuan Shu might first get pregnant with this barbarian's child from the tribe. Xiahanjia's head throbbed with anger. No, that won't happen. Yuan Shu would never really like this wild boy. She is just having some fun with him because he is young. She won't have his child. She must be feeling rebellious because the Chun family has been pressing her too hard and is doing this on purpose. She will soon get tired of it and throw him away like trash. When the day comes that I marry Yuan Shu, I will hint at this matter to her. And she will surely feel guilty towards me and apologize to me. She will let me do as I please, and then I won't scold her too harshly. I just need her to understand her mistake. Otherwise, she will definitely rebel against me again. Xiahanjia believed he had control over everything, manipulating human emotions and relationships. Even Lei Hong, who was usually serious and unsmiling, praised him. Xiahanjia felt that if it weren't for his understanding of human nature, he wouldn't have achieved this step. Compared to his life plan, what he saw at this moment felt like just a small interlude or ripple. He would make everything return to the right path. I need to stay calm. I absolutely cannot kill him. No, I must not let anyone know about this matter. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing for me, Xiahanjia. If I can't even control my future wife, that would make me a laughingstock, and it might even affect my promotion. It would be a stain on my career. I must keep this matter hidden. I don't know how long Yuan Shu has been fooling around with him, or how much longer it will continue. If Yuan Shu stays in Earth City for a few months to avoid the marriage, someone will eventually find out, perhaps before she gets tired of it and returns. The matter will spread, and that would be. No, he has to die. Jiang Xuan must die. To protect my reputation and Yuan Shu's reputation. Xiahanjia thought fiercely, but he couldn't let Yuan Shu know that this matter was related to him. I need to leave Earth City first, then find someone to do this properly. In the early stages of the tribulation realm, Jiang Xuan, no matter how strong, was not even a finger compared to that person. Killing him would be effortless. Xiahanjia seemed to have already thought of a plan. Does Jiang Xuan really think he can conquer a woman like Yuan Shu? Once you're dead, Yuan Shu won't shed a single tear for you. She will ultimately still become my wife. Humph. Xiahanjia ultimately suppressed his extreme rage and disappeared into the forest. In the courtyard, Qin Yuanzhou was still practicing swordsmanship. Any genius who can make rapid progress in their cultivation is, in fact, an extremely diligent practitioner. Qin Yuanzhou is no exception. Ah, Yuanzhou. Xiahanjia appeared out of nowhere, pretending as if nothing had happened, and forced a smile at Qin Yuanzhou. Lord Xia, Qin Yuanzhou said in surprise, how did you come back so quickly? Did you see my sister? I went over. But when I got to the edge of the forest and was about to enter the mountain, I thought better of it. Xiahanjia replied nonchalantly. Oh. Qin Yuanzhou was taken aback. Why? Aren't you going to say goodbye to my sister? Your sister doesn't dislike me. She just resists the family's arrangements. So she also resists me, feeling that it's not her own choice. Xiahanjia sighed. Since she is studying cultivation on the back mountain, if I rashly disturb her, it might only make her angry, so I decided against it. Lord Xiaoyu. Qin Yuanzhou was almost moved. A dignified Calamity Realm powerhouse. An inspector with limitless future prospects, actually indulging his sister's feelings like this. Let's just pretend this didn't happen. I don't want your sister to hear it. As if I'm deliberately saying it to you to appear sentimental. Haha. Xiahanjia laughed to ease the atmosphere. You are very considerate, my lord. Qin Yuanzhou was genuinely touched. Still, you can help me convey a message. I'm leaving first. See you in Feishua City. Xiahanjia said. I'll send you off, my lord. Qin Yuanzhou bowed and clasped his hands. Xiahanjia vanished, and this time he headed straight for the outskirts of the Earth City, heading towards Feishua City. He was impatient. He needed to find someone immediately and kill Jiang Xuan. What a good man. Although his purpose for marrying into the Chun family is not pure, he is genuinely sincere towards my sister. It's not bad for him to be my brother-in-law. Qin Yuanzhou stood in the courtyard, feeling contemplative. On the back mountain, after spending some intimate time with Qin Yuanzhou, Jiang Xuan, after separating their lips, spoke with a subtle tone. He can really endure. Who? Qin Yuanzhou was taken aback. Chapter 61. The killing intent from the Calamity Realm. Qin Yuanzhou did not understand why Jiang Xuan suddenly said this, nor did she know who he was referring to. Although she was one of the top 10 innate talents in Feishua City, having comprehended the divine might of heaven and earth for many years, and she also practiced the family's secret sensing technique, she still could not sense the hidden Calamity Realm powerhouse nearby. Xiahanjia, he was just here. Jiang Xuan said. Qin Yuanzhou suddenly turned around, her eyes wide as she scanned the forest, then turned back to him and complained, Are you lying to me? How come I didn't sense anything? Your sensing ability is not as good as mine. Jiang Xuan smiled and continued, I initially didn't notice either. But he suddenly had a fluctuation in his aura, seemingly very angry. I thought he would take action, but unexpectedly, he managed to hold back. Jiang Xuan couldn't understand it. Seeing his beloved woman, whom he was about to marry, throwing herself into another man's arms and being proactive, and Xia Hanjia could endure. This was unimaginable in the tribes. Even if the weakest tribal man faced a rival far stronger than himself, he would fight to the death, as dying would at least grant him the reputation of a true man. To shrink back and survive like a turtle would earn him the disdain of everyone. Really? Qin Yuanzhu was somewhat skeptical of what Jiang Xuan said. The control over the power of heaven and earth by a calamity realm powerhouse had reached a whole new level, generally over 100 times that of someone at the perfected innate stage. I have comprehended the divine might of heaven and earth for many years. Yet I cannot sense a trace of what secret technique you are practicing. A secret not to be passed on. Jiang Xuan smiled. Qin Yuanzhu decided not to ask further. It was a convention that one could not inquire about the family's untransmittable secrets, just as Jiang Xuan could not inquire about the Chun family's secret techniques. It was a customary rule that no one could break, just like Wei Baiyun, who married into the Jiang tribe, had never leaked any of the Wei family's techniques to anyone in the Jiang tribe. Leaking techniques would only lead to one's original family coming to hunt you down. The consequences would be endless. You can sense a calamity realm powerhouse? Qin Yuanzhu looked at Jiang Xuan's face, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a strange light, biting her lip. In fact, she had some doubts in her heart, but she preferred to believe in Jiang Xuan. She also hoped that Jiang Xuan was that all-around stunning genius. The key point shouldn't be whether Xia Hanjia can really endure, right? Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow and said, "All right." Qin Yuanzhu's expression turned cold as she shook her head. Although Xia Hanjia has a good reputation, in my opinion, he is just a hypocrite who understands restraint, is good at scheming, and loves to attach himself to others. Back then, he went to great lengths to become a disciple of the newly appointed Inspector Zhou Kong in Feishua City, planning for over half a year. At that time, he was not even the most outstanding in the Star Pavilion, just average, yet he was favored by Lord Zhou Kong and taken as a closed-door disciple, which caused quite a stir. Our Qin family even investigated how he did it. It was nothing more than catering to his preferences and repeatedly making appearances in front of Lord Zhou Kong, which he had prepared in advance to climb the ranks. He is capable of anything. Such a person, even as a friend, one would fear being plotted against in the back, let alone being a couple. The more Qin Yuanzhu spoke, the more she shook her head, even mockingly saying, in fact, some elders in my family have always rated him very highly. The problems and shortcomings I see become strengths in the eyes of the family elders, a sign of dedication and strong ability. He belongs to the category of being overly dedicated. Jiang Xuan agreed, always weighing pros and cons, able to endure anything. But it's a pity he is still a dignified calamity realm powerhouse. He is just that kind of person, Qin Yuanzhu said. But her expression suddenly changed as she looked at Jiang Xuan. But since he saw and knows our relationship, and he held back, then he is probably determined to marry into our Qin family. He wants to protect his reputation and won't easily offend me, which means you are the one in danger. Will he take action himself? Jiang Xuan squinted slightly and asked, assassinate me? No. Qin Yuanzhu shook her head. With his cautious character, if he acts, he will do it flawlessly. He won't let your death leave any doubts. It must seem completely legitimate, so that I won't suspect, nor will Lord Lei Hong. And it won't even be illegal. There are such methods. Jiang Xuan was momentarily stunned. Yes. Qin Yuanzhu pondered for a moment, worry appearing on her face. She knew that her relationship with Jiang Xuan would bring him trouble, but she didn't expect it to come so quickly. Jiang Xuan suddenly raised his hand, gently caressing Qin Yuanzhu's cheek and then tilting her chin. What are you doing? Qin Yuanzhu came to her senses and looked up to ask, Sister, are you worried about me? Jiang Xuan suddenly leaned forward and whispered in her ear. Hiss. Qin Yuanzhu gasped, her body covered in goosebumps. The overwhelming masculinity and the way he called her sister, a wild little man from the tribe, almost made her lose her composure. She closed her legs tightly, and absurd thoughts flashed through her mind, but she quickly dismissed them. No, it's early in the morning. Too absurd. Huh. Qin Yuanzhu turned into an afterimage, quickly retreating and putting a distance of 10 feet between herself and the bare-chested Jiang Xuan on the animal skin mat. She stood there with a cold and proud expression, saying, Who is worried about you? If you die, That's because you lack the ability. If a Calamity Realm powerhouse wants to kill you, if you're scared, just tell me, and I'll sever ties with you to avoid being blamed for causing your harm. Want to sleep with me, but not take the risk? Dream on. Her pride made Qin Yuanzhu say these words. After all, they had only established their relationship for less than a day. She didn't want to appear too proactive in her feelings. Actually, Qin Yuanzhu had never expressed that she liked Jiang Xuan or admired him. She had always felt forced. After Qin Yuanzhu finished speaking, she turned into an afterimage and quickly left. Stubborn. Jiang Xuan smiled, but his smile gradually faded, and his gaze became sharp. Xiahanjia, Calamity Realm. Jiang Xuan walked to the sound transmission stone and called out, Senior, are you there? In the courtyard of Tuqing, Qin Yuanzhou was still practicing his swordplay. Whoosh! A shadow entered the courtyard, and as Qin Yuanzhou was about to call out sister, the shadow brushed past him. And the door opened and closed in the blink of an eye as she went directly back to her room. Moments later, Qin Yuanzhou's sister, Qin Yuanzhu, came out, already changed into her morning practice robe, which looked much simpler and looser compared to her usual attire. It was normal for the siblings to practice swordplay together. Sister, you've been practicing all night. Why don't you rest first? Qin Yuanzhou expressed his concern. Not tired, Qin Yuanzhu coldly replied. By the way, sister, Lord Xia has been here, Qin Yuanzhou continued. He originally said he would go to the back mountain to find you and personally say goodbye. But after leaving for a moment, he came back and said he didn't want to bother you. So he stopped by the forest and didn't go to the back mountain to look for you. He also told me not to tell you, saying it would make him seem too deliberate. He asked me to inform you that he has returned to Feishua City. Qin Yuanzhou would never hide things from his sister. No matter how much Xiahanjia advised against it, Qin Yuanzhou still told Qin Yuanzhu everything. This dispelled Qin Yuanzhu's final doubts. Xiahanjia had indeed been to the back mountain, and he was really sensed by Jiang Xuan. He even saw it. Qin Yuanzhu's expression changed as she stood there. Sister, what's wrong? Qin Yuanzhou stepped closer, puzzled. Yuanzhou, am I really your biological sister? Am I the one who can make you do anything I ask? Qin Yuanzhu looked at her brother seriously. Here we go again. Time to pledge loyalty. Eldest sister is like a mother. You are my mother. If you ask me to fight Xiahanjia right now, I wouldn't even furrow my brows. Qin Yuanzhou immediately raised his hand to swear. Stop fooling around. I'm serious. Qin Yuanzhu maintained her stern demeanor. Sister, what's wrong? Just tell me. You know me well enough. Dad isn't even the closest person to me. You are. Qin Yuanzhou also became serious, sensing that his sister wasn't joking this time. Something significant was happening. I need you to mobilize the family shadow guards. Qin Yuanzhu looked into her brother's eyes to investigate what Xiahanjia did after returning to Feishua City and who he interacted with. Qin Yuanzhou was taken aback. The shadow guards were a type of guard, a title for family intelligence investigators, possessing top-secret status, in families that had been established for over 1,000 years. Their shadow guards would develop into a vast and complex system with numerous infiltrators in various locations. The Chun family shadow guards were directly responsible to the Chun family elder court. Even Qin Yuanzhu couldn't mobilize them, but Qin Yuanzhou could. Because he was a male heir, he was the family's #1 genius. He was practically being groomed to be the next head of the family. Qin Yuanzhou was also the only young member of the Qin family who could mobilize the shadow guards without going through the elder court. What shocked Qin Yuanzhou wasn't the mobilization of the shadow guards, but that Qin Yuanzhu actually wanted him to investigate a commissioner. The commissioner was an official of the Jia realm. Their power was immense. If discovered, the Qin family could be held accountable by the Lord of the Divine Demon City, and things would become serious. Sister, it's not that I don't want to help you, but if this risk is discovered, I'm not afraid of punishment. But the family could be implicated, Qin Yuanzhou pondered. He could follow his sister's orders, but he didn't want to drag the family down. The family is seeking a son-in-law for me, and Lord Xia intends to marry into the family. The family needs to confirm his character and whether he has any women outside, so investigating him is not inappropriate, right? Qin Yuanzhu said with a serious expression. Qin Yuanzhou paused for a moment, then understood. Ha. Right. It's not inappropriate. What my sister said makes sense. As her younger brother, it's my duty to help her with this. Qin Yuanzhou laughed knowingly. As long as there's a legitimate reason. Even if this matter was accidentally discovered and reached the Lord of the Divine Demon City, the Chun family wouldn't be afraid. It's reasonable. You do this as soon as you return to Feishua City. Bring people with you quickly. I'll wait for your news here. Qin Yuanzhu instructed. Okay, I'll handle it. You can rest assured, sister, Qin Yuanzhou said, just turning to go back to his room when he suddenly stopped. His expression changing as he looked at Qin Yuanzhu and asked, Sister, you mean you're not leaving? I asked Jiang Xuan. It's possible to comprehend Jia realm sword techniques in advance, thanks to Lord Lei Hong's guidance. So I decided to stay for a while longer to continue consulting with Lord Lei Hong. You must keep this a secret. Lord Lei Hong is a commissioner and has a very close relationship with the tribal leader, which is not good for his reputation. Understood, understood. Qin Yuanzhou nodded, hesitating as he wanted to persuade his sister a few more times, but ultimately said nothing. It was also good for his sister to stay here, treating it as closed-door training. He didn't know what problem his sister had discovered about Xia Hanjia that made her want to mobilize the shadow guards for investigation. That morning, Xia Hanjia left Tuqing with a group of people, and the geniuses from the Star Pavilion who had come with him also left with their guards. In the afternoon, to the east of Feishua City, East Pan Camp. This was the permanent camp for the Feishua army, which had a standing force of over 300,000, most of whom were in the acquired realm, with around 20,000 in the innate realm and over 100 in the Jia realm. Directly under the command of the Lord of the Divine Demon City. After many years without war, the western gate of East Pan Camp remained heavily guarded without any slackening. Whoosh! Xia Hanjia's figure suddenly appeared in front of the western gate. Who goes there? The soldiers on the city wall, armed with fierce cannons and crossbows, immediately aimed at the suddenly appearing figure. It's me. Xia Hanjia looked up at the gatekeeper captain on the wall. It's Lord Xia. The captain recognized Xia Hanjia, and his expression immediately softened. Quick, open the gate. Don't you all recognize him? The youngest commissioner of Feishua City, disciple of Lord Zhou Kong. Hurry up. The western gate slowly opened. Chapter 62. The strongest innate returning to simplicity deep within East Pan Camp, in a training ground. As per the usual rules, you 10 can attack with all your might. If any of you can make me step out of this white circle even once, I'll reward you with a jar of Tianlu Baiju wine. If you can force me to use the poison dragon destruction, I'll give each of you a clear spirit pill. A tall and sturdy man in plain clothes leaned on a blue-gold spear, casting a dignified glance around. He stood in the center of a white circle with a diameter of 5 zhang, surrounded by 10 people, some in heavy armor, some in cloth armor, wielding either swords or long spears. Their ages ranged from 30 to 50, each exuding a fierce aura. They were all at the perfected innate level and had comprehended the triple skill realm. The plain-clothed elder was at the same realm as them, also a perfected innate. Yet he was going to take on 10. Clear spirit pill. Master, you better not go back on your word. A tall and thin man in cloth armor shouted excitedly. Sir, you've shrunk the white circle again. It started at 10 zhang, and now it's down to 5. You're looking down on us too much. Aren't you? A heavy armored man in his 50s said, waving his long spear with a grin. Yeah, coach. You're underestimating us. More people joined in, voicing their support. They were not ordinary characters in East Pan Camp, all top-tier innate practitioners, holding considerable rank within the camp. But here, they were merely sparring partners for the plain-clothed elder. Enough of the nonsense. Last time I was careless. The plain-clothed elder glared. With you bunch of drunks and rice bags, do I need your respect? Hurry up and attack. Otherwise, I'll strike first. Hearing that the plain-clothed elder was going to strike first, everyone panicked for a moment. Quick, go. Surround him. 10 figures unleashed the might of heaven and earth, surrounding the plain-clothed elder. The elder swung his long spear with great force, using only the fundamental techniques of spear play. Yet within the movement was a power akin to 1,000 pounds, responding to the dazzling killing moves of the 10 top innate experts with simplicity and unadorned skill. Xia Hanjia and a silver-armored general named Fan Shi stood under the shade of trees at the edge of the training ground. Fan Shi was also a Calamity Realm expert. Xia Hanjia encountered him by chance on the way to the training ground, and since they were somewhat familiar, they came together. The battle within the white circle was breathtaking. 1 against 10 at the same realm seemed perilous. Even Xia Hanjia, a Calamity Realm expert, couldn't he help but be drawn in and let out a gasp of admiration. The 16th on the innate list of Feishua City, Ma Jun, the 31st Lu Hengtong, the 57th Zhu Dapeng, along with 7 others who forcibly comprehended the might of heaven and earth through special military methods, were no match for head coach Luo. Xia Hanjia exclaimed. Head coach Luo is indeed the #1 innate expert of Feishua City. His master, if not for being severely injured by a beast during the Dragon Bone Mountain battle 40 years ago, which completely ruined his realm and talent. Would have long been a Calamity Realm expert, possibly one of the strongest. Calamity Realm General Fan Shi sighed. My master's spear technique has long returned to simplicity. This is a level that even we Calamity Realm experts find difficult to reach. What does it matter to fight 10 and 8 experts? Returning to simplicity is so difficult. Xia Hanjia also sighed, but felt little turmoil inside. He neither envied nor resented it. Whether one's skill returns to simplicity does not affect subsequent cultivation. The return to simplicity is not a clear realm of cultivation. It is merely a saying. The techniques cultivated in the postnatal and innate realms are fundamental. To cultivate higher-level techniques, one must master all basic techniques and the 3 realms of entering the way of techniques. Returning to simplicity means refining all mastered basic techniques to the extreme. This can produce a qualitative change, but this change is not a necessary condition for subsequent cultivation. To achieve the return to simplicity in skill, not only does one need exceptional talent, but also decades of relentless practice of basic moves. Fan Shi lamented. Decades of constant repetition, again and again. Only then is there a slight chance of reaching that ethereal level. Perseverance, focus, and talent are all indispensable. Alas, Fan Shi's final sigh was actually one of regret. His master was at the most spirited age, yet he suffered a complete loss of talent, never to surpass the innate realm again. Otherwise, in a matter of decades, why practice the basics at all? As long as the basics are sufficient. Surpassing the innate realm would at least increase strength 100-fold. The gap between top Calamity Realm experts and innate experts is not just 1,000 or 10,000 times. It is a disparity that cannot be quantified. How could the return to simplicity of innate skills compare? It is a pity that fate plays tricks. In the white circle, a heavily armored man wielded his spear like a swimming dragon, executing a move called Great Sun breaking the young sky, carrying the might of mountains and seas, crashing toward the tall, plain-clothed elder. Yet the elder simply flicked his spear, seemingly finding the flaw in the armored man's attack and arriving first. The spear tip nearly pierced the armored man's throat, causing him to retreat in fright. Surrounded by 10 people, there was not much space. At most, he could face 3 or 4 at once. The plain-clothed elder appeared extremely calm, using no killing moves, only simple techniques, yet he could repeatedly dismantle the incoming lethal moves. From entry to mastery, as long as one is proficient enough, it is not perfect. As long as it is not perfect, it can be instantly seen through by someone who has returned to simplicity. Among those of the same realm, once skill has returned to simplicity, it becomes an unsolvable existence. Xia Hanjia admired. No matter how much he praised, he would not envy those who had mastered the return to simplicity. This is a matter of not being able to have both fish and bear's paws. To achieve the return to simplicity in skill, spending decades means there is no time to pursue higher realms. But it is evident that the benefits of pursuing higher realms are much greater, far greater. As for Calamity Realm experts who have achieved the return to simplicity, Xia Hanjia did not dare to say there were none in the entire Dacian dynasty. After all, in billions of miles of territory, anyone could exist. But at least in the land governed by Feishua City, since its establishment over 10,000 years ago, such a person has never appeared. What is called imperfection is actually perfect in the eyes of other innate experts. To them, proficiency is perfection, and they cannot see the imperfection at all. Fan Shi noted, only someone like my master can see the flaws. Otherwise, even we cannot see them. Indeed, Xia Hanjia nodded. He truly could not see where the 10's killing moves were imperfect, nor did he need to perceive it. If a Calamity Realm expert were to fight an innate expert, not to mention the disparity in the use of the power of heaven and earth, just in terms of skill, for example, using Calamity Realm sword techniques against innate sword techniques could easily crush both the person and the move. In all of Feishua City, there are only 2 people who have achieved the return to simplicity in skill. We cannot see it, and there is no shame in that. Xia Hanjia laughed. That's true. These 2 people, my master is the head coach of the Feishua army, and the other is the city lord. Fan Shi added, the city lord is a divine demon, a higher level life form. His lifespan differs from us mortals. Spending a little time to achieve the return to simplicity and skill is nothing. This was also Fan Shi praising his master, being able to be compared to the divine demon city lord. The top 3 on the innate list of Feishua City are all court officials, all specially trained, and they are innate experts who have mastered Calamity Realm skills, each belonging to different departments. The recognized strongest among them is the number 1 innate expert of Feishua City. That is Luo Yingqing, the head coach of the Feishua army. Having been a coach for decades, from an ordinary coach to the head coach, Luo Yingqing is now nearly 70 years old, with disciples in all the armies of Feishua City, and there are already more than 6 disciples who have grown into Calamity Realm experts, with countless innate experts. Although he is only an innate expert, even ordinary Calamity Realm experts do not dare to be arrogant in front of him. When Xiahonjia, known as the youngest inspector in history, arrived, he had to stand aside and watch, not daring to interrupt head coach Luo's training. After a cup of tea's time, "Get lost, you bunch of useless things. I've taught you 100 times, yet you still 1 tea change." Luo Yingqing kicked all 10 of them out of the white circle, making them the laughingstock of outsiders. "Get out of here." The 10 did not dare to be angry. They all knew head coach Luo's temper. Being scolded is a good thing. The day he stopped scolding you would be terrible. After the 10 stood up and bowed to Luo Yingqing, they walked out. Head coach Luo. Xiahonjia stepped forward to greet him. "You've been watching for a while. Is there something urgent?" Luo Yingqing assessed Xiahonjia and asked. Although Xiahonjia was a Calamity Realm expert, in his eyes, he was merely a junior. Xiahonjia was always respectful when meeting him. There was no dislike or affection. However, since he was the inspector and also the disciple of the first inspector, Zhou Kong, Luo Yingqing did not have the habit of relying on age to show off. He would still give some basic face. "Sir, I do have something." Xiahonjia addressed him as sir, hesitating to speak and showing a troubled expression. Luo Yingqing understood there was indeed something urgent, but there were many people here, making it inconvenient to speak. "Follow me," Luo Yingqing said. A moment later, in a fragrant, smoke-filled room. "It's just the 2 of us here, whatever it is." "Don't hold back," Luo Yingqing sat down. "Xia Darren, please go ahead." He hadn't finished speaking. Thud. Xiahonjia unexpectedly knelt directly before Luo Yingqing, kneeling on both knees, with his head pressed to the ground, shouting, "Head coach Luo, please, you must help me. That brat is bullying me too much." "Bullying me too much." Luo Yingqing was taken aback. Which play is this from? He was momentarily stunned. Although Xiahonjia was young, his status couldn't compare to his. But Xiahonjia's official rank was actually higher than Luo Yingqing's. Why did he come and kneel down? What kind of trouble could force him into this? Moreover, if it was really so difficult that it required a commissioner to kneel and plead, why not seek his master Zhou Kong? Why come to beg him? The commander of the Feishua army? Get up. Speak up. There's no need for this. "Lord Xia, I have some acquaintance with your master, Lord Zhou Kong. If you are truly in trouble, just say so. There's no need for such formalities. We both hold official positions. This isn't appropriate." The straightforward and hot-tempered Luo Yingqing stepped forward to help him up, already feeling some sympathy for Xiahonjia. What could have happened to push this young man to such a state? Chapter 63. Jiang Xuan must die, without a doubt, Commander. Have you heard of Jiang Xuan from Highton Mountain? He is only 16 this year, yet he has comprehended a move of the robbery realm sword technique. Yesterday, he publicly killed Feng Fu, a guest of the Shen family who ranked 4th on the innate list, and severely injured Shen Taiping. His swordsmanship talent is said to be rare in 10,000 years. Xiahonjia knelt there, refusing to get up. "I heard about it. Didn't it cause a stir in Feishua City last night?" The old man in plain clothes, Luo Yingqing, said, "It's already spread in the East Pan camp today. I heard those young lads discussing it early this morning. They also said Jiang Xuan's talent was forced out of him, that he practiced madly to save his tribe. Turning the tide. He can be called a hero." Luo Yingqing expressed some admiration. Who wouldn't love the story of a young hero? He's no hero at all. Xiahonjia shouted angrily. "He is just a barbaric beast. Relying on Lord Lei Hong's favoritism, he bullies others. He actually." Xiahonjia, a man in his 30s on the verge of middle age, had reddened eyes from excitement at this moment. Men don't easily shed tears, and this scene was extremely touching. "How could he?" Luo Yingqing hurriedly asked. "He actually seduced my fiancée," Xiahonjia managed to say, closing his eyes in despair. Kneeling there with his fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. Luo Yingqing was taken aback. When did Xiahonjia get engaged? He immediately thought of a month ago's rumors. Xiahonjia was going to marry into the Qin family. In fact, many people wouldn't believe this rumor until it was confirmed. After all, Xiahonjia was the youngest commissioner of Feishua City with limitless prospects, a robbery realm expert. He was also the disciple of the first commissioner Zhou Kong. Would he really marry into the Qin family? Has he gone mad? You really want to marry into the Qin family? Luo Yingqing widened his eyes and asked. Is it Qin Yuanshu? Your fiancée, Qin Yuanshu? She has an affair with Jiang Xuan? Luo Yingqing was already starting to get angry. No, it's not Yuan Shu's fault. Commander, you should know that Yuan Shu originally had a divine and magical appearance. Even after getting injured, she still has extraordinary talent, nurtured by the Qin family. Everyone around her respects and loves her. She simply doesn't understand the treachery of human hearts. She stayed with the Jiang Clan for more than a month. She was. Xia Hanjie seemed unable to continue, too pained, and then changed his tone. That Jiang Xuan, relying on his youth and good looks, constantly courted Yuan Shu. He is the patriarch of the Jiang Clan, wielding immense power in the Earth City, and has close ties with many black armored guards. Yuan Shu couldn't refuse him, and after some time, they became familiar. Xia Hanjie began to recount excitedly, fabricating a story of a smooth-talking paramour who lavished Yuan Shu with attention, causing the innocent girl to be taken advantage of. The impression the tribespeople left on city dwellers was one of barbarism and carelessness. Building on this foundation, Xia Hanjie described how Jiang Xuan was domineering in Earth City, how he would use underhanded tactics. This indeed matched recent rumors about Jiang Xuan. He was quite domineering. Or else Feng Fu wouldn't have died. As for the marriage into the Qin family, I had already negotiated it before going to Haitan Mountain. The marriage was settled. I went to Haitan Mountain to find Yuan Shu to return together. The Qin family hoped I would marry and quickly, and Yuan Shu had originally agreed to me. We were just waiting for the outcome of the challenge against Jiang Xuan, whether it was Shen Taiping or her brother Qin Yuanzhou challenging him. Once there was a result, she would return to Feishua City with me. But they actually, you caught them in the act. Luo Yingqing asked with a dark face. Xia Hanjie opened his mouth but didn't answer, but his expression said it all. Then why didn't you kill these adulterers? Luo Yingqing asked angrily. I have pursued Yuan Shu for 10 years, my lord. I know Yuan Shu was just momentarily confused. Even if I die, I can't let Yuan Shu get hurt. Xia Hanjie's face seemed to be written with the words infatuated lover. You still care about her? Luo Yingqing mocked, then said, and what about Jiang Xuan? He has an affair with your fiancée, and you caught them in the act, yet you endured it? You can't even kill him? If I acted so recklessly, Yuan Shu would probably never forgive me. If this kind of disgrace were to spread, Yuan Shu's reputation. Are you even a man? Luo Yingqing, furious, kicked him on the shoulder, sending Xia Hanjie tumbling. He reacted strongly, gasping for breath, clearly not a normal reaction. This was related to his own life experiences. About 40 years ago, 28-year-old Luo Yingqing received an urgent mission just before transcending the innate level and went to Longgu Mountain to fight against demon beasts. That battle lasted over a month, killing countless enemies. Luo Yingqing originally sought a more glorious breakthrough in battle, but was severely injured by a demon beast, ruining his talent. His realm remained, but he could no longer improve. In the following years, Luo Yingqing went through an extremely difficult time. Once full of ambition, he fell into the depths of alcoholism, living in a haze. It was during this low point in his life that his wife not only failed to accompany him, but also had an affair with one of Luo Yingqing's young subordinates, betraying a relationship of over 10 years. In the end, Luo Yingqing killed the adulterers. After that day, he began to avoid women, pouring all his energy into practicing his spear skills. After discussing among the generals in the army, they felt Luo Yingqing's mental state was unstable. When he returned from recuperation, he wasn't restored to his former position, but was instead made a coach. Unexpectedly, he became a legendary coach. In the third year of becoming a coach, Luo Yingqing was recommended as a candidate to be cultivated as an innate benchmark and was summoned by the Lord of the Divine and Demon City. Nowadays, in the East Pan camp, very few people know about this past. The time is one reason, another is that it is a taboo. The military had issued a gag order back then, stating that it should not be mentioned, and gradually, no one brought it up anymore. Xia Hanjie knew about this past because Zhou Kong had told him. As for who Zhou Kong heard it from, he didn't know. He had secretly inquired. And it was indeed true. This was the only reason Luo Yingqing, nearing 70, was childless and alone. It is said that he would never get over it in this lifetime. He despises adulterers the most. Jiang Xuan and Yuan Shu can't truly be called adulterers yet. Yuan Shu and I don't even have a formal marriage certificate. If I want Commander Luo to take action for me, it must not only anger him, but also evoke his sympathy. On the way back to Feishua City, Xia Hanjie carefully calculated how to make Jiang Xuan die. He could invite the top 3 on the innate list to challenge Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan would definitely die if he fought. But if it were an underground exchange of benefits to have them kill Jiang Xuan, there would be a risk of being discovered in the future, which would make it a case of hired murder. Not secure enough. In the end, Xia Hanjie chose what he believed was the safest method. He knelt down to plead with the strongest innate commander to kill the adulterer for him. My lord. Commander. The kicked Xia Hanjie crawled back, begging you to help me. Yuan Shu was just momentarily bewitched. It's all Jiang Xian's fault. He knows very well that I have a marriage agreement with Yuan Shu. Yet he deliberately seduces her. My lord. It's my parents' orders and the matchmaker's words. Yuan Shu and I are a match made in heaven. I must marry her. Please help me. My lord. Bang. 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 Xia Hanjie knocked his head several times on the ground. What does it mean to be infatuated? The woman he loves did such disgraceful things, making him a turtle, yet he chooses to forgive her, only asking for the punishment of the adulterer. This is what true infatuation is. Luo Yingqing looked at Xia Hanjie with a face full of disdain, but he felt a twinge of pain in his heart. He is the youngest inspector in history. He is willing to marry into another family. And even now, he is still speaking up for Qin Yuan Shu, which is truly heartbreaking. Luo Yingqing saw the most humble side of a man in Xia Hanjie. So pitiful. Sigh. Luo Yingqing sighed, folding his hands behind his back as he walked to the window. What else can I do to help you? My lord. That Jiang Xuan is very self-important, refusing to back down from challenges, and insists on signing a life-and-death contract. Moreover, he has comprehended the blade technique of the tribulation realm. If you challenge him, it would also be a way to maintain your status as the strongest innate being. It wouldn't be considered bullying the weak. Xia Hanjie crawled over, looking up with excitement. I'm going to Heighten Mountain. Luo Yingqing frowned. He had no reason to go to Heighten Mountain. He hardly takes a break. He can't just go out to challenge a junior, insisting on killing him. Luo Yingqing himself wasn't he afraid of others knowing the reason for killing Jiang Xuan. He had long stopped caring about reputation. The main concern was for Xia Hanjie. Jiang Xuan could die, but he must protect Qin Yuan Shu's reputation and Xia Hanjie's face. He couldn't let Xia Hanjie become a laughingstock. Chief Instructor. Xia Hanjie hurriedly continued. As far as I know, many powerful monsters have left the Shifeng Jueji in the depths of Heighten Mountain in recent months. There's even a red snake that has been chasing the demon Lu Kong, once reaching the outskirts of Heighten Mountain. The abnormal movements of the monsters should be monitored for a period of time, which is normal. Luo Yingqing raised his eyebrows. This is indeed a good idea. He turned back and stared at Xia Hanjie, who clearly came prepared. My lord. I absolutely do not want to use you. I have no choice. My lord. You challenge and kill him. That would be a justified kill. I beg you to help me. Help me. Xia Hanjie even carried a hint of a sob in his voice. Just say it openly. He knows Luo Yingqing can guess his thoughts. But what does it matter? There's just no way. As long as he is pitiful enough to move people, coupled with Luo Yingqing's own experiences, he might be persuaded. Luo Yingqing stared at Xia Hanjie for quite a while, until Xia Hanjie despaired and lowered his head. He finally couldn't hold back. All right, I will help you kill him. It is a crime to seduce a woman with a marriage agreement. Luo Yingqing agreed, and then seemed to suddenly think of something, narrowing his eyes and saying, by the way, I remember Jiang Xian's mother is Wei Baiyun, right? Wei Baiyun's marrying into the tribe back then was a sensational event. It was said she ruined her engagement with the Dong family of the Golden River and became pregnant with Jiang Hanfeng's child before marriage, giving birth to a wild child. The people of the tribe are indeed barbaric and uncivilized. They don't understand propriety. Jiang Xian's father seduced a woman with a marriage agreement, and he didn't expect to do the same. In this world, the orders of parents and the words of matchmakers are countless times more important than personal will, especially for daughters of great families. The family spends immense amounts of money to cultivate them. Of course, they cannot allow her to be with whomever she wants. This is a consensus. It seems that if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Luo Yingqing said in extreme anger at the end. If he is allowed to grow, he will become a disaster in the future. I will immediately arrange for troops to be stationed at Heighten Mountain, and I will go with them. Killing Jiang Xuan is just a matter of convenience, but the abnormal movements of the monsters in Heighten Mountain must be taken seriously. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Bang. Bang. Enough. Enough. Get up. You are a dignified inspector. What are you doing? Luo Yingqing said impatiently. Xia Hanjie stood up and said again, Chief Instructor, I am very grateful for your willingness to help, but please keep this matter confidential. If word gets out about this disgraceful affair, I am not afraid of anything, but Yuan Shu is the legitimate daughter of a great family. If rumors about her engaging in disgraceful acts with a wild man from the tribe spread, her reputation will be ruined. and she may not be able to bear the humiliation. You are so infatuated. You will suffer a great loss in the future. I can only help you this once. Luo Yingqing reprimanded, not wanting to listen to anything else Xia Hanja had to say. I will help you with this matter. Now get lost. Xia Hanja walked out of the west gate of the Dongpin camp, and a strange smile finally appeared on his face. Although Luo Yingqing's cultivation level is not as good as mine, given his age and status, kneeling to him is not a loss. Xia Hanja thought happily. Although in his eyes, I am no longer considered a man, and he may not look up to me in the future. But he is getting older and will soon retire. There won't be many opportunities for me to use him in the future. How he views me doesn't matter. As long as he is willing to take action this time. Jiang Xuan is undoubtedly going to die. Dusk. Heightened Mountain, behind the Jiang Clan's earthen city. This Hengsha Pahart Sutra is truly extraordinary. The senior said it comes from the battlefield beyond the realm. What kind of place is that? I should ask the senior about it when I have time. Could it be that outside this world, other worlds exist? Is this not a dual cultivation technique from another world? Jiang Xuan opened his eyes while sitting cross-legged, feeling a wave of astonishment in his heart. According to the agreement, the Qian Emperor transmitted this dual cultivation technique to Jiang Xuan in the morning. After several hours of cultivation, Jiang Xuan had already grasped it preliminarily. He felt that this technique shattered all his previous understanding of cultivation. It seemed to come from a completely different cultivation system, but it also had similarities with the cultivation system of this world, making it understandable and graspable. The senior had reminded me that this set of techniques was originally incomplete, containing only the parts for cultivating innate realm. However, it could enhance mental power while improving realms through dual cultivation. That's why it is called the Heart Sutra. The more Jiang Xuan thought about it, the more excited he became. The senior said that enhancing mental power could give a person a stronger comprehension ability, especially regarding skills. This could help me master the illusory ghosts faster, and even improve my grasp of the foundational skills. Perhaps in the future, I could reach the ultimate state of returning to simplicity. This is just one of the benefits of mental power. More still needs me to explore myself. However, the senior also reminded me that this technique is not a technique of the Great Qin dynasty, and the dynasty does not have a mental power cultivation system, so it cannot be further cultivated. She also asked me to regularly report any problems, doubts, or feelings encountered while cultivating the Hengsha Pahart Sutra. The senior wouldn't be testing the effects of the technique on me, would she? A sudden shocking thought popped into Jiang Xuan's mind. Chapter 64. A rage for a beautiful face. Jiang Xuan sensed some possibilities, but did not mind becoming the experimental subject of the Qishir senior. Without the guidance and teaching of the Qishir senior, not only would he, Jiang Xuan, have long been dead, but the Jiang clan would also have been destroyed by the Shentu tribe. The Hengsha Pahart Sutra is best cultivated as early as possible. Jiang Xuan felt a bit impatient. He got up and left the back mountain to find Chen Yuanshu in the Jiang clan's earthen city. As Chen Yuanzhou and his people left, the earthen city became much quieter. Without the black-armored guards reporting, Jiang Xuan entered the courtyard where Lei Hong lived. He already had such privileges. In the courtyard, Chen Yuanshu, dressed in a fitted outfit with her long hair tied up and disguised as a man, was practicing swordplay. Her movements agile and heroic. It was a pure sword-style practice, while the inspector Lei Hong sat at a stone table, drinking tea and watching. Lei Hong really has been guiding Chen Yuanshu. He had done so before. This morning, Chen Yuanshu specifically came to find Lei Hong again, saying that Lord Lei Hong's guidance had greatly helped her progress, so she wanted to stay in the tribe's earthen city for a while longer. In the future, she would still come to ask Lei Hong for half an hour of advice every afternoon. Lei Hong agreed, not exposing the real reason Chen Yuanshu stayed. Jiang Xuan walked into the exquisite courtyard. Chen Yuanshu was still practicing her sword dance and did not stop. In front of Lei Hong, she and Jiang Xuan could only be considered newly acquainted, and their relationship was far from close. Lei Hong glanced at Jiang Xuan and gestured for him to come and sit down. Jiang Xuan sat down on the other side of the stone table, watching Chen Yuanshu perform her sword dance with Lei Hong. Soon, Chen Yuanshu finished her practice and looked nervously at Lei Hong. The same question arose. Regarding the robbery realm sword technique itself, you have grasped some principles. But what you lack now is not an understanding of the robbery realm sword technique, but strength. In the robbery realm, practicing the robbery realm sword technique allows one to harness more powerful strength. It's not about whether it is difficult, but whether you can do it or not. And now, you have somewhat understood the rules of the robbery realm sword technique. but inherent limitations remain. Strength is simply insufficient. This is a limitation of your realm. Lei Hong gazed sternly at Qin Yuanshu. So what you can improve is your control over the sword itself. You can also understand this as an enhancement of your mastery of the fundamentals of swordsmanship. The deeper your grasp of the fundamentals, the less strength you will need to use the same moves. Improve towards a more skillful and precise direction between brute force and finesse. Conversely, under the condition of an instant explosive power being the same, the deeper your mastery of the fundamentals, the more basic sword moves you can execute in an instant. Whether it is the innate sword technique or the robbery realm sword technique, they are essentially composed of basic sword moves. But the robbery realm sword technique is much more complex, by dozens or even hundreds of times. Jiang Xuan listened thoughtfully. His ability to master the illusionary wind chase style stemmed from two important reasons besides talent. First, the illusionary wind chase style evolved from the wind chase style. Incorporating some techniques from the illusionary ghost slash, before creating this move, Jiang Xuan already had a foundation in the wind chase style. The second reason is that, as Lei Hong said, to use the robbery realm sword technique, one must not only understand the technique itself, but also possess sufficient strength to initiate it. Since one cannot have such strength in the innate realm, one must deepen their mastery of the fundamentals to achieve the effect of using the robbery realm sword technique in a more intricate way with less strength. Jiang Xuan had not improved his foundational knife skills. He was at a normal level after practicing the wind chase knife. Yet he could still use the robbery realm knife technique. This was because his strength was sufficient. He forcibly activated the robbery realm knife technique by consuming a large amount of innate power in an instant. Only Jiang Xuan could do this. He practiced the Black Xuan skill. Others simply did not have that much innate power, and some even had dozens of times less. Your foundational swordsmanship is too poor. Lei Hong finally gave a severe critique to Qin Yuanshu. This was his way. If you ask me for advice, I have time to teach you. But no matter who you are, I will be strict. I will speak my mind. This is called being responsible. This was the first time Qin Yuanshu had received such an evaluation of her swordsmanship foundation in her life. She silently lowered her head. Whether she agreed or not in her heart, she had to show respect to the inspector on the surface. In fact, this is a common flaw among geniuses. Lei Hong continued, when I was in the innate realm back then, I was the same. With high talent and quick learning, once I mastered the fundamentals, I would directly seek breakthroughs in the realm of techniques, without needing to polish the basics, as the improvement brought by that was too small. On the contrary, those with poorer talents, after reaching innate perfection, do not have enough talent to pursue higher realms and can only continuously practice the basics, thus becoming increasingly profound. Lei Hong looked at Qin Yuanshu. You have injured your meridians, your realm and talent are not as good as before, but you should still be able to surpass innate before the age of 30. In fact, you don't need to be fixated on comprehending the robbery realm sword technique in the innate realm. When you reach the robbery realm, you will be able to master it immediately. No obstacles. My lord, I will not give up. Qin Yuanshu raised her head, her eyes very serious. Please do not persuade me. Lei Hong stared in silence. After a while, you are afraid that once you step into the robbery realm, you will become mediocre, right? Lei Hong seemed to see through Qin Yuanshu. This was not the first day he had guided her. He had sensed this feeling before. My lord, why do you say that? Qin Yuanshu's pupils shrank slightly. Entering the robbery realm at 30, in the eyes of others, you are still a top genius, a prodigy. Lei Hong stared at Qin Yuanshu, but in the starry pavilion, this could only be considered average, compared to your brother, who is expected to enter the robbery realm at 25. The gap is significant. You might even be inferior to Xia Hanjia. You are known as Qin Yuanshu, who possesses the guise of a deity and demon. The higher the realm, the greater the impact of damaged talent. Once you enter the robbery realm, your improvement in technique will be slower. By then, the only thing left for you to be admired for will be your swordsmanship talent. So you want your swordsmanship to have a greater breakthrough as soon as possible, to prove that your overall talent may still touch the realm of the divine and demonic. You cannot accept becoming mediocre, indistinguishable from other robbery realm practitioners. Am I right? Lei Hong finally said. This statement could be said without any mercy. My lord, Qin Yuanshu, find it hard to deny. I don't mean to advise you. Lei Hong continued, but since you asked me for advice, there are some things I must say. I hope you do not become overly anxious because you see Jiang Xuan comprehending the robbery realm knife technique and suffer a psychological gap. If you rush for success and lose your way, it may even prevent you from surpassing the innate in the future. By then, it it will be too late for regret. While saying this, Lei Hong also glanced at Jiang Xuan out of the corner of his eye. He was very suspicious that the reason Qin Yuanshu was getting involved with Jiang Xuan was largely related to Jiang Xuan mastering a robbery realm knife technique, plus some other factors, such as Jiang Xuan being young and handsome, etc. But the key point must be that Jiang Xuan, at 16, had mastered a robbery realm knife technique. This must have greatly stimulated Qin Yuanshu. Qin Yuanshu felt a bit uncomfortable. She had never been spoken to like this in her life. The pride and unwillingness in her heart were directly exposed. It was said out loud, but it was difficult for her to refute Lei Hong. He was making valid points. She could not confront Lei Hong with words. I am very straightforward when I speak. Lei Hong said sternly again, you might find my words unpleasant, but I am doing this for your own good. I can tell you right now that given your current situation, it is very difficult for you to comprehend the robbery realm sword technique before entering the robbery realm. Your talent is not high enough, and time is short. You might as well put all your energy into cultivating your realm. Perhaps you could even enter the robbery realm a year or a year and a half earlier. Qin Yuanshu stood there, slightly lowering her head and saying nothing. Her left hand clenched into a fist, her knuckles turning white from the force. She bit her lip tightly. She was clearly suppressing her emotions. Lei Hong was really strict, even a bit harsh, saying that her swordsmanship talent was lacking. The proud Qin Yuanshu had never experienced such humiliation. Jiang Xuan could not stand it anymore. My lord, I think you are wrong. Jiang Xuan spoke up repeatedly. I believe with Miss Qin's talent. Not to mention she will certainly surpass the innate within a year. But at least, it should not be a problem for her to comprehend the robbery realm sword technique within a few months, especially in our Jiang Clan. A place rich in talented individuals and favorable conditions for comprehension. Lei Hong turned to look at Jiang Xuan, instantly frowning. Qin Yuanshu suddenly raised her head. Looking at Jiang Xuan in shock, her eyes filled with disbelief. What was Jiang Xuan doing? He actually challenged the inspector for her. Is he crazy? You think my judgment is not as good as yours? Lei Hong said unhappily. No. Jiang Xuan shook his head, seriously saying, I believe my lord, you are completely mistaken. Lei Hong narrowed his eyes. Qin Yuanshu was even more anxious, taking a step forward, her eyes wide open, exclaiming, Jiang Xuan, don't be rude. Qin Yuanshu felt like she was about to go crazy. What was Jiang Xuan doing? The atmosphere in the courtyard froze for a moment. Huh? Lei Hong sneered. You really are a hot-blooded guy for a beauty, huh? Dare to say anything? Can't stand seeing her suffer in front of you? Qin Yuanshu froze completely, utterly bewildered. Did Lord Lei Hong seem to know about his relationship with Jiang Xuan? My lord, you came back last night, went to the back mountain to find me, right? Jiang Xuan showed no signs of pressure, even casually pouring tea while speaking. I said you, who are usually so reticent, are being so talkative today, even giving me sidelong glances. Lei Hong huffed in dissatisfaction and said, you're clever, but you don't have to say I completely misjudged her just to defend her. There's nothing wrong with trying to please a woman, but you can't just talk nonsense. It ruins her cultivation. Saying that, Lei Hong picked up the teacup and took a sip. I didn't talk nonsense. I was serious. My lord, you completely misjudged her. Jiang Xuan insisted. If you don't believe me, let's make a bet. I say she'll grasp the Tribulation Realm sword technique within 6 months. No need for you to teach her. I can teach her myself. Lei Hong scoffed again, then said, what are we betting on? This noon, Aunt Suyun came to find me at the back mountain saying that a black armored guard wants to marry into our clan. If I win, then you, my lord. Don't interfere with this matter, and don't say it tarnishes the reputation of the black armored guard. No matter what bad influences arise, you'll take responsibility. Jiang Xuan proposed. Qin Yuanshu was already dumbfounded. She discovered a secret that had been jointly concealed by Lei Hong and Jiang Xuan. That is, their personal relationship was far better than others thought. Also, a black armored guard wants to marry into the clan. You little brat. Scheming to include my black armored guard. Lei Hong squinted at Jiang Xuan. Then what if you lose? What will you give me? Chapter 65. Cultivating the Eternal Sand Soul. If I lose. Jiang Xuan elongated his tone, seemingly having no good conditions to bet with Lei Hong. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Xuan straightforwardly said, then I'll give Lord Lei Hong 100,000 mid-grade spirit crystals. Wow. Even Lei Hong couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Good fellow. Jiang Xuan really dares to bet. Qin Yuanshu was also shocked by Jiang Xuan's move. 100,000 mid-grade spirit crystals? Lei Hong continued. The Gu brothers committed evil for 20 years, killing many young masters from great families. If not for offending the Qin family, their bounty would have only been over 70,000. The Qin family is the #1 family in Feishua City, the strongest force within 100,000 miles. The bounty they offered for their core genius disciples was only 100,000 mid-grade spirit crystals. Mid-grade spirit crystals are not a commonly used currency unit in the innate realm. Low-grade spirit crystals are. Only when there are large financial transactions and family businesses will mid-grade spirit crystals be commonly used as currency. Cultivating a fully innate individual for decades only costs about 1,000 mid-grade spirit crystals. 100,000 mid-grade spirit crystals is enough to cultivate 100. Such a large sum of money would probably attract the attention of forces outside the 4 great families. Moreover, as far as I know, ordinary Tribulation Realm cultivators do not possess such wealth. Although the speed of wealth acquisition in the Tribulation Realm greatly increases, much faster than in the innate realm, the resources consumed will also increase as cultivation continues. Accumulating such wealth is not an easy task. Lei Hong scrutinized Jiang Xuan. Are you really sure you want to bet? Absolutely. Jiang Xuan nodded with a smile, full of confidence. I'll definitely prove to you that you misjudged her. Yuan Chu's swordsmanship talent is much higher than you think. Plus, my Aunt Suiyun and that black armored guard under you are very compatible. My aunt has had a tough life, with 3 husbands either dying at the hands of monsters or in battles, and she has no children, living alone. She finally has someone she likes. I can't let her be sad. The black armored guard. Actually, Lei Hong didn't really want to bet this with Jiang Xuan. The entry of the black armored guard into the clan would definitely cause a huge uproar. The implications are too great. Lei Hong could consider this matter, but using it as a bet is another issue altogether. If he loses, there would be no turning back. But Jiang Xuan actually offered 100,000 mid-grade spirit crystals as a wager. This made Lei Hong realize that Jiang Xuan was serious. But how is that possible? Chen Yuanchu's talent has long been concluded. The divine and demonic form is a combination of boundary talent and skill talent. First, both talents must reach a very high level. On this basis, if the boundary talent is high enough, then the skill talent can be a bit lower, and vice versa. This is because in the cultivation of the Tribulation Realm, one still needs to improve in both directions of boundary and skill. Someone like Jiang Xuan, with a talent for swordsmanship that is rarely seen in 10,000 years, will have a shorter time spent on swordsmanship cultivation, allowing more time for boundary cultivation. Therefore, overall, Jiang Xuan possesses the divine and demonic form. However, Chen Yuanshu actually has a higher boundary talent. She was a terrifying existence who entered the innate realm at 12 years old, but she just happens to be injured in her boundary talent. Although her swordsmanship talent is high, it is still far from reaching the level where she can comprehend the Tribulation Realm sword technique within a few years before surpassing the innate realm. She might be able to do it by 35. That is still an extraordinary level. But she can't just hold back her cultivation boundary and insist on experiencing the Tribulation Realm sword technique at the innate boundary. That would be purely insane. Lei Hong looked at Chen Yuanshu, pondered for a moment, and then said, "All right, I'll bet with you." "Great." Jiang Xuan put down the teacup, stood up. "Your word is enough. We don't need to write a formal agreement. The Inspector General will definitely keep his word and not go back on it. I'll take her away. And I'll teach her in the future. No need for you to worry about it. However, if outsiders ask, please cover for me. You're willing to stake 100,000 mid-grade spirit crystals to motivate her. That's still your way of charming women, right?" Lei Hong didn't think Jiang Xuan had any chance of winning, only feeling he was trying to encourage Chen Yuanshu. "If you say that, if Yuanshu uses the Tribulation Realm sword technique in 6 months, wouldn't that be slapping your own face?" Jiang Xuan said. "Heh," Lei Hong sneered. "Just make sure you don't kneel down begging me to count when you give me the 100,000 mid-grade spirit crystals." A moment later, on the streets of the Earth City, the two who had just left Lei Hong walked towards the courtyard where Chen Yuanshu lived. Chen Yuanshu still had a dazed expression. Everything happened too quickly. First, her relationship with Jiang Xuan was exposed by Lei Hong. Then she learned about Jiang Xuan's close relationship with Lei Hong. And then the Black Armored Guard's marriage proposal and the bet of 100,000 mid-grade spirit crystals. Each was enough to leave Chen Yuanshu stunned. It wasn't until they entered the courtyard that Chen Yuanshu finally spoke. "Did you confront Lord Lei Hong just to please me? And put out 100,000 mid-grade spirit crystals to motivate me?" Chen Yuanshu asked coldly. "Don't flatter yourself." Jiang Xuan glanced at her. "I'm doing it for Aunt Suiyun and the future of the clan. The inclusion of the Black Armored Guard would greatly benefit the clan. I just happen to have a suitable reason to bet with Lord Lei Hong. That's good, Chen Yuanshu said with satisfaction. If you are too good and deep towards me, I'd feel pressured. I will definitely leave you in the northern Hangzhou in a year, without any attachment. You are just cheap, Jiang Xuan said casually. Chen Yuanshu did not refute this statement because she felt a bit that way herself. Last night, she even liked being choked by Jiang Xuan. The two continued talking as they pushed the door into the room. So how do you plan to win? Chen Yuanshu asked with a playful glance. Are you really planning to teach me? In fact, Chen Yuanshu didn't think Jiang Xuan could teach her. Her comprehension of the Tribulation Realm sword technique was not an issue. We'll cultivate together. It will help you improve your swordsmanship foundation, Jiang Xuan said. Huh. Chen Yuanshu was surprised for a moment, then looked at him reproachfully. Is dual cultivation really helpful for improving the foundation of swordsmanship? That's such an absurd thing to say. If you want to take advantage of me, just say it directly. Why use such a ridiculous excuse? Money comes too easily for you, and you don't cherish it at all. That's 100,000 mid-grade yuan crystals. You don't believe me. Jiang Xuan said bluntly, then let's make a bet. A bet on what? Chen Yuanshu asked. If I can't help you comprehend the Tribulation Realm swordsmanship within 6 months through dual cultivation, then you can propose any conditions. Jiang Xuan asked. The two paused in the room. This matter evidently piqued Chen Yuanshu's interest. She squinted and paced around Jiang Xuan with her hands behind her back, contemplating. Finally, she said, I want you to help my brother when he encounters danger in the future. Your talent is very high. Even if you don't become a god or demon, you should have the strength of Lord Lei Hong in the future. Does the Chen family's disciples need my help? Jiang Xuan was a bit surprised, not expecting Chen Yuanshu to propose such a condition. Unexpected things happen sometimes. Chen Yuanshu said repeatedly, now that I am leaving, who knows when I will return to Beihongzhou. The only relative I care about is my younger brother. I hope he won't encounter any accidents in the future, but what if he does? It's always good to have someone to help him. All right, I agree. Jiang Xuan nodded. Your turn, you propose. Chen Yuanshu gestured, if you succeed. What do you want to win from me? Marry me, let's get married. Jiang Xuan looked into Chen Yuanshu's eyes. Chen Yuanshu's gaze stiffened for a moment. Then she frowned and asked, you want me to stay? Not necessarily. Getting married won't prevent you from leaving. Jiang Xuan quickly said. Qing Hongjia left, it's just marriage. A secret kind. You said you wouldn't marry anyone else in the future, so why not just marry me, become my wife, and keep it under wraps? Marriage is also an important life experience. It's beneficial for your mental cultivation. Since you've decided to pursue the realm of gods and demons alone, wouldn't it be better to have no regrets before that? That does sound nice. Chen Yuanshu seemed to see through it. Are all the men in your tribe as possessive as you? Bet or not? Jiang Xuan said directly. Bet. Chen Yuanshu said repeatedly. I want to see what kind of dual cultivation technique you have that can improve the foundation of swordsmanship. Isn't that absurd? Listen carefully. Jiang Xuan looked at Chen Yuanshu. I will now pass this technique to you. With your talent, you should be able to grasp it in a few hours. After that, come find me at the back mountain. Okay. Chen Yuanshu nodded. Jiang Xuan then transmitted the Hengsha Heart Sutra to Chen Yuanshu. To be precise, Jiang Xuan taught her the Yin version of the Hengsha Heart Sutra, as dual cultivation techniques are divided into Yin and Yang. Men practice Yang, while women practice Yin. Of course, dual cultivation techniques cannot directly improve one's technical foundation. However, practicing this technique will enhance one's mental power. Mental power can greatly improve one's comprehension ability regarding techniques. In the late night, Chen Yuanshu, who had specially changed into a skirt, secretly arrived at the back mountain. Jiang Xuan took advantage of the few hours before Chen Yuanshu arrived to build a wooden house beside a stream in the back mountain. The location of the stream was not as remote as a hot spring, but it was far enough and hidden enough. Jiang Xuan wanted to make this wooden house the place for his dual cultivation with Chen Yuanshu. That night, the two had their first experience of dual cultivation. 9 days later, under the night sky, Chen Yuanshu successfully mastered the Chun family's secret Tribulation Realm sword technique, Cloud Sky Sword. First move Mountain Shaker, Moon Chaser. The sword light extended over Tianzhong. Dazzling and brilliant, it erupted with a roar, angrily slashing through the sky. Chapter 66, Second Marriage Under the Night Sky. In the forest, terrifying sword light sliced upwards, tearing a chasm over Tianzhong long into the ground, then thrusting upwards, continuously smashing towering trees and giant mossy stones into powder. This was not the true power of the first move of Cloud Sky Sword. Forcing its use with innate power not only greatly reduced its power, but there was also a loss of strength. Otherwise, the tree's hit shouldn't have been reduced to powder, but should have clean cuts. However, this move clearly exceeded the destructive power limit that an innate realm could possess, surpassing it by dozens of times. Tribulation Realm Sword Style. I did it. Qin Yuanshu looked at the sword in her hand, unable to believe she had achieved it. She instinctively raised her other hand to touch her brow, where there was a cool energy. This was the mental power she gained through 9 days of dual cultivation with Jiang Xuan. This power allowed her to be more focused, more clear-headed, and even enhanced her comprehension ability. She could feel her understanding of the foundation of swordsmanship deepening every day. But she didn't know how much this enhancement would help in mastering the Tribulation Realm sword technique. Until today, relying on that feeling, she suddenly used Mountain Shaker, Moon Chaser. Again, Qin Yuanshu forced herself to calm down, becoming incredibly focused, transforming into an afterimage and moving out several dozen zhang, with her body, mind, and technique all reaching their peak application. The sword light swept out. Whoosh! The nearly 17 zhang long sword light, carrying an unstoppable and destructive intent, swept through the forest. With a 30 zhang attack range around her, as towering trees seemed to be swept past by a dark golden fine line. The rapid cutting causing the trees to remain standing without breaking. Qin Yuanshu retracted her sword move and walked to a large tree, gently pushing. The tree fell along the extremely smooth cut, crashing into a nearby tree, and this small patch of forest fell down with a loud thud. Each tree's cut was perfectly smooth, even giving a mirror-like feeling. Mountain Shaker, Moon Chaser. Although I forced it with innate power, as long as I don't pursue ultimate power. Controlling it freely isn't difficult. This move can be big or small. If it's big, the range is larger but the power is more dispersed. If it's small and solid, concentrating all power within a few feet is truly terrifying. Qin Yuanshu thought, while looking at the sword in her hand. Buzz! The long sword suddenly vibrated. A dark golden light flickering on the surface of the sword light shot out to a length of a zhang, then quickly shortened. Qin Yuanshu gradually frowned, feeling her innate power rapidly depleting. She wanted to shorten the sword light as much as possible. The more solid it was, the greater the power. In the distance, Jiang Xuan watched the situation. Yuanshu has been comprehending the Tribulation Realm sword technique for several years. Her talent for swordsmanship is already extremely high. Over the years, her understanding of Tribulation Realm techniques is deeper than mine. Jiang Xuan did not disturb Qin Yuanshu, who was immersed in her practice, secretly thinking, and moreover, Cloud Sky Sword has a high-level sword technique with a history of several thousand years. That move of hers is far superior to my self-created Phantom Chase Wind style. The dark golden sword light had already shortened to the length of the sword body, even from several dozen zhang away. The sword light still made Jiang Xuan feel a sense of heart palpitations. Just with this move, she is stronger than me, Jiang Xuan thought. It seems I still need to speed up my training of Phantom Ghost Slash. Jiang Xuan felt happy for Qin Yuanshu, but also felt a bit anxious. The pride of a man was at play. He wanted to be stronger than his woman. Congratulations, you did it. Jiang Xuan spoke with a smile. Qin Yuanshu put down her sword, her face filled with excitement and joy. She turned to look at Jiang Xuan, then transformed into an afterimage, suddenly appearing right in front of him. Dropping the sword, she threw herself onto Jiang Xuan, wrapping her legs around his waist, her arms clasping around his neck, passionately kissing him. Jiang Xuan was pushed back a step, leaning against a tree. Hey, we don't need to rush to celebrate, right? Less nonsense, are you a man? After saying this, Qin Yuanshu regretted it a bit. The last time she had intentionally said Jiang Xuan wasn't a man, she had paid a very painful price. To the extent that even though she was an innate body, the next morning she was weak all over and had to lie down for half a day to recover. In the late night, a bonfire was lit beside a wooden cabin, with fish caught from the nearby stream, roasting over the flames. The two were hungry and tired, eating the grilled fish. About your understanding of the Robbery Realm sword technique, Jiang Xuan said, while sitting on a wooden rocking chair, don't let anyone know. Keep it hidden for now, even from your most trusted guards and your brother. Why? Qin Yuanshu, sitting sideways in Jiang Xuan's arms and leaning on his shoulder, looked up at his close profile and smiled. You made a bet with Lord Lei Hong. Don't you want to win? They were only covered by a single blanket. Jiang Xuan pulled the blanket a bit tighter and adjusted his position to hold Qin Yuanshu more comfortably, leaning back with his arms behind his head, looking at the starry sky and saying, don't you think it's too fast? Just 9 days. You went from being unable to comprehend it in the years that Lord Lei Hong thought to suddenly understanding it. This will raise suspicion. The dual cultivation technique I taught you is top secret. Techniques like this are rare, let alone mine, which can also give you mental power. Blackpool Mountain truly is a place of strange encounters, Qin Yuanshu said with a hint of meaning in her words. Jiang Xuan had told her that the Sands of Constant Heart technique was something he discovered by chance while training in Blackpool Mountain, but Qin Yuanshu remained skeptical. Anyway, just don't say anything. I told Lord Lei Hong it would take half a year, so let's wait half a year. And then you can let him know once you've mastered it, Jiang Xuan said. Then can we still get married? Qin Yuanshu tilted her head and asked. Of course. Jiang Xuan turned to look at Qin Yuanshu's face. No one else will know that you lost the bet and suddenly married me. After saying this, Jiang Xuan's expression became a bit strange, feeling as though he had tricked someone into becoming his wife. Qin Yuanshu looked at Jiang Xuan's face and steadied herself, saying, I've made up my mind. What? Jiang Xuan replied. I not only want to marry you, but I also want to have a child with you. Qin Yuanshu looked into Jiang Xuan's eyes. Huh. Jiang Xuan was taken aback. You said that since I've decided to pursue the realm of gods and demons alone in the future, marrying you is an important experience that benefits my mental state. So having children should have the same effect, Qin Yuanshu explained. It said that the more experiences one has before becoming a god or demon, the easier it is to pass the trials of inner demons. Since we're already married, let's make this relationship complete. And later I can cut off my emotional ties and focus on cultivation. But not immediately. Qin Yuanshu was afraid Jiang Xuan would misunderstand, so she added, in a year, I will leave after getting pregnant with your child, and once the child is born, I will have someone bring the child back. Jiang Xuan was still in shock. You don't want to have children with me? Qin Yuanshu squinted. I'm from a tribe. How could I not want children? We value these things more than you city folks. Jiang Xuan quickly replied, I was just wondering, are you thinking of having children for your future mental state? Or is it because of me? Both, I suppose. You have such high talent, a god and demon appearance. Qin Yuanshu said, so do I. Although my talent has been damaged, the issues with my meridians 1T affect our offspring. Our children might even have talents that surpass ours. If we can't become something, maybe our children will. Actually, your talent. Jiang Xuan hesitated. What? Qin Yuanshu didn't know what Jiang Xuan wanted to say. It's nothing. Jiang Xuan gently shook his head. Qin Yuanshu's meridian injuries were gradually recovering due to their dual cultivation, but it was a slow process. This was a side effect of dual cultivation. The Sands of Constant Heart technique wasn't meant for healing. So Qin Yuanshu hadn't noticed any significant changes in her meridian injuries. It was better not to tell her and let her discover it on her own. Jiang Xuan didn't want Qin Yuanshu to cling to him for dual cultivation after knowing, as it would affect his own cultivation. The next day, in the afternoon, in a delicate courtyard, Lord Lei Hong, Qin Yuanshu found Lei Hong and respectfully said, I dare to ask for a favor. Just speak, Lei Hong replied seriously. Holding a teacup, I will secretly marry clan leader Jiang Xuan tonight, Qin Yuanshu said, cupping her hands. I hope Lord Lei Hong will come to the back mountain to witness our union. As Lei Hong brought the tea to his lips, he suddenly paused. His eyes widened in shock, completely stunned. He rarely showed such a strong emotional reaction. Not many things could shock him. But to think that the 26-year-old first family daughter, Qin Yuanshu, was about to marry the 16-year-old tribe leader was truly astonishing. They had that kind of relationship, which was surprising, but upon reflection, it wasn't entirely incomprehensible. However, marriage was completely different. I thought you and Jiang Xuan were just a spur-of-the-moment thing. Lei Hong set down the teacup. Do you know how much of a stir this will cause if you marry down? If your Qin family insists on exterminating the Jiang family, even I might find it hard to protect you. I understand the consequences, which is why it's a secret marriage, Qin Yuanshu quickly replied. Your witnessing is merely a guarantee for a future moment. Perhaps it won't even be necessary. But I believe in your credibility and will never disclose this matter to outsiders. Lei Hong fell silent. He never meddled in others' affairs and wouldn't advise Qin Yuanshu. And at this moment, it had lost its meaning to refuse since Qin Yuanshu had already told him. Whether he went to the scene or not, he already knew they would marry tonight. Fine, I will go tonight, Lei Hong nodded. Thank you, my lord. Qin Yuanshu bowed and turned to leave. She really is a remarkable woman. No, it's Jiang Xuan. That kid has a problem. He has a big problem. How did he manage that? Lei Hong thought to himself, gazing at Qin Yuanshu's departing figure. And just after Qin Yuanshu completely left the courtyard, whoosh, A figure suddenly appeared across the stone table, looking shocked. What is going on? The goat-bearded old man exclaimed. Qin Yuanshu is marrying Jiang Xuan? When did this happen? How long have they known each other? And Qin Yuanshu is 26, while Jiang Xuan is only 16. What does she see in him? What did Jiang Xuan do? Impressive. He often came to see Lei Hong and didn't he want to be seen. So if someone came to visit Lei Hong, he would hide first. He didn't expect to hear such shocking news this time. Liao brother, don't get too excited. Lei Hong quickly said, this matter has nothing to do with us. It has nothing to do with us, but this is Qin Yuanshu. The goat-bearded old man marveled. She is the only one among the young people in Feishua City with a god and demon appearance, marrying into a tribe. If this gets out, it might even alarm the city lord. So I need to ask Liao brother to keep it a secret. Lei Hong pondered for a moment and said, these two are truly in love. That night, in the back mountain of the Jiang Clan's Earth City, in the open space in front of the strange stones. After some simple arrangements, decorated with flowers and burning braziers, it had a bit of a tribal wedding atmosphere. With Jiang Zuyun's help, Qin Yuanshu put on traditional tribal wedding attire. The tribal garments suited Jiang Xuan's aesthetic developed since childhood, and combined with Qin Yuanshu's stunning beauty and cold demeanor, Jiang Xuan was momentarily mesmerized. This secret wedding had only a handful of attendees. Besides Jiang Xuan and Qin Yuanshu, there were 4 others, the inspector Lei Hong, Granny Jinhua, Jiang Ziyun, and a goat-bearded old man who had come with Lei Hong. Qin Yuanshu clearly recognized this person. Her pupils constricted slightly upon seeing him for the first time. Lei Hong formally introduced this person to Jiang Xuan. This is Liao Wei, the master of the Tongtian Pavilion in Feishua City. Under the same night sky, while Jiang Xuan and Qin Yuanshu were secretly getting married. Deep within the Wei family's old residence in Feishua City. Whoosh! Boom! A terrifying, thunderous roar echoed from deep within, resonating throughout the city. Soon after, the protective formation of the Wei family estate activated, isolating the sounds and energies. Yet the initial commotion still caught the attention of some Tribulation Realm cultivators within Feishua City, who leaped onto rooftops to gaze in the direction of the Wei family estate. Although the sounds and energies were cut off, the terrifying lightning descending from the sky was still visible. The Great Tribulation Realm. Who from the Wei family could possibly break through to the Great Tribulation Realm? Since the death of the 3rd master of the Wei family, there had not been a single Great Tribulation Realm cultivator in the Wei family. The head of the family, Wei Qingshan, was only in the Middle Tribulation Realm. Although he was the most likely candidate to break through, he was already over 90 years old. Could it be that the Wei family had some hidden Tribulation Realm cultivator? A single Great Tribulation Realm cultivator could match 3 to 5 in the Middle Tribulation Realm. Even 10 in the Lesser Tribulation Realm could not compare to a single Great Tribulation Realm cultivator. Whoever succeeds in this breakthrough would stabilize the Wei family situation at the very least. Only Wei Qingshan had been in seclusion for many years. But at his age, it couldn't possibly be him. Discussions erupted. In an instant, the Wei family captured the attention of all of Feishua City. The lightning lasted for over an hour before coming to an end, and whether the breakthrough had succeeded or who had broken through remained unknown for the time being. It wasn't until the next morning that the Wei family finally released news to the outside world. Chapter 67. The Wei family. Amidst citywide clamor, the head of the Wei family, Wei Qingshan, at the age of 92, broke through to the Great Tribulation Realm, entering the ranks of the top Tribulation Realm cultivators in Feishua City. The news spread rapidly throughout Feishua City and to the surrounding county cities, as well as noble territories. An unprecedented sensation. For a moment, all the major families were discussing this matter. The Great Tribulation Realm? Did he really break through? Wei Qingshan spent about 90% of his time in seclusion every year. It was thought that the older he got, the more unlikely it would be. Yet he managed to break through. At 92, his bodily functions had already declined, but he withstood the Great Tribulation, which was far more perilous than someone in their 40s or 50s breaking through in their prime. The greater the danger, the greater the reward. This tribulation baptism was enough to rejuvenate Wei Qingshan's decaying body. Generally, Tribulation Realm cultivators can only live to about 110 at most. Wei Qingshan had originally estimated he had only 10 years left to live, but with this breakthrough, his lifespan limit could be extended by at least another 10 years. The longest recorded lifespan of a Tribulation Realm cultivator in Feishua City reached 129 years. That was an exceptionally rare case. Wei Qingshan was not yet at that level, But living another 20 years and reaching just over 110 years old should not be too difficult. In the next 20 years, no one would dare provoke the Wei family. A peak tribulation realm cultivator nearing the end of their life could cause a lot of trouble if angered. It could lead to mutual destruction between two major families. Yes, no one would dare provoke them. Those major families that had been scheming for the Wei family's position would have to hold back their actions. In 20 years, perhaps the Wei family would recover. Heaven will not abandon the Wei family. Wei Qingshan's breakthrough almost directly changed the strategies of other families towards the Wei family. Aside from the four major families, all the heads of families immediately issued orders to their branch families and business interests in various county cities to cease their encroachment on the Wei family's businesses. All underhanded actions came to a halt. There was no longer any need. Originally, these actions were prepared for the potential decline of the Wei family after Wei Qingshan's passing. But now, Wei Qingshan himself had forcibly broken through, extending his life. A 20-year span was too long. Wei Qingshan had re-entered the ranks of top tribulation realm cultivators, making the Wei family quite formidable. This prompted some family heads to begin preparing gifts early in the morning, intending to personally visit Wei Qingshan at the Wei family estate at an appropriate time to congratulate him on his breakthrough. This was not only to offer congratulations, but also to mend the rifts that had formed with the Wei family over the years. The Wei family had come back to life, while people marveled at Wei Qingshan's breakthrough at 92. The various forces in Feishua City inevitably discussed the absolute focal point related to the Wei family in recent times, the leader of the Jiang Clan, Jiang Xuan. Originally, they wondered why the Wei family had not reacted to the events at Heighten Mountain. It turned out that Wei Qingshan was in seclusion, and no one dared to make decisions. Although Jiang Xuan was a member of the clan, he also possessed the bloodline of the Wei family, with the potential of a divine or demonic figure, even if he never became one. With sufficient resources for cultivation, reaching the Great Tribulation realm would not be difficult. Such a descendant would also guarantee the future of the Wei family. Did they really think the Wei family would bow to a wild child of a clan? Would they abandon the dignity of a millennia-old family? The scandal caused by Wei Baiyin's marriage had already brought shame to the Wei family. If they welcomed Jiang Xuan, with his talent, he would surely be groomed as the next family head. Even if Wei Qingshan was willing, there would probably be many within the family who would not agree. Yes, there would be significant resistance. Moreover, if they were to sever ties with the Jin Hedong family for Jiang Xuan, it would become a deadly feud. I think if the Wei family were wise, they should bow their heads. The value of a divine or demonic figure is self-evident. He could directly resolve the Wei family's issue of succession. No. Whether Jiang Xuan is involved or not, the issue of succession would be resolved with Wei Qingshan's breakthrough, with the Wei family's foundation. If they could not cultivate a new tribulation realm cultivator in 20 years, then they would no longer be the Wei family. But Jiang Xuan's potential goes beyond the tribulation realm. He is a divine or demonic figure. And let's not overestimate the divine or demonic figure. Didn't that member of the Chun family get injured? Even if he wasn't injured, the probability of becoming a divine or demonic figure is minuscule. It's just that compared to others who have no chance, he has a slightly higher chance. Moreover, the resources required to cultivate to the divine or demonic realm are not something a single clan can bear. Right. Therefore, the birth of a divine or demonic figure has significance only within major families. Only families like the four major families have the foundation to exhaust their resources to cultivate a divine or demonic figure. And that's only a possibility. The birth of a divine or demonic figure within a clan does not provide enough resources for cultivation. Don't say a small clan like the Jiang Clan. Even if all the wealth of the 10 major families at Heighten Mountain were pulled together, they still could not support the cultivation of a single divine or demonic figure. Thus, the birth of a divine or demonic figure in a clan is meaningless and only wastes talent. In my opinion, Jiang Xuan should bow to the Wei family. To hell with the clan. He should come directly to the Wei family, bow his head, acknowledge his ancestry, and change his name to Wei Xian. Be low-key and do not let the Wei family lose face. If the clan is destroyed, so be it. Just a bunch of barbarians. If he listens and does not obstruct the marriage between the Wei family and the Dong family, the Wei family would accept him. Yes, with such high talent. If he bows his head, the Wei family will definitely want him. If Jiang Xuan wants to avoid wasting his talent, he still has to rely on the Wei family. Without the Wei family, don't even mention the divine or demonic realm. Even reaching the Great Tribulation realm would be impossible. 500 years ago, Jiang Zhengwu was at the height of the Jiang Clan's power. He only reached the Great Tribulation realm shortly before he died in battle. At that time, the Jiang Clan's territory had abundant mineral resources, but many years have passed, and the mines from back then have long been exhausted. The newly discovered mines are few and far between. The Jiang Clan is indeed struggling to nurture a Great Tribulation realm cultivator. The Middle Tribulation realm is already the limit. This is under the condition that Jiang Xuan is unharmed. The clan's territory is right at the foot of Heightened Mountain, where the dangers are far greater than in Feishua City. The Middle Tribulation realm is not considered a top-tier powerhouse in all of Feishua City. Many families outside the four major families possess such cultivators. Those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Whether Jiang Xuan will bow his head is hard to say. Clans are mostly filled with brutes. There are very few who can truly assess the situation. If he is willing to waste his talent in the clan, it wouldn't be a bad thing for us families in Feishua City. Ha ha ha. Yes, yes. In the midst of the bustling noise, the Wei family was inundated with visitors all morning, yet none were able to see Wei Qingshan himself. No matter how prominent the figures were, they could only be received by the other two breakthrough members of the Wei family. Just having broken through, Wei Qingshan was still resting, and no one dared to disturb him. The guests could only leave their gifts and say they would visit again another day. At noon, deep within the old residence of the Wei family, in a grand hall, dozens of core members of the Wei family were anxiously waiting. Since Wei Qingshan had gone to rest immediately after his breakthrough, they were uncertain whether he had sustained any injuries. It was indeed a bit nerve-wracking for someone of his age to have just broken through. Just then, Wei Qingshan lifted the curtain and walked out from the back hall. The crowd quickly rose from their chairs and focused their gaze. Wei Qingshan appeared to have aged back 30 years, looking like a man in his 60s. The tribulation had rejuvenated him, and his aura was several times more impressive than before. His realm had stabilized completely. Knowing what they were thinking, Wei Qingshan spoke to reassure them as he took a seat. Congratulations, head of the family. Congratulations, master. Congratulations, grandfather. Congratulations, great-grandfather. Dozens of people knelt and kowtowed, creating a spectacular scene. Enough. Wei Qingshan smiled and said, "Everyone, rise and sit." He was usually a very serious person, and the younger generation could not sit in his presence. But today he was in a very good mood. The dozens of people in the hall all had joyful expressions, and after rising, they returned to their seats. First, tell me, during my seclusion, has anything major happened outside? Wei Qingshan casually asked. Such matters requiring the head of the family to personally inquire about rarely occurred. He genuinely asked without any ulterior motive. However, unexpectedly, the expressions of the more than 40 people in the room changed dramatically, including the two breakthrough members. His fourth son, Wei Honghua, who had been granted immense power in the past 6 months, looked particularly grim and unnatural. What's wrong? Wei Qingshan's expression darkened. If there is something, speak up. Don't hide it. The others didn't speak, but all looked at Wei Honghua with their eyes. Father, Wei Honghua had no choice but to step forward, respectfully saying, "It's about that Jiang Xuan. 12 days ago, the first talent of the Shen family, Shen Taiping, and the first guest, Feng Fu, clashed with Jiang Xuan in the tribal Earth City. The two teamed up to fight Jiang Xuan, and the result. What was the result?" Wei Qingshan frowned. Feng Fu died, and Shen Taiping was saved by the inspector, Xia Hanjia, who happened to be in the Earth City at the time. Otherwise, he would have died as well. One died, and one was severely injured, Wei Honghua said with difficulty, instinctively swallowing. Jiang Xuan has comprehended the breakthrough knife technique across realms. Wei Qingshan froze. His hand pressed against the ancient table made of innate iron wood, instinctively applying some force, without any power leaking out, as Wei Qingshan squinted in thought. The moment he removed his hand, the table turned to dust. God in demon form? Wei Qingshan looked at his son and asked. Yes. Wei Honghua nodded, his flesh trembling unnaturally. Suddenly, he collapsed to his knees and said, "Father, I realize my mistakes. It was indeed my failure to recognize people back then. Wei Baiyun once said that Jiang Xuan was half innate at 12 years old. I thought it was a falsehood, but now it seems that Wei Baiyun was right. Jiang Xuan is indeed extraordinarily gifted. It's my ignorance and arrogance that made the family miss such a talented descendant. Please punish me." With a thud, Wei Honghua knocked his head against the ground in one breath. He knew he had reached a point where he had to admit his mistake. Taking advantage of Wei Qingshan's good mood, he quickly confessed. He was also taking a gamble that his father would not punish him at this moment. Wei Qingshan looked expressionlessly at his son, who was already over 60 years old. Wei Hongqiu was anxious. Silence. Just as the atmosphere in the hall was about to become suffocating, Wei Qingshan finally spoke. Get up, this matter is not your fault. Chapter 68, Jiang Xuan. Don't be too arrogant. On March 16th, behind the mountain of the Jiang Clan's Earth City, Wei Qingshan's breakthrough had indeed broken the record of Feishua City for 100 years, crossing the Great Tribulation at the age of 92. His body, tempered by the tribulation, had regained new vitality. It was said that he looked as if he had become 30 years younger, coupled with his combat experience far surpassing others. Chun Yuanshu leaned against a tree, sharing the intelligence that had come from Feishua City. This detailed information came from the intelligence network of the Qin family, where over 10 Qin family guards had remained in the Earth City to assist Chun Yuanshu with various tasks. If anything significant happened in Feishua City, they would receive the relevant information and pass it on to Chun Yuanshu. In comparison, the several breakthrough members of the Wei family, who originally formed a battle formation, might not have been able to match Lord Lei Hong, but now, with Wei Qingshan alone, he was already on par with Lord Lei Hong. In a spar, he might not be as good as Lord Lei Hong, and at 92, no matter how rejuvenated he became, he could not possibly have more endurance than someone in their prime. However, in a life-and-death struggle, even if Lord Lei Hong could kill him, he himself might not survive. Jiang Xuan sat cross-legged on a fur blanket, eyes closed, not responding to Chun Yuanshu. An existence in the late stages of life, but possessing more vitality than a normal old person, a great tribulation realm, was the most terrifying presence. Holding a sword in her arms, Chun Yuanshu glanced at Jiang Xuan. Even our Chun family intends to repair relations with the Wei family this time, at least restoring things to the way they were. Although we now have 2 great tribulation realms stationed in the Qin family, and at least 3 others who could enter the Great Tribulation realm within the next 20 years, the Qin family isn't afraid of the Wei family. But we also don't want the Wei family to misinterpret some of our actions to avoid trouble. The originally precarious status of the Wei family among the 4 great families had been stabilized this time. Husband. Jiang Xuan opened his eyes, his expression calm. Speak plainly. What do you want to say? Wife. Chun Yuanshu sighed. I know you are worried about your mother and sister. Since, oh no, I should say our mother and sister now. Chun Yuanshu's expression was odd. Having married Jiang Xuan for only 2 days, the private terms of husband and wife had made Chun Yuanshu's feelings for Jiang Xuan subtly change again. Ever since you went to Lord Lei Hong's place this morning and heard about Wei Qingshan's breakthrough, you've been preoccupied and silent. Chun Yuanshu said, I want to say that no matter what decision you make, I will support you. You are already remarkable. Some things cannot be changed by your strength alone. Jiang Xuan suddenly turned his head, squinting at Chun Yuanshu. What do you mean? Jiang Xuan asked repeatedly. Do you have any news you haven't told me? Just as Chun Yuanshu was about to speak, urgent shouts came from outside, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. The Wei family is here. Jiang Xuan instantly stood up, his brow furrowed. He suddenly understood what Chun Yuanshu had meant earlier. The Wei family sent a team of more than 10 people this time, neither low-key nor ostentatious. At the forefront was a young man from the Wei family named Wei Shace, who was under 30 years old and at the mid-stage of innate realm. He also had another unique identity, Jiang Xuan's cousin. Wei Shace's father was Wei Baiyun's biological brother, making him Jiang Xuan's uncle. Jiang Xuan received them. His mother and sister were still in the Wei family's hands, so he wouldn't make things difficult for the envoys sent by the Wei family. After all, one does not kill the messenger in a military confrontation. In the hall, speak quickly. Jiang Xuan strode in and took his seat at the host position. Wei Shace, who had just cupped his fists and saluted, froze for a moment before quickly transforming his expression into a smile, saying, Head of the Jiang family, you are straightforward and forthright. I admire you greatly. Jiang Xuan couldn't help but scrutinize Wei Shace for a moment. One shouldn't strike a smiling face. Wei Shace is indeed rare in having a good temper, with no signs of embarrassment on his face. However, the middle-aged man in brown clothes beside him, dressed as a guard, wore a gloomy expression. Even his gaze while surveying the hall was filled with disdain and contempt. I'll give you a cup of tea's time to say everything you want to say, and then take your people and get out of the Earth City. Jiang Xuan said expressionlessly as he looked at Wei Shace. Seeing Jiang Xuan's attitude, Wei Shace didn't want to waste words. Clan leader Jiang, can we talk privately? He asked. You all can leave. Jiang Xuan raised his hand. The servants and maidens at the door, as well as the tribal guards outside, all left and closed the door, leaving only Jiang Xuan, Wei Shace, and the middle-aged man in brown clothes in the room. Clan leader Jiang, I'll be direct. The head of the family wants you to return to the Wei family and take the Wei surname. Wei Shace said repeatedly. This is also the result of internal discussions within the family. Clan leader Jiang, you have extraordinary talent, as long as you are willing to return to the Wei family. The family is willing to cultivate you with all their might. They can even train you as a generation of family head. Your mother, my Aunt Wei Baiyun, will also have a respected status in the family because of you. Once your sister marries into the Dong family of Jinha, you will also gain their strong support. You have the potential of a god or demon. Enough. Jiang Xuan interrupted coldly, looking at Wei Shace with mockery. What you mean is for me to give up my tribe, abandon the ancestral surname, and recognize your Wei family as my ancestors. That's not entirely accurate, clan leader Jiang. You have half of the Wei family's bloodline in you, Wei Shace said stubbornly. Moreover, you don't need to worry about the issue of life and death battles. The Wei family ranks among the 4 great families, with many privileges. Changing your registration to the Wei family and leaving your tribe does not violate the imperial law, and you will no longer be a tribal member. Jiang Xuan couldn't help but laugh in anger. He had understood the Wei family's intentions. They wanted him, Jiang Xuan, to join the Wei family, and then nothing would change. His sister would still be forced to marry a middle-aged man, and Jiang Xuan himself would have to change his surname and completely leave the tribe, which would clearly lead to the direct annihilation of the Jiang Clan in the life and death battles. The Wei family didn't care about that at all. They didn't even mention a single word of interest in it. The Wei family only wanted Jiang Xuan himself, with the sole promise of providing enough resources for his cultivation. You Wei family really don't take me, Jiang Xuan, seriously. Not at all. You don't even regard me as a thing. Jiang Xuan stared at Wei Shace. Who proposed such a ridiculous suggestion? Wei Qingshan. Go back and ask him if he got struck by lightning and became stupid. Wei Shace's expression changed drastically. And you? The Wei family sent you. Looking at your age, you're only in the mid-stage of the innate realm. Although you're a direct descendant of the Wei family, you're probably not a core member, right? Jiang Xuan said sarcastically. The Wei family really values me, sending such a marginal and useless person to negotiate with me. Is it that you're usually easy to bully, and you don't dare to retort when scolded, so the Wei family sent you to convey such an outrageous decision? Wei Shace's face changed again, anger flashing in his eyes. Do you think there's even a slight chance I would agree? To abandon my tribesmen and watch them die? Am I still human? Jiang Xuan shouted angrily. Get out immediately. Go back and tell Wei Qingshan. Take good care of my mother and sister. If my mother and sister lose even a single hair, one day, I will make your Wei family pay the price. Jiang Xuan, don't be too arrogant. The middle-aged man in brown clothes shouted, glaring at Jiang Xuan. I advise you to think clearly. With just the resources of your tribe, not only will you be unable to cultivate into a god or demon, but you won't even reach the great heavenly tribulation realm. You'll just waste your talent. The family is giving you an opportunity. You must learn to cherish it. Without the Wei family, you will be nothing in the future. This is your only chance. Jiang Xuan turned his gaze to the middle-aged man in brown, his eyes cold. Your tribesmen? Just a bunch of tribal savages. What do their lives and deaths count for? Those who know the times are heroes. If you abandon them, not only will no one blame you for being heartless, but they will praise you for knowing how to assess the situation. I advise you not to be ungrateful, to give up for a group of savages. How dare you? Just as the angry middle-aged man was about to shout, he suddenly screamed. Jiang Xuan had slapped the long knife he had casually placed on the table. The knife light flashed. An extremely strange arc of light passed by, and the middle-aged man in brown, who had reached innate perfection and understood the unity of man and sword, could only manage to place his hand on the sword hilt, but before he could draw it, the terrifying arc of light instantly approached his eyes and sliced through. All his thoughts and actions came to an abrupt halt in that moment. Puff! Half of his head flew off, and blood mixed with red and white sprayed all over Wei Shace's face. Wei Shace didn't even see Jiang Xuan draw his knife. He only felt Jiang Xuan's hand slap the knife sheath, and the sharp killing intent brushed past him. The middle-aged man's skull was left with half of his face flying away. Wei Shace was dumbfounded, feeling as if he had walked through the gates of hell. Not even daring to wipe the blood and brains off his face, standing there with his eyes wide and filled with terror. Jiang Xuan's strength shattered his understanding of the innate realm. Get out! Jiang Xuan shouted coldly. Wei Shace seemed to have exhausted all his strength before his stiff body began to move. He took 2 steps back and then stumbled to escape outside. Bang! As he crashed open the door, Wei Shace stumbled and fell out, rolling on the ground. The other Wei family guards waiting in the courtyard all changed their expressions. Young master, whose blood is this? Mr. Zhu was killed? The personal guard who accompanied Wei Shace was a well-respected innate guest of the Wei family. Go. Hurry back and tell the head of the family. Go. Wei Shace scrambled to his feet, shouting in panic. Chapter 69, Epiphany. A slash that can kill in the Tribulation Realm. One day later, in Feishua City, within a hidden courtyard. The courtyard was arranged with a three-zhang formation, using top-grade elemental crystals as the core. While gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the energy of the top-grade elemental crystals also dissipated within the formation. This formation not only allowed cultivators to practice their skills, such as swordsmanship and knife techniques, but as long as they stood within the formation, they would be in a better state. It was extremely extravagant. A single top-grade elemental crystal could only maintain this formation for 3 hours and required many other auxiliary materials. Even core descendants of the four great families rarely used such a method for cultivation. Xiahanja practiced swordsmanship within the formation. Although I have only surpassed the innate realm for a little over 3 years, I am only at the minor heavenly tribulation realm, but with my diligence. Within the minor heavenly tribulation realm, I am hard to find an opponent. As long as the resources continue, I will step into the middle heavenly tribulation realm within 3 to 5 years, pass the trials, and be promoted to an inspector. Chen Yuanshu, what makes you look down on me? Clang. Xiahanja threw his sword to the ground. If it weren't for the formation's sturdiness, this throw would have likely created a giant pit in the entire courtyard. Damn Jiang Xuan, if you're a man, don't go back to the Wei family. Xiahanja paced back and forth, growing more and more irritated. He had been keeping an eye on the Wei family, and yesterday the Wei family finally sent someone to the tribal leader. His heart was in his throat. If Jiang Xuan returned to the Wei family, then Xiahanja wouldn't be able to kill him easily. Even if everything was in accordance with imperial law, he couldn't challenge Jiang Xuan to a life-and-death fight. But the four great families had rules against signing life-and-death contracts, and when the time came, the commander of the Feishua army, Luo Yingqing, would propose to fight Jiang Xuan, and the Wei family would surely intervene. Without a life-and-death contract, even if they fought, Luo Yingqing wouldn't casually kill core descendants of the four great families. That was a world of difference from tribal members. My lord. A low voice sounded outside. Xiahanja was startled and quickly said, Come in. Is it news from the Wei family? Yes, my lord. A robust man in a green robe entered and approached Xiahanja with a respectful expression. Although the Wei family wanted to keep this matter low-key and issued a gag order, they still found out that Wei Shace, who is closely related to Jiang Xuan, was sent to the Jiang Clan along with more than 10 guards and attendants, including the well-known Zhu Deqiu. The green-robed man reported in detail, including the Wei family's conditions and part of the negotiation process. This was supposed to be confidential, but Wei Shace was so frightened that on his way back, he angrily scolded Jiang Xuan in front of the guards, inadvertently revealing the information. Listening to this, Xiahanjia's expression gradually relaxed, revealing a smile. The final outcome was that Zhu Deqiu was killed by Jiang Xuan with one strike, and the negotiations broke down without any room for reconciliation, the green-robed man said. Ha. Xiahanja chuckled, shaking his head. Jiang Xuan is really a barbaric brute. For a small tribe, he gives up the opportunity to become a god or demon and completely falls out with the Wei family. It's simply foolish. I originally thought he was someone of significance. I overestimated him. Jiang Xuan's choice is indeed hard to understand, the green-robed man continued. However, it is said that Jiang Xuan killed Zhu Deqiu in the blink of an eye, and Zhu Deqiu didn't even have time to draw his sword. Wei Shace didn't even see how Jiang Xuan made his move. Jiang Xuan's strength is indeed terrifying. Even if he is terrifying, he is just a congenital master. Moreover, he is not the strongest congenital master in Feishua City, not even in the top 3. He is no match for any of them, Xiahanja said, hands behind his back. His actions are so flamboyant and arrogant, killing people at the drop of a hat. With such a temperament, he will suffer the consequences sooner or later. I don't think he can last much longer. All right, you can go now. Your subordinate takes his leave, the green-robed man said. Retreating, Xiahanja flicked his wrist, and the long sword on the ground flew back into his hand. The orders for the Feishua army to hunt down demons were also about to be approved. Looking at the sword in his hand, Xiahanja thought to himself, I just need to wait for head instructor Luo to go to Heighten Mountain with the army to challenge Jiang Xuan. He surely wouldn't expect head instructor Luo to kill him, right? Ha 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 ha. I really overestimated him and worried about him for so many days. It was Chun Yuanshu's choice that blinded my eyes. No matter how high Jiang Xian's talent is, in the end, he is just a tribesman. Ignorant, barbaric, arrogant, reckless, bloodthirsty, and combative. He has too many obvious weaknesses. Even if I don't invite head instructor Luo to personally take action, it's easy to make him die with a little trick. However, since I have already invited head instructor Luo, for him to die at head instructor Luo's hands is a fortune he has accumulated over several lifetimes. I can't be bothered to deal with him anymore. What a waste of my time. Xia Hanjie shook his head with a self-deprecating smile, and then the sword light surged. He began to practice swordsmanship again, extremely focused and serious. He had completely thrown Jiang Xuan out of his mind. A dying tribesman really isn't worth much thought. If it weren't for Chun Yuanshu this time, Xia Hanjie felt he might never have schemed against a tribesman in his life because they are too lowly. So lowly that they belong to two different worlds. He is not even worthy of being schemed against by him. Such high talent destined to enter the tribulation realm. Yet abruptly cut short, stopping at congenital and ending at 16, how many people would be shocked by this? Ha ha ha. Xia Hanjie couldn't help but feel pleased at the thought. By noon that day, news of the breakdown in talks between the Wei family and Jiang Xuan spread throughout Feishua City, including numerous details, such as Jiang Xuan's grandiose threats. The Wei family originally wanted to handle this matter discreetly, but they didn't know which guard let something slip. After some investigation, there were no results. With the encouragement of interested parties, Jiang Xuan quickly became the focus of Feishua City. The whole city was abuzz with discussions. Many people felt sorry for Jiang Xuan. What a waste of talent. Without sufficient resources, high talent is useless. If Jiang Xuan were a city dweller unrelated to any major family, the four major families would definitely spend heavily to recruit him, no matter what. But unfortunately, he has Wei family blood, and the other families dare not take him in. Now that he has completely fallen out with the Wei family, he can only cultivate in the wild lands of the tribe, let alone becoming a god or demon. I wonder when he will surpass congenital. It's a question. Such a pity. There were also many people gloating over his misfortune, such as the Shun family from the four major families. Jiang Xuan made the Shun family lose face. But Shen Taiping initially went to the Earth City under the guise of a challenge. Regardless of the process, in the end, they lost 2-1. Shen family had no choice but to accept defeat. Otherwise, they would really be shameless. Revenge after losing a challenge? There is no such thing. Moreover, the incident occurred within the territory of a tribe with autonomy, and Lei Hong had also made a statement to the outside. For various reasons, the Shen family could only swallow their frustration. That top attendant, Feng Fu, died, and that was that. The Shen family privately compensated Feng Fu's family a lot, but they couldn't seek trouble with Jiang Xuan. It was extremely frustrating. As a result, during this time, whenever the young masters of the Shen family went anywhere, they would be talked about regarding this matter, and they felt squeezed out in discussions. It made them extremely uncomfortable. Therefore, the breakdown of negotiations between Jiang Xuan and the Wei family was a huge delight for the Shen family. Only when Jiang Xuan is down can they feel good. Haha, Jiang Xuan is truly foolish. Giving up the Wei family. What difference does it make from giving up the chance to become a god or demon? It's good that he can't figure it out. He deserves it. Let us go, let us go. Today, to Fuxiang building. I'll treat. We'll drink until we drop. Go find the most famous courtesan for me. As the rumors continued into the evening, some exaggerated rumors began to emerge, becoming increasingly outrageous. The Wei family, with its dignity as a major family, saw that they couldn't keep it under wraps anymore, and that people were starting to talk nonsense. They simply publicly declared, Jiang Xuan, the leader of the Jiang Clan, has no relationship with the Wei family of Feishua City, neither in the past nor in the future. This was equivalent to the Wei family publicly announcing that they would never allow Jiang Xuan to enter their door, and they had no expectations of Jiang Xuan joining them, nor would they give him a chance to regret it. It was a complete severance. More than 2 months later, on May 19th, in the earthen city of the Jiang Clan, at the back mountain, the ghostly blade of astonishment is already a level higher than the tribulation techniques of the 4 major families in Feishua City, and it has only 5 forms. While the Cloud Sky sword has a total of 8 forms. If I can master the first form, the Phantom Ghost Slash, its power will not only exceed the first form of Cloud Sky sword, the Mountain Shaking Slash, but it may even be stronger than the second form of Cloud Sky sword. Jiang Xuan sat alone cross-legged on the grass, with the long knife resting on his lap. The wind gently blew through the mountains and forests, and his breathing rhythm became increasingly slow. He had been practicing the Phantom Ghost Slash for over 3 months, and he had been cultivating together with Chun Yuanshu for more than 2 months. Under the influence of his ever-growing mental power, Jiang Xian's foundation in knife techniques and his comprehension of the Phantom Ghost Slash were improving at a terrifying speed every day. Until today, Jiang Xian felt he might be able to achieve the final enlightenment. The Phantom Ghost Slash is both real and illusory. It is swift and ethereal. The true core of this move lies in the word ghost. What is a ghostly slash? It's an unknown knife light that comes from nowhere. It transcends space and even time. Only the invisible specter that strikes with a knife can be called a ghostly slash. Therefore, this move continued from morning until night, and then once again until dawn. Before Jiang Xian entered seclusion this time, he had ordered that he must not be disturbed, so no one bothered him. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. On May 22nd, at noon, when the sun was high and it was the hottest time of the day, a bone-chilling cold wind blew through the mountains and forests. The terrifying power erupted in an instant and then vanished just as quickly. The Phantom Ghost Slash was completed. In the exquisite courtyard of the Earthen City, Tribulation Realm, Lei Hong, holding a teacup, suddenly turned his head to look towards the back mountain, his keen senses picking up that terrifying aura fluctuation. Although he knew that Jiang Xian could use the Tribulation Realm sword technique, the sword technique used by someone in the innate realm was forcibly activated with innate power and could not reach the true power of the Tribulation Realm sword technique. It was much stronger than the innate realm, but much weaker than the Tribulation Realm. The intensity of its aura could not even reach the level of being sensed from the back mountain to the Earth City. However, what Lei Hong had just felt had already reached the true power of the Tribulation Realm. It could be said that its power could pose a life-threatening danger to those in the Tribulation Realm. It could kill small Tribulation Realm beings. Only those in the Tribulation Realm could unleash such a terrifying killing move. This was when the goat-bearded old man, Liao Wei, sitting on the other side of the stone table, paused for a moment as he brought his teacup to his lips. The two great Tribulation Realm beings exchanged glances. It couldn't be Jiang Xian, who went to the back mountain. Jiang Xian is in danger. Let's go? Lei Hong's face changed greatly as he thought. And then he disappeared from the courtyard, heading straight for the back mountain. Chapter 70. Shocked Lei Hong and Liao Wei at the back mountain of the Earth City. In front of the strange stone. Is this the Phantom Ghost Slash? Jiang Xian stood there, looking at the knife in his hand, particularly delighted. Except for Jiang Xian himself. No one had seen what form his previous strike took, how terrifying it was, as if it could even tear apart space. To someone in the innate realm, it was already invisible and intangible, and he didn't know if those in the Tribulation Realm could capture the trajectory of that strike. Jiang Xian slowly exhaled, feeling a stinging sensation in his body. Using this Tribulation Realm sword technique in the late innate stage was ultimately a bit forced. No matter how strange and powerful the Black Xian skill I practiced was, my innate body also has limits. Just like a mortal body using the strength to move mountains. Muscles, bones, meridians, and skin would suffer damage if they endured forces beyond their limits. Jiang Xian closed his eyes to feel his injuries. Fortunately, the other aspects could only be considered minor injuries, and he could recover within an hour. The meridian injury was slightly more severe, but relatively speaking, it would completely heal in half a day. Forcing the use of innate power, this strike actually consumed 30% of my innate power. Such a massive sudden consumption of innate power was what led to my meridian injury being slightly more serious, but it was not enough to affect my combat ability. Jiang Xian's 30% innate power was equivalent to about 10 times the total innate power of a normal innate completion. Such a terrifying consumption was required to use the Phantom Ghost Slash. If I were to reach innate completion, my innate body would be even stronger and more solid. And my meridians would also be more resilient. My innate power would at least increase 5-fold, and by then, if I used the Phantom Ghost Slash, it would only consume a little over half of my innate power, assuming my sword technique foundation does not continue to improve. Jiang Xian thought with great anticipation. The stronger the sword technique foundation, the less consumption there would be. If I could reach the legendary state of returning to simplicity, perhaps I could use the Phantom Ghost Slash 100 times in a row without exhausting my innate power. At that time, I should be able to contend with those in the Tribulation Realm, right? Jiang Xian was not entirely sure if that would work. If I count the 3 levels of skill mastery, then it would definitely work. The senior from the Strange Stone said I could do it, so I definitely can. However, not considering the 3 levels of skill mastery, and only speaking of innate completion, I am uncertain. I still need to quickly reach innate completion, Jiang Xuan thought, twirling a knife flower. Within the innate realm, I should have no rivals. Even the top 3 opponents mentioned by my wife are not from the innate realm, but belong to the Wei family, who possess great tribulation realm power. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 2 figures arrived in the forest of the back mountain, rapidly changing positions in a manner akin to teleportation. Quickly searching within 10 miles of the back mountain, but found no suspicious individuals. It was only when the 2 emerged at the edge of an open space that Jiang Xuan sensed their arrival. Lord Lei Hong, Senior Liao. Jiang Xuan was taken aback for a moment and greeted the 2. He had only met Liao Wei once, during his secret wedding with Chun Yuanshu, where Liao Wei witnessed the entire ceremony and was one of the witnesses. He was a kind person, and Jiang Xuan had a good impression of him. Lei Hong and Liao Wei exchanged glances and shook their heads. Then both their gazes fell on Jiang Xuan, scrutinizing him up and down. Could it be that Liao Wei was moved? Jiang Xuan possesses a rare knife technique talent, and he had specifically instructed others not to disturb him during this closed-door training unless it was a matter of family extermination. This was a dead-end retreat, and he had been in seclusion for 3 days. Did Xia Hanjia mention to me before he left that Jiang Xuan's strike that killed Feng Fu had a power that was only about 10% of a typical tribulation realm sword technique, fitting the standard of being forcibly activated by someone in the innate realm? Could it be that he has comprehended a stronger tribulation realm sword technique? Moreover, the power is 10 times stronger than before. Even Lei Hong gasped in surprise. Even in the military city, such a talent for sword techniques was not common. Lei Hong's background was extraordinarily rich. He had even been selected for training in the military city. Throughout Beihongzhou, there were over 1,000 main cities like Feishua City, each governing vast territories, while there was only one military city, the capital of Beihongzhou, connecting to the outer battlefield and gathering the top talents of a state. Back in the day, Lei Hong was also hailed as a being with the posture of a divine devil. He was from the Farsi state and was selected for training in the original Shanzhou military city while serving as a patrolling envoy. Although that training did not make him a divine devil, it did allow him to enter the Great Tribulation realm and become one of the most outstanding among the Great Tribulation realm beings. Becoming a divine devil is a rarity even among the geniuses selected for training in the military city. Lei Hong was already among the most exceptional in that batch of military city trainees. Anyone who had been selected for training in the military city, whether in the tribulation realm or as a patrolling envoy, could become a guide and recommend talents to the military city. Jiang Xuan is the first person I have seen since I became a patrolling envoy who barely meets the military city genius standards in terms of overall talent. Actually, he's still a bit short. His sword technique talent is extremely high, definitely meeting the military city standards, even surpassing that standard, but his realm talent is just ordinary. To go to the military city for training and receive resources from the dynasty, the minimum requirement is to be in the tribulation realm. I wonder. Lei Hong thought to himself, can Jiang Xuan reach the tribulation realm before my term ends? If he doesn't reach the tribulation realm before I leave Feishua City, it would indicate that his realm talent is indeed mediocre. Lei Hong felt a bit excited inside. Becoming a guide, for every genius successfully recommended to the military city, one could gain a large amount of contributions from the court. The higher the achievements of the recommended genius, the more contributions one would receive in the future. If the recommended genius becomes a divine devil, then contributions from the court would become insignificant. The gratitude of a divine devil would be the most important. Lei Hong did not expect Jiang Xuan to become a divine devil in the future. This was the first time he felt a sense of appreciation for Jiang Xuan. He wanted to recommend him for training in the military city. Such a monstrous existence would be a pity not to recommend. However, Lei Hong's term in Feishua City had only lasted less than 5 years, a little over 4 years, which meant Jiang Xuan must reach the tribulation realm no later than the age of 20 to be qualified. Jiang Xuan, what kind of ultimate skill have you cultivated? Lei Hong looked at Jiang Xuan and asked. Jiang Xuan pondered for a moment, realizing that the aura of the phantom ghost slash was too strong. Reaching the Earth City. Even though it was already very weak by the time it reached the Earth City, others could not sense it. 2 great tribulation realm beings would definitely be able to sense it clearly. Yes, it's a new trump card killing move, Jiang Xuan admitted. Lei Hong's gaze slightly sharpened. Jiang Xuan intentionally referred to it as a trump card killing move, clearly not wanting to reveal what he had truly mastered. This was also correct. The fewer people who know about a trump card killing move, the better, so it can catch opponents off guard. Between the clan leader and the patrolling envoy, even if they have a good private relationship, there is no way to let the other party know everything. However, Lei Hong wanted to become Jiang Xuan's guide, so it was impossible for him not to understand Jiang Xuan's true strength. Lei Hong could command Jiang Xuan, but it seemed unnecessary. It was better to clarify things. Jiang Xuan, have you heard of the military city? Lei Hong asked seriously. I've heard a little, Jiang Xuan nodded. Heightened Mountain and Feishua City are just small places. With your talent, you should go to the military city for training, and I have a recommendation quota. As soon as Lei Hong finished speaking, Liao Wei's expression changed drastically, and he turned to look at Lei Hong in shock. He wants to recommend Jiang Xuan. From Liao Wei's expression, Jiang Xuan could tell that this recommendation quota must be extremely valuable. If you can enter the tribulation realm before the age of 20, I can recommend you to the military city for training. At that time, once you pass the assessment in the military city and become a military city student, your tribe and family will receive special protection from the dynasty. By then, the Wei family will be nothing. Jiang Xuan was stunned, surprised and delighted, and quickly stepped forward. Thank you, my lord. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. You are still in the innate realm. And whether you can enter the tribulation realm by 20 is uncertain for both of us. However, your knife technique talent has already reached the standard of the military city. Come, let me see. Give me a strike. Lei Hong shouted at the end. Jiang Xuan's spirit suddenly lifted. After a moment of thought, he raised his hand and struck. Illusory Ghost Slash. Like an evil being crawling out of the abyss wielding a giant sickle, this strike from Jiang Xuan appeared extremely ghostly in Lei Hong's eyes. Although it wasn't impossible to capture the trajectory of the knife light, it was merely an afterimage. Stop! Lei Hong involuntarily raised his hand, and terrifying power instantly condensed the surrounding space. The madness of the power of heaven and earth could crush an ordinary innate realm expert in an instant. However, the extreme power generated by Jiang Xuan's move, although it felt sluggish, continued to press forward. It slowed down but did not stop, forcefully breaking through Lei Hong's condensed heavenly and earthly space. The space shattered with a wave. Jiang Xuan, from more than 40 feet away, instantly closed the distance to within 3 feet of Lei Hong. Then, he was blasted away. What happened with that strike? He was able to touch your true domain. The spatial pressure from the residual waves of the domain couldn't hold him back, Liao Wei exclaimed, looking at the blasted away Jiang Xuan in disbelief. What kind of monster is this? Liao Wei's gaze towards Jiang Xuan also became fervent. Chapter 71. The Effect of Breaking Space Puff. Jiang Xuan spat out blood, being blasted back 100 feet, crashing through 3 towering trees before flipping to the ground, sliding back more than 10 feet. He gripped the knife tightly, suddenly looking up at Lei Hong, his heart in turmoil. Is this the power of the Great Tribulation Realm? He only needed to stand still, mobilize the power of heaven and earth, with just a thought, and I couldn't get close. Forcing my way in would only injure myself. Jiang Xuan had just mastered the illusory Ghost Slash and hadn't even had time to feel proud when Lei Hong made him recognize reality. There should be a huge power gap between different tribulation realms. Lei Hong was equally shocked. Ordinary Great Tribulation Realm experts do not have a true domain. This is a capability that one must comprehend in the process of progressing from the Great Tribulation Realm to the Divine Demon cultivation. Lei Hong had a 3-foot domain, while any divine demon would have at least a 1,000-foot domain. The space suppressed by the residual waves of the true domain is much stronger than merely manipulating the power of heaven and earth. Jiang Xuan was actually able to break through. He could touch his true domain. This is something that some tribulation realm experts cannot achieve. How could he possibly touch your true domain? Liao Wei still couldn't understand. It's his knife technique that has the problem. Lei Hong seemed to suddenly understand something. That knife technique itself carried the effect of countering the condensation of heaven and earth, even countering the domain. The existence that can create such a knife technique must either be an extreme existence in the tribulation realm with a deep comprehension of the true domain, or a divine demon focused on domain cultivation. I've never seen this knife technique before, nor have I heard of it. It's not a well-known knife technique, Liao Wei said repeatedly. And this kind of technique with the effect of breaking space, whether it's a knife technique, sword technique, or spear technique, would be priceless. If it were auctioned at our Tongtian Pavilion, the price would often be dozens of times higher than that of other high-level tribulation realm knife techniques. This knife technique has no fame, which only leaves one possibility. It was created within the last 100 years. And Jiang Xuan is the first person to cultivate this knife technique after its creator, Senior Qin Yuan. Jiang Xuan heard the conversation between Liao Wei and Lei Hong from a distance and couldn't help but feel emotional. This senior Liao is indeed worthy of being the head of the Tongtian Pavilion in Feishua City. When it comes to experience, Lei Hong is indeed not as good as him. He guessed almost exactly. Jiang Xuan could confirm that he should be the first person to cultivate this knife technique after Senior Qin Yuan, the creator of the god-demon shocking knife. The knife technique had been in the hands of the Gu family's three brothers, who simply did not have enough talent to master even the first move of the illusory ghost slash. Jiang Xuan felt a surge of joy at the effect of breaking space. In fact, he just found out that this knife technique had the effect of breaking space. And he could only know it after mastering and using it. The knife technique book did not introduce this. In other words, the Gu family's three brothers, who held Qin Yuan's knife technique book back then, did not know its true value. Jiang Xuan felt that he had a bit of luck on his side. He transformed into an afterimage, flashing twice in succession, and arrived in front of Lei Hong and Liao Wei. Jiang Xuan, I ask you, Lei Hong said somewhat seriously. Where did you get this knife technique? From the Gu family's three brothers, the knife technique book, Jiang Xuan replied directly. He knew that Lei Hong wanted to help him, so there was no need to conceal anything. He could only keep quiet about anything related to Senior Qishur. Loot? That's good. Lei Hong nodded. The Gu family's three brothers could not possibly have a knife technique book. Liao Wei squinted. It must have come from that devil LV Kong. Who doesn't know where he got it? He didn't know the power of the knife technique, nor did he have any intention of passing it on. So he casually gave it to his disciple. LV Kong has committed too many sins and deserves to have his treasure slip through his fingers. Mentioning LV Kong, Liao Wei's face turned angry. He had a blood feud with LV Kong. That's why he came to find Lei Hong from the Jiang Clan's Earth City. Lei Hong is the inspector responsible for capturing LV Kong. Jiang Xuan, listen to me. Lei Hong looked at Jiang Xuan with a serious tone. This knife technique of yours must not be easily shown to outsiders. In general conflicts and fights, if you can avoid it, don't use it, unless it's absolutely necessary. In life and death situations. Otherwise, you must keep it hidden. Haven't you always said that your trump card is your killing move? This is it. Keep it a secret. My lord. Do you think? Jiang Xuan hesitated to ask. Let me explain. Liao Wei took over. The breaking space effect of this knife technique has a countering effect on the suppression of the power of heaven and earth, freezing, and even the domain. It can tear space to a certain extent. Of course, your current realm is low, so you didn't really tear space. But even just some spatial wrinkles and changes at the spatial level can easily destroy the condensation of space. In other words, this knife technique possesses a very rare characteristic, making it especially valuable. Is that right? Jiang Xuan asked straightforwardly. Yes. Liao Wei nodded. And you are just a tribe leader. If others in the tribulation realm find out that you possess such a priceless knife technique, it would bring you life-threatening troubles. Many tribulation realm experts would become greedy and take risks against you. I understand. Jiang Xuan clasped his fists and bowed. Thank you, Lord Lei Hong and Senior Liao, for the reminder. Then, Lei Hong took out a pill bottle from somewhere and tossed it to Jiang Xuan for healing. My lord, I'm fine. Jiang Xuan smiled, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, but still accepted the pill. He opened the bottle cap, poured out a jade green pill, and swallowed it directly. It melted in his mouth, and Jiang Xuan immediately felt extremely comfortable. The reason he spat out blood was not only because of the backlash, but also because he was already injured from using the illusionary ghost slash technique. Having used it twice in a row, the backlash combined with the injury caused him to spit blood. There were a total of 3 pills in the bottle, and Jiang Xuan had only consumed 1. After a few breaths, he felt that his internal injuries had healed. This was probably a healing medicine for the tribulation realm. And Lei Hong must have used a superior one from the tribulation realm, which was like using a cannon to hit a fly for someone in the innate realm. Your knife technique cannot be resisted by any innate realm expert. Lei Hong continued, with a single force overcoming 10 techniques. Even those who comprehend the return to simplicity cannot break your move with skill. There is no doubt that you are currently the strongest innate expert under the rule of Snowfall City. Jiang Xuan felt a bit excited. Chen Yuanshu had mentioned to him that being the strongest innate expert came with great benefits. The court would provide rewards, and it was said that he could even meet the Lord of the Divine Demons. But my lord, if I challenge the current number 1 innate expert, won't he that expose me? Jiang Xuan thought to ask. No need. Lei Hong waved his hand. Your situation is special. For the purpose of protecting a genius like you, I will directly explain this matter to the Lord of the city. You are far stronger than others on the innate ranking list. So you do not need to challenge anyone and can be directly recognized as the strongest innate expert. I will arrange the rewards for becoming the strongest innate expert for you, so rest assured, you will not be shortchanged. Can I meet the lord of the city? Jiang Xuan asked eagerly. Yes, Lei Hong nodded. Jiang Xuan became even more excited. That is a divine demon. Although he knew Elder Qishur, they could only communicate through voice. He had never seen a divine demon. Among the vast land under the rule of Snowfall City, very few had seen the lord of the divine demons. Strictly speaking, divine demons are no longer human. They are a higher-level life form that transcends mortals. Their lifespan is at least 1,000 years. Every divine demon becomes an ancient existence. And the lord of Snowfall City has not changed since the day it was born from the Jiang Clan, over 1,000 years ago. Is he finally going to meet him? The only ruler who has dominated 100,000 miles of land for over 1,000 years. Jiang Xuan wanted to become a divine demon, and clearly, the earlier he met a true divine demon, the more beneficial it would be for his future cultivation path. My lord, I have another question. Jiang Xuan looked at Lei Hong and asked. Chapter 72 The Reaction of the Lord of the Divine Demons. My lord, can this knife of mine kill in the Tribulation Realm? Jiang Xuan asked seriously. Its power is sufficient to kill a small Tribulation Realm expert, Lei Hong replied. However, it also depends on the situation. People are living beings and will not stand still to take your strike. Currently, if you ambush a small Tribulation Realm expert first, there is a 70% chance you will succeed in killing them. The remaining 30 of small Tribulation Realm experts have their own trump cards. And if they happen to use their life-saving skills and survive, you will be in danger. Jiang Xuan nodded continuously after hearing this. Lei Hong spoke in such detail because he was afraid Jiang Xuan would misunderstand. Jiang Xuan understood the dangers and confirmed through Lei Hong's words that he could now kill small Tribulation Realm experts. You must understand that your overall strength is still far weaker than that of a small Tribulation Realm expert. You only have this one move. But in terms of speed, movement, physical strength, and control over the power of heaven and earth, you are at least one level below the Tribulation Realm. If you can ambush and kill a Tribulation Realm expert, any small Tribulation Realm expert can also ambush and kill you. However, the stakes of failure are different. Not to mention that a Tribulation Realm expert's ambush on you would not fail. Even if it did, in a frontal fight, you are no match and will undoubtedly die. While for you, failing means death. Lei Hong had a tone of earnest teaching, so this move of yours can only be a trump card. It cannot be relied upon for daily combat. Do not entertain the thought that you have entered the Tribulation Realm. You are still far from it. Jiang Xuan nodded continuously. He was certainly aware of the gap between himself and the Tribulation Realm. He understood that he only possessed the attacking power of a small Tribulation Realm expert, while in other aspects, he was still in the innate realm. Of course, this is extremely unbelievable for someone in the late innate stage. An innate late-stage expert has the means to kill in the Tribulation Realm. What a joke! You need to quickly raise your cultivation level. With your knife technique talent, comprehending the 3 realms of technique is not difficult at all. It could take 3 to 4 years at most. It is hard to say how much time Lei Hong can estimate. Jiang Xuan's knife technique talent is already absurdly high. But unless you reach the perfection of the innate realm, you cannot cultivate the realm of technique. How long do you think it will take for you to reach innate perfection? 2 years? A year? Jiang Xuan gave a relatively conservative answer. In fact, he was currently relying on dual cultivation, and the speed of his cultivation level increase would be even faster. A year? Lei Hong was shocked. This greatly exceeded his expectations, directly cutting the time in half. But Jiang Xuan was still only half a step into the innate realm more than half a year ago, which did not conform to the growth patterns corresponding to his talent. Are you using a unique method of innate cultivation? Lei Hong asked, knowing that Jiang Xuan had a cultivation method that consumed a large amount of elemental crystals. It is extremely wasteful, but the speed of level increase would be much faster. Yes, my lord. Jiang Xuan nodded. It is an ancient secret of our clan, and very few people have succeeded in it. Well, then I want to ask you. Lei Hong thought. In that case, I will return to Snowfall City in the next few days to inform the lord of the city about this matter. I will strive to secure rewards for you in terms of improving your cultivation level so that you can achieve innate perfection as soon as possible. Jiang Xuan said happily. Thank you, my lord. But don't be too happy too soon. What I say doesn't ultimately count. Lei Hong continued. Directly recognizing you as the strongest innate expert is a rare event that happens only once every few hundred years. The lord of the city will definitely test your strength. So you must perform well at that time. The lord of the city's standards are much stricter than mine. Only if you perform well enough will you be recognized as the strongest innate expert. Lei Hong looked at Jiang Xuan. The better you perform, the greater the potential you show, and naturally, the more rewards you will receive. The lord of the city has always given more rewards and support to true geniuses. My lord, I will do my best at that time. Jiang Xuan said. Then wait for my news. Lei Hong said. After Lei Hong and Liao Wei left, Jiang Xuan consolidated his cultivation for another 2 hours. At dusk, Chen Yuanshu, who received the news of Jiang Xuan's exit from seclusion, carried a lunchbox and walked into the back mountain. Her relationship with Jiang Xuan needed to be kept absolutely confidential, and even among the Jiang Clan. Only a very few people knew about it. However, since it was just delivering food, the two interacted as friends in public, which was nothing unusual. Husband, did you gain any new insights during this seclusion? Chen Yuanshu asked while setting the meal on the blanket. She asked casually. The time was too short, so she couldn't expect Jiang Xuan to have any significant breakthroughs, just some insights. My dear, I have mastered a new move. Do you want to see? Jiang Xuan decided not to hide it from Chen Yuanshu. In the next moment, a cold wind blew fiercely. This was not a physical cold, but an awareness of coldness. Chen Yuanshu could not see the blade light at all. She only felt Jiang Xuan vanish, followed by an extremely terrifying killing intent that flashed by in the empty space over 10 feet away. Chen Yuanshu felt the space wrinkle, almost shattered. With such power in a single strike, Chen Yuanshu felt that even the few elderly small tribulation realm experts in her family might not be able to do it. She widened her eyes in shock. Whoosh! Jiang Xuan suddenly appeared beside her, wrapped his arms around her waist, and smiled, saying, My dear, isn't your husband impressive? Lehigh Chen Yuanshu stiffly turned her head to look at Jiang Xuan, her astonished expression gradually transforming into immense surprise and excitement. Incredible! Chen Yuanshu began to reassess Jiang Xuan with a new perspective. Jiang Xuan's rate of progress shattered her understanding, although it was still not enough. If Jiang Xuan could be a bit faster and stronger, perhaps she wouldn't have to leave. Once a person becomes strong enough, various relationships and resources will flood in. And by then, even the Chen family would not dare to act lightly. 3 days later, in the Lord's office of Feishua City, in a simple and unadorned study, City Lord Lei Hong stood at the door, bowing respectfully. Hong is here. Behind the long table sat a thin old man, bald and browless. At first glance, he seemed unremarkable, and upon closer inspection, he still appeared unremarkable. Walking down the street, one would think he was just an elderly neighbor. What is it? He was holding a brush, writing something, and continued his motions as he spoke. My lord, I have recently discovered a talented individual, whose aptitude is sufficient to go to the military city, Lei Hong said respectfully. Why are you all discovering talents lately? Is this prearranged? The thin old man glanced at Lei Hong. You, Lei Hong, are famous for being iron-faced and impartial. Who could possibly navigate your connections? Lei Hong was taken aback, pondering the city lord's words. My lord, I haven't discussed this with anyone. Has anyone else come to see you recently? Lei Hong directly asked, his conscience clear, wanting to say whatever was necessary. That old fellow Zhou Kong recommended his disciple, Xia Hanjia, the thin old man said somewhat irritably. That Xia Hanjia's talent is far from enough. Zhou Kong insisted he was old, and this was his last chance, even bowing to me for his own closing disciple. He's quite desperate. I heard that Zhou Kang's family is declining, with no successors. Perhaps he wants to cultivate a disciple to secure a future, Lei Hong said frankly. Him. The thin old man shook his head, seemingly irritated at the mention of Zhou Kong, his brush still moving without pause. The position of inspector is not lifelong. This role requires vitality, running around, and hands-on involvement. Inspectors often face dangers and battles, easily leaving hidden injuries and ailments. Under normal circumstances, once one reaches 60, their body begins to decline, and by 70 or 80, their strength will visibly diminish. Inspectors need to retire even earlier. However, inspectors enjoy a terrifyingly high salary, and the salary is lifelong. Even if they retire, they will be generously supported by the court until death. If Feishua City is truly Zhou Kang's last term as inspector, then afterward he will either retire directly or take on a lighter position. The best he could do would be to serve as a robbery instructor in the military city. Lei Hong thought to himself, compared to the glory of being an inspector, it could be seen as a downfall. Zhou Kang has labored through various cities for decades. achieving great merit while maintaining his integrity. If he really intends to retire this time, the city lord will likely nod in acknowledgement sooner or later, sending Xiahonjia, with his talent, to the military city Wuden to pass the assessment. He would be sent back. Moreover, the lord of the main city, the Demon City, also holds the assessment authority and can conduct assessments themselves. If passed, they write a document allowing those who pass the assessment to go to the military city without taking the entrance exam. In short, this matter is about connections. The city lord was clearly displeased. It was one thing for his top inspector to come to him for connections, but Zhou Kong might only request this once in his lifetime. Arranging something big before his retirement was understandable. For over 1,000 years as the lord of Feishua City, he had seen countless inspectors. He was satisfied with Zhou Kong, who could handle major cases. But what about Lei Hong? This was his most valued inspector. Only in his 40s, he could have a greater future. Yet he was starting this already? Who has corrupted him? He felt somewhat disappointed in Lei Hong. The thin old man finally finished writing, lifted his hand, and the paper ignited, turning into a wisp of golden light that scattered in the air. Speak, what talent? He looked at Lei Hong and asked. In response to the city lord, it's a young man from a tribe, Jiang Xuan, the leader of the Jiang Clan from Highton Mountain, 16 years old. He is still in the innate realm. I plan to wait until he enters the robbery realm and then take him to the military city to participate in the entrance assessment, Lei Hong said. The thin old man was taken aback. Since Lei Hong intended to personally lead someone to participate in the assessment as a guide, it was certainly not about connections. And there was no need for the Demon City Lord to write a note. Then why have you come to see me? The thin old man asked. I believe Jiang Xuan already possesses the strongest innate strength in Feishua City. So I would like to ask the city lord to verify him and directly designate him as the strongest innate practitioner of Feishua City. Additionally, I hope the reward for Jiang Xuan's designation as the strongest innate practitioner will assist in improving his cultivation level, preferably a treasure that contains easily refined energy. Lei Hong stated straightforwardly and confidently. Is he stronger than Luo Engqing, who comprehended the return to simplicity? The thin old man frowned and asked. Much stronger, Lei Hong nodded. The thin old man muttered Jiang Xuan's name, recalling that he hadn't heard of him. Then bring him here. The thin old man stood up. There have been some problems in the Shifeng Absolute Land recently, and I happen to need to go to Highton Mountain. Don't let Jiang Xuan come. I'll go with you and stop by the Jiang Clan. Is he really that powerful? The thin old man abruptly asked. He really is that powerful? Lei Hong nodded. The thin old man still found it somewhat hard to believe. If someone at such a young age had that kind of strength, they would certainly need to be cultivated carefully and sent to the military city in the future, which would also bring merit and face to Feishua City. He recalled the last time he attended a gathering with a few other Demon City lords. Hearing them boast about the talents they had sent to the military city under their governance, how talented they were, which made the lord of Feishua City somewhat furious. These old fellows, despite their age, still love to compete. Let us go? The thin old man raised his hand, and a force enveloped Lei Hong, transforming him into a wisp of light and flying out of the lord's office, soaring hundreds of feet into the sky and heading straight for Highton Mountain. Chapter 73. The city lord's test. Feishua City is quite distant from the Jiang Clan's earthen city, with a straight-line distance exceeding 1,500 miles. Even for the descendants of a large clan, riding expensive war beasts to the Jiang Clan would take at least half a day at best. A war beast that can travel thousands of miles in a day is something that ordinary commoners might not be able to afford even after 1,000 years of frugality. For the people of Feishua City, the tribal lands are like an unattainable legend, and the commoner's understanding of the tribal territory is likewise. Half an hour later, in the earth city of the Jiang Clan, two figures appeared out of thin air in the exquisite courtyard. Do you usually live here? The thin old man stood with his hands behind his back, slightly hunched over, looking around like an old man out for a stroll. Yes, Lei Hong replied respectfully. This courtyard, from the arrangement of tables and chairs to the flowers and trees, even the building materials, is several grades better than other courtyards in the Earth City. The thin old man casually remarked, as an inspector, you live quite comfortably even in the Earth City. My lord, if you have something to say, just speak it plainly. Lei Hong felt helpless. The reception standards for inspectors in the tribal territory were not set just for him. It had always been this way. He knew the city lord was hinting at him. Demons are mortals who have cultivated, and their personalities vary. Some are stern and humorless. Some have fiery tempers or are extremely strict, while others are relatively calm. The lord of Feishua City is considered relatively calm. As long as subordinates don't make major mistakes, he generally won't impose extremely harsh punishments. But Lei Hong always felt that this old man had a strange temper, often speaking in a sarcastic tone. So I'll speak plainly. The thin old man turned to look at Lei Hong. You may speak. Lei Hong nodded. Have you taken a liking to some tribal woman? Or is this Jiang Xuan your illegitimate child brought over from another state? The thin old man asked seriously. Think carefully before you speak. If it is truly the case, I might be able to make some allowances for you. Lei Hong's expression froze for a moment. For a brief instant, he was dumbfounded. Lord City Master. Lei Hong raised his voice slightly. My wife and I are as loving as ever. Please do not make such baseless accusations. If this were to reach my wife's ears, cough. He continued. As for Jiang Xuan, his father was the former bravest warrior of Haitan Mountain, Jiang Hanfeng, and his mother was the 9th miss of the Weijia family from Feishua City, Wei Baiyun. When Wei Baiyun married into the tribe, it was quite a sensational event. Of course, this is trivial for you, Lord City Master, and I wouldn't expect you to know. But if you wish to verify it, it would only take a word from you. Your status is immensely noble, and your words and actions have great influence. If what you just said were to get out, enough. The thin old man couldn't help but interrupt. What are you so nervous about? I just mentioned it casually. There are only you and me here. There are no outsiders, so where would the influence come from? Why are you more old-fashioned than I am? If the city master of Feishua City were the supreme king of 100,000 miles, then Lei Hong would be the favored minister by his side, one who dared to offer advice. Lei Hong fell silent. I'm just puzzled, the thin old man said again. With your salary, even the prominent families of Feishua City couldn't possibly buy you off. The inspector doesn't lack money, and most of the resources needed for cultivation are provided by the court. Based on my over 1,000 years of experience in managing Feishua City, what can make an inspector overstep is mostly due to emotions. Either you've developed genuine feelings for a woman, or it's for your children or disciples. For no good reason. You help a tribal youth come to me saying how strong he is, even wanting me to directly declare him the strongest innate fighter. Clearly, letting him fight the current strongest innate fighter would be the simplest. But you didn't arrange it that way. You still hope I give him specific rewards. Don't tell me you haven't taken care of him. I indeed have a certain friendship with Jiang Xuan, but I have never violated my duties as an inspector because of it. Lei Hong quickly replied. This time, it was purely out of my appreciation for talent. I couldn't bear to see such a gifted person be buried. What a good sentiment for talent, the thin old man said. He had heard similar words so many times over the past 1,000 years that his ears had grown calloused. My lord, once you meet Jiang Xuan, you'll understand everything. Lei Hong could only say, he is even more astonishing than you imagine. He must not be judged by the perspective of a tribal youth. I hope so. Then I will send someone to bring him over. He has been in seclusion on the back mountain of the Earth City for a long time. I will ask the black armored guards not to trouble him. We can go over ourselves. I want to see him practice. Yes, my lord. On the blanket at the edge of the open space on the back mountain of the Earth City. This is what I made by hand today. Although it looks poor and doesn't taste as good as what they make, you must not laugh and eat it all. Qin Yuanshu pointed to a somewhat conspicuous dark red meatball among the various exquisite dishes. As she spoke, she picked up a piece and brought it to Jiang Xuan's mouth. She urged Jiang Xuan to open his mouth. Jiang Xuan complied and ate the meatball, already prepared to eat it no matter how bad it was, but after chewing, he found that it actually tasted quite good. Delicious. Jiang Xuan said. Really delicious? Don't try to fool me. I've tasted it, and it doesn't compare to what they make. It's not that it doesn't compare, it's just different. Your eating habits are ultimately different from the tribe's. Jiang Xuan smiled and said, it's your first time cooking, and it's already this successful. You have a talent. As long as you can eat it, that's good. Qin Yuanshu smiled. The two had been married for more than 2 months, and Qin Yuanshu, who initially appeared cold, now had a touch of gentle charm, like a flower blooming after rain. And even her figure had changed slightly. Her waist remained slim, but her curves had definitely enhanced. Come, husband. Qin Yuanshu added another piece for Jiang Xuan. Delicious. You eat too, Jiang Xuan said, holding a piece of cake that Qin Yuanshu had recently enjoyed and feeding it to her, even wiping a bit of cake crumbs from the corner of her mouth. A feeling of newlywed intimacy that grew more affectionate over time. In the nearby forest, the thin old man and Lei Hong watched the young couple eating on the animal skin blanket. Is that your wife? Her realm is quite high? The thin old man inquired through a private transmission, as they had been observing for a while. Yes. Lei Hong's expression turned strange for a moment. They had married over 2 months ago in a secret ceremony, and he had participated. The city master of Feishua had met Qin Yuanshu over a decade ago, when she was only 12 years old, still a little girl. It was clear he did not immediately recognize her. The thin old man originally wanted to see how Jiang Xuan practiced, but since they happened to catch them eating, he let it go. Whether or not to observe his practice wasn't crucial. Primarily, it was about Jiang Xuan's current strength. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 figures appeared more than 10 zhang away in front of the animal skin blanket. Jiang Xuan, Lei Hong called out. Jiang Xuan and Qin Yuanshu simultaneously looked up and saw Lei Hong with an unremarkable thin old man standing there, and they both stood up, saying, "We greet Lord Lei Hong." This is. Lei Hong was about to introduce them when the thin old man raised his hand, signaling that it was unnecessary, then walked forward with his hands behind his back, circling around to observe Jiang Xuan and Qin Yuanshu, constantly scrutinizing them. Qin Yuanshu frowned slightly. This strange old man seems a bit familiar, but she couldn't quite remember where she had seen him. "Senior, may I ask who you are?" Jiang Xuan couldn't help but ask. Although this old man seemed unremarkable, like an ordinary civilian who had not entered cultivation, he was brought by Lei Hong. So Jiang Xuan politely referred to him as senior. Jiang Yaochong, the thin old man, introduced himself. Jiang Xuan was taken aback. He had never heard of him. Qin Yuanshu was also stunned. Then her eyes widened in shock as she suddenly pulled on the back of Jiang Xuan's robe, kneeling and bowing her head, saying, "Commoner Qin Yuanshu, greet the city master." Tribal citizen Jiang Xuan, greet the city master." Jiang Xuan was pulled down to kneel by her. Qin Yuanshu spoke first, but he reacted quickly and followed suit. "City master. Feishua city's master is called Jiang Yaochong. He is a deity?" Jiang Xuan had imagined the appearance of deities, but he never thought it would be like this. The thin old man was also taken aback. "Qin Yuanshu? You are the Qin Yuanshu from the Feishua city Qin family?" Jiang Yaochong asked. "Yes, my lord. I entered the innate realm when I was 12. You have been to our Qin family before," Qin Yuanshu replied. She had seen the city master of Feishua city before, but his imposing presence made her too afraid to look up, and she hadn't dared to closely observe his appearance until he left, when she finally looked up from a distance. "You two are married?" Jiang Yaochong asked again. "My lord, this matter is quite lengthy." Lei Hong stepped forward to say a word. Jiang Yaochong glanced at him and then said to the two, "Get up. Let's test first." Just as Jiang Xuan stood up, he felt an inexplicable force controlling him, rendering him unable to move. After a moment of dizzying sensation, he found himself in the middle of the open space. The thin old man stood opposite him with his hands behind his back. "Use all your strength against me," Jiang Yaochong said. Jiang Xuan had no time to say anything. Since the city master of Feishua city requested it, he had to comply. The cold wind rose. Jiang Xuan struck this blow at the cost of his own innate power. This time, the illusionary ghost slash was even more terrifying than when it was used by Lei Hong. Chapter 74, Reward. Innate Saint Item. Jiang Xuan unleashed his full power. Suddenly, the world lost its color, and an inexplicable dark gray gloom enveloped the sky and the earth, stretching endlessly. At this moment, it felt as if the world was upside down. The thin old man stood there, slightly hunched, hands behind his back, with a calm gaze. In this moment, he became the center of this world. Everything around him became blurry, while he stood out in stark clarity. A sharp howling sound, accompanied by endless blood, began to fill the entire space. The sky tore open with gaping wounds, dark and bottomless, more blood pouring down from them, mixed with countless chunks of flesh. "It's fake. All fake." Jiang Xuan was resolute. Under the terrifying pressure, his consciousness was becoming foggy, yet he still pressed on. The blade light rushed toward the thin old man in an instant, breaking through the void. "So that's how it is." The Lord of Flying Snow's eyes flashed with surprise and admiration. The Lord of Flying Snow did not dodge. The blade light sliced through him. Jiang Xuan's heart sank. In his foggy state of mind, he had no time for complex thoughts. Just as he wondered if he had caused a great disaster, he saw the thin old man's head fall off, transforming into Qin Yuanshu's appearance during the process. Qin Yuanshu's head rolled to Jiang Xuan's feet, eyes wide open, unable to close. At this moment, Jiang Xuan's consciousness was nearly shattered. A sudden cool sensation at his forehead saved him. It brought him back to a clearer state in an instant. It was the power of thought. Jiang Xuan's breathing rhythm also changed at this moment, allowing him to feel his own existence. The Rui breathing technique was also saving him. Qin Yuanshu stood at the edge of the open space, observing the situation. She saw Jiang Xuan draw his sword and slash, unleashing a killing intent that startled her. But the blade light passed through the thin, old man's figure without causing any harm. The Lord of Flying Snow stood there, too lazy to even raise a hand. Not to mention the innate realm, even if Lord Lei Hong exerted his full strength, it would be impossible to force the Lord of the City to act to resolve it. Divine beings were higher life forms that could freely distort time and space around them. Any form of attack from mortals would be ineffective against divine beings. Qin Yuanshu thought to herself, let alone the fact that distorting time and space was merely one of the many basic techniques of divine beings. Only divine beings could harm or kill another divine being. Although Qin Yuanshu was only in the innate realm, the Qin family possessed countless hidden classics. And even those that recorded and discussed divine beings were among them, all of which Qin Yuanshu had read. After swinging his sword, Jiang Xuan seemed to freeze in place. Standing there motionless, yet blood dripped from his mouth. Qin Yuanshu immediately noticed that something was wrong with Jiang Xuan's condition and hurriedly transmitted to Lei Hong beside her. My lord, how did my husband get injured? The injury was self-inflicted. He recklessly consumed his innate power to its limit, swinging that sword, thus suffering internal injuries. There's no need to worry, Lei Hong replied. Then why isn't he moving? Qin Yuanshu asked again. The Lord of the City not only wants to test his current strength, but also to assess his willpower, which is extremely important for his future cultivation, Lei Hong transmitted. Therefore, the Lord of the City used a method to make Jiang Xuan see illusions and endure the pressure of divine beings. This method is easy for mortals to lose themselves in. Once lost, they would faint. The longer Jiang Xuan persists, the stronger his willpower will be. How long must he hold out to pass the test? Qin Yuanshu asked again. 10 breaths, Lei Hong replied. Qin Yuanshu's heart leaped with joy, as it had already been nearly 10 breaths. Even if Jiang Xuan collapsed immediately, he would have passed. 20 breaths passed. 40 breaths passed. Lei Hong's expression began to change, and it grew increasingly serious. Jiang Xuan could actually endure this much. What terrifying willpower. Even the Lord of Flying Snow showed an unusual expression. Jiang Xuan felt he was on the brink of collapse. He saw the Jiang Clan's earthen city flowing with blood, saw a beast leisurely carrying half of his father's corpse, and witnessed his mother committing suicide in despair and his sister being forced into marriage and cruelly abused. Scenes kept appearing, switching between them in a dizzying and increasingly cruel manner. The Lord of Flying Snow did not understand Jiang Xuan, nor did he need to understand. He merely unearthed the deepest fears within Jiang Xuan. The more Jiang Xuan feared something, the more he would see it. As time passed, the pressure of the divine beings grew stronger, while Jiang Xuan's ability to think would weaken, making it difficult for him to distinguish between reality and illusion. It was just like dreaming. After waking from a nightmare, one realizes it was a nightmare. Only by believing in the nightmare as reality can one wake up. However, the method used by the Lord of Flying Snow did not lead to awakening, but to fainting. 60 breaths, 80 breaths, 100 breaths. At his limit, Jiang Xuan felt a thunderous boom in his mind, as if his soul had been shattered. At this moment, neither the power of thought nor the effects of the Rui breathing technique could bring clarity back to his consciousness. Just as Jiang Xuan was about to faint, he felt something within his consciousness crack open. It was as if the destroyed will had undergone a transformation. An unprecedented sense of clarity jolted him awake in the real world. Jiang Xuan locked eyes with the Lord of Flying Snow, and his gaze suddenly regained clarity. He let out a breath and reflected, divine beings are indeed formidable. Their methods surpass my understanding. No matter how strong a mortal is, even the strongest calamity realm, they remain mortals. 100, 1,000, or 10,000 of them cannot harm a single hair of a divine being. The Lord of Flying Snow was somewhat stunned. You're awake? He asked. My lord. Jiang Xuan respectfully cupped his hands and bowed, having taken so long to awaken, unsure if he had passed your test. Jiang Xuan felt a bit anxious. The Lord of Flying Snow stared at Jiang Xuan in a daze, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, not only did you pass, you should have fainted, yet you managed to wake up. At such a young age, you possess such terrifying willpower. Good, good, good. Ahong, you have a keen eye. The Lord of Flying Snow even turned to praise Lei Hong. Compared to the joy of the Lord of Flying Snow, Lei Hong was in shock. He can still wake up? Although it was merely a small method of divine beings, even if it were Lei Hong himself, under the same circumstances, he wouldn't dare to say he could awaken under the Lord of Flying Snow's gaze. Fainting would be the norm. Indeed. Very good. Your willpower indicates that you are a determined and hard-working individual. You will be able to navigate the heart demon tribulation with greater ease in the future. The Lord of Flying Snow continued. Today, I officially declare you the strongest in the innate realm of Flying Snow City. When the Flying Snow City's innate ranking is updated next month, your name will appear at the top. You will be known for 10,000 miles. According to the rules, I should give you some cultivation resources as a reward. Ahong said you need easily refined enormous energy treasures? Yes, my lord, Jiang Xuan replied. The Lord of Flying Snow pondered for a moment, then flipped his wrist and produced a box measuring 1 foot in length and width out of thin air. Tossing it to Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan caught the black box in his arms. Qin Yuanshu immediately recognized that the box Jiang Xuan held was made from extremely expensive falling star blackwood. And crafting such a box measuring 1 foot in length and width would probably require 5,000 medium-grade origin crystals. The box is so precious. Jiang Xuan opened the box, and inside was a stone, about the size of a human head. It was generally oval-shaped but not perfectly round, with irregular cracks, looking like a particularly large yellow-brown pebble. Its texture was extremely ordinary. Moreover, it had no aura. This is the heavenly spirit essence stone. The Lord of Flying Snow City said, when you practice, hold this object in your hands or embrace it, and you can refine and absorb its energy. Lei Hong looked at the Lord of Flying Snow City in surprise. He didn't expect the Lord to give such a valuable reward. Qin Yuanshu was even more stunned, secretly thinking, innate holy item. Holy items refer to the most suitable resources for cultivation within a realm, including innate holy items, calamity realm holy items, divine demon holy items, and so on. The heavenly spirit essence stone is an innate holy item. It is one of the best natural treasures for refining and cultivating in the innate realm. It can allow innate realm cultivators to improve their cultivation level at the fastest speed. Its efficiency is more than 10 times that of top-grade elemental crystals. Such a treasure of this level has never been possessed by the Qin family, which has a history of thousands of years. This is something that cannot even be bought. Only divine demons can possess such resources, and generally, only the prodigies of divine demon families can make use of this treasure, while ordinary geniuses cannot. This is an innate holy item. You should thank the Lord. Lei Hong reminded. Thank you, Lord City Master. Jiang Xuan quickly bowed, feeling a bit excited inside. He had heard of innate holy items from Senior Qishir before. No need to bow. Haha. The Lord of Flying Snow City was obviously in a good mood. Taking out an innate holy item as a reward was not a big deal for him. Next, the Lord of Flying Snow City gave Jiang Xuan some encouraging words, urging him to cultivate diligently. Afterwards, he disappeared with Lei Hong. In the exquisite courtyard, what is going on with Jiang Xuan and Qin Yuanshu? The skinny old man appeared out of nowhere and asked Lei Hong about it. The two were in love. Lei Hong said, you have seen Jiang Xuan's talent. I also found it strange that Qin Yuanshu would like Jiang Xuan before, but now it seems they are quite compatible. However, the Qin family is still unaware of this. The two secretly got married, and the Qin family would not allow Qin Yuanshu to marry out. They can only recruit a son-in-law, and Jiang Xuan, who protects his clan, cannot join the family. There is an irreconcilable conflict between them. The skinny old man nodded. By the way, my lord. Jiang Xuan and Lei Hong reported the detailed situation of Jiang Xuan and the Wei family to the Lord of Flying Snow City. Jiang Xuan entered seclusion again. This time, it was to cultivate his cultivation level, and the treasure used for cultivation was changed from top-grade elemental crystals to the innate holy item, the heavenly spirit essence stone. The refining speed of the innate holy item is more than 10 times that of top-grade elemental crystals. 10 times is just a rough estimate. The actual speed of refining and absorbing depends on the cultivator's talent and realm. The refining speed in the early innate stage and the late innate stage is definitely different. Moreover, refining is one thing. The speed of absorption and fusion after refining is also influenced by talent and realm. However, I practice the Black Profound Art, which can quickly refine and absorb resources in large quantities to elevate my realm. The higher the energy level, the easier it is to refine, and the faster my realm improvement will be. Perhaps this time in seclusion, I can directly reach the innate perfection. Jiang Xuan was not sure if he could definitely achieve it, but he decided to give it a try. Directly challenge the innate perfection. In the back mountain, Jiang Xuan embraced the size of a human head heavenly spirit essence stone and entered a meditative state. Chapter 75, Innate Perfection, 120 times the innate power. Not wanting to be disturbed unexpectedly and worried that the commotion during the innate perfection would be too great, Jiang Xuan chose a location for his seclusion that was not in front of the communication stone, but in the wooden house by the stream where he had spent the night with Chen Yuanshu. It was much more secluded here. The heavenly spirit essence stone is indeed an innate holy item. Once I start refining it with innate power, it feels like pure, condensed heavenly and earthly spiritual energy, with only a very small amount of impurities, coupled with the uniqueness of the black profound art. Using it to practice has accelerated the process by more than 10 times. Perfection is within reach. Holding the heavenly spirit essence stone and exerting all his energy, Jiang Xuan's heart was filled with anticipation. Before this seclusion, Jiang Xuan had a conversation with Chen Yuanshu about the innate holy item. Chen Yuanshu was very surprised that the Lord City Master would offer such a reward. This was something the Chen family did not possess. But she did not envy it because her realm had already reached the limit of the innate realm. Even if the innate holy item were given to her, it would be of no use. In fact, the greatest use of the innate holy item is during the process of advancing from the late innate stage to innate perfection. This is the longest and most resource-consuming breakthrough in the innate realm. Moreover, at the critical moment, a massive amount of energy is needed. If one uses ordinary resources for this step, the refining speed will not keep up, requiring more time to accumulate within the body. While the innate holy item can greatly save that time. Within his meridians, Jiang Xuan's innate power surged, flowing more rapidly and violently. The heavenly spirit essence stone glowed with a crystalline light, and that light seemed to turn into mist, entering Jiang Xuan's body through his palms and circulating through his entire meridian system. The innate power within the meridians increased, gradually filling every gap. And the injuries Jiang Xuan had sustained from the extreme use of the phantom ghost earlier were also recovering in this process. Such pure practice is not enough to injure his meridians again, no matter how full the innate power in the meridians is. As long as there is no violent outburst towards the outside, without that kind of violent pulling, the meridians will only become tougher during this process, not suddenly damaged. When full, it condenses. This should be a long process, but under the effect of the innate holy item, Jiang Xuan accelerated this process by dozens of times. I don't know how long it has been. Jiang Xuan's fog-like innate power began to take on a liquid form, starting with just a few drops, then increasing in quantity. This breakthrough, unlike the previous two, required the opening of the sea of qi in the dantian, so the impact produced during the final breakthrough must be sufficiently large. Once successfully opened, not only will the total amount of innate power increase several times, but the speed of calling upon innate power will also be faster. This is the key to cultivating the 3 realms of artistry entering the Tao. The 3 realms of artistry entering the Tao, unity of man and blade, the power of heaven and man, and the divine might of heaven and earth. The reason why one must reach innate perfection to cultivate is that before innate perfection, the speed of calling upon innate power is insufficient. Innate power only circulates within the meridians. Calling upon a trace of innate power is simple, but calling upon a large amount of innate power, no matter how fast, still requires a process of gathering and exploding. Once the sea of qi in the dantian is established, the vast majority of innate power will already be in a gathered state within the body. It can be called upon instantly. Although the difference in the speed of calling upon innate power between the late innate stage and innate perfection is negligible, making it hard to feel during combat. Being slightly slower in the late stage does not count as a hindrance. However, for cultivating realms, slow is slow. Even a little slower is unacceptable. I originally planned to reach innate perfection by the age of 17. This innate holy item is incredibly precious and can help me achieve it at least 6 months earlier. It seems like just saving half a year, but in reality, it is of great significance for me to surpass innate before the age of 20. Reaching innate perfection at the age of 16 has been achieved by very few in the Flying Snow City in nearly 100 years. Each one can be regarded as having the stature of a divine demon. Yuanshu originally had the opportunity, but unfortunately, she was injured. During his cultivation, Jiang Xuan had some distracting thoughts, but soon became determined and focused again. Time flew by. On the 8th day of Jiang Xuan's seclusion, the innate power within his meridians finally condensed into a liquid state, but the flow rate slowed down, becoming a heavy burden for his meridians. If he couldn't achieve a breakthrough, as soon as Jiang Xuan relaxed, most of the innate power would dissipate, with the remainder reverting to a misty state. Innate perfection. Open. Open. Jiang Xuan suddenly urged the black mysterious art to its limit, and the liquid innate power, which had slowed down, suddenly accelerated. crashing into Jiang Xuan's Dantian in wave after wave, growing fiercer and fiercer, lasting nearly 3 hours. Finally, with a loud rumble, Jiang Xuan felt a space forcibly opened within his Dantian. The Sea of Dantian was formed. All the liquid innate power surged into the Sea of Dantian, exploding into a misty state, striving to expand, increasing the entire Dantian gas sea several times. And it continued to stabilize. Innate perfection. Although the innate power had turned back into a misty state, it was actually much denser than in the late innate stage. And the total amount was several times that of before. Normally, the innate power of a practitioner in the late innate stage, compared to that of someone at innate perfection, had a significant gap in both power and quantity. Jiang Xuan compared it to himself, and the same was true. Moreover, because he had broken through using an innate holy item, the total amount of innate power was even higher than he had anticipated. Such a massive amount of innate power was probably over 120 times that of other innate perfection practitioners. This black mysterious art was truly monstrous. No wonder Elder Qishir was reluctant to tell me the true name of the technique. It must be extremely famous in legends. Jiang Xuan opened his eyes and let out a breath. He felt a refreshing and transparent sensation throughout his body. A higher level of innate power was passively refining his body, and this passive refining process would last for 2 to 3 days without any need for attention. By then, his innate body would also reach the level of innate perfection. It had actually shrunk to the size of a fist. Jiang Xuan looked at the heavenly spirit divine essence stone in his hand. Qin Yuanshu had said that a complete and used innate holy item was enough for at least 100 people to cultivate from the early innate stage to innate perfection. Due to the special nature of his technique, Jiang Xuan had consumed most of it just to break through from the late innate stage to innate perfection. The one-time breakthrough reduced unnecessary losses and basically had no waste, saving over 100,000 mid-grade elemental crystals and more than half a year's time. Looking at the stone in his hand, it seemed that this remaining piece would only be enough for 3 to 5 people. Jiang Xuan thought about the situation in his tribe and felt that there was no need to give it to anyone. Their talents were too low. They wouldn't be able to break through even if they used it. I'll keep it for now and decide later. Jiang Xuan set the stone aside for the time being, then picked up the long knife. With a flick of his wrist, the long knife trembled violently with a buzzing sound, infused with innate power in an instant. Whoosh! Jiang Xuan transformed into an afterimage, appearing on the grass outside the wooden house in an instant, and then he vanished, turning into a ghostly shadow, swinging out a cold slash. Phantom ghost slash. This slash directly caused the stream to stop flowing for several breaths, a result of the extremely slight spatial folds. Jiang Xuan appeared on the opposite bank while holding the knife. It only took half-formed innate power to unleash the phantom ghost slash. Moreover, he directly drew it from the Sea of Dantian. His meridians were tougher than before, serving only as a conduit without sustaining any injuries. Even continuous execution was not a problem. Jiang Xuan knew that his offensive capability had grown significantly. In fact, it was not as Rui Hong had said, that failure against a calamity realm would mean certain death. Let us test my speed. Jiang Xuan disappeared from his spot. Trees rapidly retreated in his view. Rivers, cliffs, and other scenery flashed by continuously. Because he was directly drawing innate power from the Sea of Dantian, his explosive power was much stronger. This caused the unique effect of the formless escape technique to increase dramatically. Whoosh! Jiang Xuan reappeared at the stream's edge. He had circled around outside and returned. 7 times. His speed was 7 times faster than his limit when he had rushed away from that valley to save Qin Yuanshu. Jiang Xuan was very satisfied. He hadn't even borrowed the power of heaven and earth to accelerate yet. Next was the first level of the 3 realms of skill mastery, Unity of Man and Knife. Jiang Xuan picked up the knife, contemplating. Unity of Man and Knife was not difficult. There was no breakthrough bottleneck. Only a certain amount of time was needed for comprehension and improvement. The power of heaven and man would be slightly more difficult, but for me, it was still not challenging. I was finally going to catch up to my father's realm. The real difficulty lay in the power of heaven and earth. Talented individuals like Qin Yuanshu and Shun Taiping from the Star Pavilion achieved innate perfection at 18, Unity of Man and Sword at 19. The power of heaven and man at 20, and the power of heaven and earth at 23. They expected to surpass the innate level by the age of 25. This meant that after reaching innate perfection, they still needed 7 years to surpass it. Just comprehending the power of heaven and earth alone required 3 years. This was under the condition of their extremely high talent and techniques. Ultimately, surpassing the innate level required a higher talent in techniques than in skills. Jiang Xuan only had 4 years in total. Otherwise, he would miss the great opportunity to go to the military city. Jiang Xuan had a clear understanding of his talent in knife techniques. It was not as outrageous as they said. The fact that he could cultivate the Calamity Realm knife technique in the late innate stage was greatly related to the many techniques he practiced. Without the black mysterious art, he wouldn't have enough innate power to forcibly use it. At that time, the depth of his foundational skills was far from sufficient. However, the fact that he could grasp the key to the Calamity Realm knife technique also indicated that his talent in knife techniques was indeed very high. Even if my talent and skills was the best in Faishua City, it hadn't reached the level of being a rare occurrence in 10,000 years. Although the Rui breathing technique was still exploring my hidden talents, further enhancing talent would be a matter for the future. I still needed to work hard now. In fact, for Jiang Xuan, going to the military city was relatively distant. He needed to rescue his mother and sister from the Wei family. He absolutely could not let his sister be forced to marry that middle-aged man from the Jinhedong family. Killing in the innate Calamity Realm. If I really killed a Calamity Realm practitioner, the lord of the city would surely value me at a new height, right? At that time, even if I took my mother and younger sister away, the Wei family wouldn't dare to do anything. Even now, the lord of the city, even if he knew about me, should not openly protect me. Or, I could assassinate that fellow from the Jinhedong family. Silently enter and exit without letting the Dong family's Calamity Realm practitioner discover. That could also ruin the marriage. Even if my mother and younger sister still remained in the Wei family, it could delay things. All of this required me to become stronger. Jiang Xuan's resolve to grow stronger was more unwavering than ever. Finding the feeling of unity of man and knife, Jiang Xuan planned to try it out slightly before ending this retreat. His mind power should greatly help me with the unity of man and knife. Jiang Xuan held the knife, raised his hand, and closed his eyes. While feeling it, he called upon his mind power to envelop the knife in his hand. Suddenly, what is happening? Jiang Xuan suddenly opened his eyes wide. He felt that his mind power had changed. He felt it, a look of disbelief on his face, and slowly released his grip. The knife quietly hovered there. Chapter 76. Change in Mind Power. The true hidden card killing move. Is this mind power? Looking at the knife quietly hovering there, Jiang Xuan suddenly became uncertain. Mind power was just a form of internal mental strength that allowed one to be more awake and have a stronger comprehension ability. Both he and Chun Yuanshu possessed mind power and had made many attempts, but such a situation had never occurred before. An invisible force enveloped the long knife. Go. With a thought, Jiang Xuan commanded. Whoosh. The long knife shot forward like a sharp blade, in an instant covering more than 10 zhang. With 3 loud clangs, the long knife flew another 20 or more zhang, piercing through 3 towering trees that required 3 people to embrace. After stabbing into the 4th towering tree, it suddenly stopped and did not pierce through from the other side, getting stuck inside and unable to move. Jiang Xuan's figure flickered and appeared in front of the 4th towering tree. He observed the near-oval hole where the knife had pierced and went around to the back to take a look. The diameter of this tree was probably as much as 6 feet, while the knife was 4 feet long, fully embedded in the trunk, with neither end protruding outside. Essentially stuck in the middle. This type of iron Huai spring wood is considered a hard tree species, and to pierce through 3 trees in succession, with the 4th one being 5 feet thick, is something that a congenital archer could not achieve. Moreover, I was using a knife, which is asymmetrical, heavier, and more curved, with a wider and thicker handle, making it less conducive to piercing wood. If it were an arrow, I should be able to pierce through this 4th tree, perhaps even the 5th and 6th. The more Jiang Xuan thought about it, the more alarmed he became. His mental power had not been like this before. It seemed to have undergone some kind of mutation, becoming capable of manipulating physical objects, and this power was immense. Could it rival the full power strike of a congenital archer? A congenital archer is a special practitioner that only exists within the Imperial Army. Outside the army, while archers are indeed the strongest in terms of offensive capability, no matter whether they wield knives, swords, or spears at the same realm, they cannot even come close to archers and would be shot down. In a breath, firing over 10 arrows is basic proficiency for a congenital archer. Long-range attacks have a huge advantage over close combat. However, archers have a fatal flaw. They fear ambushes. Once ambushed at close range, they can die very quickly. This leads to the fact that whether in practicing families, academies, or tribes, they basically do not train pure archers. Archery skills must be complemented with close combat skills. The main focus must be on melee weapons. Over the past 10,000 years of development and evolution, various factors have become a consensus. The Jiang Clan is the same. Hunters are trained in both long knives and archery. This has also made the term congenital archer a specific term, referring to the congenital archers of the imperial army. Such archers only exist in large legions, and they possess only basic close combat abilities, with almost all their training time devoted to archery. This makes the arrows they shoot extremely lethal. Killing above their level is a testament to genius for other cultivators. But for congenital archers, that is normal and ordinary. For example, a mid-congenital archer shooting down a late congenital archer. Congenital archers pursue the ultimate long-range attack capabilities. They almost completely abandon the training of close combat skills. They also do not need to consider how to protect themselves. In the army, there are specialized troops responsible for protecting them, known as the Bao Guard Army. The reason the Dai Qian dynasty cultivates such a troop type, with both obvious strengths and weaknesses, is to reduce the losses of the army when fighting against the beast tide, allowing a sufficient number of congenital archers to unleash a volley of arrows. They can kill a large number of beast-type creatures with comparable congenital strength with 0 casualties. Congenital archers are extremely precious beings. I cannot say they can compare to a perfected congenital archer, but at least they can surpass a late congenital archer. Their power is sufficient to kill perfected congenital beings. The long knife stuck in the tree trembled, then slowly withdrew from the trunk, floating. Jiang Xuan used his mental power to control the long knife, flying back into his hand. This power enveloped the knife, allowing him to control it. If Jiang Xuan closed his eyes and sensed the forest with his secret technique, his mental power seemed to transform from an internal force into an external force that extended outwards, continuously spreading around with his thoughts. The ground around began to shake, and little stones the size of fingertips flew up from the thick layer of fallen leaves, along with slightly larger stones, clumps of earth, and some half-yellow, half-green leaves that had just fallen, all slowly floating upwards, gradually reaching the height of Jiang Xuan's brow, and coming to a stop. Jiang Xuan opened his eyes and was astonished by the marvelous scene around him. Hundreds of stones, fallen leaves, clumps of earth, and so on were suspended around him, making the scene truly dreamlike. Can mental power be divided into hundreds of parts? However, the more it is divided, the weaker the feeling of power becomes, and the larger stones become impossible to control to float. But as long as he could control them to float, it seemed that the most basic power was retained. Jiang Xuan wanted to test how great this basic power was. Scatter. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Boom, 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 boom. All the towering trees around Jiang Xuan came under attack. The little stones continuously pierced through the trees, and the leaves seemed to transform into sharp blades, cutting off branches thicker than a human leg. Some trees were directly turned into sieves, while others were pierced in nearby positions, breaking and collapsing with loud crashes. It was as if dozens of mid-congenital archers were shooting in unison. Jiang Xuan was astonished by this power. This was merely the most basic power after his mental power was divided into hundreds of parts. What would the maximum power be if combined together? Jiang Xuan took out a sheathed dagger from his pocket. This was his personal dagger, of good quality, but not particularly precious. It was used for gutting and skinning wild beasts before grilling them in the wild. Jiang Xuan drew the dagger from its sheath, tossing it aside. And with his other hand, he picked up the long knife and swung it forcefully. Swish! Jiang Xuan used the secret technique of the robbery realm knife law, and combined with the better quality of his long knife, he smoothly chopped off the handle of the dagger, leaving only a 3-inch long azure gold broken blade. The azure gold broken blade was about half the length of an adult male's palm, small and delicate in hand. Jiang Xuan stared at it and released his grip, causing the azure gold broken blade to float in front of him, adjusting its position and direction with his thoughts. Jiang Xuan held his breath and focused. He was going to use all his strength. Go! Swish boom! The azure gold broken blade shot out instantly for 100 zhong, piercing through 11 towering trees in an instant. Strictly speaking, only the last 6 trees were pierced, while the first 5 crumbled due to the immense pulling force generated when the azure gold broken blade penetrated. Especially the first tree, which was almost shattered to pieces. 100 zhong was not the limit, but because after exceeding 100 zhong, Jiang Xuan's mental power lost control over the azure gold broken blade. Jiang Xuan transformed into a shadow and dashed in the direction the azure gold broken blade had shot. He reached a distance of 147 zhong, where the azure gold broken blade protruded about an inch from behind a towering tree. It had shot in from the other end, completely piercing the trunk, but still had a large portion stuck inside. This was the limit. 147 zhang, piercing through 16 towering trees. The power of this strike could probably kill in the robbery realm. It was dozens of times more powerful than the full power strike of a perfected congenital archer. Jiang Xuan pulled out the azure gold broken blade, holding it between two fingers. And moreover, he could control the broken blade with his mental power to fly freely within 100 zhang, without fixed parameters, unconstrained by any techniques, with endless variations. It could even catch opponents off guard. It could ignore realms to kill. Jiang Xuan knew that this was only possible in the most ideal state. However, this ability to ignore realms to kill does not include gods and demons, as gods and demons are no longer mere mortals. Their bodies are not something a congenital level weapon like the broken blade could penetrate. But as for the robbery realm, the difference in physical defense between the small heavenly calamity realm and the large heavenly calamity realm is significant, yet not so great that they could withstand weapons with mere flesh and blood. The great heavenly tribulation realm has an extremely strong application of the power of heaven and earth. A single thought can mobilize the power of heaven and earth to suppress, causing the speed of the broken blade to suddenly decrease. Moreover, top-tier existences like Lord Lei Hong will use their domain to protect themselves during combat, making it impossible for them to be suddenly ambushed and killed. Jiang Xuan thought to himself, to ignore the realm and kill, special opportunities are needed. Or to suddenly launch this move when the opponent is distracted with only one chance. Buzz. The blue-gold broken blade suddenly transformed into a streak of flowing light. Spinning rapidly around Jiang Xuan, interweaving back and forth to cut, its speed reaching the extreme. This was very easy for Jiang Xuan, and he quickly grasped the relevant techniques. This was the real trump card, an unprecedented method. Jiang Xuan walked towards another direction in the forest. Bang, bang, bang. Wherever Jiang Xuan passed, everything around was pierced and exploded by the blue-gold flowing light. Whether it was trees or large stones, all were punctured into a honeycomb shape and then shattered. Jiang Xuan raised his hand, and the blue-gold broken blade flew back into his hand. But what exactly is this? It was simply unheard of. Even the senior of the strange stone hadn't mentioned similar techniques in cultivation. Jiang Xuan thought he needed to find the senior of the strange stone to ask. She hadn't mentioned it, but she should know what it is. Thinking of this, Jiang Xuan transformed into an afterimage and disappeared into the forest. After more than a dozen breaths, in front of the empty space and the strange stone, the afterimage condensed into Jiang Xuan's figure. "Senior, are you there?" Jiang Xuan asked. "Yes." The strange stone transmitted an ethereal voice. "You successfully broke through?" "I broke through," Jiang Xuan quickly replied. The heavenly spirit essence stone given by the Snowfall City Lord is indeed powerful, worthy of being a congenital holy product. This breakthrough saved me more than half a year of cultivation time. Before Jiang Xuan entered seclusion, after Qin Yuanshu left the back mountain, he had a conversation with the senior of the strange stone. "Well, it's good that you broke through." The ethereal voice carried a hint of unhidden laziness, and upon being recognized as a woman, she no longer concealed it much. Congenital perfection. Next is the 3 realms of skill entering the Tao, which shouldn't be difficult for you. It's quite good for you to have this level at 16, but don't become complacent. Looking at the vast territory of the great Qin dynasty, talents like you are as numerous as stars, and those who can become gods and demons are 1 in 10,000. Becoming a god or demon is just the starting point of wandering in this world. The road ahead is still long, so focus on becoming a god or demon first. "Senior, I understand. Thank you for your teachings," Jiang Xuan said. He always looked forward to becoming a god or demon in the future and worked hard towards it, especially after witnessing the means of the Snowfall City Lord. Jiang Xuan's resolve was further strengthened. "Senior, I have another question," Jiang Xuan said again. "It seems that my mind power has undergone some kind of change." "Change? What change?" "It seems to have transformed from mental power into an invisible energy that can control objects to fly." Jiang Xuan explained the situation, including various experimental effects, flying speed, power, and so on. "Controlling weapons to fly?" The ethereal voice contained a rare surprise. "You have actually mastered the flying sword technique of the extraterrestrial demon race." "Flying sword technique?" Jiang Xuan was taken aback. "Senior, the sands of the Heart Sutra you taught me is indeed the technique of the extraterrestrial demon race, right? Could it be?" "Quick look," the ethereal voice insisted. Is there a little person in the center of your brow now? Chapter 77. The Spirit Sword Technique, a little person in the center of my brow? Jiang Xuan sat cross-legged in confusion, directing his attention inward. He concentrated on his mind power. All innate realms can perform introspection. Jiang Xuan had seen his mind power before. It was a very thin mist. In fact, this mist does not exist. It is an unseen energy that can only be seen through one's consciousness. As soon as he entered introspection, Jiang Xuan was startled. How is it? Do you see anything? The ethereal voice asked. Yes, Jiang Xuan replied while introspecting. In the mist, there is a vague figure of a little person, composed of denser mist. I can't see its appearance clearly, but the general outline looks like a person, and I can control it. Jiang Xuan tried to manipulate the little person with his thought. Move your hands, lift your legs. It was very effortless, as if he were controlling his own real hands and feet. Indeed, the voice of the Qian Emperor was filled with excitement. This situation has occurred before, but it is extremely rare. You have given birth to a spirit. Spirit? Jiang Xuan asked in response. Yes, the spirit is a transformative state of a cultivator's soul, which can be considered a higher-level soul, the Qian Emperor explained, and in our great Qian dynasty's god and demon system, we do not cultivate to produce a spirit. After becoming a god or demon, we rely on our powerful physical bodies and close combat skills to fight our enemies. In some other worlds outside, certain cultivation methods require cultivating a spirit, such as the demon race, which we often battle with on the extraterrestrial battlefield. They formally refer to themselves as the immortal demon clan. The Qian Emperor spoke seriously, explaining that they called their cultivation methods cultivating immortality. Cultivating immortality? Jiang Xuan pondered. Does cultivating immortality give rise to a little person in the mind? The cultivation systems of cultivating immortality and our god and demon systems cannot coexist, the Qian Emperor continued. These are two fundamentally different cultivation systems. The resources for cultivation in this world are only suitable for the god and demon system. Therefore, from ancient times until now, there have been a few instances where the cultivating immortality system showed signs of rising, with some extraordinary talents creating cultivation methods, but they quickly perished. The god and demon system is the proper path of cultivation in this world. So, does that mean that my current spirit is only useful at this stage? It won't have any effect in the future? Jiang Xuan felt somewhat disappointed. No, the ethereal voice immediately replied. It will be useful in the future, and very useful. If you can become a god or demon and go to the extraterrestrial battlefield, you will possess unprecedented advantages. But senior, didn't you say this world lacks resources for cultivating immortality? Jiang Xuan asked. Now that I can manipulate weapons with my spirit, even at full strength, I can only barely surpass the innate level. It is useful now, but what use will it have in the future? There are not completely no resources, just very few. The ethereal voice explained. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been those few brief surges in history. Cultivating immortality in our world is destined not to form factions, but the resources you can use alone, which are considered very few for the millions of cultivators in this world, are inexhaustible for you. Moreover, in reality, you are not cultivating immortality. You never did and you won't need to in the future. You merely gave birth to a spirit by accident. What you need to do is just continue to strengthen your spirit. Just practice the flying sword technique. The flying sword. It is the core combat technique of the cultivating immortality system. Although there are also sword formations, sword domains, spells, and other techniques, you are primarily cultivating in the god and demon system, and your main focus in the future will also be on god and demon cultivation. Our god and demon system is not inferior to the cultivating immortality system. Each has its advantages and disadvantages. The god and demon system excels in close combat, but is not good at long-range attacks, while the cultivating immortality system can take heads from 1,000 miles away, but has a weak physical body. However, you can add a long-range attack method to the god and demon system, which is also the core method of the opponent. Whether facing the immortal demon clan on the battlefield in the future or other cultivators of the god and demon system now, you will have a huge advantage. Do you understand? Jiang Xuan certainly understood. Before asking the senior of the strange stone, Jiang Xuan had already realized the terrifying lethality of the technique he had suddenly mastered. After the senior of the strange stone explained, Jiang Xuan understood even more that mastering the flying sword technique was equivalent to compensating for the shortcomings of the god and demon cultivation system. Jiang Xuan suddenly felt that the senior Qi Shi seemed particularly eager for him to cultivate his primordial spirit, so he was very proactive in explaining these things to him. Moreover, The benefits of a strengthened primordial spirit are not limited to sword techniques. You can explore on your own, and if you have any questions in the future, you can ask me. The ethereal voice continued. By the way, you haven't mentioned how your primordial spirit came into being. What was the situation at that time? At that time, there wasn't really much of a situation. I, Jiang Xuan, briefly talked about my experience of breaking through the cultivation realm during my closed-door training. It has nothing to do with your breakthrough in cultivation. What about before that? Before that, it was when the Lord of Flying Snow City tested me. How did he test you specifically? He looked into my eyes and pulled me into an illusion. Then Jiang Xuan recounted the details of the test. When he mentioned that he had persisted for over 100 breaths and could still awaken under the gaze of the divine demons, Qian Huang immediately understood. Under immense mental pressure, your mental power underwent a transformation, inadvertently giving birth to your primordial spirit. The ethereal voice said. This indicates that you inherently possess a very high talent for cultivating the primordial spirit. Such talent is extremely rare even among the immortal demon tribes, which is why you were able to stumble upon your primordial spirit so easily. The senior hopes I cultivate my primordial spirit? Jiang Xuan asked. Yes, I hope so. The ethereal voice paused for a moment before continuing, but I must remind you that although sword techniques are very powerful, the impact of possessing a primordial spirit on a divine demon practitioner in the end, whether it's good or bad, is still unknown. Jiang Xuan listened. You are not the first divine demon practitioner to possess a primordial spirit. In the last 300,000 years, there have been a few who accidentally gained a primordial spirit, but none of them became divine demons. It is unclear whether it was due to insufficient talent or if their primordial spirits dispersed their focus. It could also be that cultivating a primordial spirit inherently hinders the cultivation of divine demons. Qian Huang said, so you must think carefully. Right now, your primordial spirit has just been born. If you neglect it, it will have minimal impact on your divine demon cultivation. However, if you cultivate your primordial spirit, what will happen in the future and what risks may arise, whether it will affect your becoming a divine demon, is uncertain. Of course, it could also have a positive impact. As for how it will be, you must consider it carefully and grasp it yourself. Qian Huang did not try to persuade Jiang Xuan, leaving the decision to him, mainly because she was also uncertain about the impact of the primordial spirit on divine demons. Historically, those few had not become divine demons. Qian Huang secretly hoped Jiang Xuan could succeed, as this would be a great experiment. A divine demon mastering sword techniques would be like a killing god on the battlefield. In fact, Qian Huang did not have high expectations for Jiang Xuan, as becoming a divine demon is inherently as difficult as climbing to the sky. Not to mention the unknown factor of the primordial spirit. Her thought was that since it had already happened to Jiang Xuan, it should just continue. Senior, I will cultivate my primordial spirit. Jiang Xuan directly gave his answer, and I ask you to tell me the method of cultivating the primordial spirit. Jiang Xuan's thought was simple. He wanted to save his mother and sister. So at this stage, the stronger he became, the better. As for whether he could become a divine demon in the future, if to become a divine demon, he had to give up the opportunity to become stronger at this stage and give up the chance to save his mother and sister. Then what would be the meaning of becoming a divine demon? If he couldn't even protect his closest family, what would it matter if he became stronger? He would merely become a powerful beast. Jiang Xuan had always been a pragmatic person. The sword technique was so fierce. It even made Jiang Xuan see the possibility of killing those at the great heavenly tribulation realm. He could not let it go. It was already June 3rd. In the territory of the Nalan tribe at Heighten Mountain, at the Sharp Tooth Ridge, the demon hunting camp was stationed. The camp stretched for nearly 7 miles, housing about 20,000 troops. Inside the main tent, Chief Luo, Commander Ji, then I won't disturb you any longer. Xiahanja clasped his fists and saluted, then turned to leave. Luo Yingqing and a heavily armored general over 50 years old walked out of the big tent, escorting Xiahanja for a few steps. After Xiahanja repeatedly said to stay, the two finally stopped outside the tent, watching Xiahanja leave. Strange. Why has Inspector Xie been coming so often these past 2 months? The heavily armored general frowned and said, we've only been at Heighten Mountain for 2 months, right? Counting today, he has come 3 times, and it seems he has something to discuss. But every time he says he is just passing by for a visit. How can someone who is just passing by bring gifts? This heavily armored general was Ji Pingzhong, the commander of the demon hunting camp of the Flying Snow Army. At the mid-heavenly tribulation realm, he was one of the core leaders of the entire Flying Snow Army, and he also held another identity. Being the 3rd direct disciple of Luo Yingqing, the chief instructor of the Flying Snow Army. Luo Yingqing could mobilize troops to Heighten Mountain through him. The 20,000 troops came to Heighten Mountain due to the movements of the demon beasts. Although Luo Yingqing's initial motive for coming to Heighten Mountain was not related to the demon beasts, for him, the movements of the demon beasts were much more important than a Jiang Xuan. Therefore, the army had been at Heighten Mountain for 2 months. With batches of people sent into Heighten Mountain to hunt the demon beasts, and Luo Yingqing had personally participated. He had focused all his energy on the demon beasts in these 2 months and had not visited the Jiang Clan's Earth City. To directly challenge a junior was ultimately too deliberate. He had originally thought to take it slow. After all, there was still nearly half a year before Xia Hongjia's master, Zhou Kong, stepped down. As long as he resolved Jiang Xuan before Zhou Kang's departure, Zhou Kong would be able to preside over the marriage for his disciple. And that would be enough. But Xia Hongjia was pushing particularly hard, always coming without explicitly stating it. Only Luo Yingqing understood what he was after. Humph. Luo Yingqing snorted coldly and turned back into the big tent. He had many grievances against Xia Hongjia. Xia Hongjia's urgency made it seem as if Luo Yingqing was a man of his word. Ji Pingzhong didn't understand why his master suddenly got angry, vaguely guessing that there might be some issue between his master and Xia Hongjia, but he didn't dare to ask and followed his master back into the tent. Inside the big tent, the two walked up to the long table. Wow. Ji Pingzhong opened the gift box that Xia Hongjia had brought this time. Looking at the neatly arranged porcelain vials inside, his eyebrows raised slightly. The best internal medicine for congenital injuries from Tongtian Pavilion. The blood recovery pill. 1 pill costs the salary of a congenital soldier for 2 years, and there are 20 pills in a bottle, a total of 36 bottles. Xia Hongjia is becoming more and more generous. The gift was not for the two of them. Every time Xia Hongjia came, he brought healing and recovery items for the wounded of the demon hunting camp, and they were all of particularly high quality. Ji Pingzhong didn't want to refuse. Nor did he want to refuse. He certainly hoped that his soldiers could use better medicine. Moreover, Xia Hongjia sending medicine to the wounded would also be a topic of admiration when it spread. This was completely different from giving personal gifts, as there was no issue of accepting bribes. Luo Yingqing looked expressionless at the box until Ji Pingzhong closed it. Then he spoke. Pingzhong. Master. Ji Pingzhong quickly looked up. Have the personal guards prepare, and you come with me to visit the Jiang Clan's Earth City. Luo Yingqing said. Inspector Lei Hong often resides there. Since we have been at Heighten Mountain for so long, we should pay a visit. Ji Pingzhong was taken aback. His master used to not be fond of such socializing. However, he thought about it. With Zhou Kong stepping down, Lei Hong was the first inspector. At this critical moment, coming to Heighten Mountain without seeing Lei Hong would seem as if he was supporting other inspectors, which could easily lead to misunderstandings. It was appropriate to visit. All right, I'll arrange it right away. Ji Pingzhong nodded and then turned to leave. An hour later, Luo Yingqing, Ji Pingzhong, and 500 demon hunting guards left the Sharp Tooth Ridge camp. A day later, the team entered the territory of the Jiang Clan. After another half a day, on the afternoon of June 4th, a team of over 500 arrived at the Jiang Clan's Earth City. Chapter 78. Is Jiang Xuan really that afraid of death? The head instructor of the Flying Snow Army, Luo Yingqing, arrived at the Jiang Clan's earthen fortress. For the Jiang Clan members, it was nothing surprising. It was just a few hundred innate practitioners and a tribulation realm expert arriving. However, for the black armored army stationed in the earthen fortress, it was quite a sensational event. Luo Yingqing was ranked first on the innate list and was the only one to comprehend the return to simplicity. For all the innate practitioners across the 100,000 miles of territory under Flying Snow City, Luo Yingqing was a living legend, and in the hearts of some, he was even more respected than tribulation realm experts. After all, there were many tribulation realm experts, but only 2 who had returned to simplicity. The other being the Lord of the Demon City. Among the 300 black armored guards under Lei Hong, a small portion came from the Flying Snow Army, selected for their special talents and trained under Luo Yingqing before their selection. Have you heard? Head instructor Luo has come. Is it true? Let's go take a look. We're going to see Lord Lei Hong. We don't know him. How can we watch? Just take a look from a distance. We can say we've seen him. Right. Let's go. By the weapon racks at the martial arts training ground in the earthen fortress, 2 black armored guards chatted for a moment and then excitedly walked out. They were both in their 40s, which was rare for them to be so excited about seeing someone. The talent required to become a tribulation realm expert was extraordinarily high. There were only 2 outcomes for wanting to enter the tribulation realm. Either you enter in your 20s or 30s, or you have no hope in this lifetime. There was no possibility of entering the tribulation realm at 40 or 50. Therefore, for any innate practitioner among the black armored guards, the tribulation realm was not the ultimate goal. Luo Yingxing was. Luo Yingxing was the target of admiration and pursuit for all innate practitioners. He was the strongest innate practitioner. He represented the limits of the innate realm. It could even be said that he single-handedly raised the upper limit of innate strength by more than 10 times. Although he was still no match for tribulation realm experts, his significance in hunting demon beasts was immense. Some demon beasts had strengths that lay between the perfected innate realm and the tribulation realm. And it was not an exaggeration to say that there was a 100-fold difference in strength between innate and tribulation realms. There were far too many demon beasts that fell between the two strengths. Luo Yingxing was a true benchmark. The second and third on the innate list also mastered tribulation realm techniques, but they were far inferior to Luo Yingxing. He was a unique existence. Moreover, Luo Yingxing had personally trained several tribulation realm disciples, indicating that he had no issues with teaching. He represented the most correct path in military cultivation. Those with sufficient talent could surpass the innate realm by learning from him, while those lacking in talent could only pursue the ultimate return to simplicity in their innate realm. Some innate practitioners' admiration for Luo Yingxing had reached a fanatical level. A black armored guard named Di Kaixing hurriedly entered a secluded courtyard. "Here you are." Jiang Xuan greeted him with a smile. She had arranged to practice with Di Kaixing that afternoon. Di Kaixing's realm was much higher than Jiang Xuan's, enough to guide her. And given their relationship, this was also a form of a private meeting. "Sister Cuyun, I'm sorry, but I have to leave immediately," Di Kaixing said apologetically. "Are you going into the mountains?" Jiang Cuyun's smile faded significantly. "No, there's no mission," Di Kaixing explained excitedly. "The head instructor of the Flying Snow Army has come to the Earthen Fortress, and I have to go see him." "You know the head instructor of the Flying Snow Army?" Jiang Cuyun asked hesitantly. "I don't know him." Di Kaixing shook his head. "Then why go join the excitement?" Jiang Cuyun frowned. She didn't understand what this man was thinking. Why not stay to accompany her and go see some head instructor instead? "Sister Cuyun, you don't understand," Di Kaixing said repeatedly. "The head instructor Luo is the #1 innate practitioner. Whether it's Heightened Mountain, Flying Snow City, or several other noble territories, as well as the towns and villages within 100,000 miles. How many innate practitioners are there? Over 1 million. Head instructor Luo is the strongest among them. So what?" Jiang Cuyun placed her hands on her hips. "He has a gap in strength. The second and third can't even beat him when combined." Di Kaixing excitedly continued. "Since he comprehended that tribulation realm spear technique 17 years ago, he has been ranked first on the innate list. Every 15th of the month, Flying Snow City updates the top 100 rankings, and he has been first for 17 consecutive years. He is the strongest innate practitioner. 17 consecutive years." Di Kaixing couldn't help but exclaim repeatedly. "Tribulation realm spear technique?" Jiang Cuyun raised an eyebrow, proudly stating, "How does it compare to our Xiao Xian? Our Xiao Xian has comprehended the tribulation realm sword technique. The Jiang Clan leader can't be compared to head instructor Luo," Di Kaixing said bluntly. Seeing Jiang Cuyun's expression change, he quickly added, Sister Cuyun, what I mean is, although I greatly respect the Jiang Clan leader, truly respect him. He has always protected the clan and you, Sister Cuyun, and is a hero in my heart. His strength is not something I can criticize, but..." Seeing Jiang Cuyun's expression improve, Di Kaixing finally dared to say the but he really can't be compared to head instructor Luo. Head instructor Luo not only masters one tribulation realm spear technique, but more importantly, before comprehending the spear technique, he had already returned to simplicity in his skills, a level that requires decades of hard training to achieve. His understanding of foundational techniques has reached its peak, allowing him to easily counter any innate technique. "Brother Sheng, are you going or not?" A loud voice suddenly urged from outside. "If you're not going, we'll leave first." Coming. Di Kaixing shouted back, then looked at Jiang Cuyun with pleading eyes, as if saying, "Give me a break, my brothers are waiting outside, please." Jiang Cuyun wouldn't let him leave. He dared not go. "Go ahead," Jiang Cuyun said unhappily. Di Kaixing turned and ran, leaving the courtyard without looking back. "Stupid man," Jiang Cuyun muttered to herself. In truth, she understood that the head instructor Luo was someone her beloved particularly admired. That's why he wanted to join in the excitement. Jiang Cuyun could accept it. But Di Kaixing saying someone was stronger than Jiang Xian was only because of the broken promise, which made her a bit annoyed. He had promised to practice with her in the afternoon, and she had specially braided her hair for him today. It was as if he hadn't seen her at all. In the days following Jiang Xuan's killing of Feng Fu, Jiang Xuan had heard the black armored guards discussing that the top 3 on the innate list all mastered Tribulation Realm techniques. Since Jiang Xuan killed Feng Fu, he was now 4th on the innate list. He had the qualification to challenge the top 3, but it was merely a qualification, after all. He had only mastered the Tribulation Realm sword technique and was lacking in many other aspects, which was normal. The strongest innate practitioner, head instructor Luo. Jiang Xuan thought to herself, not knowing how much weaker Xiao Xian was compared to him. In the exquisite courtyard, Luo Yingqing and Ji Pengzhong had been there for a while. The 3 sat under the shade of a tree by a stone table. Head instructor Luo. It's rare for you to leave the Eastern Pan camp, Lei Hong suggested, offering Luo Yingqing some tea while he also picked up his cup. Since you're here, stay with me for a few more days. My black armored guards have been neglecting their training due to their long-term tasks. I would trouble head instructor Luo to provide some guidance. After chatting for a while, Lei Hong heard the noise from outside the courtyard. He was well aware of the reverence the innate realm practitioners in the military had for Luo Yingqing. His black armored guards were no exception. So he wanted to create opportunities for his subordinates to interact with Luo Yingqing. Since Lord Lei Hong has spoken, I shall stay a few more days, Luo Yingqing said with a smile. He and Lei Hong were mutually courteous, although Lei Hong's position was far above Luo Yingqing's and their strengths were worlds apart. Luo Yingqing held a transcendent status in the entire Flying Snow Army system and was over 20 years older than Lei Hong, who respected him greatly. Luo Yingqing, Ji Pengzhong, and the 500 demon hunting guards settled in the Jiang Clan's earthen fortress. On the day they arrived, during the evening banquet, Luo Yingqing even announced that during his stay in the earthen fortress, anyone could come to him for guidance. The welcoming banquet for Luo Yingqing and Ji Pengzhong was funded by Lei Hong and organized by the Jiang Clan, and Tuqing is the territory of the Jiang Clan. So the clan's senior members should have attended. However, only Grandma Jinhua, Jiang Xuan, and a few other powerful women were present at the banquet. The clan leader, Jiang Xuan, was absent. According to the clan's customs, regardless of who funded the grand banquet, as long as the bonfire was lit, everyone living in Tuqing could join in the festivities. Yet, Chen Yuanshu, who usually resides in the Jiang Clan's Tuqing, was also not seen. It was said that after Jiang Xuan emerged from his seclusion yesterday, he briefly visited the back mountain before returning to close himself off for cultivation again. Chen Yuanshu went to seek his guidance on understanding the techniques of the Tribulation Realm. Both were in seclusion in the back mountain. Luo Yingqing was furious about this. It seemed utterly disrespectful. Even Ji Pengzhong sensed something was off. If Chen Yuanshu truly wanted to learn about the techniques of the Tribulation Realm, Jiang Xuan was indeed a suitable mentor, but so was Luo Yingqing. Yet, the chief instructor had come to Tuqing, and Chen Yuanshu had not shown up at all. In the following days, Jiang Xuan remained in seclusion in the back mountain. And so did Chen Yuanshu. This even made Luo Yingqing start to suspect that Jiang Xuan was deliberately avoiding him. Did he know the purpose of Luo Yingqing's visit to Tuqing? Was he afraid to come out? But he couldn't hide forever, because there was also the clan's life and death battle. What surprised Luo Yingqing even more was that Jiang Xuan didn't appear even during the life and death battle of the clan. The Shentu Clan had stopped sending innate realm experts to the Jiang Clan, instead sending those at the postnatal realm to die, making it unnecessary for Jiang Xuan to even show his face. Among the male members of the Jiang Clan who returned, there were innate realm fighters, and they could kill at will. On the 7th, 8th, and 9th days of the month, there were 30 life and death battles, all ending in victory for the Jiang Clan. Luo Yingqing grew increasingly infuriated. However, Jiang Xuan's avoidance during this time also provided Luo Yingqing with ample opportunity to understand the Jiang Clan, not just from his own observations, but also from what the black armored guards said. Although the time wasn't long, Luo Yingqing gradually softened. He realized that if he killed Jiang Xuan, the Jiang Clan would be swallowed by the Shentu Clan. That would mean he indirectly caused the deaths of hundreds or thousands of lives. Although he had already promised Xia Hanjia, he couldn't commit such a heinous crime out of momentary anger. It went against Luo Yingqing's principles. He couldn't bring himself to do such evil. If he could find his way back to the right path and sever ties with Chen Yuanshu, then giving him some lessons would be enough. It wouldn't have to cost him his life. Luo Yingqing thought this way. He decided to spar with Jiang Xuan in a way that wouldn't go too far, and even deliberately spread the news to let the black armored guards and Jiang Clan members know. believing that it would certainly reach Jiang Xian's ears. But Jiang Xian still remained in seclusion in the back mountain, seemingly unwilling to meet him. Qin Yuanshu had also never appeared. Was he really that afraid of death? And so, the time came to June 15th. On this day, the innate rankings in Feishua City were updated. Chapter 79. Jiang Xian takes the top spot. The strongest innate in 100,000 miles. On June 15th at noon, in a private room on the third floor of the Floating Cloud Tea House in Feishua City, a proud-looking middle-aged man in a brocade robe was having a pleasant conversation with Wei Hongqua, both accompanied by scantily clad women serving them tea and fruit. This middle-aged man in the brocade robe was none other than Dong Junshu, the rising noble of the Dong family from Jinhe River. Young Master Dong. We have an agreement then, Wei Hongqua said with a smile. For the spiritual millet plantation in the valley, our two families, Wei and Dong, will manage it together. The clan issues will be handled by the Dong family, and the beast problems will be resolved by our Wei family, with the profits split 50-50. It's settled. Dong Junshu nodded with a smile. The conditions proposed by Fourth Master are very fair. I have no objections. Great. Wei Hongqua clapped the table. Young Master Dong is straightforward. The two families had been cooperating for nearly a year, and many agreements had been reached in this manner, but never as smoothly as today. Wei Hongqua knew very well that it was because his father had entered the Great Tribulation realm and had been confirmed by various parties that the Dong family was willing to make concessions. The Wei family was no longer in decline and had ample breathing room. The attitudes of both the prominent families in Feishua City and the outside nobles towards the Wei family had changed. But Wei Hongqua did not dare to act arrogantly towards Dong Junshu. He understood that his current status in the family was due to Dong Junshu. His earlier acknowledgement of his mistakes to his father without punishment was also related to the good cooperation with the Dong family. Therefore, he was absolutely unwilling to offend Dong Junshu. He had to be respectful. I heard Fourth Master recently took in another beautiful concubine, a recently retired courtesan from Qingyuan City. Congratulations, Dong Junshu said with a hint of meaning in his smile. Fourth Master has beautiful companions. It makes one envious. Just a little concubine. Wei Hongqua waved his hand and assured, Young Master Dong, rest assured that my niece, when she turns 16, will marry into your Jinhe Dong family without any delay. Although my father made a great breakthrough recently, our Wei family will never go back on our word to your noble family, nor will we raise the price. You can rest easy. Ha ha ha, I trust Fourth Master's character. Dong Junshu laughed heartily. After Wei Qingshan's breakthrough, the cooperation between the Wei family and the Jinhe Dong family would only become more stable, and they wouldn't even need a marriage alliance. The Dong family would be willing to continue cooperating with the Wei family. The powerful figures of the Dong noble family were not worried about the Wei family reneging on the marriage. Dong Junshu himself, however, was concerned. He had previously had a betrothal with Wei Baiyun, but unexpectedly, the almost cooked duck flew away. Now Wei Yao had become a mental barrier in his heart, and he was truly afraid that there would be an accident with this marriage as well. It wasn't that he feared the Wei family would breach the contract again. He was afraid that this old fellow Wei Hongqua might turn the tables and raise demands for the marriage. However, it seemed that Wei Hongqua had no such intentions at the moment. Both sides were afraid of each other causing trouble and dared not offend one another, resulting in a pleasant cooperation. Quick, go to the entrance of the Starry Pavilion. The innate rankings have been updated. Isn't it just an update? What's the big deal? Something big has happened. Suddenly, a noisy commotion erupted outside, with intense shouting growing louder. What's going on outside? Wei Hongqua looked towards the window. The beautiful woman beside him got up, walked to the window, opened it to listen and look, then turned back and said sweetly, Fourth Master. They say it's about the innate rankings being updated. It probably involves some genius making the list again. Dong Junshu chuckled, holding his teacup. Who died for the innate rankings to be revealed? It's possible too. Wei Hongqua said, turning his head to the door. Liuzi, go see what's going on with the innate rankings. Hurry up and come back. Yes, sir, the attendant Liuzi replied. And soon footsteps were heard as he hurried down the stairs. A while later, ding ding ding. Both Wei Hongqua and Dong Junshu, who were drinking tea, heard the sound of hurried footsteps rushing upstairs, and just as they turned their heads, Liuzi burst through the door, panting and gasping. Master, master, something big has happened. Thud. Liuzi accidentally fell at the door, flustered. What kind of manners are these? Wei Hongqua's face darkened. In front of Dong Junshu, the servants behaved so rudely, making him feel embarrassed. Liuzi quickly knelt down. What big deal happened? Wei Honghua finally asked. The innate rankings have been updated. The strongest innate has changed hands. No longer is it Luo Zhongjiao, who held the top spot for 17 consecutive years. Jiang Xuan has jumped from 4th to 1st place. He has become the strongest innate. The attendant Liuzi lowered his head and said, Coach Luo has retreated to 2nd place, and the original 2nd and 3rd places have been pushed down. According to the disciples of the Xingqian Pavilion, they have learned that Jiang Xuan's strongest innate talent was personally decided by the city lord. And the Inspector Lord Lei Hong also believes that Jiang Xuan's strength far surpasses that of Coach Luo. Enough. Wei Honghua stood up and shouted angrily. Liuzi shrank his neck in fear. Wei Honghua turned to exchange a glance with Dong Junqiu, and both of their faces darkened. Moments later, outside the Xingqian Pavilion in Feishua City, a specially constructed 2-zhang high white wall displayed the latest list of the top 108 talents. And in front of the white wall, a massive crowd had gathered. Since it's the city lord's decision, it must be correct. Jiang Xuan has probably already received the reward for being the strongest innate talent. At most, within a year, he will definitely reach the peak of innate talent. His swordsmanship talent is extraordinarily high, and comprehending the 3 realms of skills within 5 years is not a problem. It's just that when he surpasses the innate stage, he might need to take it slow, but I estimate that he will definitely enter the catastrophe realm by the age of 24 at the latest. Wei Honghua and Dong Junqiu appeared by the window of a private room in the tavern across the street. Listening to the discussions of the Xingqian Pavilion geniuses about Jiang Xuan, their expressions growing increasingly grim. This wild boy really has some talent, Dong Junqiu said angrily. He glanced at Wei Honghua and murmured, Our Dong family has added such a formidable enemy. It's not good. Dong Junqiu thought about how he had forcibly married Jiang Xuan's sister, and in the future, he might be hunted down by Jiang Xuan. This statement was intentionally made for Wei Honghua to hear. What kind of formidable enemy is he? Wei Honghua shook his head instead, with a grim face. I indeed underestimated his talent, but no matter how talented he is, he still needs time to grow. Now that Lei Hong is protecting him, no one can touch him. However, at most in 5 years, Lei Hong will finish his term and leave Feishua City. By then, Jiang Xuan might still be comprehending the divine might of heaven and earth, still far from the catastrophe realm. Not every inspector is as stubborn and rigid as Lei Hong. When the time comes, an unexpected death of an innate tribal leader won't be a big deal. You're right. Dong Junqiu nodded in agreement. Hearing Wei Honghua say this, he felt relieved. He indeed needed a long time to grow. During Lei Hong's term, he wouldn't reach the catastrophe realm, and when that time comes, causing him to die unexpectedly would be as easy as pie. Wei Honghua and Dong Junqiu both harbored murderous intentions. No matter how strong an innate talent is, they are still just innate. Any catastrophe realm expert can easily kill them. They just need to wait for the right opportunity. Not to mention him. It's not worth the trouble to worry about such a minor character. As Wei Honghua spoke, he looked at Dong Junqiu, his expression brightening again. Young Master Dong, why don't we have lunch here today? The drunken fish here is a specialty of Feishua City. All depends on 4th Master's arrangements. Bang! The window of the tavern's private room closed. The news of Jiang Xuan becoming the strongest innate talent spread within a day or two across a radius of 100,000 miles. Feishua City was the information center of this region. Aside from the court channels, various families and forces like Tontian Pavilion also had fast ways of disseminating information. When the news reached Jinhe City, it sparked a heated debate within the Dong family nobility. Genius is precious. Moreover, the nobility also originates from tribes. The Dong family is a relatively young nobility, having only been promoted for over 300 years. They do not look down on tribal people, and absorbing tribal talents is a way for nobility to enhance their strength. Of course, considering the Jiang family and Jiang Xuan's situation, absorbing Jiang Xuan was impossible. However, someone proposed a marriage alliance with the Wei family, with the marriage partner being Jiang Xuan's full-blooded younger sister. It was rumored that Jiang Xuan was very fond of his sister, and they were only a year apart, having grown up together. Although the marriage alliance was unbreakable, couldn't the Dong family change the marriage partner? Change to a younger one, a handsome one, an exceptionally talented one. If a super genius from the Dong family were to marry Jiang Yao, even if there were no feelings initially, feelings could be cultivated over a few years. That would be a completely different concept from an old man taking a young girl by force. No matter how bad the relationship between Jiang Xuan and the Wei family was, they could still get along well with the Dong family. Some even suggested marrying the current top genius of the younger generation of the Dong family to Jiang Yao. This proposal sparked a major discussion within the clan. This matter was actually related to the competition for the next generation of Jinni City's lord. Dong Junche's father was a strong competitor for the next city lord. So another qualified person wanted to weaken Dong Junche's father's power by sabotaging Dong Junche's marriage contract. As long as it wasn't Dong Junchu, anyone from the Dong family could do. However, the final result of the major discussion was that Dong Junchu's father won a great victory. At this time, if the Dong family were to change their partner, their intentions would be too obvious. Ultimately, the Dong family did not dare to offend a behemoth like the Wei family for a genius still in the process of growing. According to Dong Junchu's father's words, a mere Jiang Xuan, does he even deserve to compare with the Wei family? Can he really become a god or a demon in the future? In the end, a unified opinion formed within the Dong family. A mere Jiang Xuan indeed cannot be compared with the Wei family. In Feishua City, deep within a courtyard. Bang! Get out. All of you get out. Xia Hanjia smashed a wine jug on the ground, causing 5 or 6 beautiful courtesans to flee the room in panic. Ever since the news of Jiang Xuan's ascendance spread, Xia Hanjia had been drunk for a day and a night. Drinking alone was not enough, so he called for company. But he couldn't control his temper, not knowing how many rooms he had smashed. Damn it! Damn it! Xia Hanjia seemed to have gone mad, staggering out of the room. Picking up a long sword from the courtyard and waving it around indiscriminately, cursing as he danced with the sword. Wait for my master to plead for my qualification. Before going to the military city, I will definitely kill you first. Kill you. Kill. Kill. He decided to take matters into his own hands. Chapter 80, not only crushing, but also effortless. On the morning of June 17th, at the Jiang family's tribal earthen city, in the back mountain, Coach Luo, a pleasure. Jiang Xuan cupped his fists and bowed to Luo Yingqing. The news of the innate talent rankings had already spread from Feishua City to the Jiang family's tribal earthen city, causing a stir. Whether it was the Demon Slayer guards or the Black Armored guards, they could hardly believe it was true. Even if it was said that it was personally adjudicated by the city lord, they still suspected that there might have been a mistake in the transmission of information. The faith in innate realms. The god in the minds of all innate soldiers in the military system. Coach Luo, how could he possibly be second? How could anyone in the innate realm surpass him? Luo Yingqing could no longer remain seated. He first went to find Lei Hong. And what Lei Hong said deeply stimulated him. At that time, Lei Hong bluntly said, "Don't challenge Jiang Xuan. He might not hold back." Lei Hong actually believed that Jiang Xuan might accidentally kill Luo Yingqing. Luo Yingqing was not one to ignore advice, but he couldn't withstand the countless people asking him. Those Demon Slayer guards and Black Armored guards knew that he had dominated the rankings for 17 years, and suddenly being overtaken by someone else. He had to fight Jiang Xuan. He couldn't just become a turtle hiding in its shell because of the city lord's decision. He couldn't even bear to fight. At his age, what did it matter if he died? If he wasn't at the limit of innate talent, he should at least see what the true limit was. So Luo Yingqing voluntarily came to find Jiang Xuan. After being reported by the tribal female soldiers at the entrance of the back mountain, he was permitted to enter and directly challenge Jiang Xuan. Jiang Clan leader, Luo Yingqing, in his plain clothes with a long spear, shouted, "I have trained for over 60 years, and I believe I have reached the limit of innate talent. Since the city lord has adjudicated you as the strongest innate talent, then you are. However, I still want to see how much stronger you are than me at such a young age. Inspector Lei said that you might accidentally kill me, but I believe my strength is not at that level yet. However, you can rest assured that before coming to see you, I have already instructed my disciple that if I truly die at your hands, no one will hold you accountable. Jiang Clan leader, will you battle?" Luo Yingqing let out a final roar, raising his long spear and taking a stance. In the distance, by a large tree, Chun Yuanshu leaned against the trunk, coldly observing the scene. Further away, Lei Hong and Ji Pengzhong were hidden in the shadows, watching the situation unfold. "Lord Lei Hong," Ji Pengzhong whispered anxiously, "my master is nearly 70 and has already passed his peak. Will Jiang Xuan really?" Ji Pengzhong was genuinely worried that his master might die in this battle. However, he understood his master's temperament. He wouldn't be able to stop him. Luo Yingqing even forbade him from coming to watch, which was why he had sneaked over to hide in the shadows. Lei Hong wanted to give Luo Yingqing some face. In his view, Jiang Xuan was undoubtedly going to win. Luo Yingqing would definitely lose. The more spectators there were, the more embarrassed he would feel. As for whether Luo Yingqing would die, it was hard to say. Lei Hong gave an uncertain answer, which made Ji Pengzhong's heart tighten even more. Lei Hong continued, Using a calamity realm technique in the innate realm is inherently forced. There's no stability to speak of, only a precarious instability. Luo's techniques are the same. Both sides will struggle to control their moves, and the stronger attacker will win. Lei Hong was already prepared to step in and save someone at a critical moment. However, Jiang Xuan's killing move could cross great realms to kill a true calamity realm expert. For Luo Yingqing, it would be overwhelmingly destructive. Life and death would hang by a thread. Jiang Xuan's strike even had a spatial tearing effect, making any rescue attempts futile. Lei Hong understood the danger involved, but would not stop the two from competing. That would only be thankless labor. Everything was Luo Yingqing's own choice. Since Coach Luo was so decisive, then he wouldn't say anything further. In the open space, Jiang Xuan drew his sword. "Come to battle," Luo Yingqing shouted, stepping forward and transforming into a blur as he lunged at Jiang Xuan, who also became a blur. The two figures quickly closed in on each other. Luo Yingqing's wrist tightened, and with a dragon-like thrust, he unleashed a spinning spear attack, a move he had mastered called Songlong Chuhai. This move was not only as fast as lightning, but also featured a rotating spear tip, carrying a terrifying twisting force. Any opponent unfamiliar with this technique would be pushed back by the clash, making it an extremely dangerous killing move. Luo Yingqing was determined to either win or die with this thrust. If it ended in a draw, it would effectively mean Luo Yingqing won. As long as Jiang Xuan couldn't defeat him with his ultimate move, Luo Yingqing's return to basics would crush him in the ensuing struggle. Good move. Jiang Xuan was also astonished by Luo Yingqing's thrust, and, while admiring it, he swung out his own astonishing blade. Luo Yingqing only felt a flash of light from the blade, and suddenly his hand was light. He stood there motionless. He hadn't even seen it clearly. Bang, bang, bang. The severed spear tip flew several dozen feet, piercing through 3 trees before finally embedding itself in the 4th tree, vibrating and humming. Luo Yingqing held a long, bare spear shaft, while Jiang Xuan's long knife rested on his shoulder. Ji Pingzhong, observing from the shadows, was taken aback. He had expected Jiang Xuan to be strong. Lei Hong wouldn't lie to him, and the Lord of the Demon City couldn't be mistaken. But how could Jiang Xuan be this strong? He and Luo Yingqing had only exchanged one move to determine the victor. What was truly impressive was not that he crushed his opponent, but that he did so with ease. How could he completely control Calamity Realm sword techniques? Lei Hong's pupils constricted, shocked. He could control Calamity Realm techniques so freely? He had just broken through to the perfect innate realm. If this continued, wouldn't there be a possibility of an innate realm expert possessing true Calamity Realm power in the future? Lei Hong understood that Jiang Xuan had yet to comprehend the 3rd level of his technique. He was already monstrously strong, yet there was still significant room for improvement. Lei Hong was both amazed and delighted, even feeling a bit proud of his discernment. He would be Jiang Xuan's guide in the military city. And this matter was completely settled. The faster Jiang Xuan grew and the stronger he became, the more incredible it was, and the greater Lei Hong's contributions would be. In front of other familiar inspectors and guides, he would have even more face. "Coach Luo, I concede." Jiang Xuan nonchalantly moved his knife away, stating calmly. He felt neither surprise nor pride in defeating Coach Luo, as if it were only natural. Luo Yingqing stood there dazed, his expression gradually changing. However, unlike the legendary top experts who would age decades upon losing, Luo Yingqing, nearing 70, instead broke into a smile, his eyes sparkling. He laughed heartily. "Ha ha, good. A hero is born from youth. Elder Jiang, I may come to seek your guidance often in the future. I hope you won't mind." Luo Yingqing said with a laugh, having made a decision to pursue a new limit in the innate realm with Jiang Xuan as his goal. With a brand new life goal, Luo Yingqing seemed to come alive. His spirit was even better than before. Luo Yingqing casually glanced over at Chen Yuanshu. He suddenly understood her. He also realized that Jiang Xuan was not the kind of person to use tricks to attract women. Jiang Xuan didn't need to use tricks at all. With his talent, even if he and Chen Yuanshu had vastly different statuses, it was only natural for her to be interested in him. An unparalleled beauty deserves a genius. And also a hero. The possibility of Jiang Xuan winning Chen Yuanshu's favor was even greater. Thinking back, that kid Xia Hanjia might not have been speaking the truth. In a small tavern on a side street in Beicheng, a scruffy, down-and-out young master sat in a corner, drinking cheap alcohol, seemingly soulless, his eyes occasionally lost in thought. The tavern was of low quality. Slightly wealthy innate cultivators wouldn't come here, so the other patrons couldn't tell that. Despite the down-and-out young master's somewhat dirty robes, even a casual piece could be traded for a courtyard in the city. They certainly didn't recognize that this down-and-out young master was Shen Taiping, the first genius of the Shen family, renowned alongside Qin Yuanzhou. Shen Taiping had been going through a rough patch lately. Jiang Xuan's sword had killed Feng Fu and nearly killed him as well. That was the first time in Shen Taiping's life that he had come so close to death. That blow left an indelible mark in his mind. Originally, Shen Taiping wouldn't have been affected much by this event. He and Qin Yuanzhou had both lost their chances at being the top genius. It wasn't his fault that Jiang Xuan was so monstrous. But after resting for a while, when Shen Taiping picked up his sword to practice again, he found himself gripped by fear. He was terrified. The blade's light kept flashing in his mind, and he could no longer return to his previous state of cultivation. This situation was soon discovered by the Calamity Realm experts of the Shen family, who secretly held a consultation for him. The result was that Shen Taiping had inner demons. He was plagued by mental obstacles. This issue had no remedy unless Shen Taiping could pull himself out of it. Otherwise, his path of cultivation would not only be completely ruined, but at least 2/3 would also be destroyed. It would be difficult for him to enter the Calamity Realm by the age of 25, possibly having to wait until after 30. This rapidly diminished Shen Taiping's standing within the Shen family. In a family where relationships were cold and talent determined everything, Shen Taiping understood that he was done for as long as he couldn't dispel his inner demons. He also began to feel a bit self-destructive, often avoiding acquaintances and deliberately coming to this remote tavern to drink alone. Clang. 2 segments of a combinable spear were placed horizontally on the table across from him, and a girl wearing a hat sat down, chirping, "I've been observing you for many days. I think we can cooperate. So it was you who followed me all along." Shen Taiping, drunken and indifferent, forced a smile. He had a heart demon, but his realm was still there. He knew someone was following him and observing him, but he couldn't be bothered. He didn't expect it to be a young girl, with a face full of drunken impatience. He asked, "Who are you?" "I have a deep blood feud with Jiang Xuan. I can tell you a shocking secret about the Jiang Clan. But I need you to mobilize all the power you can to help me." The girl in the bamboo hat took off her hat, revealing a delicate and fair face. She looked somewhat immature, as she was only 16 years old, but her expression was extremely serious and confident. "Let me introduce myself. I am Shentu from the Shentu Clan," she said. Chapter 81. The Unmatched Charm of a Strange Woman, the Daughter of Shentu. Drunken Shen Taiping immediately thought of this, and, unsure whether to mock himself or her, said, "Your father was beheaded by Jiang Xuan, and you want me to help you take revenge? What kind of nonsense secret? If it were truly useful, would you be looking for me? Plenty of people want Jiang Xuan dead. The Wei family would be more suitable than me. You're just a little girl. Stop pretending to be mysterious and get lost." As a genius of the Starry Sky Pavilion, Shen Taiping was exceptionally intelligent. He lacked some dangerous experiences and had been overly protected, so he struggled to cope when faced with life and death. However, when it came to wisdom, he still had it. He didn't want to be used by others. First, Shentu's expression remained unchanged as she transmitted sound. "The reason I chose you is that my goal is not to kill Jiang Xuan, but to become the leader of the Shentu Clan while waiting for Jiang Xuan to be killed in the process. I need to ensure that the Shentu Clan does not perish at the hands of the Jiang Clan. If others help the Shentu Clan, it will seem strange and raise suspicions about their true motives, leading to investigations. Only you won't be suspected, because Jiang Xuan nearly killed you. And you have a heart demon because of it, making your cultivation difficult to continue. He almost ruined your life. It's only natural for you to take revenge on him. But because of the inspection envoy and face-saving reasons, your Shen family doesn't dare to pursue this matter, and you can't take action either. But revenge doesn't necessarily mean directly killing Jiang Xuan. There are many methods. For example, you can arrange for some people to lower their status and join the Shentu Clan, increasing the number of male members in the Shentu family and sending them to the Jiang Clan to be killed, delaying them. Just don't let the Jiang Clan win. Annoy Jiang Xuan. Keep him from leaving the clan even a step, unable to travel. At most, he can only wander around Blackpool Mountain, allowing the battle of life and death to continue. This will inevitably slow down Jiang Xuan's cultivation progress. He might not even be able to enter a retreat lasting more than a month. Otherwise, if news leaks, the Shentu Clan will have to send someone at the peak of their innate realm to the arena. Arranging such a level of revenge is just a matter of a word for you, young Master Shen Taiping. As Shen Taiping listened to the transmission, his expression gradually changed. He was indeed intrigued. Shintu is only in the postnatal meridian realm, and the transmission methods of postnatal and innate are different, with similar effects. If there were other innate experts in this tavern, they could hear it. However, there weren't. The few drunken men in the tavern were half awake, and the only sober tavern attendant merely saw the girl take off her bamboo hat, moving her lips, but unable to hear anything. Shintu continued speaking, piquing Shun Taiping's interest even more. Revenge is just a surface matter. In reality, all we need to do is delay for a few years, wait for a few years. Until Jiang Xuan dies, the Shentu clan will completely sever ties with the Jiang clan. Jiang Xuan is now the strongest innate, with astonishing talent. The Wei family cannot allow Jiang Xuan to continue growing indefinitely. They cannot wait for him to take revenge. Lei Hong will leave Feishua City in at most 5 years. By then, when the inspection envoy changes, no matter how talented Jiang Xuan is, he won't be able to reach the tribulation realm at that time. He will probably still be comprehending the divine might of heaven and earth, and by then, he should be dead, either dying in an accident arranged by the Wei family or at the hands of the Jinhedong family. Only by Jiang Xuan's death can the Shentu clan push the Jiang clan aside and swallow them up. Shintu and Shun Taiping exchanged glances. Facing this genius who was 7 years older and renowned, there was not a trace of cowardice in her eyes. Shun Taiping was already evaluating Shintu. At the same time, he used his innate power to dissolve all the drunkenness in his system, and his gaze became clear. This wild girl from the clan made Shun Taiping feel a bit of admiration. A girl from a clan who had no experience and had not come into contact with powerful figures, recklessly coming to Feishua City to speak to him about these matters, and being able to discuss high-level concerns and calculations while being in a very low position herself, all said quite accurately, was in itself a manifestation of wisdom. Shun Taiping had long thought that Jiang Xuan's brilliance would attract the Wei family's murderous intent. The intelligence he possessed was several magnitudes greater than that of Shintu. But she was not wrong. Shun Taiping vaguely recalled that the daughter of the previous Black Pool Mountain's first warrior, Shintu Lai, was known for her exceptional intelligence and was called a military strategist. In a clan like this, Shintu was indeed a remarkable woman. However, there was still a significant problem with her earlier statements. If Jiang Xuan is bound to die in a few years, then we can just wait for him to die. What is the point of annoying him and delaying his cultivation? Shun Taiping transmitted, is it just to make him feel uncomfortable for a few years? But this would give your Shentu clan a great advantage in turning the tables? Isn't this another form of suspicion? I told you, the Jiang clan has a shocking secret. Shintu replied. What secret do you think would convince me? Shun Taiping asked. A mine. Shintu, seeing that Shun Taiping was open to negotiation, finally revealed this. What kind of mine? Shun Taiping asked, his expression slightly dropping. He felt deceived by this wild girl from the clan. What kind of secret was a mine? Even if it were an undiscovered super-large gold mine, it would still be a waste of time. He didn't care for even a bit of it. The value of this mine exceeds your imagination. Shintu looked at Shun Taiping and said, let me put it this way. This mine is enough for the Jiang clan to directly establish a large city, to rise to nobility. The value of this mine is worth a fraction of a fraction. It would allow Jiang Xuan to cultivate to the realm of gods and demons. Shun Taiping's expression froze, utterly shocked. A mine that could allow the clan to directly rise to nobility? Or even build a large city directly? Currently, this mine is sealed by my clan. And within our Shentu clan, only a few core members know the exact location of the mine. Shintu continued, therefore, if you help me, it is a favor to the Shentu clan. In the future, when our Shentu clan swallows the Jiang clan, opens the mine, builds the city, and rises to nobility, your Shen family will become the most esteemed ally of the Shentu nobility. In the processes of mining, transporting, refining, and selling, we, the Shentu clan, can also cooperate with you instead of the Tongtian Pavilion. I have calculated that based on the public information I can gather, our future cooperation on the mine can increase your Shun family's annual income by nearly 20, for at least 100 years. Shun Taiping listened earnestly, his expression changing again. You, young Master Shun Taiping, are troubled by a heart demon, and your status in the family is not what it used to be. Are you willing to accept this? But if you become the only important figure establishing a relationship with the Shentu nobility, then even if you enter the tribulation realm a few years later, as long as you can reach the great tribulation realm in the future with the assistance of our Shentu nobility, the position of head of the Shen family will still be yours. So helping me is also helping yourself. Don't you understand? Shintu stared intently at Shun Taiping. Shun Taiping was truly stunned. not just because of the news about the mine, but also because of Shentu Yu's final display of dominance and her commanding presence. She was only 16. You directly told me this. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Shen Taiping suddenly spoke, his words coming out quickly. If you don't tell me the location of the mine, I can arrange for people to search for it, or even secretly capture members of your Shentu tribe and force them to reveal it. And then? Shentu Yu asked. Then Shen Taiping realized he actually couldn't continue. As far as I know, according to the laws of the dynasty, no family, power, or individual outside the tribe's territory is allowed to control the tribe and its resources in any way, openly or secretly. All resources within the tribe's territory can only belong to the tribe's people. Shentu Yu continued. This law first appeared 10,000 years ago and has become stricter over the millennia. Almost all possibilities have been considered. Families that dare to violate this law, like your Shen family, if you really want to secretly control a tribe to mine, then your Shen family would be exterminated down to the 9th generation. Even the divine and demonic families are the same. Everyone must die. The Dacian dynasty has many strange and harsh laws regarding tribal territories, and it has gone to great lengths to protect them from harm. This is common knowledge and a capital offense that no one dares to commit. Not even the lord of the divine and demonic city would dare. If he tried to secretly control a tribe, the dynasty would kill him. It is precisely because of these laws that the tribal territories and their people have survived and thrived until today. Otherwise, they would have long been devoured by the larger and more powerful city dwellers. Therefore, everyone knows that if you want to gain benefits from the tribal territory, you can only cooperate with the tribe, just as you would with the nobility. Shentu Yu stared at Shen Taiping. Then why do you want to kill me? Do you think there is a better partner for cooperation than me? I have a deep blood feud with Jiang Xuan. I am more resolute than anyone else. Do you want to kill me and then deal with those men in our Shentu clan? They are not as clever as I am. They will show you what it means to be short-sighted and what real savagery is. Moreover, the hearts of the people within the Shentu tribe are unstable right now. At any moment, someone might reveal the secret of the mine to the Jiang Clan as a gesture of allegiance. If you cooperate with me, I will lead people back to the tribe and execute those who are not loyal enough. I followed my father in my childhood. No one knows the Shentu tribe better than I do. I can clear all the problems within the clan. At this point, Shentu Yu's beautiful eyes revealed a cold and hateful expression. She had escaped from the Shentu tribe after Jiang Xuan killed Shentu Yan. The number of people protecting Shentu Yu within the tribe decreased, and her living environment became increasingly harsh. Until a certain moment. If someone hadn't rushed to inform Shentu Yu in time, she would have been violated to death before she could escape when a group of people stormed into her tent. Those beasts. Furthermore, Shentu Yu took a breath and continued, I am a woman, and you are a man. Given that you all can deduce that Jiang Xuan will definitely die in a few years, your desire to help the Shentu tribe to annoy Jiang Xuan is somewhat strange. But if it is for me, whether out of admiration or pursuit, you could pretend to be reasonable. No one would investigate, and the news wouldn't leak. Jiang Xuan would never know about the mine until he dies. Shentu Yu said this very naturally, maintaining a negotiating attitude. Her beauty was indeed astonishing. With exceptionally rare fair skin and a delicate and charming face among the tribe's people. In fact, she didn't lose to Jiang Qinghong by much. Saying they each had their merits wouldn't be an exaggeration. It was just that Jiang Qinghong conformed more to the tribe's aesthetic, which is why she was known as the most beautiful woman of Highton Mountain. Although the story of powerful families' prodigies falling in love with tribal girls is somewhat cliché and rare, it seemed even more abrupt when it happened to Shen Taiping. However, Shen Taiping had a heart demon. He could be abnormal. He could be abrupt. Finally, Shentu Yu continued. Considering you have a heart demon and your behavior cannot be measured by common sense, you might really kill me. Therefore, I have also made preparations. If I die or go missing today, the people I have arranged will inform the Jiang Clan about the mine. In this way, the Jiang Clan will obtain that wealth. They will be promoted to nobility in a few years or even decades. Jiang Xuan will also have enough resources to quickly surpass the innate level, and the divine and demonic powers will be within reach. He can hire people to protect himself during his growth. By then, with top-notch talent and limitless resources, the 4 great families of Feishua City will all befriend Jiang Xuan. Your Shen family will definitely reconcile with Jiang Xuan. After all, he is a noble with the prospect of becoming a divine and demonic being. Even the Wei family will go to apologize. Not to mention your Shen family. Everyone will be happy. Shentu Yu finally added with a hint of sarcasm. It's just a pity for you, young Master Shen Taiping, that you are just a stepping stone on Jiang Xuan's path to growth. I can imagine that your family will send you away from Feishua City to an inconspicuous place to handle less important affairs in order to get close to Jiang Xuan. Of course, you, young Master Shun, can also go to Jiang Xuan to apologize, show some humility, and perhaps if Jiang Xuan is in a good mood, he might regard you a little more favorably. Your status within the Shun family will again be elevated. It would not be a bad story of a great man being able to bend and stretch. Don't you think so, young Master Shin? Shin Taiping glared, clenching his fists. Shentu Yu's last words were filled with sarcasm. Shin Taiping stared at this suddenly appearing tribal girl, and gradually, the anger in his eyes dissipated, replaced by admiration and appreciation. Even a hint of affection. This girl is incredible. She possesses extraordinary intelligence, excellent eloquence, and remarkable courage. She analyzed various situations, considered numerous causes and effects, and logically presented him with two choices: either help her, which also helps himself, or kill her, benefiting Jiang Xuan. Ignoring her also benefits Jiang Xuan. Because if no one helps Shentu Yu, problems will inevitably arise within the Shentu tribe, and a traitor will reveal the mine to Jiang Xuan. The words were so clear that the conspiracy had become an open plot. Shin Taiping still knew that Shentu Yu wanted to use him. But Shin Taiping could not think of a reason to refuse Shentu Yu. He was more than willing to be used. He wanted to help this extraordinary woman accomplish all of this and redeem himself. Shin Taiping even felt that Shentu Yu had come to save him. She was a ray of light that suddenly appeared in the darkest and lowest point of his life. She exuded an astonishing, unique charm. I can help you, Shin Taiping said, his tone becoming very gentle, but I need to confirm that the mine really exists. If you trust me, we can set off right now, and I will take you to see it. Shentu Yu simply stood up, putting on a hat. Chapter 82, Absolute Power. Jiang Xuan's goal. A day later. More than 300 miles southwest of the Jiang Clan's territory, in a hidden valley near Old Bullhead Ridge. Shentu Yu pointed out the positions of the hidden sentries to Shin Taiping, who then brought her into the valley and into the cave. Deep within the cave, Shin Taiping saw the sealed melting crystal mine. That afternoon, Shentu Yu took Shin Taiping to Jinji Ridge, more than 10 miles away. The other end of the mine was located in a cold pool in a ravine at Jinji Ridge. In fact, no one had verified whether the surface sources of these two melting crystal mines were connected underground, but there was no need for verification. It was impossible for two separate melting crystal mines to appear several miles apart. It did not conform to the logic of melting crystal formation, and there were no precedents in historical records. On the contrary, it was recorded in history that when two ends are exposed on the surface, the majority is hidden deep underground. This is a giant melting crystal mine that extends more than 10 miles underground. After confirming this, Shin Taiping was extremely excited. The value of this mine was many times higher than the combined assets of the Shin family. It's more than enough to build a noble city. Any tribe that collaborates with the one that owns this mine, even if it's just to enjoy a bit of the benefits, can earn a fortune. They will also gain a powerful ally that will definitely develop. The strict protections of the imperial laws for tribes ensure that any tribe that discovers such a valuable mine within its territory is almost destined to rise to nobility. External forces are envious but cannot seize it. As for battles between tribes, a maximum of 30 people can die each month, which amounts to only 360 a year. After all, they are just people, as long as there is enough money. It is not impossible to let those who have fallen into hardship join the tribe, not to mention buying some from the later realms to join the tribe and face death. The Jiang family must never know that there is such a mine in my territory. Half a month. At most half a month. I promise to help you become the chief of the Shentu tribe. Shin Taiping made an incredibly resolute promise to Shentu Yu. 5 days later, a woman named Shentu Inghong returned to the Shentu tribe's Earth City. She was 50 years old, at the early stage of the innate realm, and had lost her son and husband in battle. She had fled the Shentu tribe over 2 months ago, but this time she returned because, as someone in the innate realm, she still had significant value outside of life and death battles, and thus faced no punishment. 3 days later, an octogenarian named Zhao Futu sought out the Shentu tribe's Earth City. He claimed to have fallen in love with Shentu Inghong. Ever since they met 2 months ago, he had fallen deeply in love and found it hard to accept her sudden departure. Shentu Inghong, still possessing charm despite her age, was 30 years younger than Zhao Futu, who appeared younger than his years due to being in the perfected innate realm. Zhao Futu, claiming to have lived a life full of romance, was now a wanderer with no children, and at his old age, he finally encountered a true love he found hard to part with. He wanted to settle down and enjoy the last moments of his life. Even if it meant marrying into the tribe, he was willing. He even considered entering the arena for the Shentu tribe in the future. At his age, he was no longer afraid of death. Shentu Inghong, and he played out a melodramatic romance of I flee. He chases, you leave, but I won tea under the sunset. With Shentu Inghong's cooperation, Zhao Futu ultimately stayed, offering his entire wealth converted into essence crystal promissory notes to the Shentu tribe. He claimed it was to help delay the life and death battles for the Shentu tribe. That was a sum that would make any tribesman envious. After various tests, the high-ranking members of the Shentu tribe agreed to Zhao Futu marrying in. The fear of an innate expert joining the tribe was that they might be too strong and seek power. However, at over 80 years old and merely at the perfected innate realm, he was not directly joining, but becoming an outsider through marriage. The likelihood of him causing trouble after marrying in was almost non-existent, because as an outsider, legally he could not become a high-ranking member of the Shentu tribe. Even if he dared to create chaos, at his age and with his strength, it would be easy to kill him. In fact, the high-ranking members of the Shentu tribe had little suspicion of him. After all, the Shentu tribe was currently at a disadvantage in the life and death battles, and how long they could hold on was uncertain. At this time, marrying into the Shentu tribe, aside from true love, what else could it be? Shentu Inghong herself did not know the secret of the melting crystal mine, and Zhao Futu was even less likely to know. On the third day after Zhao Futu married in, Shentu returned to the Shentu tribe's Earth City accompanied by Shun Taiping and dozens of innate guards. Zhao Futu also revealed his true identity. His real name was Zhao Long. 40 years ago, he ranked 8th on the innate list of Feishua City. He was an unparalleled innate expert who had comprehended the might of heaven and earth. In recent years, Zhao Long's strength had declined due to old age, causing his ranking to drop continuously. 2 years ago, he fell out of the top 100 on the innate list. Zhao Long also had another identity as a guest of the Shen family. The name Zhao Futu was changed the day before he came to the Shentu tribe at the Feishua City government office. On the same day, he severed ties with the Shen family, divorced his wife, and cut off relations with his children and grandchildren, becoming a complete loner. In Feishua City, Zhao Long belonged to the old generation of unparalleled innate experts and had once been extremely glorious. It was normal for him to decline with age, and he was still highly respected, with a name known to all. Unfortunately, the tribe's people were inexperienced and simply could not recognize him. The octogenarian Zhao Long merely lacked endurance and could not engage in prolonged battles, but as long as he had enough medicinal pills, his explosive combat power was definitely at the level of the top 30 on the innate list. He single-handedly could slaughter the entire high-ranking members of the Shentu tribe. Moreover, since he had already married in, if he killed members of the Shentu tribe, it would be considered internal strife. Legally, as long as he did not kill everyone. Even if he killed a portion, the inspector would not intervene. It would not be illegal. Tribes are highly autonomous. Unless there are internal issues that they cannot resolve themselves, inspectors will not easily intervene. The problem that Zhao Long brought was solvable. He just wanted to support Shentu to rise to power. Shentu was the most legitimate heir of the Shentu tribe. She was the last bloodline of Shentu Lai. Although she was a daughter and there was no precedent for a woman to be the chief of the Shentu tribe, the imperial law had never stipulated the gender of a tribe chief. The tribe did have a rule that only men could be chiefs. Since it was self-governed, it could be defined this way. But since it could be defined, it could also be changed. As long as the elders of the Shentu tribe unanimously agreed, it would be acceptable for even a dog to be the chief, let alone a human. That night, an elder opposed Shentu becoming the chief, and then he died. Someone replaced him and supported Shentu to become the chief. Accompanying Shentu were Shun Taiping and dozens of innate members of the Shen family. Merely to exert deterrent influence, it was Zhao Long who took action to kill. He alone represented absolute strength. Only he could freely slaughter the innate members of the Shentu tribe and keep this matter within the bounds of internal strife. That night, Shentu carried out a major purge of the entire Shentu tribe. It was not just about killing. She also gathered all the innate warriors in the Earth City and delivered an impassioned speech that was highly infectious, causing many innate warriors to genuinely rally behind her. Shentu was not just avenging those who tried to harm her. She was also doing her utmost to save the tribe. Moreover, her plan was feasible. Shentu also made a promise that as long as she became the chief, the Shentu tribesmen would not continue to die in life and death battles. Someone would die in their place. They would drag it out until Jiang Xuan was killed. The moment Shentu ascended to the position of chief, She accepted the requests of more than a dozen innate guests from the Shun family to join the tribe. In the following days, over 300 cultivators from the later realms came to the Shentu tribe's Earth City, voluntarily changing their surname and joining the Shentu tribe. Most of them were old, weak, sick, or disabled, but they were all men, qualified to enter the arena and face death. This was just the first batch. Money can make the world go round. As long as enough money is offered, there will always be people willing to give up their identity, surname, dignity, and even life for a better life for their families. Of course, finding such people in large numbers in a very short time requires immense power. Shen Taiping just happened to have that power. On the third day of the 7th month, in the back mountains of the Jiang tribe's Earth City, Qin Yuanshu, who had already received detailed intelligence, discussed the matter of Shentu taking power with Jiang Xuan. Zhao Long was also a well-respected elder in Feishua City, and this time he willingly married into the Shentu tribe to handle this dirty work, also because his children and grandchildren were too disappointing. Qin Yuanshu leaned against a tree with her sword and said that it was said that Zhao Long's 3 sons, as well as his most pampered grandson, had all received several storefronts in prosperous areas of various counties, along with large amounts of fertile land, and the promise of protection from Shen Taiping. To disgust me, Shen Taiping is really willing to do this? Jiang Xuan, sitting cross-legged on the animal skin blanket, shook his head. A young master from a big family is truly a prodigal. This is nothing, Qin Yuanshu said. The expenses Shen Taiping incurred this time are nothing to him. For him, it's like a drop in the bucket. Due to his inner demons, his family status is not what it used to be. But even if he becomes a Calamity Realm cultivator 3 to 5 years later and is no longer the first of the younger generation, he will still be one of the top young masters of the Shen family, destined to at least be an elder in the future with considerable family power. I wonder how Shentu knows Shen Taiping? Jiang Xuan questioned. The specifics are unknown. Even Tongtian Pavilion can't buy the relevant information, Qin Yuanshu replied. However, there are rumors that Shen Taiping took the initiative to seek out Shentu and develop feelings for her. So this isn't just about disgusting revenge on you. It's also about pursuing a woman. Do you find that credible? Jiang Xuan asked. It's not important. Qin Yuanshu shook her head. The rumors are chaotic, and it's hard to say what's true or false. It might also be that someone deliberately spread the news to confuse people. But what's important is that Shen Taiping wouldn't dare to secretly control the Shentu tribe. That would be courting death. The one truly in control of the tribe must be Shentu. She is the core of this matter, and she is only 16 years old, the same age as you, yet her realm isn't high, and she has no power or influence, yet she can achieve this, regardless of how she pulled Shen Taiping in. It shows that her methods are extremely strong and should not be underestimated. She does have some ability, Jiang Xuan admitted. Among the 10 tribes of Heightened Mountain, only the Nalan tribe had a female leader 480 years ago, Nalan Xiangdi, but we prefer to call her the Nalan Queen, the most legendary female hero in the history of Heightened Mountain, who died a heroic death. I have read her story. She died while protecting her tribe during a beast tide. It's far more difficult for a woman to stand out in a tribal territory than to climb to the sky, Qin Yuanshu said. Shentu is the second woman in 1,000 years to become a leader in a major tribe, and she is ruthless. This time, to rise to power, she has killed many tribesmen, including some innate ones, showing potential as a fierce leader. Jiang Xuan and Qin Yuanshu discussed this matter very calmly. In reality, it was just the two of them being calm. This matter had already caused a great uproar in Feishua City. Even Lei Hong, after hearing about it, personally went to the Shentu tribe's Earthen City to question Shentu. Lei Hong mainly went to investigate whether Shen Taiping intended to control the Shentu tribe. Lei Hong's conclusion was that he did not. Although Shen Taiping provided a lot of support to Shentu, the one in power within the Shentu tribe is Shentu. The decision-making power is in Shentu's hands. Lei Hong ultimately did not make any judgment on the internal changes of the Shentu tribe. During the life and death battle of the tribe, it is extremely difficult for tribesmen to legally separate from the tribe because they are all bargaining chips in the battle of life and death. However, if someone actively wants to join a tribe currently engaged in a life and death battle, there will be no obstacles as long as the tribe agrees. Therefore, the way the Shentu tribe increases its members is without any issues. As for how much effort Shen Taiping put in behind the scenes or how much money he spent, it is also not illegal. The dynasty has always supported the people in the city downgrading to join tribes. This is reflected in many laws. Conversely, the opposite is not allowed. Various related laws seem to ensure that tribes do not easily go extinct, including the life and death battles of tribes, which can also slow down the pace of a tribe's extinction. With Shentu being so capable and Shun Taiping supporting her from behind, Qin Yuanshu walked over to Jiang Xuan, gently nudging his shoulder. Aren't you worried? What is there to worry about? Jiang Xuan looked at Qin Yuanshu. With Shun Taiping's financial resources, he can send 360 innate realm cultivators to Shentu each year, prolonging this life and death battle indefinitely, Qin Yuanshu said. Moreover, our analysis in the Chun family indicates that the Wei family and the Dong family will come after you in the future. They will kill you. And that's just what we can see. Shentu can be so tough in extending the tribe's life. Who knows what else she will do? Aren't you worried? As Qin Yuanshu spoke, she leaned a little closer to Jiang Xuan, her gaze briefly glancing at his lips. All schemes and tricks are powerless in the face of absolute strength, Jiang Xuan said firmly. As long as I surpass the innate realm and become a calamity realm cultivator before I'm 20, I will go to the military city with Lord Lei Hong. With the identity of the military city, whether it's the life and death battle or the Wei family or the Dong family, they are not worth worrying about. The only problem now is that I cannot let my sister get married. Perhaps I should find some time to take care of Dong Junqiu. Surpass the innate realm before 20? How confident are you? Qin Yuanshu leaned a bit closer to Jiang Xuan. 10 out of 10. In fact, my current goal is to surpass the innate realm by 18. Jiang Xuan replied. 18. So confident? Qin Yuanshu was surprised for a moment, then smiled and leaned in closer. I believe I can do it, Jiang Xuan nodded. I like your confidence, husband, Qin Yuanshu said, letting out a soft sound and pushing Jiang Xuan onto the blanket, kissing him. To the wooden house, Jiang Xuan embraced Qin Yuanshu and turned into a shadow. Diving into the forest, Qin Yuanshu discovered her injury talent was recovering last month, before Luo Yingxing came to the Earthen City. She realized the greatest benefit of dual cultivation for her, which made her a bit clingy. Jiang Xuan also enjoyed it. Currently, he was still relying on dual cultivation to enhance his primordial spirit. The primordial spirit itself possesses the full effects of mental power, allowing Jiang Xuan to have a stronger understanding in skill foundation and skill enlightenment. And since Jiang Xuan's primordial spirit is of a higher level, although Qin Yuanshu's mental power has not transformed, it has also begun to make significant improvements through dual cultivation. The two of them were enjoying both cultivation and pleasure. Their marital relationship was extremely harmonious. 2 months later, Qin Yuanshu pretended to have just comprehended Calamity Realm techniques and sought out Lei Hong, demonstrating the already perfected Calamity Realm sword technique, Cloud Sky, Sword First Move, Shaking Mountain, and Chasing Moon. Jiang Xuan thus won the bet against Lei Hong. That night, the Jiang Clan held a tribal wedding for Jiang Xuan and Di Kaixing, with Lei Hong personally witnessing, Di Kaixing officially marrying into the Jiang Clan, becoming a tribal warrior. This incident caused some waves, but was not as big as initially thought. Because Shen Taiping first created a sensation by marrying into the Shentu tribe with an innate top-tier elder. In comparison, Di Kaixing's realm is far inferior to Zhao Long's. Although his status is too special, with the comparison, the Black Armor Guard marrying in seemed much more ordinary. This actually helped Jiang Xuan to keep a low profile in this matter. The Black Armor Guard had been living in the Jiang Clan for over a year, and there were more than just Di Kaixing wanting to marry in. It was better to keep a low profile. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 4 months had passed. In the new year, Jiang Xuan turned 17. On January 8th, in the Jiang Clan's Earthen City, deep in the back mountain, far from the sound transmission stone, Jiang Xuan was in solitary closed-door cultivation in a cave. Qin Yuanshu was sitting cross-legged on a nearby cliff with a broad view. Dressed in black, looking heroic, with a long sword resting on her lap. She was sensing her surroundings, her expression a bit tense. Because today is an extremely important day for Jiang Xuan. Inside the cave, Jiang Xuan sat cross-legged, focusing his 5 hearts toward the sky. I reached the innate perfection on June 3rd, and it was on that day that I discovered my mental power transformed into primordial spirit, Jiang Xuan thought. Those geniuses need at least a year to comprehend the unity of man and sword, while I only took 1 month and 9 days. It's not that my talent is 10 times theirs, but I had long perfected all 9 styles of chasing Windblade and already knew the sensations of the first 2 realms, making it much easier to comprehend. Moreover, compared to mental power, the primordial spirit has a stronger enhancement on my comprehension. On July 12th, I achieved unity of man and sword. On the night of September 21st, I grasped the momentum of the celestial beings. I reached my father's realm. It has only been a little over 2 months. The power of my primordial spirit is stronger than I imagined. The Rui breathing technique continuously uncovers my hidden talents. Even the senior Qi Shi is amazed at how steadily my talents are growing. Only Chen Yuanshu knows how terrifying Jiang Xuan's growth rate is. Wanting to surpass the innate level by 18 is not just empty talk. After comprehending the momentum of celestial beings, 3.5 months have passed, and today, I will attempt to comprehend the divine might of heaven and earth. Jiang Xuan closed his eyes and gradually immersed himself in a state of self-forgetfulness. Chapter 83. If you want to kill him, then go ahead and kill him. The 3 realms of mastery and technique. The first realm, the unity of man and blade, is the beginning of the practitioner merging with external objects, and weapons are the most familiar external objects to practitioners. The so-called unity is a feeling, a realm, and a state, merging with external objects and allowing them to become part of the body. The second realm, the momentum of celestial beings, utilizes the momentum of heaven and earth, representing the unity of heaven and man. However, the power of heaven and earth is vast and endless. While human power is as insignificant as dust, even gods and demons cannot achieve true unity of heaven and man. They can only borrow a trace of the power of heaven and earth, which employs the unity of man and blade and requires the strength formed by this unity, much stronger than the individual. The third realm, the divine might of heaven and earth. In fact, it still borrows the momentum of heaven and earth, that is, the power of heaven and earth, but unlike the second realm. The method of divine might of heaven and earth originates from technique, but can transcend technique itself. The borrowed power of heaven and earth is no longer limited to moves. It is everywhere around. Even without a blade in hand, if there is a blade in the heart, one can borrow the momentum with a single thought. Jiang Xuan sat cross-legged, motionless. The method of comprehending the divine might of heaven and earth is entirely different from comprehending the unity of man and blade and the momentum of celestial beings. The first 2 realms of mastery and technique require practicing the blade and seeking breakthroughs in moves. It requires action. However, the divine might of heaven and earth requires the entire person to calm down. It requires a blade in the heart. This is extremely difficult. Jiang Xuan is uncertain how long this comprehension will take. It could be several hours, or it could be several days, even a month. Moreover, Jiang Xuan has no assurance that he can definitely comprehend the divine might of heaven and earth. This is only his first attempt at comprehension. The reason he chose to enter seclusion on the 8th day of the month is that he publicly showed himself at the martial arts arena in the Earth City yesterday, watching a life-and-death battle, making the Shentu tribe aware of his presence. Thus, today he enters seclusion, and in the life-and-death battles of today and tomorrow, the Shentu tribe will have no intention of probing but will only send those at the post-heaven realm to their deaths, and Jiang Xuan won't need to act personally. Both sides have already formed a tacit understanding. Jiang Xuan has a full month to engage in this comprehension. For someone at the perfect innate level, not eating or drinking for a month will not have much impact. Outside the cave, on the cliff, if my husband can successfully break through this time, then perhaps I won't have to leave. Chen Yuanshu thought to herself. Since marrying my husband, I have repaired my damaged talent foundation through dual cultivation techniques, and now, I have fully recovered. Within a year, I will definitely enter the tribulation realm. Although entering the tribulation realm at 28 will delay many things. With my divine and demonic form restored, combined with an exceptionally powerful mental force, I will surely advance by leaps and bounds. If I can advance to the middle tribulation realm before Lord Lei Hong leaves office, perhaps I can go to the military city with my husband. Chen Yuanshu and Jiang Xuan have been married for more than half a year. If at that time Chen Yuanshu just wanted to complete her life and Jiang Xuan was a good choice. Now her feelings for Jiang Xuan have elevated to an unexpected level. He is a true lover. Therefore, whether Jiang Xuan can successfully break through this time is crucial for Chen Yuanshu. If Jiang Xuan can successfully break through, it means that the divine might of heaven and earth is not a bottleneck for him, and he truly has the possibility of surpassing the innate level by 18. Then his trip to the military city is almost certain. However, if he does not successfully break through and a bottleneck appears, he may not be able to break through for several years. This is the special nature of the divine might of heaven and earth. The realm of divine might of heaven and earth itself requires time accumulation to complete the breakthrough. Comprehension must be a continuous process. It cannot stop. It is more like a sudden realization of a great breakthrough. In fact, it is indeed the threshold for mastering the power of heaven and earth. This is the true beginning of a practitioner's use of the power of heaven and earth. If a consecutive comprehension does not succeed the next time, the entire comprehension process must be redone. This is very different from practicing blade techniques. Progress in blade techniques means progress, and next time one can continue practicing. Whether it is unity of man and blade or the momentum of celestial beings, one can improve bit by bit until the final breakthrough is achieved. But to comprehend the divine might of heaven and earth, it must be done in one go. Jiang Xuan needs to have a blade in his heart. It either exists or it does not. There is no such thing as a partial existence. For geniuses, comprehending the divine might of heaven and earth often takes longer than surpassing the innate level. For example, Chun Yuanzhou comprehended the momentum of celestial beings at 20, and it took him 3 full years to achieve a sword in his heart and thus comprehend the divine might of heaven and earth. However, his family estimated that he would surpass the innate level at 25, which is 2 years after comprehending the divine might of heaven and earth. The divine might of heaven and earth is indeed that special. Therefore, if Jiang Xuan encounters a bottleneck in the divine might of heaven and earth, especially in a situation where his technical talent far exceeds his realm talent, then whether he can go to the military city in the future becomes uncertain. In that case, Qin Yuanshu would have no choice but to follow the original plan and choose to leave. Otherwise, the Qin family might bring danger to Jiang Xuan. Days passed. Qin Yuanshu continued to sit on that cliff, guarding Jiang Xuan in seclusion, not leaving even a step. Not eating or drinking was not a big deal. But worrying about Jiang Xuan consumed her spirit greatly. Husband, you must succeed. Qin Yuanshu prayed for Jiang Xuan. On January 20th, in Feishua City, deep within the grand and magnificent building complex of the Supervision Division. Hanjia, keep this letter safe. The old man in the blue robe handed the wax-sealed document to Xia Hanjia. When you arrive at the military city, presenting this letter will exempt you from the trials and allow you to become a student of the military city directly. Master, old benefactor. Xia Hanjia knelt on the ground, excitedly taking the wax-sealed document, and then heavily bowed several times to the old man in the blue robe. The old man in the blue robe was none other than the former chief inspector of Feishua City, Zhou Kong, who had already resigned. Zhou Kong officially resigned from his position as chief inspector 3 months ago, but did not leave Feishua City immediately because he was permanently resigning and would no longer serve as chief inspector. Therefore, he still had many loose ends to tie up and many relationships to manage. Having spent 10 years in Feishua City, he made countless connections, and some relationships needed to be solidified before leaving. Additionally, he had been helping his disciple by networking and speaking to the Lord of Feishua City on his behalf. Finally, recently, with less than a month left before the trial banquet, the Lord of Feishua City finally relented and granted Xia Hanjia an exemption letter for the test. Get up. Zhou Kong was very satisfied to see his disciple so grateful. Master's kindness, I cannot repay. I will surely rise. Xia Hanjia wanted to say something more as he stood up. Zhou Kong raised his hand to interrupt, signaling Xia Hanjia not to say such polite words. I understand your intentions. Xia Hanjia nodded, still looking excited. He glanced at the wax-sealed document without opening it, already imagining how he would advance rapidly after being cultivated in the military city. If he could leverage connections and resources with his talent, it would not be entirely impossible for him to become divine and demonic in the future. As he pondered, Xia Hanjia suddenly changed his expression, a flicker of rage flashing in his eyes. Originally, he intended to be adopted into the Chun family, but Chun Yuanshu was reluctant to return to the family, and the Chun family was not in a hurry to proceed with the matter, wanting to give Chun Yuanshu some time to think it over. Then news spread that Zhou Kong wanted to send Xia Hanjia to the military city. Upon hearing this, the Chun family specifically sought out Xia Hanjia for questioning, and afterwards, they seemed less concerned about his adoption. They didn't outright reject it, but they also didn't rush to facilitate it. The main reason was that once Xia Hanjia became a military city student, he would possess many privileges. By then, even the Chun family, the top family in Feishua City, would have to show him some respect. Coupled with Xia Hanjia's identity as an inspector and future commissioner, wouldn't he be riding over the Qin family? Was he still just a son-in-law? The elders of the Qin family were well aware that Xia Hanjia's initial intention to be adopted was not pure, and naturally had to consider uncontrollable situations. Therefore, Xia Hanjia later took the initiative to approach the Chun family several times, repeatedly assuring them that he would not dare to act recklessly after being adopted, but the elders of the Chun family merely laughed it off, saying they needed to give Yuanshu more time to think. This dragged on until today. Xia Hanjia understood the Chun family's thoughts. He knew that this matter would not be resolved unless Chun Yuanshu took the initiative. Furthermore, he had learned earlier about Chun Yuanshu's affair with Jiang Xuan. How could she possibly take the initiative? This made him more and more furious as he thought about it. He wanted Chun Yuanshu to regret it. Once he became a god or demon in the future, he wanted Chun Yuanshu to understand how blind she was and to kneel and beg for his forgiveness. More urgent than making Chun Yuanshu regret it was that Jiang Xuan was still alive. If Xia Hanjia went to the military city, he might not return for many years. By then, Chun Yuanshu might have given birth to a few children for Jiang Xuan. The thought of Chun Yuanshu being with Jiang Xuan day and night made him feel like going mad. Jiang Xuan, damn barbarian. The grudge of stealing a wife cannot be overlooked. Now that I have the letter, I can go to the military city. You bastard deserve to die. Xia Hanjia's murderous intent was almost spilling over. Master, I have one more request. Xia Hanjia suddenly knelt down again, eyes red, and said, Disciple has an unfulfilled wish. If it cannot be resolved, it will surely lead to inner demons in the future. I know. Zhou Kong interrupted Xia Hanjia's words, casually saying, If you want to kill him, just go ahead. Next month, for my practice banquet, the inspector of Feishua City will be present, and Lei Hong will be no exception. At that time, he will leave the Jiang Clan's Earth City early and won't return for at least 3 days. You can take the opportunity to kill Jiang Xuan, and then you don't need to go back to Feishua City. Just go directly to the military city. If you do it cleanly and someone suspects you, I will testify for you, proving that you had already set off for the military city, and that person couldn't possibly have been killed by you. If you do it messily and are seen killing Jiang Xuan before leaving, then you don't need to worry. Just go straight to the military city. On Lei Hong's side, I will plead for you. Once the matter is settled, I will have to save face for Lei Hong. After all, Jiang Xuan is just an undeveloped genius, not comparable to you. Moreover, as long as you obtain the identity of a military city student, it will be difficult for Lei Hong to hold you accountable. While speaking, Zhou Kong helped Xia Hanjia up and even brushed off the dust from Xia Hanjia's pants, showing great affection. Xia Hanjia was his most outstanding disciple and would inevitably become an inspector in the future, serving as a pillar for Zhou Kang's family. Thus, Zhou Kong favored and protected him, nurturing him to the fullest. If Zhou Kong had not had only sons and no daughters, he would have long since married his daughter to Xia Hanjia. However, Zhou Kong also knew that although Xia Hanjia respected his teacher, he was also proud and arrogant. The younger generation of Zhou Kang's family had poor talent, and Xia Hanjia looked down on them. Forcing a marriage upon him would only backfire. It was more stable to bind him with the bond of teacher and student. However, you still need to be cautious. It is best to do it cleanly. Zhou Kong reminded seriously, Jiang Xuan is nothing. Killing him is killing him. But Lei Hong is ultimately not someone you can easily offend. Have you heard about what happened 3 months ago? I know. Xia Hanjia nodded repeatedly. 3 months ago, Lord Lei Hong found the demon Lu Kong deep in Hidden Mountain. It is said that Lu Kong used some forbidden technique to control that red snake. Lei Hong fought 2 against 1. First killing the snake, and then severely injuring Lu Kong. If Lu Kong had not activated the escape forbidden technique, he would have died. Yes, Zhou Kong continued. Although Lu Kong escaped, this time he probably won't survive. He was severely injured and used the soul-burning forbidden technique. Even gods and demons cannot save him. At the shortest, he will die in 10 to 15 days, and at most, he will only have 6 months left to live. No matter how many evil techniques he has to prolong his life. The reason Lord Lei Hong is still personally stationed at Hidden Mountain and continues the search is that he fears Lu Kong might come out of the mountain and slaughter indiscriminately before dying. They need to find his corpse or drag it out for 6 months. Many great demons committed acts of slaughter in cities before their deaths, just to vent their anger. It is indeed something to guard against. Xia Hanjia said, astonished, Lord Lei Hong is truly terrifying. It is said that the red snake was even stronger than Lu Kong, yet it was killed first by Lord Lei Hong. If he didn't have such strength, the city lord wouldn't value him so highly. After all, Lei Hong has trained in the military city. Zhou Kong looked at Xia Hanjia. So Hanjia, if you can avoid it, you must not offend Lei Hong. Otherwise, it will ultimately become a troublesome matter in the future. You had better ensure Jiang Xuan dies without a trace. Disciple understands. Thank you, master. Xia Hanjia quickly replied. His expression cold. That Jiang Xuan, no matter how strong he is still innate. Killing him is as easy as pie for me. By then, I will take his corpse away, making it so that no one can find him, and no one will be able to trace it back to me. Yes. As long as you can resolve the matter that weighs on your mind, just go ahead and do it. Zhou Kong smiled at Xia Hanjia at that time. You will go to the military city first, and after I leave Feishua City, I will also try to arrange things. Hoping to be transferred to the Beihongzha military city to serve as a boundary instructor, so we can continue our teacher-student bond. Good. Very good. Master, you are truly thoughtful. Xia Hanjia said, feeling overjoyed. If Zhou Kong went, it meant he would have a direct backing in the military city. He wouldn't have to start from scratch anymore. Even though Xia Hanjia was extremely utilitarian at heart, he was genuinely moved by Zhou Kong at this moment. Thud. Xia Hanjia knelt down once more, this time with utmost seriousness. Master, I vow here, from now on, your family will be my family. I will protect your family with my life. I will safeguard the interests of your family. The kindness you have shown me, I am willing to repay with my life. After finishing, Xia Hanjia knocked his head heavily against the ground. Zhou Kong couldn't help but feel his eyes redden, nearly moved to tears. It was worth it. This disciple has always respected his teacher, and now he expresses himself so earnestly. It has not been in vain for him to spend countless efforts and ask others to plead for him with the city lord. Everything was worth it. Good, good, good. Good disciple, quickly get up. Zhou Kong helped Xia Hanjia up. January 29th. Jiang Clan's Earth City, deep in the back mountain. Buzz. The world trembled suddenly, and a strong sense of spatial stagnation instantly spread out. Chen Yuanshu, sitting cross-legged on the cliff, turned her head to look at the cave, her face showing joy. The might of heaven and earth. Jiang Xuan has comprehended the might of heaven and earth. Chen Yuanshu stood up, instinctively activating her own might of heaven and earth, wanting to dispel the influence brought by Jiang Xuan. Otherwise, her body would feel heavy, and her speed would slow down. However, as soon as her thoughts moved, her expression changed. Can't dispel it? Chen Yuanshu activated it a bit more, but her expression grew even worse. Still, she couldn't dispel it. According to reason, the two of them should be at the same level now, and she has comprehended the power of heaven and earth for many years. So her application of the power of heaven and earth should be stronger than Jiang Xuan's. Under normal circumstances, she should be able to easily counteract the influence of heaven and earth that Jiang Xuan brought. However, not only could she not disperse it at will, but even when she activated 30% of the power of heaven and earth, she could not eliminate the residual waves of heaven and earth power brought by Jiang Xuan from a distance. Chen Yuanju simply activated the power of heaven and earth completely. Immediately, her expression changed drastically. The pressure from the mutual resistance of the powers of heaven and earth made her body sway, nearly causing her to lose her balance. How could Jiang Xuan's power of heaven and earth be so terrifying? Soon, Chen Yuanju appeared at the entrance of the cave and tried to call inside. Husband? Chapter 84. Killing towards Heightened Mountain deep inside the cave, Jiang Xuan sat cross-legged. The senior of the strange stone had said that the innate battle tribulation realm, although difficult, was not entirely impossible. Jiang Xuan thought to himself that it was just because Heightened Mountain and the entire North Hangzhou were considered remote and backward areas within the entire Daqian dynasty. Whether in terms of overall cultivation techniques, the concentration of spiritual energy of heaven and earth, or the inheritance of cultivation methods over generations, everything was lagging behind. This made it nearly impossible for someone in the innate realm to leap across great realms to overcome the tribulation realm in this land. While it might be possible to reach the level of the tribulation realm in terms of offensive techniques, there would be a gap akin to a chasm in other aspects. Although I grew up on this land, I was fortunate enough to meet seniors and receive their teachings. Coupled with my considerable talent and hidden abilities that exceeded the seniors' expectations, I have now comprehended the power of heaven and earth, and I should be able to face the tribulation realm in battle. With this in mind, Jiang Xuan opened his eyes and slowly retracted the power of heaven and earth. Jiang Xuan was very clear about the power of the normal power of heaven and earth. He had even felt it during the life and death encounter with the first innate guest of the Shen family, Feng Fu and Shun Taiping, when both activated the power of heaven and earth and used their ultimate moves to launch a surprise attack. At that time, Jiang Xuan's infinite pursuit technique was suppressed and slowed down by the power of heaven and earth, forcing him to use the illusory pursuit technique he intended to hide. At that time, Jiang Xuan felt that Feng Fu's power of heaven and earth was stronger. Although Shun Taiping was a genius of the Starry Sky Pavilion, he had only recently comprehended the power of heaven and earth and could not compare to Feng Fu, who was ranked 4th on the innate ranking. The function of the power of heaven and earth is primarily twofold. First, it enhances the human force, allowing one's techniques to draw upon more power from heaven and earth, thereby increasing their power. Second, it condenses space, making the omnipresent power of heaven and earth weigh heavily on the opponent, slowing their movement speed and reaction time. Feng Fu's power of heaven and earth could even slow down the infinite pursuit technique, making it traceable, while the intensity of the power of heaven and earth that I just activated is 10 times that of Feng Fu, or dozens of times. And I have not yet used my full strength. The fact that my activation can be so powerful, apart from mastering the method of having a knife in my heart, seems to also be greatly influenced by my primordial spirit. Jiang Xuan couldn't help but sigh. The existence of the primordial spirit greatly enhanced my perception. Coupled with the 1,000-thread secret technique, my current perception is probably not inferior to that of a small tribulation realm, and even close to the middle tribulation realm. The innate power within me is 120 times that of an ordinary innate completion level, although it cannot be compared to tribulation power, which is a completely different nature of energy. Both innate power and tribulation power are used to perform techniques. As long as the techniques are strong enough and can sustain a prolonged battle, the type of power becomes irrelevant. Jiang Xuan now had the confidence to prove himself in battle against the tribulation realm, with the comprehension of the power of heaven and earth. The significant gap caused by the tribulation realm's mobilization of the power of heaven and earth was basically leveled. Thus, his 120 times innate power became the capital for him to engage in prolonged battles against the tribulation realm. Jiang Xuan even felt that he had an advantage, a very significant advantage. The void-breaking effect of the illusory ghost slash allows Jiang Xuan's killing ability to surpass that of an ordinary small tribulation realm. Once he no longer faces the problem of certain death from a mistake, in a tangled battle, Jiang Xuan's chances of winning are even greater. The flying sword technique is the true killing move. With my current perception ability, using the flying sword technique to kill a small tribulation realm would only take a single thought. Sneaking up to kill a middle tribulation realm is not impossible either. If the flying sword technique is used well and appropriately, it can produce miraculous effects. This is the real trump card. However, Jiang Xuan has a clear understanding of his future cultivation path. He still cannot rely on the flying sword technique. After all, it is just an additional means. Compared to the immortal and demon races, it lacks many variations. I still need to focus on the cultivation of divine and demonic powers. With the flying sword technique being the trump card for this stage, and a supplementary means to make up for the shortcomings of divine and demonic powers in the future. Next is the tribulation realm, the true tribulation realm, the beginning of the divine and demonic realm. Jiang Xuan thought to himself, compared to the strength of the innate realm-crossing realms, the significance of the tribulation realm is not just about combat power, but it represents truly stepping onto the path of becoming a divine or demonic being. The acquired innate realm is merely the fundamental realm of mortals. Jiang Xuan's current state is just the foundation reaching true perfection. It signifies that he finally has the qualifications to embark on the path of the divine and demonic, but has not yet stepped onto it. Only by entering the tribulation realm can it truly begin. According to legend, there was no tribulation realm in ancient times. Or rather, it was part of becoming a divine or demonic being, classified as the divine and demonic realm. However, because so few ancient cultivators could ultimately become divine or demonic beings, and many perished during tribulation, the realms below the divine and demonic realm were further subdivided. More and more geniuses remained below the divine and demonic realm, continuously raising the upper limit of combat power below the divine and demonic realm, and seeking more stable methods to become divine or demonic, which led to the emergence of the tribulation realm. What is the tribulation realm? The realm of tribulation. Small tribulation, middle tribulation, great tribulation, the life and death tribulation of the heart demon. Surpassing these 4 levels of tribulation allows one to transcend and become a divine or demonic being. Furthermore, there is also the saying of 1,000-year life and death tribulation for divine and demonic beings. Crossing tribulation is the process of becoming a divine or demonic being. First, one must provoke the small tribulation. Jiang Xuan thought to himself that geniuses like Chun Yuanzhou and Shin Taiping, if all goes well, would provoke the small tribulation and surpass the innate realm 2 years after comprehending the power of heaven and earth, thus entering the small tribulation realm. I shouldn't be slower than them, which means that by the age of 19 at the latest, I can step into the tribulation realm. And my goal is 18. Jiang Xuan was still full of fighting spirit. In the past few months, he often discussed various situations in the military city with Lei Hong. According to Lei Hong, surpassing the innate realm by the age of 20 is considered the minimum standard for entering the military city. This standard is not unbreakable, but those who enter the military city through special means often face discrimination. Moreover, for every year younger than 20, the treatment varies greatly. 20 is the majority. 19 is a small portion of the military city's geniuses. If one can surpass the innate realm by 18 and enter the military city, even in such a place as the military city, they would be among the top tier. They would receive the best cultivation. In short, the younger one is when entering the military city, the more they are valued, the greater the possibility of becoming a divine or demonic being in the future. Jiang Xuan stood up and walked out of the cave. Husband, Qin Yuanzhu came forward. Even though she was used to her cold demeanor at this moment, she was beaming with joy. Congratulations, husband, congratulations. The joy on Qin Yuanzhu's face was mixed with a hint of sweetness and pride. After all, this was her man. Comprehending the power of heaven and earth at 17, and she felt honored. What's there to congratulate? It's just comprehending the power of heaven and earth. If it makes the famous Miss Qin Yuanzhu of Feishua City congratulate me like this, one might think I've become a divine or demonic being. Jiang Xuan joked as he wrapped his arms around Qin Yuanzhu's waist and pulled her into his embrace, laughing softly, with my wife guarding me so closely. I can focus on my breakthroughs without worry. I must thank you, my dear. Over the past 6 months, Jiang Xuan had grown taller, and he was now nearly a head taller than the tall Qin Yuanzhu. He was not purely of tribal descent. His physique was not robust, but rather resembled that of a city dweller, exuding the charm of a graceful young master. Oh, Qin Yuanzhu turned her head with a sigh, her beautiful eyes downcast, pretending to be melancholic. We've been married for less than a year, and you treat me so formally. As if we were an old couple who has been married for decades, respecting each other like guests. We haven't even had a child yet. Qin Yuanzhu let out a short exclamation. Suddenly, Jiang Xuan picked her up and threw her over his shoulder. Let us have a baby right now. You're unhappy when I'm polite to you. You want me to teach you a lesson before you feel comfortable. Jiang Xuan, in his tribal warrior stance, carried Qin Yuanzhu back into the cave. Beast, let me go. Not letting go. Go ahead and shout. Cry. During this playful exchange, they engaged in a rather amusing performance. The sound of fabric tearing echoed in the cave. On the second day of the second month, at the Star Pavilion in Feishua City. The Star Pavilion was one of the largest buildings in Feishua City, even referred to as a city within a city. In the center of the Star Pavilion, there was a huge square known as the Star Square. That day at noon, a giant blue-feathered eagle with a wingspan of over 12 zhang landed in the Star Square of Feishua City, causing a sensation. The Star Pavilion was a gathering place for geniuses from a radius of 100,000 miles, and even with their backgrounds and experiences, they were in awe of such a colossal creature. How rare! The blue-feathered eagle was not a monster, but a bird possessing the bloodline of a fourth-tier monster. The blue feather thunder eagle. Its combat power was not particularly strong, not surpassing the innate level, but it had long-distance carrying flight capabilities, was massive, and completely tamed, making it extraordinarily valuable. Even the 4 major families of Feishua City would feel strained to purchase one. Qin Yuanzhu led a group of top talents from the Star Pavilion. Waiting for a while, after the blue-feathered eagle landed, over 20 young men and women jumped down from its back, all exuding outstanding charisma and pride. They were also dressed in the attire of Star Pavilion disciples, but their key markings were different from those of Feishua City. Qin Yuanzhu welcomed them. I am Qin Yuanzhu, the top innate disciple of the Star Pavilion in Feishua City. I have met you all. Lu Dong, the top innate disciple of the Star Pavilion in Yongyan City. Huh? Qin Shidi, I've heard so much about you. The leading young man with a fair face stepped forward, laughing heartily, and clapped Qin Yuanzhu on the shoulder. Qin Yuanzhu's expression changed, and he shook off Lu Dong's hand, stepping aside. The other geniuses from Feishua City, behind him, all looked angry. The Star Pavilion was an academy established by the court, with main cities having one. For instance, there were over 1,000 main cities in the northern Hangzhou, each with a Star Pavilion. The conditions of the Star Pavilions varied, and there was competition among them. Besides the official events held every 10 years, there were also private exchanges between the Star Pavilions. For example, the disciples from the Star Pavilion in Yongyan City came to the Star Pavilion in Feishua City this time, and the two sides were bound to compete. According to past rules, the losing side would refer to the winning side as Shidi or Shiji, regardless of age, only considering strength. But Lu Dong came and immediately called Chun Yuanzhou Shidi. This clearly implied that the Star Pavilion in Feishua City would definitely lose. This was not just a provocation, it was a blatant disregard for the Star Pavilion in Feishua City. Such arrogant contempt. However, Lu Dong indeed had the capital to be arrogant. Firstly, Yongyan City was wealthier than Feishua City, and the Star Pavilion in Yongyan City had more resources. Secondly, Lu Dong was only 21 years old. Moreover, he had comprehended the divine power of heaven and earth at 19, and it had been 2 years since then. According to hearsay from Yongyan City, as soon as Lu Dong entered the Tribulation Realm, he might be personally sent to the military city by the city lord of Yongyan as an exception. He was already half a foot into the Tribulation Realm. He could break through at any time. When comparing the level of young geniuses from this generation, Feishua City indeed fell short of Yongyan City. However, Chun Yuanzhou and Lu Dong were at comparable levels, although Chun Yuanzhou needed at least a year of accumulation to seek a breakthrough. He was 3 years older than Lu Dong, with 3 more years of combat experience. In the head-to-head match between the top disciples, he might not necessarily lose to Lu Dong. The exchange between the Star Pavilions was expected to last for about half a month. On the 6th day of the 2nd month, deep within a luxurious courtyard in Feishua City, in a room, 7 people were toasting and chatting happily, 5 of whom were inspectors, including Xia Hanjia, while the other 2 were even higher-ranking supervisors. Their presence in such an occasion indicated they were among the lower ranks of supervisors, lowering their status to celebrate Xia Hanjia's progress. Hanjia, let me say a few words. A slightly tipsy, bearded supervisor stood up, shaking his wine glass. Hanjia, once you return from the military city, you probably won't need to participate in the trials anymore and can be directly promoted to a supervisor. Ha ha, everyone agrees, right? Yes, yes, yes. Hanjia is already the youngest inspector with boundless potential. This time, he also gets the chance to be trained in the military city. In a few years, he will definitely reach the Great Tribulation Realm. If he doesn't become a supervisor directly, that wouldn't make sense. Not just a supervisor. He will be the youngest supervisor in Feishua City. After that, when he is assigned to a post, he will definitely go to a prosperous place. Hanjia, I toast you a glass. Don't forget your brothers when the time comes. You are all too kind. I, Xia Hanjia, owe my current status to the care of my brothers. Xia Hanjia humbly raised his wine glass, but couldn't hide his pride. Come, let us drink to it. May I progress rapidly in the military city. Good, good, good. Rapid progress. The room was filled with a joyful atmosphere. On the 7th day of the 2nd month, outside the north gate of Feishua City, my brothers, my lords, don't see me off. Take care. Xia Hanjia cupped his hands to the over 100 well-wishers. He had spent nearly half a month drinking with people, as one group after another came to send him off, and by today, almost everyone had come to see him off. Each of these people had the power to shake Feishua City with a stomp. Many influential figures from various offices, including the 4 major families, had sent people to see him off. It was extremely rare for an inspector at the Tribulation Realm to receive such treatment. After a round of farewells, Xia Hanjia mounted a blood-red beast capable of traveling 10,000 miles a day and rode off. The crowd watched until he was out of sight before dispersing in discussion. Xia Hanjia has a good master. Old Master Zhou values him, which is inseparable from his own efforts. Just wait. When he returns from the military city in a few years, he might just directly reach the Great Tribulation Realm. A Great Tribulation Realm before 40 years old. At that time, he will also be among the top in Feishua City. A bright future ahead. All right. Old Master Zhou's farewell banquet will be held in 4 days. Why doesn't Lord Xia wait a few days and attend the Old Master's farewell banquet before leaving? Why the rush to leave? I heard that the military city is nearing the deadline for recruitment this year. The Old Master is afraid he will be delayed. So he urged him to leave early. Really a good master. A good master naturally has a good disciple. Xia Hanjia rode his blood-red beast at full speed on the road. Once he was far enough from Flying Snow City, he suddenly pulled on the reins to stop. He turned his head towards the direction of Heightened Mountain, a fierce killing intent flashing in his eyes. He pulled the reins again, turning the horse's head. Then he raised his whip and headed straight for Heightened Mountain. Jiang Xuan, you deserve to die? He thought. Chapter 85. The demon-peering Lingyuan County is one of the closest county towns to the Shentu tribe. Xia Hanjia arrived at Lingyuan County first, hid the expensive blood-red beast, and then disguised himself as a lone traveler, dressed in a tight outfit, wearing a hat, and even changed his sword to ensure that no one could recognize him by appearance before he left the county town. He walked across the entire territory of the Shentu tribe, taking a detour into the Jiang Clan's territory. As an outstanding practitioner in the small heavenly tribulation realm, Xiahanji's own speed was also very fast. After his efforts of changing clothes and taking a detour, he arrived outside the Jiang Clan's earthen city in just over half a day. In the afternoon, in the mountains and forests outside the earthen city, at a high cliff, the mysteriously dressed Xiahanji appeared out of nowhere, gazing at the tribal earthen city. And then his gaze swept over to the temporary camp of the Shentu tribe not far from the earthen city. Today is the 7th day of the lunar month. The Jiang Clan and the Shentu tribe are fighting a life-and-death battle. Jiang Xuan should only show his face in the morning at most. He should be in the back mountain right now. Qin Yuanshu is probably also in the back mountain. That wretched woman, Xiahanji thought, gritting his teeth, filled with both hatred and a twisted obsession. The Demon Slayer guard is also here? Xiahanji's expression changed slightly. He didn't dare to use his perception to explore, fearing that Lei Hong would sense him. He stood at a high place, gazing into the earthen city. The city walls were not high, and he could see quite a bit of the situation inside, including the figures of the Demon Slayer guards. Has Commander Luo of the Demon Slayer Guard come to find Jiang Xuan again? Xiahanji's brows furrowed deeply, his expression doubtful. What about Commander Ji Pingzhong, as the commander of the Demon Slayer camp, was a presence in the middle heavenly tribulation realm. In the past 6 months, although Luo Yingqing hadn't resided in the Jiang Clan's earthen city, he had basically come to stay for about half a month every month. Sometimes Ji Pingzhong would come with him, bringing 500 Demon Slayer guards. Other times, Luo Yingqing would come alone with 300 Demon Slayer guards. Xiahanji had been paying attention to Jiang Xuan's situation, so he knew all this. This Commander Luo is truly blind. Getting so close to a tribal leader and calling it a discussion, a 70-year-old man asking a 17-year-old boy for advice, isn't he ashamed? Xiahanji felt a bit annoyed. If Ji Pingzhong is here this time too, then the risk of being discovered when he acts will be much greater. Killing Jiang Xuan has no chance of failure, but the earthen city is not that big, and even with the back mountain, it isn't very large. If there are any tribal mechanisms or alerts on Jiang Xuan, nearby heavenly tribulation experts could come in an instant. Killing him is easy, escaping is difficult, and it would be even harder to take his body away. Xiahanji bit his teeth and took out a box from his chest. The heavenly tribulation silent pill was originally prepared for emergencies, but unexpectedly, he really had to use it. Xiahanji felt a bit pained, but still took out the light green pill from the box and swallowed it in one bite. The silent pill is also quite expensive for those in the heavenly tribulation realm, but its effect is extremely powerful. After Xiahanji swallowed it, for the next few days, unless he actively used his power to perform strong techniques, he would not leak any aura, even if he used 90% of his strength to hurry. His aura would completely be retracted. This is a divine medicine for infiltration assassination and escaping tracking. Xiahanji hadn't planned to use it on Jiang Xuan. He just happened to have one with him, which he considered a routine life-saving item, and he didn't expect to use it here. It's fine. After taking the silent pill, it will be easier to quietly take Jiang Xuan away, so it's not a waste. Xiahanji comforted himself this way. He vanished from his spot. The next moment, Xiahanji appeared inside the earthen city, under the eaves of a dilapidated courtyard. He disappeared again. Xiahanji began to search within the earthen city. He still didn't dare to use his perception to search, as there was still the possibility of being discovered. Using perception employs the power of consciousness, which is different from aura, and strong practitioners can passively sense probing. Searching personally is the safest. Because he had taken the silent pill, Xiahanji wasn't worried about being discovered by Lei Hong in the training ground. He knew Lei Hong was present, but he just needed to confirm whether Ji Pingzhong was there. After a cup of tea's time, Xiahanji stopped in a hidden corner. Although he hadn't seen everything, there were at most 300 Demon Slayer guards, definitely not 500. And he didn't see the few trusted guards of Ji Pingzhong. It seems that this time only Luo Yingqing has come. No other heavenly tribulation experts is good. Xiahanji breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He then casually found an empty courtyard to lie in wait. His master specifically set the farewell banquet for the 10th day, just to let the inspectors from various places complete the life and death battle evaluations on the 7th, 8th, and 9th days, and return to the main city just in time without feeling anything amiss. Xiahanji thought darkly. And since Lei Hong resides in the Jiang Clan's Earthen City, he must also return. At the earliest, he has to leave on the night of the 9th. I will just wait for another 2 or 3 days. Xia Hanjia deliberately left a few days early to shake off suspicion. Although it would be hard for others to think he was the one who acted, Luo Yingxing would definitely be able to figure it out. And Commander Luo is a big shot he absolutely cannot touch, which is a world of difference from killing a tribal leader. Everything is proceeding according to plan. At the same time, more than 10 miles east of the back mountain of the Jiang Clan's Earthen City, in the grass at the foot of a cliff, there was a recently dug cave. The entrance of the cave was only half a person high, concealed by grass and trees, making it extremely secretive. While the space inside the cave was considerably spacious, a mad figure draped in a blood blanket sat cross-legged in the secret cave, the thick smell of blood making him smell like a beast that had just completed a slaughter. This is a unique secret technique to cover one's aura. Although the smell is strong, it can mask his true aura. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Hundreds of snakes of various sizes slithered in the cave, gradually gathering in front of the mad figure, all raising their heads and flicking their tongues at this figure. These snakes appeared to be the most common non-venomous snakes in the mountains and forests, which could be seen around the houses and trees in the tribe. But at this moment, they seemed to have changed, their eyes seemingly filled with a touch of spirituality. Go. After the mad figure performed a technique and formed a seal, he emitted a hoarse voice. One by one, the snakes slithered out of the cave, dispersing towards the Jiang Clan's Earthen City. Half an hour later, they all entered the Jiang Clan's Earthen City, beginning their daily search according to the mad figure's will, with the distance of over 10 miles. Controlling hundreds of snakes to scout and endowing each snake with individual spirituality. Such a sinister method could only be done by one person within 100,000 miles under the rule of Flying Snow City, the great heavenly tribulation demon lord, Lu Kong. In the secret cave, Lu Kong, draped in a blood blanket, tilted his head back, his murky eyes wide open. Suddenly, his eyes turned blood red as he shared the vision of a snake, witnessing the situation inside the Jiang Clan's Earthen City. He blinked and switched to another snake's perspective. Thus, with each blink, each change, he personally observed the conditions in various parts of the Earthen City, including the arrangements of the black armored guards and the demon slayer guards today. As he continued to observe, blood tears flowed from the corners of Lu Kong's eyes. A snake slithered into the woods next to the training field. Lu Kong switched over and saw Lei Hong on the high observation platform, suddenly becoming furious. Lei Hong. Damn Lei Hong. I have no grudges or enmities with you. Yet you relentlessly pursue me. Can the inspector meddle in others' affairs? You break my heart pulse. Wound my life. I can't live anymore. I can't kill you. You are strong, huh? In the cave, Lu Kong was waving his hands wildly, incoherently screaming. I will kill all your black armored guards. I will destroy the Jiang Clan. I will kill all their men, women, children, servants, and livestock. Ha. I've found out everything. You're on good terms with that Jiang Xuan, aren't you? It's you who caused his death. Remember, it was you who killed him. Oh right, Jiang Xuan, the genius. The monstrous genius. He, the first genius who killed my 3 useless disciples. If I can torture a being with divine and demonic traits, then my Lu Kong's life will not be in vain. And if I can massacre that Earthen City, kill them all, then I'll profit. Die. Everyone die for me. Lu Kong's sharp screeches echoed in the cave. Lei Hong, I don't believe you won't leave that Earthen City even for a step. I've waited for you for so long. You should return to Snow Flying City at least once, right? Go. As long as you leave, I'll kill them all. Kill them all. Suddenly, Lu Kong coughed a few times and spat out a mouthful of black blood onto the ground, his breath weakening a bit more. But his expression became even more frenzied. He wanted to complete his revenge before dying. Jiang Xuan, hee, Earthen City, hee, black armored guards, kill, everyone die. Lu Kong's crazed cries continued to reverberate in the cave. Chapter 86, Ambush and Assassination. Eruption on the afternoon of the 9th day of the 2nd month. At the Jiang Clan's Earthen City martial arts arena, with a thud, a large head flew into the air and the decapitated old body knelt on the arena. The middle-aged man named Jiang Baiqing wiped the blood from his knife and walked down the arena amid cheers. Jiang Hanqing had fled the clan during the 2nd year of the life and death battles, returning 9 months ago with a mindset of atonement, repeatedly stepping onto the arena. Today, after 10 matches, he would fight again next month. The announcement was made by Lei Hong on the high platform on the north side of the arena, who then got up and left. This month's 3 consecutive days of life and death battles had come to an end. For the Jiang Clan and the Shentu Clan, it was neither surprising nor joyful. The Jiang Clan sent a congenital warrior to the arena, while the Shentu Clan sent weak and elderly people to their deaths, achieving a strange tacit agreement between both sides. On the Shentu Clan's side, dozens of people were about to leave, dressed elegantly in a snow-white fox fur cloak. Shentu appeared increasingly graceful, her face adorned with the aura of a higher status, coupled with tribal-style makeup, giving her a unique beauty. She was surrounded by many. Even Shen Taiping accompanied her, chatting softly. Shentu seemed somewhat disinterested, her brows often showing a sense of dealing with Shen Taiping, but the more she acted this way, the more stunning her occasional smile became. It was said that women change greatly by 18. Although Shentu had not yet reached 18, she had already transformed. And compared to 2 years ago, her figure had become even more breathtaking. Rumors had circulated that Shen Taiping admired Shentu and had longed for her attention. This was initially just gossip, but in recent months, whenever Shentu came to watch the matches, Shen Taiping would always be by her side. His earnest expression was evident even to those who didn't understand love. It was clear that Shen Taiping had feelings for Shentu, and this interest had only deepened over time. Some had analyzed that Shen Taiping and Shentu had never been intimate. Not even holding hands had occurred, suggesting he had not yet succeeded. This matter even reached Snow Flying City, becoming a tale filled with legendary colors about romance. It was said that Shentu was a reincarnated fox demon, skilled at bewitching hearts, especially that of men, and Shen Taiping had been kept hanging by her, played around in circles. This had caused waves in the Shen family, but it was said that due to Shentu's presence, Shen Taiping's heart demons were alleviated, and his cultivation had improved, which was why the Shen family did not intervene. In any case, as long as Shen Taiping and Shentu did not engage in any actual marriage, their private matters were not a concern. What is your assurance regarding Jiang Xuan and Qin Yuanshu's matter? Shentu turned to look at the Jiang Clan spectators and softly asked the person beside her. About 50%, Shen Taiping frowned and replied, "This matter cannot be carelessly spoken of, without actual evidence. Spreading it would only offend the Qin family. The Qin family is the first family, with more privileges. Their killings are more decisive, and they are not easily offended, especially by a clan." Shen Taiping was reminding Shentu not to be too eager for revenge and spread rumors about this matter. If you insult Qin Yuanshu's reputation, the Qin family could easily wipe out the Shentu Clan. It was no secret within the Jiang Clan that Jiang Yuanshu and Jiang Xuan were not on good terms. They had been in seclusion together for a long time, almost inseparable, and it was too suspicious for a man and a woman to be so close, especially since one was a fiery young clan leader and the other was the stunningly beautiful daughter of a great clan. Even with a 10-year age gap, they were both young. It would be strange if nothing was going on. Everyone felt they had something going on, but that was just a feeling, with no evidence. How could Miss Chun be so blind as to fall for Jiang Xuan? Shentu said coldly, looking as if she could see through it all. I think it's all wild speculation. Maybe Jiang Xuan is deliberately letting rumors spread to boost the Jiang Clan's reputation, making others misunderstand that he has something with Miss Chun. Yes, I think so too. Shen Taiping hurriedly nodded in agreement, paying attention to Shentu's expression. He knew Shentu could not bear to see Jiang Xuan, the murderer of her father, doing well. Moreover, he already knew about some minor entanglements between Shentu and Jiang Xuan. Qin Yuanshu was another woman who would make anyone feel ashamed in comparison. In the snow-flying city at dusk, within a martial arena in the Starry Sky Pavilion, the chief congenital warrior of the Starry Sky Pavilion in Snow-Flying City, Qin Yuanzhou, was currently engaged in the 7th spar with the chief congenital warrior of the Starry Sky Pavilion in Yongyan City, Lu Dong. On the martial arena, Lu Dong wielded his sword like thunder, exhibiting a domineering style. He was using one of the 12 heavy swords passed down in the Lu family from Yongyan City. The sword measuring 5 feet 3 inches, wider than an adult man's palm, requiring both hands to wield. His moves were bold and vigorous. Go! Lu Dong used his ultimate technique, the Heavenly Craft style, destroying all of Qin Yuanzhou's moves. Qin Yuanzhou was forced to retreat, leaving the designated sparring area. Lost again. Again. Junior brother Chun, I concede. Lu Dong sheathed his sword, smiling, but with a proud look on his face. Haha, Qin Yuanzhou lost again. In these days, he had fought Lu Dong 7 times. managing to win only the second match, while losing the other 6. Was this the strength of the chief congenital warrior of Snow Flying City? Truly, one generation is worse than the next. It was no wonder they felt this way. Snow Flying City was indeed behind Yongyan City, a poor place that found it difficult to cultivate decent congenital warriors. Among the spectators, more than 20 disciples from Yongyan City's Starry Sky Pavilion whispered and laughed, mocking and ridiculing, their voices neither too loud nor too soft. Their words were not too excessive, but after days of this, the disciples from Snow Flying City felt extremely uncomfortable. Who isn't a proud child of heaven? When have they ever suffered such humiliation? Frustrated, but they couldn't win. In these days of complete exchanges, over 20 people from Yongyan City came, while Snow Flying City sent out just over 20, and the results showed that Snow Flying City was overall far inferior to Yongyan City, with a gap even larger than in previous years during their private exchanges. Lu Dong, don't be too complacent. Although I am the chief congenital warrior of Snow Flying City, I am not the strongest congenital disciple. My sister is, Qin Yuanzhou said. It's just that my sister is too focused on comprehending the catastrophe realm sword technique and doesn't care to participate in these types of sparring. Otherwise, even if you fought 10 matches, you wouldn't be able to win a single one against my sister. Exactly. You would even struggle to last 100 moves against Miss Yuanshu. If Miss Yuanshu hadn't been injured in her talent back then, she would have reached the catastrophe realm long ago. Her talent is far superior to yours. The disciples from Snow Flying City chimed in. Haha. Lu Dong smiled casually and said, I've long heard of Miss Qin Yuanzhu's great name, and I admit that I am indeed not her match. However, as far as I know, Miss Qin is already 27 this year, while I am only 21. She is 6 years older than me. What is so surprising about her winning? The crowd in Feishua City was momentarily speechless, exchanging glances. In fact, they all understood what the age difference represented. Qin Yuanzhou only wanted to provoke Lu Dong. If Lu Dong arrogantly claimed that even Qin Yuanzhou was inferior to him, that would be perfect. But Lu Dong didn't take the bait. Being 6 years older and winning is indeed somewhat unfair. Suddenly, Qin Yuanzhou spoke up. However, I do know of a congenital expert who, although not a disciple of the Starry Sky Pavilion, is also from our Feishua City and is only 17 years old, 4 years younger than you. If you can defeat him, all of us disciples from the Starry Sky Pavilion in Feishua City will be convinced. The others in Feishua City were taken aback at first, then they reacted and began to stir the pot. Yes, if you can defeat him, we will be convinced. In fact, the strongest young congenital expert from Feishua City is not in the Starry Sky Pavilion. If you defeat him, that wouldn't count as a real accomplishment. If you can defeat him, then we won't need to fight, and we will willingly call ourselves your juniors. Impossible. No one can defeat him. Even Miss Yuanzhou has to seek his guidance. Although he is only 17, he is not someone you from Yongyan City can compare to. The talented individuals of Feishua City shook their heads, sighed, and scoffed. 17? Whose child is that? You Feishua City still hide such a person? Lu Dong could see that this person who could make the disciples of the Starry Sky Pavilion praise him so much must have real skills. He is not from a big family but a tribal chief from Highton Mountain named Jiang Xuan, Qin Yuanzhou said, his eyes subtly shifting. Feishua City and Yongyan City are separated by over 100,000 miles, making it extremely far. Both sides have very limited understanding of each other. Qin Yuanzhou felt that the people of Yongyan City probably hadn't heard of Jiang Xuan's name. Even though it was already at the top of the congenital rankings in Feishua City, such rankings are originally only meaningful locally. The disciples of the Starry Sky Pavilion generally do not care about the congenital rankings, as it is mainly the old fellows and court officials competing for the top 10. The goal of the disciples is to reach the robbery realm, and they do not wish to linger too long in the congenital realm. Jiang Xuan? Jiang Xuan? Never heard of him. The people of Yongyan City looked at each other and shook their heads. A tribal commoner, and you praise him so highly, Lu Dong said proudly. Even if he truly has some unorthodox tribal techniques, they ultimately cannot stand up to the real power. Before true strength, he will be easily defeated. Night. Jiang Clan's tribal city. Lei Hong and Luo Yingcheng had dinner together, chatting and drinking tea, and then Lei Hong left the Jiang Clan's tribal city, heading straight for Feishua City. Xia Hanjia had been observing everything in secret, and after confirming that Lei Hong had left, he did not rush to find Jiang Xuan to take action. He considered that once an accident occurred, the Black Armored Army had ways to notify Lei Hong with a compass, allowing him to quickly return to the tribal city. He could only wait until Lei Hong was far away before taking action to ensure success. That way, even if an accident occurred, Lei Hong would not have time to return. After dinner, Luo Yingsheng went to the back mountain to find Jiang Xuan, discussing techniques with him. Jiang Xuan also asked him for advice on improving foundational skills, and the two had become close friends, mutually guiding each other. More than an hour later, Luo Yingsheng left the back mountain. The night grew deeper. By midnight, under the moonlight, damn it, if she stays by Jiang Xuan's side all night. How can I take action? Xia Hanjia, hidden in the forest, looked at the figure sitting cross-legged in front of the strange stone, gritting his teeth in anger. This shameless woman. Qin Yuanzhu was also sitting cross-legged, practicing her techniques. Although killing a congenital being in the robbery realm is basically a one-hit kill. Killing one or two makes no difference, but Xia Hanjia did not want to kill Qin Yuanzhu and did not dare to, as that would offend the Qin family. He also could not take action in front of Qin Yuanzhu. Perhaps he could knock Qin Yuanzhu unconscious first and then kill Jiang Xuan. But that would clearly be more difficult. Yet it was not entirely impossible. Xia Hanjia was still calculating, waiting for the right moment. My lady. Jiang Xuan opened his eyes in front of the strange stone and looked at Qin Yuanzhu. You should go back to rest tonight. I want to comprehend alone. Qin Yuanzhu turned to look at Jiang Xuan, nodded, and got up without saying anything. Jiang Xuan often comprehended alone, and Qin Yuanzhu did not accompany him every night in the back mountain. Jiang Xuan's words implied that he wanted to comprehend alone tonight and did not mean to cultivate together, which only Qin Yuanzhu understood, so it was not strange. Then I'll come back to accompany my husband tomorrow morning. Qin Yuanzhu walked to Jiang Xuan's side, leaned down to kiss him, and then walked out. In the forest, Xia Hanjia was gnashing his teeth, his face twisted with rage. What is this my lady and my husband business? Have they secretly gotten married? Xia Hanjia's killing intent grew even stronger. He even wished he could rush out immediately and smash this dog couple. However, he still held back. He had to wait for Qin Yuanzhu to completely leave the back mountain. Who the hell is this guy? Jiang Xuan, who was sitting cross-legged, thought to himself. If it weren't for my unique thousand-thread secret technique, which can sense even inanimate objects, I really wouldn't have discovered him. He is not an inanimate object. He should be a person. Sneaking around me. Is he here to kill me? This was the first time Jiang Xuan encountered such a situation. Clearly a person, yet without any aura. He worried that the other party might pose a danger to Qin Yuanzhu, which was why he sent her away. Tonight, with Lei Hong not in the Jiang Clan's tribal city, Jiang Xuan was the strongest person here. If someone was indeed coming for him, having others around would only be a hindrance. Lei Hong had only been gone for 2 hours, and such a strange presence approached me. Perhaps they were already prepared, waiting for Lei Hong to leave before coming to kill me. I am already the strongest congenital expert in Feishua City. Anyone daring to come kill me must at least be in the robbery realm, right? Jiang Xuan speculated, preparing for the worst and readying himself for a counterattack. Xia Hanjia was particularly patient. After another half an hour, the entire back mountain fell into a deep silence. Even the sound of the wind was barely audible. Jiang Xuan remained sitting there, back turned, his aura steady and unmoving. Xia Hanjia moved. He flashed over, the sword light resembling a line that would tear the night apart. And due to the effect of the silent pill, this sword strike did not even reveal a hint of aura, surpassing the normal reaction limits of the congenital realm. Xia Hanjia's eyes flickered with vengeful killing intent, as if he could already see the scene of his sword chopping off Jiang Xuan's head. The tearing sword light swiftly approached the back of Jiang Xuan's neck. Chapter 87. Congenital versus Robbery Realm. The sword light sliced through at high speed. The terrifying killing intent enveloped Jiang Xuan. Come on. Jiang Xuan's reaction was incredibly swift. In a critical moment, he lowered his head and rolled over. The knife light surged as he turned, vibrating with a hum, colliding with the sword light. The resulting shockwave caused the surrounding space to tremble. The sword light clearly had the upper hand, but Jiang Xuan, wielding the knife, used the rebound force to shoot outward, instantly creating a distance of over 20 feet. How is that possible? Xia Hanjia was clearly taken aback. Although his sword technique was not a robbery realm swordsmanship, but rather a basic sword style, he exerted 7 parts of his strength and launched a silent sneak attack. There was no reason for him to miss killing any innate being, yet Jiang Xuan actually reacted. He even withstood the power of this sword. Although Jiang Xuan's knife was obviously weaker than his sword and could not compete head-on, he could only retreat to create distance. But he, Xia Hanjia, was a robbery realm. Jiang Xuan was merely innate. This was terrifying. How could his knife be so formidable? If this talent were to enter the robbery realm in the future, he could probably go directly to the military city. He could receive the same training as me. He also had the opportunity to become a god or demon. Xia Hanjie thought, greatly stimulated, his eyes turning red. This child must die? My skill foundation is far deeper than that of most innate robbery realms. I have a primordial spirit, and my skill foundation improves rapidly. Jiang Xuan thought to himself. By now, perhaps except for the returning to simplicity coach Luo, only those over 70 or 80 years old robbery realms have a foundation stronger than mine. Even Lord Lei Hong's skill foundation is not as good as mine. In the past 6 months, Jiang Xuan's skill foundation has also advanced rapidly. The stronger the skill foundation, the less strength one can use to exert greater power, which is particularly evident in basic moves. Therefore, the knife that Jiang Xuan just used to block was extremely powerful, which also related to his vast innate power that could be explosively used. Just now, I used 50% of my strength. Jiang Xuan quickly thought. Just enough to escape while not losing, but in terms of power, he was slightly ahead of me. If a basic sword style can have such power, his strength must also be of a high level in the minor robbery realm. Xia Hanjie did not expose his aura and pretended to be mysterious, making it difficult for Jiang Xuan to recognize him for a moment. Who are you? Jiang Xuan asked vigilantly. Why are you trying to kill me? Who sent you? The Wei family? The Dong family? At the same time, a half-palm-sized azure gold broken blade slowly flew up from the grass where Jiang Xuan originally sat. This was something Jiang Xuan had casually put down when he sensed someone sneaking nearby. At this moment, it floated up silently. The azure gold broken blade was blurry in the night, flying slowly enough without any sound of breaking through the air. It flew to just 3 feet behind the figure in the hat, the blade tip aimed at the back of the figure's neck. After Jiang Xuan spoke, everything was ready. As long as Jiang Xuan had a thought, this assassin would undoubtedly die. It was impossible to dodge such a close-range assassination with the flying sword technique. Even if this assassin had some extremely powerful moves, he wouldn't have time to execute them in defense. Who am I? Ha. Xia Hanjie stared at Jiang Xuan, deliberately pretending his voice was hoarse, laughing madly. He wanted to mislead Jiang Xuan, but suddenly his laughter stopped. He suddenly realized that disguising himself was to mislead others after an unexpected event. There was no need to mislead a dead person. In fact, on the contrary, he wanted the other party to know who would kill them for it to be satisfying. Jiang Xuan, if you can die at my hands, your life won't be in vain, Xia Hanjie said, using his true voice. It's you. Jiang Xuan recognized him immediately and understood why the other party came to kill him. He smiled coldly, not expecting the dignified Inspector Lord would also do such sneaky and wicked things. Since you know who I am, you won't beg for mercy when death is at hand. You still dare to mock me? Xia Hanjie sneered. You don't really think an innate can escape from a robbery realm, do you? Escape? Jiang Xuan replied with a strange tone. No more nonsense. Come and take my life. Xia Hanjie shouted. At the moment his voice fell, Xia Hanjie had already flashed and killed in front of Jiang Xuan. Extremely fast. This time he no longer needed to hide anything, not fearing to expose his aura. The 5 elements of heaven and earth, which could only be cultivated in the robbery realm, suddenly erupted to the extreme. The 5 elements of heaven and earth were the advanced ability of the divine might of heaven and earth, allowing for a more precise mobilization of the 5 elements' power in the world, with a power at least 10 times that of the divine might of heaven and earth. And Xia Hanjie was a leader among the minor robbery realm. The difference was not just tenfold. This was merely a certain aspect of the robbery realm's advantage over the innate. The overall advantage formed by the accumulation of all-round benefits was truly terrifying. With strength at least 100 times greater, even hundreds of times. Heaven and earth 5 elements suppression. This terrifying spatial stagnation could even directly crush some postnatal realm cultivators to death. Die for me. Just based on you? Boom. Jiang Xuan suddenly unleashed his own divine might of heaven and earth, colliding with Xia Hanjie's 5 elements of heaven and earth, creating a deafening explosion. Just as Jiang Xuan felt the pressure of the 5 elements of heaven and earth, his entire body relaxed, and he heartily received Xia Hanjie's sword. Clang, 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 clang. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, moving quickly. What kind of monster are you? Xia Hanjie exclaimed in shock. He was frightened by Jiang Xuan's divine might of heaven and earth, that he could actually clash head-on with his 5 elements of heaven and earth. And Jiang Xuan's knife was even more terrifying than before, able to match his sword in a series of clashes. Although shocked by Jiang Xuan's sudden burst of combat power, Xia Hanjie did not hold back. The two moved over 100 feet in just a few breaths, exchanging over 10 moves. And Jiang Xuan did not yield even an inch. In their entangled movements, he even seemed to have a more violent aura than Xiahonjia. The innate power within Jiang Xuan seemed to form a terrifying storm, pouring out limitlessly. And only by using the innate power in such a manner could he directly clash with the robbery realm. Haha, good. The stronger you are, the better. I want to see how long you can hold on. Xiahonjia suddenly laughed wildly, the grudge of taking my wife. I originally wanted to kill you 10 times to be satisfied. Now the stronger you are, the more satisfying it will be to kill you. With your talent, you are already qualified to go to the military city. Yet today you will die at my hands. Ha 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 ha. You think you can get close to Qin Yuanzhu? Don't be so self-righteous. You're the one who is infatuated with Yuanzhu. She is my wife, and has nothing to do with you. Our child is about to be born. Have some shame. Jiang Xuan coldly mocked. Just let you have a verbal advantage. So what? Tonight, you will be a dead man. Xiahonjia shouted. He did not believe Jiang Xuan could escape from him. He still had many trump cards and techniques left unused. The two continued to engage in a fierce battle. Xiahonjia could fight for an hour without getting tired. Jiang Xuan, as an innate realm, how much innate power could he have? At this moment, Xiahonjia even felt like he was toying with a mouse. As long as he entangled Jiang Xuan in the back mountain, it would be foolproof. In the end, he could even torture him to death. Even if he beat him to a pulp and captured him alive, it was not impossible. What he did not know was that Jiang Xuan was not using all his strength and could even kill him at any moment. The reason Jiang Xuan had not killed him immediately was for two reasons. First, Jiang Xuan did not feel any real threat from Xiahonjia. Without a significant gap in strength, he was safe, so he was an excellent sparring partner for Jiang Xuan. This was Jiang Xuan's first battle with a robbery realm. If he easily killed him with trump cards, it would be too wasteful. He could practice his knife skills. Second, Xiahonjia's identity. If an inspector died inexplicably in the back mountain of our Earth City, even if I said he came to assassinate me and I counter-killed him, it would be hard for me to prove. Even if it was later clarified, there would likely be many twists and turns. Jiang Xuan thought secretly. Lord Lei Hong also mentioned that Xiahonjia should have obtained an identity from the military city, which was also troublesome. Jiang Xuan did not have much concern about killing Xiahonjia. Rather, he did not want to leave no evidence, as it would cause some unnecessary trouble. A tribal leader killing an inspector was something that hadn't happened in thousands of years, and it would definitely lead to a comprehensive investigation. Jiang Xuan had many secrets. For example, his current trump cards and means, such as those cultivation techniques and breathing methods, the ancient sound transmission stones, etc. He didn't want anyone to investigate him thoroughly. If no one knew that Xiahonjia came to assassinate me, then if he died in the back mountain, no one would trace it back to me. Jiang Xuan thought. But I estimate that his master, the former first inspector Zhou Kong, knows he came to assassinate me. Lord Lei Hong left precisely to attend Zhou Kang's farewell banquet. And he just happened to show up to attempt the assassination. Boom. Bang bang bang. The two were entangled in a fierce battle, weapons clashing repeatedly. The divine might of heaven and earth colliding violently with the five elements, and while fighting, both were moving at high speed. However, Xiahonjia always paid attention to his positioning, preventing Jiang Xuan from escaping towards the Earth City. Jiang Xuan did not dare to unleash his maximum speed, fearing that if he ran too fast and shook off Xiahonjia might think the assassination was hopeless and turn to flee. Jiang Xuan feigned charging towards the small road leading to the Earth City a few times, but was successfully intercepted by Xiahonjia each time. Ha ha ha. In the end, you are just a congenital being. No matter how you explode with power, you can't be faster than me. To tell you the truth, I haven't even used my full strength. I will not allow you to escape back to the Earth City. You must die here today. Xiahonjia truly found pleasure in playing cat and mouse. He felt Jiang Xuan's aura becoming increasingly unstable, showing signs of weakening, which made him even more certain of his guess. Jiang Xuan couldn't hold on for long. Clamor. Jiang Xuan shouted angrily and turned to flee. This time, Jiang Xuan was faster and his aura more violent, not entangling with Xiahonjia, only fighting back with 2 strikes when Xiahonjia caught up, then continuing to escape. His demeanor was quite awkward. Run, run. Now you know fear. Xiahonjia crazily pursued. The farther you run, the easier it will be for me to kill you. I might even capture you alive, slowly torture you to death. Soon, the two, one chasing and the other fleeing, passed by a small lake. After a while, Xiahonjia exclaimed, Jiang Xuan, I didn't expect you to have a day of headless flight. Do you even deserve to be called a hero? Xia Hanjie grinned, his killing intent overflowing. However, you are indeed a genius, a true prodigy. Killing you will be satisfying. Why are you slowing down? Can't you run anymore? Ha ha. Die for me. With a flick of his sword, Xia Hanjie unleashed the robbery realm sword technique, instantly transforming into 7 shadows, surrounding and attacking Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan stopped pretending. Boom. The ground beneath him exploded, and his already supersonic speed doubled once again, rushing out of the edge of the forest, covering nearly 40 zhang before stopping, turning back to look at Xia Hanjie indifferently. Xia Hanjie's attack missed, and he quickly followed Jiang Xuan out of the forest, then suddenly stopped, dazed. The scene before him felt somewhat familiar. An expansive open space, with the distant earthen city walls visible on one side. Xia Hanjie was not familiar with the terrain around the Jiang Clan's earthen city. So only now did he realize that Jiang Xuan had led him in a big circle from the forest on the side of the Earth City, ultimately arriving outside the main gate of the Jiang Clan's earthen city. 100 zhang behind Jiang Xuan was the gate of the Earth City, and people on the city wall were already looking in their direction. You can leave. Jiang Xuan gave Xia Hanjie a deliberately disdainful sneer, presenting an aura that he could not be killed today. At this moment, Xia Hanjie faced 2 choices. If he gave up just like that, he would be unwilling. If he left, he would truly go to the military city and would not return for years. By then, with Jiang Xuan's high talent, he would also go to the military city, and then he would have even less chance to kill Jiang Xuan, instead becoming a great enemy. He could still maintain his mysterious disguise. If he left directly, Jiang Xuan would have no evidence, and it would be difficult to pin the blame on him, and the matter would just end there. But he was really unwilling. However, if he continued to fight, it was not just about anything else. Xia Hanjie's robbery realm sword technique was learned from Zhou Kong, and the black armor guards would recognize it, meaning everyone would know he killed Jiang Xuan. You don't really think you have a choice, do you? Jiang Xuan said strangely. Jiang Xuan, do you really think I dare to kill you in public? You are just a small tribal leader. Do you think you can compare with me, the youngest inspector in history? What if I kill you, offending Lord Lei Hong? I will just apologize to him. And you, dying is meaningless. Xia Hanjie transmitted his voice, having figured it out. At this point, he would disregard everything. Killing him in public would also have consequences he could bear. It just wasn't the best result. Jiang Xuan, if you run again, I will kill your clansmen. Xia Hanjie transmitted a threat to Jiang Xuan while flashing to Jiang Xuan's front, his long sword extending 3 feet of sword light. Several beams of sword light rapidly targeting the vital points around Jiang Xuan. Killing my clansmen? A cold glint flashed in Jiang Xuan's eyes, and he slashed out like a star river, ready to fight Xia Hanjie to the death. Xia Hanjie naturally wooed trade blows with Jiang Xuan, evading and repositioning. The two began a new round of entanglement. This time, it was actually Jiang Xuan who pressed Xia Hanjie, wildly attacking. Clang, clang, clang. Boom, boom, boom. This time, the two fought for a very short time, attracting the attention of the entire Jiang Clan's earthen city. Numerous black armor guards and demon hunting guards appeared on the city wall, followed by the innate warriors of the Jiang Clan, such as Chun Yuanshu and Luo Yingqing. The temporary camp of the Shentu Clan, not far from the Earth City, was also stirred up, with many innate warriors from the Shentu Clan, including Shun Tuyu and Shun Taiping from the Flying Snow City, all coming out. One by one, they looked towards the two battling in the vast open space. Whoosh! In the distant sky, a huge blue-feathered giant eagle carrying 40 to 50 elite members from the Star Hall flew over at high speed. The people on the eagle's back were divided into 2 groups, with the elites from Flying Snow City and Yongyan City mocking each other, suddenly feeling 2 strong auras fluctuating from afar. There's a battle outside the Earth City. Qin Yuanzhou squinted as he looked into the distance. It's too far to see clearly, Lu Dong said, but judging by the momentum, it is likely 2 robbery realm experts are fighting. We shouldn't get too close. Chapter 88. Extreme shock, darling. Don't come over. Qin Yuanshu on the city wall heard Jiang Xuan's transmission. She tightly gripped her sword, gazing at the 2 figures fighting in the vast open space. She understood that if she went to help, it would only complicate things for Jiang Xuan, who would then have to divide his attention to protect her. Battling between the robbery realm? They were too fast. Who were they? Only those in the robbery realm could exude such terrifying momentum. The black armor guards and demon hunting guards watched in awe. The gap between the robbery realm and the innate realm was so vast that most innate warriors found it challenging to see the figures battling. It was still night, and the moonlight was dim, making it even more obscure. However, even the most intense battles have moments of pause. What is happening? Such a fierce aura. Shentu Yu and Shun Taiping emerged from the temporary camp, with more than 20 innate warriors following them. Just the sound of the battle outside made Shentu Yu's heart tremble. Each clash sounded like thunder to her, a postnatal warrior. This kind of commotion must be from two robbery realm experts clashing. Shin Taiping said, even before stepping out of the temporary camp's door. It's not wise to get too close. We should keep our distance and watch. Zhao Long, who had changed his name to Zhao Futuo, said beside Shentu Yu. Shentu Yu gazed into the distance. Two vague figures could be seen colliding at high speed. As if the heavens and earth were being scorched by a furnace, creating visible distortions to the naked eye. The clang of weapons mingled with the repeated shockwaves that felt like the earth shattering, spreading outward again and again, the aftershocks reaching far and wide. Although they had lost much of their power, it felt like a night breeze brushing against one's face. Yet it gave Shentu Yu a suffocating sensation. This was the realm of tribulation. Shentu Yu was immensely shocked and quite excited. After becoming the leader of the Shentu Clan, she had used a vast amount of resources to enhance her cultivation, and now she had reached a critical period for advancing to the innate stage. Shin Taiping said that at the latest, within half a year, she would be able to step into the innate realm. And he even mentioned that her talent was very high, with the possibility of achieving innate perfection in the future. At this crucial moment, how fortunate it was to witness a battle in the realm of tribulation. Even Shin Taiping was watching seriously. This would greatly benefit his own cultivation. The innate guards beside Shin Taiping were also watching attentively, hoping to gain insights from the battle. They all knew that such opportunities for observation were rare and hard to come by. The realm of tribulation. This was the power of the realm of tribulation. It was Shentu Yu's first time witnessing a fight in the realm of tribulation, filled with shock and reverence, yet she felt it was strange. Even in the main city of Feishue, the realm of tribulation was filled with top figures, and those county towns rarely had the realm of tribulation. So how could two of them be fighting outside the Earth City gate of the clan's territory? Boom. Both terrifying powerhouses unleashed their tribulation techniques. With lightning-fast knife lights and breathtaking sword lights colliding together, creating an explosion of flames at the point of impact. The strong shockwaves swept across, causing the ground to continuously crack and extend, raising clouds of dust. Shin Taiping's eyes widened, his face turning pale as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Nightmarish scenes appeared in his mind. He recalled the day he had his throat cut. Although this knife strike was many times stronger than the one back then, the moves were the same. The illusionary phantom, chasing wind technique. Jiang Xuan. Shin Taiping could hardly believe it. Just as he exclaimed in shock, Jiang Xuan, who had just clashed with Xia Hanjia, darted past him, leaping over Zhang, and paused briefly when he turned back. Xia Hanjia did the same. But his mysterious appearance with a conical hat made it impossible to tell who he was. The crowd could only recognize the figure holding the knife. They were all very familiar. It was indeed Jiang Xuan, who Shin Taiping had just cried out. This is impossible. Shentu Yu was even more horrified than Shin Taiping, her eyes widening as she looked at the knife-wielding youth. How could Jiang Xuan be in the realm of tribulation? Where could there be a 17-year-old in the realm of tribulation? He is not in the realm of tribulation. The aura is wrong. He is still innate. Shin Taiping shouted something even more terrifying. An innate fighting against the realm of tribulation. He could fight with the realm of tribulation while still being in the innate realm. This was something that had never happened in Feishue for thousands of years. How could his heavenly might be so terrifying? It must be dozens of times more powerful. Shentu Yu did not hear clearly what Shin Taiping shouted afterward, as she trembled all over. In fact, she had always had a very complex feeling towards Jiang Xuan. When she was very young, she often heard her father mention Jiang Xuan's name, and she knew Jiang Xuan was aware of this as well, because their fathers, Shentu Lai and Jiang Hanfeng, had long since stopped being enemies. They were both foes and friends. In fact, the friendship was more prominent. Shentu Lai and Jiang Hanfeng had been sparring from their youth to middle age, and although they belonged to different tribes, they met frequently. Moreover, Shentu Yu and Jiang Xuan were born in the same year. Shentu Yu was intelligent and clever, a beauty from a young age, while Jiang Xuan was recognized at a young age as a genius who might surpass his father. All these factors led to a long period where some people from both tribes referred to them as a pair of childhood sweethearts destined to be together. When Shentu Yu was a few years old, she heard the old maid jokingly say that when she grew up, she would marry into the Jiang Clan and marry Jiang Xuan. This situation changed when they were 9 years old. Jiang Xuan's progress in cultivation slowed down significantly for a year or two, and the Jiang Clan could no longer hide it, leading to many rumors and remarks about a genius falling from grace. Since then, Shentu began to feel that Jiang Xuan was not worthy of her. Even after 3 years of life-and-death battles when Jiang Xuan rose again, killing her uncle Shentu with half-step, innate strength, she still did not take Jiang Xuan seriously. Killing an extremely injured person was merely a trick. Therefore, when her father wanted her to seduce Jiang Xuan and bring him into the Shentu clan, she was unwilling in her heart, but for the benefit of the tribe, she still approached Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan's suggestion that she be a concubine infuriated her to the extreme. She originally thought that Jiang Xuan was just a youthful hero willing to die. But unexpectedly, Jiang Xuan actually killed her father in the following life-and-death battles. His strength was advancing by leaps and bounds. The tribes were always conquering or being conquered. Only truly powerful warriors could possess the most beautiful women. If you are strong enough, you can have everything. Everything follows the principle of the survival of the fittest. This is the most straightforward and simplistic concept inherited by the heightened mountain for thousands of years. Although Shentu was well-read and knowledgeable, deep down she was still a child of the heightened mountain tribe. This concept, cultivated since childhood, could not be reversed simply by reading a lot of books. In the past, whenever she thought of Jiang Xuan, she thought only of revenge. But now, Jiang Xuan seemed to have become so strong that she had lost even the chance for revenge. The original plan to annex the Jiang Clan after Jiang Xuan was killed depended on Jiang Xuan not entering the realm of tribulation. Jiang Xuan was now not only in the realm of tribulation, but possessed the combat power of the realm of tribulation. This was even more terrifying. The talent he displayed was such that it would not be an exaggeration for the Lord of the God and Demon City to come forward to take him as a disciple. Thus, Shentu no longer thought of revenge. Instead, she began to doubt herself, wondering if she had been wrong all along. There was despair and also regret. It was the Jiang Clan leader. It turned out to be Jiang Xuan, the clan leader. Who was he fighting against? The sword technique seemed familiar. The aura felt somewhat familiar. The black armored guards on the city wall were all incredibly shocked, not expecting that one of the combatants was the innate Jiang Xuan, whose performance in the realm of tribulation was even more formidable, while the other party, they did not recognize for a moment. A small portion of the black armored guards felt that the sword technique was familiar. Several black armored guards recalled that the sword technique came from the legendary technique of the first Inspector General of Feishua City, Zhou Kong. But Zhou Kong could not have only this level of strength. It must be his disciple. Xiahanjia, it's you. Luo Ingcheng, the head instructor, suddenly shouted, finally recognizing who the mysterious figure wearing the conical hat was. It was Xiahanjia. Lord Xia. How could it be him? Lord Xia's strength was already close to the middle stage of the tribulation. This aura was unmistakable. I remember now. It was Lord Xia. When searching for the Jiang Clan leader and the 3 brothers of the Gu family in Heightened Mountain, I encountered a monster and had felt Lord Xia's aura when he was killing. This was his aura. In the sky above, the blue-feathered giant eagle circled, and the sounds of battle in the open space in front of the Earth City were so loud that they attracted everyone's attention. Moreover, it was night, so no one noticed the arrival of this giant flying beast. The people on the eagle's back could hear the sounds below clearly. Furthermore, the people of Feishua City knew Jiang Xuan, as they had all come to the Earth City before. How could Jiang Xuan's heavenly might be so powerful? How could he fight with the realm of tribulation? An innate realm possessing the combat power of the realm of tribulation? Isn't that impossible? The instructors of the Starry Sky Pavilion all said it was impossible. Jiang Xuan actually achieved it. Look quickly. How stunning Jiang Xuan's knife strike is. His aura is so thick. It even feels more oppressive than the typical calamity force, and it's actually innate power. Even more violent and terrifying. Is this the limit of the innate realm? No wonder he is the strongest in our Feishua City. His achievements today will be praised for thousands of years, becoming a legendary tale in the annals of Feishua City. The genius disciples of the Star Pavilion in Feishua City are all very excited, their faces flushed with excitement. And some female disciples even have sparkling eyes. The more than 20 people from the Star Pavilion in Yongyan City are all staring wide-eyed at the fight below, their expressions gradually turning numb. Jiang Xuan? That knife-wielding boy with calamity-level combat power is Jiang Xuan. Lu Dong's neck stiffened as he turned to Qin Yuanzhou, his expression trembling with a mix of shock and anger, as if to say, "You want me to challenge him? Are you trying to get me killed?" However, he soon realized that Qin Yuanzhou was also stunned. He looked below in a daze, his shock not less than Lu Dong's. Clearly just as surprised to learn that Jiang Xuan was this strong. Xiahanjia, it's you. A booming voice came. Xiahanjia? That name sounds familiar. Lu Dong immediately looked down, feeling like he had heard the name before. After pondering for a few moments, he suddenly realized. Xiahanjia? The youngest inspector in the history of Feishua City. Is it him? Wasn't he supposed to go to the military city? Isn't his realm already close to the mid-calamity stage? When in Yongyan City, Lu Dong had heard of Xiahanjia's name. This tribal leader can actually suppress the genius inspector? He is still in the innate realm. Is he really only 17 years old? Lu Dong couldn't help but ask. Yes, 17 years old. The first time I saw him was about a year ago, and he looks a lot taller today, Qin Yuanzhou said, feeling a mix of emotions in his heart. A tribal youth who is still growing can be this strong. Compared to him, what kind of genius am I? The inspector is already stronger than an average calamity realm. Qin Yuanzhou looked at the figure in the fight, his heart racing. Xiahanjia, also from the Star Pavilion, is a direct disciple of a major calamity inspector, enjoying almost unlimited cultivation resources, making him far stronger than others in the same realm. In the years Xiahanjia has been an inspector, he has dealt with numerous incidents of beast attacks on cities, even having killed calamity beasts that are extremely tough to kill. Inspectors are never weak. They must be the top figures in their realm. Lu Dong continued, increasingly shocked. This Jiang Xuan, clearly only having reached the perfection of the innate realm, can fight evenly with him, even showing a more aggressive and domineering fighting style. With such exceptional talent surpassing the innate, even in the military city, he would surely be one of the most valued top geniuses. How many in the whole Beihongzhou can compete with him? With these words, Lu Dong, who came as a challenger, no longer felt jealous or dissatisfied with the emergence of such a figure in Feishua City. He only wanted to build a good relationship with Jiang Xuan. After surpassing the innate realm, Lu Dong would be sent to the military city by the Lord of Yongyan City. And without a doubt, Jiang Xuan would certainly be able to go to the military city in the future. Why are they fighting? Lu Dong asked Qin Yuanzhou. Qin Yuanzhou opened his mouth. He didn't know. Why are they fighting? This isn't just a regular spar. It's a life and death struggle. On the city wall of the Earth City, the black armored guards and demon hunter guards were also speculating, murmuring among themselves. Only Qin Yuanzhou and Coach Luo could guess that Xiahanjia must have come to assassinate Jiang Xuan, but didn't he expect Jiang Xuan to be this strong, resulting in such a fierce battle? Calamity realm fights are not something that those in the innate realm can interfere with. It's of no use at all. Stepping in would be like sending oneself to death, as even the aftershocks could sweep one away. However, the black armored guards are exceptions. About 20 black armored guards can engage in combat with a typical minor calamity realm. As for someone of Xiahanjia's strength, it would take around 50. The black armored guards had not intervened because Jiang Xuan had been in the dominant position. He was the strong side in the fight, and the black armored guards could not guess the reason for their desperate struggle. Look at the sky. What a big bird. Some of them are the prodigies from the Star Pavilion of Feishua City. I can see Qin Yuanzhou. Someone noticed the giant birds circling in the sky, and almost everyone looked up at the sky in turn. Qin Yuan's sister also glanced up at her brother, but quickly returned her attention to the battle on the ground. Damn it, why are the prodigies from the Star Pavilion here? Xiahanjia also noticed and became anxious. He didn't care about the others. But a group of noble children from Feishua City had arrived, and they were all future calamity figures. Moreover, that bird was surely of great value. If Jiang Xuan wanted to escape at this moment, calling Qin Yuanzhou for support, and with Qin Yuan's sister helping him, wouldn't that allow him to flee? With this battle being watched so closely, Xiahanjia could not go into the Earth City and start a massacre, forcing Jiang Xuan to continue fighting him. Jiang Xuan, since you are so strong, let us settle this battle and determine life and death. How about it? Xiahanjia thought quickly and asked straightforwardly. Originally, he had come to ambush Jiang Xuan. He wanted to turn the battle into a life and death duel as agreed upon by the two. So even if he publicly killed Jiang Xuan, it wouldn't be a problem. He believed that the proud Jiang Xuan would definitely accept the challenge. Even if it was just out of the dignity of a tribal leader, under such strength, he wouldn't shy away from a fight. Jiang Xuan had not called for help. He was even too lazy to expose Xiahanjia's identity and waited for others to discover it themselves. Firstly, it was his first time fighting against a calamity realm, and he didn't intend to let others interfere. Secondly, he didn't want to publicly mention that Xiahanjia had come to assassinate him, as that would surely lead to Xiahanjia retorting and insulting Chen Yuan's prestige. Jiang Xuan didn't want his wife to be referred to as anything derogatory by Xia Hanjie. Therefore, he was too lazy to say anything. After all, in the end, it would all lead to him publicly killing him, so it made no difference. At that time, he would privately explain the situation to Lord Lei Hong. With Coach Luo as a witness to Xia Hanjie's murderous intent, even if Xia Hanjie died, it would be in vain. He also didn't expect that Xia Hanjie would actively propose a life-and-death battle. Isn't that asking for death? It was simply perfect. Killing him, the inspector, would require no explanation. Of course, he still needed to explain the true situation to Lei Hong privately, but it would only be in a personal capacity. No longer under investigation, and he wouldn't need to accept any inquiries. Regardless of one's identity, agreeing to a life-and-death battle publicly means one must bear the consequences. As you wish, Jiang Xuan said coldly. Ha! Jiang Xuan, you actually dare to agree. Xia Hanjie laughed wildly. Since that's the case, I should send you on your way. Do you really think you, an innate realm, can suppress me, the youngest inspector in history? Are you looking down on the court? Or are you looking down on me? When Jiang Xuan emerged from the forest, escaping his sword-style attacks with extreme speed made Xia Hanjie wary. Thus in the subsequent battle, Xia Hanjie had been holding back, wanting to wear Jiang Xuan down. Even if Jiang Xuan had any trump cards or wanted to escape, he wouldn't have enough innate power to utilize. At this moment, Xia Hanjie finally stopped hiding. His speed and strength surged, clearly using a lighter longsword. Yet he forcefully suppressed Jiang Xuan's knife with his swordsmanship, continuously pushing Jiang Xuan back several steps. Seeing Jiang Xuan expose a flaw, he decisively unleashed his trump card. Rainbow Slash. Xia Hanjie raised a three-zhong sword light, the bright red sword light like heavenly fire, slashing towards Jiang Xuan with the momentum to burn everything. Not good. He actually mastered this move. Coach Luo's face changed dramatically. Be careful, Chen Yuan's sister exclaimed in shock. She knew that Zhou Kong had three major killing moves, the Guanhong sword, the Tsongshan Zhuiying, and the 12-body sword. Although the Guanhong sword was the simplest among them, it still required at least the strength of the middle heavenly tribulation realm to master. To her surprise, Xia Hanjie, who was only in the lesser heavenly tribulation realm, managed to use it. This sword, even if not at full power, was enough to slay an ordinary practitioner of the middle heavenly tribulation realm. Jiang Xuan was merely in the innate realm. He could only barely contend with Xia Hanjie by reaching the limits in all aspects. How could he possibly defend against this move? Chapter 89, A Stunning Blade. Sudden change whoosh. The dazzling three-zhong sword light came crashing down like a giant strike, as if it were going to tear apart both the sky and the earth. This move had an enormous attack range and could change in over 100 ways, almost blocking any chance of evasion. The only hope seemed to rely on extreme speed or using forbidden techniques to retreat and escape the attack range. However, at that moment, Jiang Xuan showed a strange pause. This pause was extremely brief, yet Xia Hanjie could still feel Jiang Xuan's intense gaze at that moment. Did he still dare to try and break my move? Xia Hanjie felt an incredible absurdity. His thoughts flashed like lightning. Although my move was not perfect, its power was enough to slay someone in the middle heavenly tribulation realm. The stronger the move, even with flaws, could overwhelm the weak. If the power was insufficient, discovering flaws would be hard to exploit. What gave him the confidence to dare? Very few people could practice a move to perfection. Even if Zhou Kong personally used this move, it could only be said that he was proficient, not perfect. But even if it wasn't perfect, it was still very hard to break. Coach Luo, who returned to simplicity, could easily break those moves only because he was already stronger than others in the same realm. His seemingly casual moves, due to returning to simplicity, contained immense power, but against Jiang Xuan, even if Jiang Xuan was forcefully using the Tribulation Blade technique, compared to true mastery, it was riddled with mistakes. However, the power was too strong for Coach Luo to break. How dare you? Xia Hanjie felt underestimated and shouted in anger. Whoosh! The cold wind rose. Buzz! The dazzling sword light slashed through Jiang Xuan's afterimage, tearing the earth from above downwards. The terrifying power caused the ground to crack open, creating a chasm over 10 zhong long. Yet Jiang Xuan seemed to leap through time and space, first disappearing, then crossing paths with Xia Hanjie's figure before flickering to appear behind him. The stunning blade light followed Jiang Xuan as he flashed by. The intense sounds of battle and collisions that had persisted for a while came to an abrupt stop at that moment. The two powerful and violent auras now only had one remaining. The other suddenly vanished. A cultivator cannot instantly retract their aura when fully exerting their energy. There must be a process of retraction. However, the disappearance of the other aura had no such process. It vanished in an instant, indicating that he had died in that moment. Jiang Xuan slowly retracted his aura and gradually regained his senses. His blade, the Phantom Ghost Slash, was extremely condensed in power, with almost no dispersion. In pursuit of more stable speed and absolute control, he even exerted a bit less force, just seeking more stability and precision. Xiahonjia stood at the starting edge of the chasm created by the sword strike, his upper body slowly sliding open. The blade cut from his right ear, slanting down to his left rib, and a bloody half-corpse thudded onto the ground, followed by the rest of the body crashing down with another thud. Silence. On the city wall, Chen Yuanshu, Luo Yingqing, the black armored guards, and the geniuses from the Flying Snow City and Eternal Flame City, S-Star Pavilions, along with Shentu Yu and Shun Taiping from the temporary camp, all held their breath at that moment, even forgetting to breathe. Their eyes widened in shock. He is dead. The youngest inspector in the history of Flying Snow City. Xiahonjia. He is dead. A heavenly tribulation powerhouse has truly died at the hands of an innate practitioner. What a terrifying event. This the man on the eagle's back, Lu Dong, swallowed hard, feeling his scalp tingle. Is this really the power that an innate realm can achieve? Killing a heavenly tribulation practitioner without even being injured, his final move was incomprehensible. All he knew was that it was fast. Fast to the extreme. He won. Little Xin won. The clan leader won. Our Jiang Clan will rise under the leadership of the contemporary clan leader Jiang Xuan. Establishing a noble domain is just around the corner. Long live the clan leader. Jinhua Granny, Jiang Ziyun, Jiang Qianhe, Jiang Baiqing, and others first voiced their excitement and wild cheers. Xiahonjia was ultimately an official. The black armored guards and demon hunters had concerns and hesitated to express themselves at first. However, after the Jiang Clan members erupted in excitement, they began to offer their congratulations. The black armored guards had been stationed in the Jiang Clan's earthen city for almost 2 years. They had previously stood up for Jiang Xuan, and although the demon hunters had less interaction with him, their idol, Coach Luo, was now close with Jiang Xuan. Whoever Luo Yingqing supported, they would support too. The Jiang Clan leader has won. An indisputable number 1 in the innate realm. A prodigy who has broken historical limits. Not to mention in Flying Snow City, even across the entire northern Hangzhou, the Jiang Clan leader should undoubtedly be the strongest innate of the present. He is the pride of our Flying Snow City. The last time a god or demon was born under the governance of Flying Snow City was over 2,000 years ago. Perhaps years from now, the Jiang Clan leader will become the first god or demon of Flying Snow City in 2,000 years. Yes, at just 17. He comprehended the power of heaven and earth, and his combat strength has reached such an astonishing level. With talents like Jiang Clan leader, the hope of becoming a god or demon is indeed very great. But what if Jiang Clan leader killed the inspector? Even if the two were in a life and death battle, would there be any issues? A black armored guard suddenly voiced his doubts. What issues could there be? The robust black armored guard next to him immediately responded. The life and death battle was proposed by Xiahonjia. We all heard it, and we can all testify. Moreover, with the Jiang Clan leader's talent, what is the big deal about killing an inspector? Lord City Master will probably protect him. He is truly a hero who can change the fate of the tribe. Shentu Yu's eyes had a hollow look, filled with despair mingled with indescribable regret. Perhaps if she had treated Jiang Xuan, her childhood friend, with a bit more caution back then, even if it was just a little more effort when enticing him, her fate and that of the tribe might have been completely different. Jiang Xuan himself was worth more than that crystal-melting mine. The tribe's living conditions were harsh, especially during years of demonic disasters, with the tribe suffering heavy casualties being the norm. A single beast with innate combat power rushing down into the earthen city could slaughter hundreds of women and children before being surrounded and killed. If it were even stronger, it could turn the earthen city into hell, even if it was not at the heavenly tribulation level. The Shentu tribe had experienced many tragedies over its more than 1,000-year history. The Jiang Clan was no different. Shentu Yu had followed her father since childhood and understood how a tribe operated, knowing many methods and means that others did not. Thus, her management of the tribe had gone very smoothly during her 6 months as clan leader. She also hoped that the tribe could live well under her leadership. For a time, even a generation's slaughter was for the sake of future generations to live stable lives. This was the long-cherished wish of every tribal leader and the ultimate goal that Shentu Yu was pursuing now. Originally, she had pinned her hopes on the crystal melting mine within the Jiang Clan's territory. Now, she thought, should I bow to him? Shentu Yu fell into confusion. How could his blade be so condensed? Luo Yingqing marveled, yet he was also puzzled. Although he had returned to simplicity, Jiang Xian's blade was truly too fast. Husband. Chen Yuanshu's excited face turned slightly red, almost calling out. With her husband being this strong, the time to make their relationship public is not far off. A small tribal territory can actually produce such a character? Deep within a hidden cave more than 10 miles away, Lu Kong, draped in a blood-stained cloak, had fallen into a state of extreme excitement and madness, realizing that he was a genius. He never expected that his talent could be so high that it was truly possible for him to become a god or demon. If I kill him, not only would Lei Hong be saddened, even the lord of Feishua City would be heartbroken, right? Lu Kong's eyes bled as he shared his vision with a snake by the edge of the earthen city. He watched the entire battle between Jiang Xuan and Xia Hanjia. To him, Xia Hanjia's performance was standard, while every aspect of Jiang Xuan could be described as stunning, especially Jiang Xuan's final strike. It was hard for others to understand the intricacies, but Lu Kong, a great Calamity Realm expert, could grasp Jiang Xuan's intentions. This was also why he was in awe. A congenital realm practitioner using Calamity Realm swordsmanship. No matter how one trained, the innate power and Calamity power were different. It was all forced application. Not only could one not unleash the full power, but the techniques would also be unstable, causing energy dissipation. This was why Jiang Xuan's aura was more violent and fierce. Seemingly strong, but in reality, it was the result of overexertion, leading to the dissipation of innate power, which was not a good thing. But his last strike, Lu Kong instinctively took a few steps forward, unable to stop himself from exclaiming in amazement. That strike, if truly using all his strength. Although the explosive power would be the strongest, the directional control and the changes in swordplay would all be unstable, just like a child wielding a large hammer. The sword technique would not always go straight, and if the changes were too slow, the overall speed of the strike would actually slow down. He did not use his full strength. If he had used all his strength in that strike, it would have been stronger than the Guanhong sword, but still limited. It could not completely destroy the might of the Guanhong sword. In a head-on clash, even if Jiang Xuan won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory, leaving him severely injured and possibly with lingering ailments. But he deliberately did not exert his full strength. Lu Kong struck his left palm with the back of his right hand, choosing just the right amount of force, pursuing the ultimate change in speed, aiming to bypass the Guanhong sword and strike directly at the essence of the sword swing. If he used even a fraction more force, it would become unstable. If he used even a fraction less, the speed and power would not be enough. He even dared to take a moment to observe at such a critical time. If he missed, he would die a terrible death, bold yet meticulous, and he had an incredibly clear understanding of both sides' strengths. Even at the moment of life and death, he could remain so calm. Not only was his talent high, but his battle wisdom was equally terrifying. Ha ha ha. Good, good. Lu Kong laughed maniacally, suddenly retracting his smile, his expression becoming extremely sinister and terrifying. How wonderful. I never expected that in my lifetime I could still slaughter such a rare prodigy. To be able to drag him down with me before I die, I hit the jackpot. Who? The great demon Lu Kong transformed into a blood shadow and rushed out of the hidden cave, heading straight for the zombie tribe's earthen city. In just a short span of over 10 miles, he would arrive in the blink of an eye. Outside the earthen city's main gate, in the sky, Ling Yu descend. Lu Dong commanded the blue-feathered giant eagle, wanting to fly down and land near Jiang Xuan. The massive blue bird circled in the sky once more, and when it was about 50 to 60 zhang from the ground, it suddenly flapped its wings and flew higher, continuously emitting sharp cries. The cries were piercing, and it seemed abnormal. Such a tamed flying beast with demon-beast bloodlines usually flies very steadily, but just now it suddenly pulled up sharply, reacting violently, causing those on its back to sway. What is going on? Why isn't it coming down? Qin Yuanzhou asked. Something's not right. Lu Dong frowned. Ling Yu only reacts this way when it senses an irresistible danger, but down below, don't worry, clan leader Jiang is a well-known hero. He won't harm the innocent. Qin Yuanzhou quickly replied. Besides, we have no blood feud, just a bit of competition. How could I harm you? No, it's not him. Lu Dong shook his head vigorously, becoming extremely uneasy. Ling Yu has never been wrong. Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosive sound erupted from the earthen city wall. With the appearance of a blood-colored figure, More than 10 black armored guards standing at the corner of the city wall, the demon hunting guards, all turned into blood mist, shattered directly by the power brought by this person. This bird's perception of danger is incredibly strong. What a pity. The blood-colored figure looked up at the blue-feathered giant eagle in the sky, raspy with a hint of unwillingness. He not only wanted to kill Jiang Xuan, but also to slaughter everyone here. Unfortunately, that bird wouldn't come down. It's Lu Kang. A shrill scream ignited the fear of everyone present. Chapter 90. Azure Gold Edge. He is Lu Kang? It's over. The black-armored guards all recognized Lu Kang. And even those who did not know what Lu Kang looked like had heard of his infamous reputation. Even the young talents from the Star Pavilion in Yongyan City had heard of him. Lu Kang, though mainly committing atrocities within 100,000 miles under the rule of Feishua City, had not refrained from visiting other territories. He is Lu Kang, the notorious demon from Feishua City. How could he appear here? Lu Dong's pupils constricted sharply, feeling a wave of relief. Thankfully, the blue-feathered giant eagle's perception of danger far exceeded that of human cultivators. This perceptive ability is unreasonable, unrelated to strength, more like an animal instinct. Up! Lu Dong commanded the blue-feathered giant eagle to fly higher by over 200 zhang before stopping. My sister is still down there, Qin Yuanzhou anxiously said, putting aside his pride, pleading as he looked at Lu Dong. Brother Lu, please. My sister is down there. We need to find a way to rescue her. And that person beside her is the chief instructor of the Feishua army. You must have heard of his name. Many of his disciples are in the Calamity Realm. We can't save everyone. The eagle's back can't accommodate them all. Then we can only pick the important ones to save. Brother Chun, don't worry. If we can safely descend, I will definitely rescue your sister. Lu Dong continued, frowning as he looked down. This demon Lu Kang must have been in the Great Calamity Realm for many years, right? He likely possesses strength comparable to an established inspector. He must always be mindful of Ling Yu's movements. If we get too close to the ground, he may attack before your sister can jump up. Lu Kang was severely injured by Inspector Lei Hong over 3 months ago. He is on the brink of death. A tall, stout disciple from the Star Pavilion reminded from the side. No wonder he looks so sinister and mad. Lu Dong observed below and said, if that's the case, then his strength is not at its peak. Since he is on the brink of death, he would act without restraint, using any forbidden techniques or secret methods without considering the consequences, making him even more terrifying. Unless someone can hold him back and attract his attention. Even if just for a moment. As he said this, Lu Dong shook his head repeatedly. That's ridiculous. Lu Kang is a great Calamity Realm expert. No matter how injured he is just a bit weaker than the top Calamity Realm practitioners. To hold him off, at least another relatively average Great Calamity Realm expert is needed. Even mid-Calamity Realm practitioners wouldn't suffice. If Lu Kang goes all out, he can easily obliterate them. And the strongest down below, Jiang Xuan, even at his full strength, only possesses the battle power of a small Calamity Realm practitioner. When facing a demon like Lu Kang, one should be considering how to survive and escape, not how to hold him back. That would be equivalent to walking to their death. Sister. Qin Yuanzhou looked down in panic, extremely uneasy. Lu Kang had already begun his massacre. The earthen city wall was filled with numerous black-armored guards and demon-hunting guards. Their numbers were the most significant, and they were dressed in standard armor, standing in formation. Lu Kang flashed past, casually waving his hand, and a dozen or so people exploded into blood mist. Run. It's over. It's all over. Even the fearless black-armored guards felt despair at this moment. They knew best what Lu Kang intended to do. It was merely a massive slaughter before his death, and tonight, just a few hours after Lei Hong left, Lu Kang appeared, clearly prepared. He deliberately appeared while Lei Hong was absent, clearly aiming to slaughter the entire Jiang Clan's Earth City. No one could stop him. Even the black armor guards working together would not be enough. The limit of encircling and killing at the robbery realm is only the small heavenly robbery realm. The mid-heavenly robbery realm is extremely difficult, even with 300 black armor guards attacking in formation. As for the great heavenly robbery realm, it is completely impossible. The great heavenly robbery realm can kill until the robbery power is exhausted. In such a situation, the best choice is only one word: escape. Ha. Hee. So refreshing. So refreshing. Black armor guards. Lei Hong's black armor guards, you all have to die. No one can escape. With my speed, even if you scatter and run now, I can catch up to each one of you and kill you one by one. And there's a surprise. Demon hunting guards. Kill all of you elite members. Someone will definitely feel heartache. Anyway, I'm feeling great. What surprised me the most is still to come. Lu Kang flickered again, waved his hand to create a mist of blood, and then fixed his gaze on Chun Yuanshu. You, the girl from the Chun family, are such a good furnace. If it weren't for that stupid snake interfering that day, how could Jiang Xuan have benefited? He knew the current relationship between Chun Yuanshu and Jiang Xuan. Deducing the situation from that day, Chun Yuanshu's expression froze, as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Lu Kang's gaze carried a terrifying pressure. And you? Ha. Old man. Lu Kang's gaze swept over Luo Yingqing, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. Luo Yingqing, head instructor Luo, cultivated 6 disciples in the robbery realm. His students are spread throughout the various armies of Feishua City, the only existence that has returned to simplicity under the Feishua City Lord. Praised as a treasure of the army, killing you will surely make even the Feishua City Lord feel heartache, right? Huh. Lu Kang suddenly disappeared. After a breath, Lu Kang appeared hundreds of feet away in the wilderness, crashing into a galloping steed and the person on it, turning them into a mist of blood. Did you think I would let you go? Lu Kang grinned wickedly at a few nearby horse riders. These people were all guests of the Shen family. The moment Lu Kang appeared, they shrank back into the temporary camp, found the fastest horse in the camp, and fled through the back door, rapidly distancing themselves from the Earth City. They thought they would escape, but Lu Kang appeared like a ghost and killed the person in front. They were so scared that they immediately turned their horses around and fled back. Lu Kang's residual shadows flickered back and forth several times, and he had a few severed heads in his hands, with the horses carrying headless corpses galloping away. Huh. Lu Kang returned to the city wall of the Earth City. Don't waste your effort. Today, every single one of you will die. Those who run first will die first. Lu Kang said in a strange and eerie tone, casually tossing the severed heads onto the ground, then looking up with a half-smile at the blue feathered giant eagle. Rise higher. Rise higher. Lu Dong shouted in fear. The blue feathered giant eagle soared even higher. Looking at the severed heads of the Shun family's guests on the ground, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. The perception range of the great heavenly robbery realm is extremely vast. He can sense everyone inside and outside the Earth City simultaneously. And he said that those who run first will die first. This led to everyone not daring to move first, resulting in a situation where they were all waiting to die. Even with over 100 black armor guards and 300 demon hunting guards present, it was of no use. Lu Kang was indeed that terrifying. You too. Who should I kill first? Lu Kang's bloodthirsty gaze swept between Chun Yuanshu and Luo Yingqing. He said this deliberately, filled with the pleasure of playing with them. He would directly kill some minor characters, but only these important individuals were worth playing with. The atmosphere of despair was spreading. From the moment he appeared, he had locked onto me with his thoughts. Although he hadn't looked at me, he was constantly paying attention to my every move. Jiang Xuan looked solemnly at Lu Kang. He understood that even though he was the most dazzling presence, Lu Kang chose to kill others first, clearly intending to kill him last. This was the same mentality as saving the best for last. Let's guess who will die next. Lu Kang's gaze swept between Chun Yuanshu and Luo Yingqing, then transformed into a shadow and disappeared. Sister! Chun Yuanzhou screamed in terror. Head instructor Luo. The black armor guards all closed their eyes in pain, not daring to look. It's time to act. There's no other way. It's a fight to the death. At this moment, Jiang Xuan moved. With a tremor of his feet, a surging aura arose from his body. This was the first time he displayed his full aura after comprehending the divine might of heaven and earth. Stronger than when he battled Xia Hanjia by more than 50%. From the sensation, he was even close to touching the threshold of the mid-heavenly robbery realm. Boom. The initial step was too fierce, creating a large crater beneath his feet. Lu Kang flickered into the vicinity of Chun Yuanshu and Luo Yingqing. He did this deliberately to let the two feel more fear before their deaths. Chun Yuanshu and Luo Yingqing exchanged a glance at that moment, and then both moved at the same time, fleeing in different directions. They had no choice but to do so. Leave it to fate and see who Lu Kang chooses. First kill Luo Yingqing, then others. Chun Yuanshu must be left until the end. After all, she is Jiang Xuan's wife. How could she be easily killed? Lu Kang had already made his choice in his heart, so when the two fled in different directions, he showed no hesitation and headed straight for Luo Yingqing. My life is over. Luo Yingqing thought darkly, but he also turned back and fiercely drew his spear. He mastered more than one robbery realm spear technique, and this strike was his strongest move. The spear transformed into a curved black light, like a long snake or a giant whip, instantly creating dozens of spear shadows, all thrusting forward toward Lu Kang. No matter how strong Lu Kang was, he could not resist the techniques of the robbery realm with his physical body. Since he was heavily injured by Lei Hong, he was unable to use his domain methods. Draw the knife. The snow-white blade light tore through the darkness like a white line, and at the moment of contact with the spear tip, it effortlessly destroyed all the spear shadows. Just then, behind Lu Kang, a blade light far stronger than Luo Yingqing's killing move struck. This blade was not only more powerful, but it also reached Lu Kang from behind without any obstruction. Even though it was difficult for Lu Kang to use his domain for protection, his control over the 5 elements of heaven and earth was extremely solid. Attempting to ambush him would significantly slow down the speed once close to him. Thus, no matter how strong your technique was, by the time it reached Lu Kang, the speed would be reduced several times, and the power would be similarly diminished, allowing the heavily injured Lu Kang to respond calmly. Therefore, Lu Kang knew Jiang Xuan had moved, but remained unhurried. According to his estimations, he had ample time to kill Luo Yingqing, then turn around to deal with Jiang Xuan. But Jiang Xuan's blade unexpectedly tore through his control over the 5 elements of heaven and earth, not encountering any obstruction. The effect of breaking through the air. Lu Kang's expression changed. Unable to spare time to finish off Luo Yingqing, he suddenly turned around, casually executing a robbery realm sword technique. The blood-red blade light collided violently with Jiang Xuan's blade shadow, causing Jiang Xuan's body to tremble violently. He tasted blood in his throat and instinctively flew backward, being blasted away over 100 feet. I intended to save you for last, but I didn't expect you to dare come forward. Truly a thing that doesn't know its own death. Lu Kang had not finished speaking when he suddenly turned around. A streak of azure gold light appeared seemingly from nowhere, and from the moment it erupted, it was very close to Lu Kang, with an extremely tricky angle of eruption. If Lu Kang swung his knife to block it, his posture would be quite awkward. The azure gold light aimed to pierce Lu Kang's heart diagonally. Lu Kang could dodge the heart position, but his body would be difficult to completely evade. So fast. In fact, this streak of light also carried a breaking through the air effect. Just not so complete, as if it had only been mastered for a short time. In the instant Lu Kang turned around, his left hand turned black, gleaming with a metallic luster. This was a forbidden technique that caused significant damage to oneself. If used too much, the body would fully metallize, making it difficult to revert to flesh. In a critical moment, there was no other choice but to receive this blow barehanded. Clang. The sound of metal clashing. 3 black metal objects flew out along with the azure-colored broken blade. Kang's entire arm turned black. This is the bone stone technique. Kang has even mastered such a legendary forbidden technique. Lu Dong exclaimed in shock. It is said that when the bone stone technique is practiced to a high level, it can make limbs indestructible, but the deeper the cultivation, the greater the side effects, causing immense pain, akin to self-harm. Kang is so mad. With his arm already displaying a metallic hue, he must have cultivated it to an extremely deep level. Chen Yuanzhou said in horror that Kang is indeed a great demon, even practicing such a cruel forbidden technique. His hand probably has the power equivalent to a weapon. Where did that strike come from? It actually forced Kang to use forbidden techniques to save his life. Lu Dong asked again. Kang was also somewhat dazed. He slowly raised his left hand and looked at the wound on his hand. The black color rapidly receded, revealing a bloodied palm. Only at this moment did some people realize because of Kang's action that he was missing 3 fingers on his left hand. That flash of brilliance broke his forbidden technique. It actually injured him, this great calamity realm. Kang was injured. Someone present could actually hurt him. The black armored guards. Monster hunting guards. Members of the Jiang Clan, members of the Shentu Clan, members of the Shen family. And the monstrous geniuses on the eagle's back all erupted in a clamor. Although Kang had always been injured, everyone had seen how formidable he was. Even Jiang Xuan found it hard to withstand a single strike from him. The Great Calamity Realm is indeed the Great Calamity Realm. But that flash of brilliance actually injured Kang. It severed 3 of his fingers. Who is it? Kang kept turning around, frantically shouting angrily at the surroundings. You, who could ambush and injure me, must also be a Great Calamity Realm. All are prominent figures. Why act like a rat? Hiding your head and showing your tail. Come out. Get out here. If you don't come out, I will immediately kill 100 or so people, and their lives will all be counted on your head. Kang meant what he said. As soon as he finished shouting, he flashed toward the city wall. When did I hide my head and show my tail? A boy's voice came. You Kang can be injured by me, that's all. What? All the eyes on the scene gathered on the previously knocked back boy holding the knife. Elkong suddenly turned around, staring at Jiang Xuan. The weapons of the slain black armored guards and monster hunting guards either fell on the city wall or at its foot. At this moment, these weapons began to tremble and then flew up, controlled by an unknown force, transforming into flowing light after reaching a certain height. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The swords and knives gathered in front of Jiang Xuan, then spread out like a blooming flower of weaponry, slowly rotating around Jiang Xuan, giving an exquisite feeling. A total of 18 swords and knives, each capable of unleashing up to 90% of their full power in a single strike. This was the balance Jiang Xuan had recently found. If he controlled more weapons at the same time, the attack power of each weapon would significantly weaken. And if he controlled fewer, the increase in power would also be limited. It was more useful to have more weapons. If pursuing maximum attack power, a single broken blade is best. Otherwise, it should be 18 weapons. What kind of secret technique is this? Or is it a forbidden technique? Seeing that Jiang Xuan showed no abnormalities and used this method without any pressure, it should not be a forbidden technique. Controlling objects from a distance. Could there be such a secret technique? The crowd on the eagle's back erupted in amazement. The top geniuses from both sides widened their eyes. As they were the most knowledgeable present, having seen countless ancient texts collected by the Stellar Pavilion. And they had never heard of such a technique of controlling objects from a distance. He is so strong. Shentu stared wide-eyed, her expression complex and her heart extremely conflicted. In this great matter of right and wrong, she hoped Jiang Xuan would win. If he won, he could save everyone, and killing such a demon would also be an enormous merit. But Jiang Xuan was her father's killer. Moreover, reason told her that having ambushed and fortuitously injured Elkong did not mean she could surpass him. Jiang Xuan could not even withstand a single strike from Elkong. How would he fight next? Husband, you must win. Chun Yuanzhou gazed intently, gripping her sword tightly, her knuckles slightly turning white. Used to being expressionless and cold, she had already written her anxiety on her face, just short of calling out husband. She kept praying in her heart. Although the two had been together for less than a year, destined partners, even a short acquaintance could foster deep feelings. They were truly very compatible. Chun Yuanzhou firmly believed that this would be the man she would accompany for life. Husband, survive, even if you have to escape. Chun Yuanzhou was so nervous that her hands trembled a little. What a pity. I risked myself to create an opportunity and divert his attention. Yet I still couldn't ambush and kill him. Elkong could commit evil for decades under the court's intense pursuit, and his ability to survive was already stronger than cultivators of the same realm, making him truly hard to kill. Jiang Xuan took his stance, gravely looking at Elkong. But in this past half-year, relying solely on the dual cultivation with my wife, her mental power has grown tremendously, and my primordial spirit is several times stronger than at the beginning. A casual strike with the flying sword technique carries the might of the calamity realm. You actually mastered such a method. Elkong's eyes sparkled with intensity, and the grimness on his face increased. Innate. You are still just innate. Yet you can be so formidable. With such a secret technique, you must have obtained some inheritance in Blackpool Mountain, right? Blackpool Mountain is enormous, a forbidden land. A secret realm, a grave of gods and demons, remnants of sects, and so on. It can be said to have everything, some of which have long been discovered, while others have yet to be found. Jiang Xuan's methods cannot be self-created. The most reasonable inference is that it comes from an inheritance within Blackpool Mountain. What a pity, what a pity. No matter what inheritance you have obtained, you must die today. Elkong sneered, his body beginning to emanate a blood mist. Your value as an individual surpasses that of all the people inside and outside the Earth City combined, as well as those dozens in the sky. I cannot let you escape. It is safest to kill you first. To die at my Elkong's hands is your honor. Whoosh. Elkong vanished, rapidly approaching Jiang Xuan with a scarlet blood mist and terrifying killing intent. Not good. Elkong's aura is even stronger. He is about to disregard his injuries and strike with all his might. The head coach Luo, who had just been saved by Jiang Xuan, exclaimed, "Go!" Jiang Xuan's mind moved, and 18 weapons transformed into flowing light, striking toward the incoming Elkong. Chapter 91. A battle that will be recorded in history regardless of victory or defeat. 18 streams of light rushed toward Elkong, each with the power close to a full strike from the mid-calamity realm. Elkong had to wield his knife to respond, with a casual slash. He could knock away 3 or 4 knives. In an instant, He slashed several times, sending the 18 streams of light flying. But each knife, transformed into flowing light, would return and attack El Kong from even more cunning angles. El Kong appeared to be invincible, but in reality, he was directly restrained by the 18 streams of light. He fought his way out time and again, only to be besieged again and again. This severely slowed El Kong's movement speed. Jiang Xuan didn't even need to exert his full strength. He only needed to move at 2 or 3% of his speed to evade, and El Kong couldn't catch up at all. He was always dealing with those attacking streams of light, time and again, endlessly. It was as if he was being surrounded by 18 immortal beings holding knives while pursuing Jiang Xuan. There were no people, only flying swords. That El Kong could survive under such a siege was already a terrifying existence. He could actually break through the encirclement again and again, madly closing in on Jiang Xuan. His demonic demeanor fully displayed. However, El Kong was becoming increasingly furious. Because Jiang Xuan was merely innate, the gap in their realms was immense. He actually couldn't kill Jiang Xuan. He couldn't even approach Jiang Xuan. How frustrating it was. El Kong had roamed for decades, killing countless people, slaughtering villages and cities. Even the closest relatives of the Lord of the Sky Tower in Flying Snow City dare to kill, unafraid of any power, any background. They kill whoever they want, whenever they want. This is the first time in his life that Lu Kong feels so miserable. Ah! Lu Kong suddenly screams wildly. This time he gets close to Jiang Xuan, only 10 zhong away. He can feel that the closer he gets to Jiang Xuan, the more agile and faster the 18 knives and swords controlled from afar become. If he stays further away from Jiang Xuan, the speed and agility of those 18 weapons in pursuit will decrease. Lu Kong stops in place this time, frantically attacking around him. The shadows of his blades dense, as if woven from hundreds of red threads. Jiang Xuan retreats far from Lu Kong, knowing Lu Kong's explosive capabilities. The two create a distance of 70 zhong. But at this moment, Lu Kong suddenly turns around. Jiang Xuan, you actually dare to entangle with me in such a manner. Since you won't let me be comfortable, then I won't let you be comfortable either. I will settle the score for my 3 foolish disciples first. Lu Kong's voice is sharp, howling towards the city wall of the Earth City. I will kill your woman first. You dare. Jiang Xuan's eyes turn red, instantly maximizing his speed, rushing towards Qin Yuanshu. The 18 knives and swords pursue Lu Kong, entangling him, drastically slowing his speed. Although he still surpasses the innate level, it allows the black armored guards, demon hunters, and Jiang Clan members of the innate realm on the wall to see clearly. Everyone on the wall turns into shadows, scattering to avoid him. Lu Kong can easily kill in a large area with a casual wave of his hand. People can only disperse a little to reduce casualties. Qin Yuanshu turns into a shadow. My lady, head west. Grip your sword, but do not infuse innate power. Jiang Xuan communicates to Qin Yuanshu. Qin Yuanshu jumps down from the city wall and speeds westward. In just a breath's time, with all 3 moving at high speed, their positions form a triangle. Although Lu Kong is closer to Qin Yuanshu, she and Jiang Xuan are approaching each other. Come. Jiang Xuan's mind moves, controlling Qin Yuanshu's long sword to fly towards him. Qin Yuanshu, being at the top of the innate level, is not slow. Suddenly feeling the sword fly up from her hand, she grips the hilt and is pulled along. Her speed suddenly increasing several times. The long sword flies diagonally upward towards the sky, and Qin Yuanshu resembles a goddess pointing at the crescent moon, soaring into the air. Still trying to run? Come down. Lu Kong leaps up instantly, charging at Qin Yuanshu. However, the 18 knives and swords instantly block Lu Kong's approach. Lu Kong's blade light is as dense as a waterfall, although he breaks through the blockade of the 18 knives and swords. Being in the air means he has no leverage to push off, and with this obstruction, Lu Kong's speed suddenly slows down, falling towards the ground. Jiang Xuan flies past. Leaping fiercely, he embraces Qin Yuanshu's waist, spinning as they descend from the sky. Are you okay? Jiang Xuan asks. Qin Yuanshu responds with a nasal sound. Resting one hand on Jiang Xuan's shoulder and leaning against his chest, looking particularly at ease. Turning her head to look at Lu Kong, Qin Yuanshu's expression is cold. What's going on? Jiang Xuan's woman? How could Miss Yuanshu? The people on the eagle's back from the Star Pavilion of Flying Snow City are in shock. With Qin Yuanshu's expression the most exaggerated, his mouth agape, and filled with disbelief. He even thought he was hallucinating. He had never seen his sister snuggling in a man's arms like a little girl. No wonder Miss Yuanshu often stays at Blackpool Mountain. Miss Yuanshu is actually with Jiang Xuan, who is just a tribe leader. How could Miss Yuanshu have such good taste? Eyes turned towards Qin Yuanzhou. And Lu Tong also looked surprised. Brother Yuanzhou, your sister is with Jiang Xuan? Lu Tong can't help but ask, his tone subconsciously more polite. Regardless of Jiang Xuan's status. Regardless of whether the tribe leader and the first family's direct daughter of Flying Snow City are a good match with Jiang Xuan's performance today. No one would think his identity is an issue anymore. A tribe leader strong enough to reach this level, and at only 17 years old. It is certain that he will lead his tribe to nobility in the future, and the possibility of an untimely death along the way is minimal. As long as talent reaches a certain level, he becomes an investment target for various major powers and will receive the personal protection of the Demon Lord. As long as Jiang Xuan can survive today, he will become the most sought-after existence. Some major powers might even bet on him, wagering that he will become a god or demon in the future. They would spare no expense in sending him treasures, resources, and women, hoping for a favor in the future. My sister with him. Qin Yuanzhou is still in a daze, mumbling for a moment before continuing. They must have a mutual affection. He can't say much more. He really knows nothing. Go up. Jiang Xuan and Qin Yuanshu whisper, then immediately bend their legs and straighten. Boom. A pit over 10 zhang in diameter appears beneath Jiang Xuan's feet, and he shoots up into the sky like a cannonball, tightly holding Qin Yuanshu. This jump reaches nearly 150 zhang. Go. Jiang Xuan releases Qin Yuanshu and fully activates his spiritual power. Whoosh. The long sword shoots towards the higher sky. Qin Yuanshu tightly grips the hilt, flying along to even greater heights, her speed increasing for another 100 zhang before slowing down. Qin Yuanshu ascends higher, while Jiang Xuan quickly descends, their gazes increasingly distant. Husband, you must win, Qin Yuanshu suddenly shouts. At this moment, Lu Tong and the others finally react, immediately ordering the blue-feathered giant eagle to dive down. After a turn, when Qin Yuanshu reaches nearly 300 zhang in the air and is about to start descending, the blue-feathered giant eagle appears below her. In an instant, as it sweeps past, Qin Yuanshu flips and lands on the eagle's back. Sister. Qin Yuanzhou quickly walks to Qin Yuanshu's side, full of worry, looking as if he wants to say something but hesitates. Qin Yuanshu, however, ignores her brother, walks to the edge of the eagle's back, and looks down. Jiang Xuan lands lightly. After comprehending the might of heaven and earth, a single thought can summon the power of heaven and earth, and he can also use it in reverse to ease his landing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 18 knives and swords fly back to Jiang Xuan's side, blooming like flowers, slowly rotating. It is Lu Kong who suddenly stops, standing there gazing at Jiang Xuan's descent. Jiang Xuan recalls the attacking knives and swords, wanting to take the opportunity to rest. His spiritual power is heavily consumed. Such a fierce battle is not a long-term strategy. A brief, suffocating silence suddenly descends on the scene. Jiang Xuan and Lu Kong lock eyes. Jiang Xuan. Lu Kong breaks the silence, grinning wickedly. Good, good, good. You can save your woman. But can you save your tribesmen? How many can you save? I will first massacre your Jiang Clan in the Earth City. I want to see what else you can do. I can't save many. Jiang Xuan squints. But so what? Don't you want to kill me? If you ultimately can't kill me, then what significance is there in killing more people? If you kill them all, I will have no ties. Do you think I won't find an opportunity to get to that eagle's back? You actually dare to try to reason with me? Ha ha ha. Lu Kong laughs loudly at Jiang Xuan. Laugh all you want. Jiang Xuan's expression is resolute, coldly saying, remember, you only have one chance. I can escape your perception range in 4 breaths at most. By then, when you want to find me, there will be no opportunity at all. Since you said they are not as important as me, let's see how you choose. Whoosh. Jiang Xuan disappears. In an instant, he rushes into the mountains and forests, speeding away. Run. Jiang Xuan chooses to escape. Or it can be said he is luring the demon Lu Kong away. At this moment, everyone inside and outside the Earth City feels somewhat moved. They know very well what Jiang Xuan's actions represent. Originally, Lu Kong had many goals and would be distracted. He did not allow anyone to leave, not even when he was surrounded by 18 swords. No one dared to provoke Lu Kong's words. They truly did not dare to move, like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. But now, Lu Kong would definitely pursue Jiang Xuan. This was equivalent to Jiang Xuan saving everyone. The cost would be that Lu Kong would no longer be distracted, and Jiang Xuan would be his only target. The possibility of survival would become slim. So soon, Lu Kong sensed Jiang Xuan's distant aura and was greatly surprised. The speed Jiang Xuan used to escape this time exceeded any previous time. Jiang Xuan said he could escape Lu Kong's perception range in 4 breaths, but Lu Kong felt it wouldn't take that long. Whoosh! Lu Kong disappeared from the clearing and frantically chased after Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan's aura was extremely violent, but Lu Kong's aura was even stronger. The two auras quickly entered the mountains, speeding towards Heightened Mountain. In just a few breaths, everyone present could no longer sense the auras of the two. The terrifying feeling finally dissipated, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Can we follow them to take a look? It should be safe anyway. Chen Yuanshu looked at Lu Dong and asked, "Let us save people first?" Lu Dong replied, "What if that demon returns? And the people who could have been saved are not saved? Wouldn't that be troubling?" Miss Yuanshu. Ling Yu is the 4th-generation flying beast meticulously cultivated by our Lu family in Yongyan City. We even bought special techniques through the Tongtian Pavilion auction for its training. Its ability to sense danger and track targets is almost godlike. It won't be a problem to delay a bit before catching up. Chen Yuanshu nodded. Caw. The blue-feathered giant eagle circled down and landed outside the Earthen City gate. "Captain Luo, please come aboard," Lu Dong invited. Not daring to show any arrogance towards this renowned commander of the Snowy Wind Army, Luo Yingcheng did not decline. There was enough space on the eagle's back. And he quickly made arrangements, bringing a few personal guards with him onto the eagle's back, while the others divided into several teams to evacuate the Jiang Clan's Earthen City. "Grandma Jinhua, Aunt Siyun, you all come aboard too." Chen Yuanshu also invited some important figures from the Jiang Clan onto the eagle's back, including the 10 innate guards of the Chun family who had been staying in the Earthen City with Chen Yuanshu. They were prioritized to get on the eagle's back. Grandma Jinhua did not want to board, appearing as if she would rather die in the Earthen City. Aunt Suyun and the others had the same attitude. "That demon will likely return. If I lose track of my husband, he will definitely come back to the Earthen City," Chen Yuanshu advised. "You are all the most important people in my husband's heart. If that demon captures you and forces my husband to show up, what will happen? Wouldn't that be a burden?" Chen Yuanshu persuaded them. In the end, 7 members of the Jiang Clan boarded the eagle's back, while the other Jiang Clan members systematically dispersed to evacuate the Earthen City. Lu Kong's attack this time was no different from a beast assaulting a city. The Jiang Clan had existed for 1,000 years, and dealing with disasters had become routine, with various emergency plans in place. They all knew what to do. It was just a temporary departure. They only needed to wait for the Imperial Army to arrive or for the inspector to return to be safe. "Brother Lu." Shen Taiping approached with Shen Tuyu and several guards, clasping his hands in greeting to Lu Dong. "I am Shen Taiping. It's you I have long admired." Lu Dong returned the greeting. Before coming to Snowy Wind City, Lu Dong had heard of Shen Taiping's name, having competed with Chun Yuanzhou for 20 years. He heard that last year he had a mishap in his cultivation, leading to a heart demon, but the specific reasons were unknown to Lu Dong. Cultivation leading to heart demons is not a rare occurrence. There are always geniuses who fall because of it. Shen Taiping knew that Lu Dong was leading the team to Snowy Wind City. His family had sent him a message, but he had no interest in participating and had not returned to Snowy Wind City. "May I?" Shen Taiping gestured towards the eagle's back. Naturally, Lu Dong nodded. Chen Yuanshu and her brother Chen Yuanzhou glanced at Shen Taiping, but said nothing. In the face of major issues, it was impossible to say not to let Lu Dong take him. Shen Taiping jumped onto the eagle's back with his trusted guards and Shen Tuyu. The blue-feathered giant eagle's carrying limit was about 100 people. Besides the nearly 50 talented individuals from the Star Pavilion in Snowy Wind City and Yongyan City. Less than 30 more boarded after Chen Yuanshu, leaving enough space, but there was no need to fill it completely. Caw! The blue-feathered giant eagle took off again. It circled and soared into the sky, rapidly flying towards Heightened Mountain. On the eagle's back, everyone felt very safe. That demon was terrifying, and it felt safest in the sky. Jiang Xiyun supported Grandma Jinhua, looking around with a face full of wonder. When the blue-feathered giant eagle flew at high speed, it created a protective air shield, making it so that those on the eagle's back could only hear the fierce wind outside, but did not feel any wind blowing on them, creating an overall very stable feeling. The blue-feathered giant eagle's speed was unmatched by any catastrophe-level being. It was flying. In a short while, the blue-feathered giant eagle caught up with Jiang Xuan and Lu Kong based on the traces in the forest and the residual aura in the air. "Kid, you can't escape. Give up." Lu Kong cackled and slashed out a series of blood-red sword lights, breaking through the siege of 18 swords and directly pursuing Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan fled without looking back. Occasionally, When Lu Kang got too close, he would turn around and slash out a breaking sword light, forcing Lu Kang to also use catastrophe-level sword techniques. Although it seemed that each time they clashed, Jiang Xuan was at a disadvantage, being knocked back. He would take advantage of the momentum to dart away, quickly increasing the distance between himself and Lu Kang. However, Lu Kang could not follow up due to the obstruction of the 18 swords. The two formed a bizarre entangled situation. Jiang Xuan could only be said to be at a disadvantage, but he had not completely lost to Lu Kang. The people on the eagle's back watched in shock, all stunned by the scene of the two chasing and fighting. How much innate power does Jiang Xuan actually have? Commander Luo exclaimed, fighting against Xia Hanjia. Even if he was holding back, the consumption of innate power is not fake. Now he is in a chase with Lu Kang, seemingly at a disadvantage. But one must know that Lu Kang is heavily injured. He might suddenly be unable to hold on. Yes, Lu Dong nodded in agreement. Lu Kang seems strong now, but he can't even use his most important domain. If he had a domain, Jiang Xuan's ability to control weapons from afar would be ineffective against it. He would have long lost to Lu Kang. It is precisely because Lu Kang is severely injured that Jiang Xuan has this opportunity. Perhaps he really can exhaust Lu Kang to death. No matter how seriously Lu Kang is injured, he is still at the great catastrophe level. Qin Yuanzhou glanced at Lu Dong and then looked down, saying, as long as he can still move, no mid-level catastrophe being can kill him, without using a domain. His combat strength in the short term is still at the level of an ordinary great catastrophe being. That is indeed true. Lu Dong nodded. Jiang Xuan's enemy, the Wei family, had their head Wei Qingshan enter the great catastrophe level last year at an advanced age. A tall and stout youth behind Qin Yuanzhou exclaimed in shock. At that time, everyone was saying that Jiang Xuan had no chance for revenge. Now it seems that Jiang Xuan might defeat Wei Qingshan without even surpassing the innate level. Wei Qingshan is too old, Luo Yingqing said. Even if he recovered significantly during the breakthrough, his endurance would be very poor. If his explosive power is insufficient, he really might not be a match for Jiang Xuan. This conversation left the others shocked and somewhat numb. What exactly is the limit of the innate level? What is Jiang Xuan's ability to control objects from afar? This is a question that lingered in everyone's hearts. Lu Kang, after all, is an existence that even Lord Lei Hong could not kill. No matter how severely injured, he would not die. Shen Taiping suddenly spoke up. If he truly couldn't hold on, he might choose to escape, giving Jiang Xuan no chance. Letting him escape this time and targeting the Jiang family would only lead to more trouble, right? Moreover, Lu Kang was using the power of robbery. Even if it was just a consumption of energy, dragging it out would only be more disadvantageous for Jiang Xuan, no matter what method was used. If Jiang Xuan won today, his name would be recorded in history. But if he lost and died, that would be only natural. Lu Dong glanced at Shen Taiping, not understanding why he would say such discouraging words. However, he somewhat agreed with Shen Taiping's statement. How could a myth be easily created? Regardless of victory or defeat, Jiang Xuan would be recorded in history. Coach Luo made a fair comment. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed. Deep within Heighten Mountain. We're almost there. We're about to find it. We've already entered the depths of Heighten Mountain. Jiang Xuan continued to run at full speed. No one knew that his true goal was not to exhaust Lu Kang, but to use the hands of the demon beasts within Heighten Mountain to kill Lu Kang. As long as he could find a sufficiently powerful robbery realm demon beast and invade its territory, Lu Kang, with his even stronger aura, would become the target of that demon beast. Jiang Xuan would have a complete opportunity to work with the demon beast to kill Lu Kang. This was the safest way. If he were to exhaust Jiang Xuan, there was no certainty he could outlast Lu Kang. Jiang Xuan heard a strange low growl coming from far away, sounding particularly deep in the night. What could that be? Something that could make its roar travel so far must at least be comparable to a major tribulation realm, right? Jiang Xuan quickly determined the direction and immediately changed course, leading Lu Kang straight towards it. Chapter 92. Endless Pool tributary strange low growls continued to echo, reverberating in the sky. Jiang Xuan dashed through the forest at high speed. Upon reaching the depths of Heighten Mountain, the terrain was extremely complex. Jiang Xuan moved at an exaggerated speed, covering at least 100 zhang with each step, and almost every few breaths, he had to go up and down, either entering valleys, climbing cliffs, or rapidly crossing river surfaces. Jiang Xuan was utilizing the formless escape technique to achieve such speed. And since the formless escape technique purely relied on power to enhance speed, wherever Jiang Xuan passed, it created a tremendous momentum. This wild dash flattened countless slopes and smashed through towering trees. The booming sounds were incessant. Lu Kang was pursuing Jiang Xuan, continuously besieged by 18 beams of light. He had to break through every few breaths, getting closer, being besieged, getting thrown off, breaking through, and getting closer again in a cycle. Soon, Jiang Xuan's expression suddenly changed, and a heavy look appeared between his brows. The endless pool tributary? Jiang Xuan had previously searched for the Gu brothers in the mountains with the black armored guards, and he had some understanding of the areas outside the 10 directions of the Heightened Mountain. Even though Heightened Mountain was immense, and there were places he had not been, he knew from maps what those places were. Now, as he got closer, he judged his exact position based on the surrounding terrain and realized where the sound was coming from. The endless pool, the most terrifying forbidden area within the 10 directions. There is no other. It was a pool over 200 miles in perimeter of unknown depth, which was actually an incredibly vast lake. It was said that the most powerful demon beasts in Heightened Mountain lived at the bottom of the endless pool. It was a place that even gods and demons did not dare to tread lightly. Besides the main body of the endless pool, there were many tributaries, some extending beyond the 10 directions, which were also very dangerous. The density of demon beasts in the water was far higher than that in the forests. Even though the endless pool tributary was extremely dangerous, it still did not reach a level that could threaten gods and demons. It was still within the robbery realm category. Jiang Xuan thought to himself that there must be demon beasts comparable to major tribulation realm ones, and it was likely that there was more than one. It was normal for there to be groups of robbery realm demon beasts in rivers directly related to the 10 directions. But as long as they were still in the robbery realm, my chances of winning were even greater. Jiang Xuan was confident that as long as he could lead Lu Kang to a major tribulation realm demon beast, he would have over a 70% chance of winning. Firstly, Lu Kang's aura was stronger, and he was covered in a bloody scent, making him a more noticeable target. It was highly probable that Jiang Xuan could team up with the demon beast to kill Lu Kang first. Secondly, it was related to Jiang Xuan's primordial spirit, or rather, his flying sword technique. Jiang Xuan had long conducted experiments to see if he could use his primordial spirit to fly. He could control his shoes, clothes, etc., to lift himself off the ground, but the answer was no. He could control a sword and fly very high with Qin Yuanshu. But if he wanted to use this method on himself, he would be suppressed by the heavens and earth. He hadn't even crossed any tribulation yet. And the will of heaven and earth or the rules of heaven and earth did not allow him to fly. Cheating wouldn't work either. However, this kind of heavenly suppression was not instantaneous. It would take time and would gradually become stronger until Jiang Xuan could no longer bear it and would eventually have to fall. In other words, Jiang Xuan currently had some ability to hover. If I fight Lu Kang on the water surface, the water-dwelling demon beasts would have an advantage over both me and Lu Kang. If that demon beast does not attack Lu Kang but comes after me, I can completely ascend briefly, hovering in the air, leaving Lu Kang below as a target. Jiang Xuan thought, that demon beast can't possibly know Lu Kang and be on the same side, right? Upon thinking this, the shadow of Jiang Xuan turned into an afterimage as he looked up at the sky. He had long noticed that the blue-feathered giant eagle was catching up, and the secret technique made it easy for him to know who was on the eagle's back. In fact, Jiang Xuan had always had the opportunity to fly up. Escaping posed no pressure for him, but he couldn't do that. Once Lu Kang lost him as a target or felt that he was being toyed with, and the tugging yielded no results, he would definitely return directly to the Jiang family's tribal city, where he would slaughter the city. Even if the people had evacuated, Lu Kang would still likely be able to track some down and kill indiscriminately. Within the Jiang family's territory, there were still dozens of tribes that had been loyal to the Jiang family for generations. If Lu Kang were allowed to vent his anger, it would not be impossible for him to kill tens of thousands of people within the Jiang family's territory overnight. Jiang Xuan did not think he had any way out. Tonight, he and Lu Kang must determine life or death. Moments later, the low growling had disappeared, and that powerful demon beast seemed to have temporarily hidden itself. A shadow shot out of the forest, followed closely by a blood-red shadow. Ahead was a wide river surface, so broad that one could not see the opposite bank. Under the night sky, with the heavens high and waters vast, mist rose from the river surface. As soon as one approached the river surface, they could feel the aura of the demon beasts lurking below. The great rivers in Heightened Mountain were all forbidden areas. Jiang Xuan had no hesitation, charging onto the river surface and walking on the water. Although Jiang Xuan was at the innate realm, His aura was close to the mid-tribulation realm, enough to make most demon beasts below the water retreat and flee. The endless pool tributary? Coming to such a dangerous place, you're truly seeking death. Lu Kang also showed no hesitation, madly chasing and screaming. Who dies first is still uncertain. Old thing. Jiang Xuan sneered. You are heavily injured, covered in a bloody scent, which is the best bait for the demon beasts. This river is extremely dangerous. If someone is to die, it'll be you first. Haha. Just because a little brat who hasn't even grown a hair thinks he can scheme against me? Lu Kang laughed in anger, as if seeing through Jiang Xuan's thoughts. But do you know, I am relying on forbidden techniques to forcefully extend my life. And my vitality is about to be severed. Like a dead thing. The demon beasts will see my aura and be unwilling to eat me. Eating me would not only be of no benefit to their cultivation, but I am also full of poison. They would only avoid me. But you, at only 17, are tender and delicious. If anyone is to be killed, it will be you first. Eating you will be the most delicious. Lu Kang's words were filled with threats. Haha. Jiang Xuan scoffed. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Trying to scare me? The slaughter of demon beasts is not for the sake of hunger. Eating and killing are two different matters. You tell me those things. Could it be that you are trying to kindly remind me? Are you afraid? I am a dying man. What do I have to fear? Die for me. Lu Kang suddenly erupted, covered in blood red. He unleashed a green poisonous mist around him, corroding everything in its path, even causing the water surface to evaporate into large amounts of mist. This mist is highly toxic. However, this poisonous mist cannot dissolve the 18 streams of light that have been pursuing and attacking him. Whether it is the weapons of the black armored guards or the demon hunters, they are all high-grade standardized weapons made by the court. Being standardized does not mean they are inferior, especially those officially manufactured by the court. Even if they are not the best, they are above average. Lu Kang could not cut through those 18 streams of light with his own weapon, and it was even more impossible to destroy them with forbidden techniques. He was not trying to destroy them. Instead, he was trying to break through. After the green poisonous mist erupted, Lu Kang seemed to disappear. His aura mixed entirely with the exploding green mist, as if he had exploded into the mist itself, spreading into a misty cloud with a diameter of over 10 zhang. Jiang Xuan lost his lock on Lu Kang for a moment. The poisonous mist could even partially block Jiang Xuan's Thousand Threads secret technique. That green poisonous mist was transformed from his own blood. Each drop contained enough destructive force, appearing misty but actually being as solid as dust. It greatly obstructed the Thousand Threads secret technique. Jiang Xuan was quite surprised. This Lu Kang's methods truly were extraordinarily sinister. The 18 streams of light rushed into the poisonous mist, but only managed to randomly intersperse. Lu Kang did not actually disappear, but was hiding within the mist. However, compared to the tens of zhang radius of the poisonous mist, Lu Kang's individual form was very small, making it difficult for the 18 streams of light to hit him by chance. With the loss of his lock on Lu Kang's main body, the encirclement became ineffective. Lu Kang quickly approached Jiang Xuan with a large expanse of poisonous mist. The distance between the two rapidly shrank to less than 20 zhang after just a few breaths. Break for me. Jiang Xuan thought of a way to counter and turned around with a fierce slash. The blade's light did not strike at the poisonous mist, but downward. Boom. The water surged up to 30 or 40 zhang high, forming a massive wall of water. The poisonous mist collided with the water wall, exploding into an even larger, thicker white mist, with faint flames rolling within, flashing in various colors, truly spectacular. Die! Lu Kang, with a ferocious face, burst out from the white mist. At this moment, the two were completely close. Lu Kang could not afford to miss. He intended to unleash a killing move powerful enough to destroy the great heavenly tribulation realm. That kind of power, Jiang Xuan could not withstand. He would be torn apart along with the attack. But Lu Kang still underestimated Jiang Xuan. At that moment, Jiang Xuan's body sank. In an instant, he dove into the water, dropping over 10 zhang. Lu Kang didn't even have time to execute a complete move before he hurriedly retracted his hand. Damn it! Lu Kang shouted angrily, diving into the water to chase Jiang Xuan. The 18 streams of light plunged into the water, blocking Lu Kang. After a few breaths, boom. The water surface exploded as Jiang Xuan shot out from the water, followed closely by Lu Kang. 18 blades and swords trailed behind, catching up to Lu Kang, who broke through again as the cycle began anew. High above, on the back of the blue feather giant eagle, everyone was watching the battle on the water's surface. This endless pool tributary was a dangerous forbidden area, and the blue feather giant eagle flew particularly high without needing special commands, appearing extremely cautious. Fortunately, Jiang Xuan reacted quickly, diving into the water in time. Otherwise, he would have been in real danger. Coach Luo couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Fighting on the water's surface differed greatly from fighting on land. There was an additional downward direction for evasion and escape. The techniques we practiced were all created for land combat. There are numerous variations of a complete technique that can chase from front, back, left, and right, and even upwards. But most techniques lack such variations for downward pursuits. Although Lu Kong mastered many forbidden techniques, his swordsmanship was quite normal. As the pursuer, with Jiang Xuan having an additional escape direction, it would be even harder for him to hit Jiang Xuan. Luo Yingqing commented that Jiang Xuan had been trying to use the 10 or so swords he controlled from a distance to surround and kill Lu Kong, with countless changes in attack direction unaffected by this. So, does this mean Jiang Xuan has a greater chance of winning? Lu Dong asked. Yes. Luo Yingqing nodded but then furrowed his brows in doubt. However, Lu Kong definitely has a final trump card he hasn't used yet. If he explodes with it, the outcome is still uncertain. Moreover, in this endless pool tributary, there are demon beasts lurking underwater, making it unpredictable. Look at the water. What is that? Luo Yingqing's words were cut off as Chun Yuanzhou let out a startled cry, followed by many others gasping or screaming in shock. Luo Yingqing focused downward, his face changing drastically. Chapter 93, Deciding Victory or Defeat. Innate myth below, underwater, a colossal shadow was rapidly swimming towards them. It did not reveal any aura, arriving silently. Yet it still instilled fear in everyone on the eagle's back because it was too large. The blue feather giant eagle flew high enough to see its outline. Its length exceeded 1,000 zhang, and its width at the widest point surpassed 300 zhang. This was a presence that would evoke despair just by its sheer size. Husband, look at the water, there's something in the water. Qin Yuanzhou screamed, her nervous nails digging into her palm. What is it? Even my 1,000 threads secret technique can't sense it? Jiang Xuan, alerted, leaped from the water's surface straight into the sky, turning to look down at the water, his face also changing drastically. What is that? How can it be so big without any aura? Unless it's a god or demon. What kind of beast is it? Lu Kong also shouted in horror. Like Jiang Xuan, he jumped into the air, looking back at the water. Both of them leaped to heights exceeding 160 or 70 zhang, equivalent to a mile, with a view of dozens of miles below. They all saw it. A gigantic creature over 1,000 zhang long. It was definitely not a great heavenly tribulation realm being. It was a god or demon. A demon beast of gods and demons. It must have come from the endless pool. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Lu Kong was initially horrified and wanted to flee. But then he suddenly laughed madly, his laughter filled with crazy determination. Jiang Xuan glanced at him and understood his thoughts. He wanted to perish together with him. Swoosh. The blue feather giant eagle soared higher. It was already above 1,000 zhang, but needed to fly even higher. It was more afraid than anyone else. And this fear was enough to make it ignore Lu Dong's commands, because it had a very important task, to ensure Lu Dong's safety. As a flying beast cultivated by the Lu family, the only one that could make it disregard its own life was the head of the Lu family. Lu Dong was a junior of the Lu family, but also their #1 genius. No matter what happened, no matter who Lu Dong ordered it to save, it had to prioritize Lu Dong's safety. Jiang Xuan realized that the blue feather giant eagle could not come to his aid, and his ability to hover was not enough to escape the attack range of the 1,000 zhang giant creature. He simply could not fly that high. Both of them had already begun to descend. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Xuan. In the air, Lu Kong suddenly erupted with thick black mist. I originally had 40 days left to live. I had planned to use this demon transformation only when I had just a few days left to fight Lei Hong. If I don't get the chance, slaughtering an entire county city would still be worth it. I never expected that such a genius as you would emerge. Killing you is worth more than killing Lei Hong. It's more valuable than slaughtering several cities. Even if I die today, it's worth it. El Kong's voice boomed like thunder, echoing across the sky. You truly possess the talent of a god or demon. Killing you would make my life worthwhile. Boom. The black mist suddenly dissipated, and El Kong had already transformed. His skin turned black, his body covered in cracks, with blood flowing like red magma from within. He seemed to have swelled a bit, and his aura had increased more than threefold. As the two landed on the water surface one after the other, El Kong shouted, Die? Die together. In an instant, He transformed into black smoke, rushing toward Jiang Xuan, the blade light extending over 10 zhong, slashing toward him. So fast. At that moment, Jiang Xuan understood that he could not escape. Kong had used a trump card forbidden technique, which he hadn't used before. Clearly because he wasn't confident he could kill Jiang Xuan. He didn't know what other cards Jiang Xuan had up his sleeve. And he was also worried that the blue feather giant eagle could take the opportunity to assist Jiang Xuan. But now it was different. As long as he could hold Jiang Xuan back, even if he couldn't kill him, the beast would take them both down. Death? A cold glint flashed in Jiang Xuan's eyes. If anyone is to die, it will be you first. Killing you would be a tremendous achievement. You, Kong, will ultimately die at the hands of this 17-year-old innate talent. Your name will be cursed for eternity, and my tribe will enjoy unparalleled glory. All the families and factions you have harmed will remember my kindness. In truth, Jiang Xuan had never been certain he could kill Kong. Kong's sudden attack was a huge surprise. He wanted to take a shortcut, but heaven was not on his side. Since that's the case, let us fight. Boom, boom, boom. You really think I can't handle your blade? At this moment, waves of roaring erupted from within Jiang Xuan. This was the first time he used his limits. What are limits? It means disregarding any internal injuries caused by pushing oneself to the limit. Even if his dantian is rapidly damaged, even if his meridians might burst afterward, he would hold nothing back. This is the true limit. Originally, Jiang Xuan had reserved some innate power for a final escape, but now he didn't have to think about that anymore. He unleashed 120 times the innate power. He used his primordial spirit to the limit. Fight! Jiang Xuan struck, the extreme illusionary ghost slash carrying the effect of tearing through the void, instantly ripping apart Kong's suppression of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. The blades collided fiercely, and with the explosion of the shockwave at the point of impact, Jiang Xuan was violently knocked back over 100 zhong, while Kong retreated 10 zhong. The power was still far less than Kong's, but Kong also retreated. Jiang Xuan still had other methods. Swish, swish, swish. 18 streams of light shot toward Kong, unexpectedly forming a certain formation. It faintly resembled the battle array used by the black armored guards. This was a killing move that Jiang Xuan barely managed to use by pushing his primordial spirit to the limit. With every breath, his primordial spirit suffered tearing pain. He had no means to advance his primordial spirit cultivation. He was forcing it. Moreover, Jiang Xuan had no idea how to recover from the injuries to his primordial spirit. But it didn't matter. The pain felt almost non-existent. Kill. First, take down Kong. Clang, clang, clang. Kong frantically swung his blade, countering the assault of the 18 streams of light. Yet Jiang Xuan did not flee. At the moment when the 18 streams of light were about to be broken through, he actively charged toward Kong once more, executing the extreme illusionary ghost slash again. Slash, slash, slash. The two of them became entangled in a fierce battle. Kong was entirely black, resembling a devil from ancient legends, while Jiang Xuan was even more ethereal and agile, but every move was pushed to the limit. Injuries began to appear within Jiang Xuan, rapidly becoming severe. Haha, you're already injured. Now your wounds are deteriorating faster than mine, right? Jiang Xuan laughed maniacally, not merely to attack Kong's psyche. Although he was reluctant, achieving such an outcome meant he would be remembered for thousands of years. Let us see who dies first. In the sky at an altitude of 1800 zhong, everyone on the eagle's back was stunned. The limit, the innate limit, the true limit. The prodigies of Feishua City and Yongyan City felt as if they were witnessing a miracle. Jiang Xuan's aura grew increasingly violent yet unstable, and they understood that he was fighting to the limit, which did not prevent them from viewing Jiang Xuan as a mythical existence. If he goes to the military city, he would probably directly become a reserve for gods and demons, receiving personal guidance and training from various gods and demons. Even the instructors in the military city Wunti have the right to teach him. Lu Dong was immensely shocked. Young brother Luo, the chief instructor, was left speechless, silently reflecting. He had a close friendship with Jiang Xuan and sometimes referred to him as young brother. At this moment, recalling it brought a bittersweet feeling to his heart. Heavenly demon transformation. Could it be that lost ancient forbidden technique? Chen Yuanshu's eyes turned red. That's right. It's that ancient forbidden technique, Chief Instructor Luo said. However, Kong probably hasn't mastered it fully. Otherwise, he could transform into an ancient heavenly demon, and his combat power would rival that of gods and demons. He likely only obtained a fragment, perhaps one of the 72 chapters, and it's incomplete. But even so, his speed and strength have increased several times. And Jiang Xuan could no longer shake him off. Lady Qin Yuanshu shed 2 lines of tears and suddenly stood up. Sister. Qin Yuanzhou grabbed Qin Yuanshu's shoulder. His eyes wide in disbelief, shaking his head vigorously. Sister. It's useless. You can't help him. You can't go down. You can't. Miss Yuanshu. Stay calm. Miss Yuanshu. Urgent voices rang out around her, and a female disciple from the Star Pavilion rushed forward, grabbing Qin Yuanshu's arm. Fearing that she might act impulsively and needed to be held back, Qin Yuanshu shed 2 lines of tears. She knew. She knew she couldn't help. Going down would only complicate matters. She might even be killed by El Kong in an instant. But this scene was too cruel for her. Did she really have to watch her husband die? Shentu Yu and Shun Taiping also looked at this scene. Shentu Yu was moved. At this moment, she deeply regretted underestimating Jiang Xuan. Perhaps it stemmed from her heroic ideals. As a child of Heightened Mountain, she now truly admired Jiang Xuan. For he had shown the talent and strength to change the fate of the entire Heightened Mountain. If the melting crystal mine were discovered by Jiang Xuan, and if today hadn't happened, perhaps the entire Heightened Mountain would become a vast noble territory. Although this noble territory wouldn't bear the Shentu surname, all tribes could live a stable and peaceful life under Jiang Xuan's rule. Die? Die? You dying will completely eliminate my inner demons. Die? Die? Shen Taiping's evil thoughts erupted at this moment. He had been holding back before, not even daring to mock Jiang Xuan. Although he understood that after this battle, Jiang Xuan would gain unparalleled fame. His defeat at Jiang Xuan's hands wouldn't even be a stain. After all, El Kong couldn't kill Jiang Xuan. What did that make Shen Taiping? It was equivalent to restoring his reputation. But as long as Jiang Xuan was alive, Shen Taiping would live in his shadow. His inner demons might be alleviated somewhat by Shentu Yu, but they could not be completely resolved. Only if you die. Then I am the genius Shen Taiping. The upright Shen Taiping. You can be your hero, and I'll be my genius. It's only fair. Die? Perhaps it was also due to extreme jealousy of Jiang Xuan's talent. Shen Taiping's heart began to twist. Shentu Yu seemed to sense something. Glancing at Shen Taiping out of the corner of her eye, seeing him staring fixedly below, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins and his body trembling slightly. A sinister expression flashed across his face. 2 afterimages moved rapidly across the water's surface, while 18 rays of light and the flickering blades of space surrounded the dark figure. El Kong broke through the siege time and again, attempting to attack Jiang Xuan's true body, but Jiang Xuan dared to take his blade head-on. Uft! Jiang Xuan spat blood. The injury was self-inflicted. Uft! El Kong also spat blood, the original injury too severe. Ha! So refreshing. So refreshing. Jiang Xuan laughed heartily. The great heavenly calamity realm. It's nothing more than this great heavenly calamity realm. Damn it. El Kong gritted his teeth, for he cared about his reputation more than anyone. He hoped everyone would fear him. He was not afraid of leaving a bad name for eternity. But if he really died today at the hands of someone in the innate realm, thinking of his reputation would drive El Kong mad. A low, rumbling sound came from beneath the water. It was it. It was indeed its voice. A thousand zhang giant beast. It concealed its realm, disguising itself to produce such a sound, misleading others about its realm. The demons and beasts from the endless pool possessed extremely high intelligence. It was deliberate. My lady, Jiang Xuan suddenly shouted. Husband. Qin Yuanshu responded to Jiang Xuan. I once received a legacy. The most important part has 2 portions. I have used one, and the other is hidden in the place we agreed to be together for life. You can retrieve it later. For your use. Jiang Xuan declared loudly. Legacy? Qin Yuanshu was stunned, then burst into tears, crying out in anguish. Husband. She realized Jiang Xuan was making arrangements for after his passing. At this moment, Jiang Xuan was still thinking of her. My lady, you and I are married. It's a fate cultivated over several lifetimes. I don't know if I can survive today, but I hope that regardless of the outcome, you must live well. You can aspire to be a woman of the gods and demons. Go pursue your path of gods and demons. Jiang Xuan said repeatedly. Jiang Xuan had to admit that he initially sought Qin Yuanshu out of desire. Who wouldn't he love an unparalleled beauty that could overshadow the world? A woman with the aura of gods and demons? Over time, Jiang Xuan discovered that although Qin Yuanshu appeared cold, she was actually a woman of deep feelings. She had a simple and lovely side, could be fierce, and would even be quite obedient. Jiang Xuan's words were, in fact, to prevent Qin Yuanshu from doing something foolish. It wasn't that he thought she would definitely seek death, but he feared her temperament might change dramatically, giving rise to inner demons, leading her to fall into the path of evil. Coach Luo, Jiang Xuan shouted again, I have an unreasonable request. Little brother. Luo Yingqing immediately responded, say whatever you need. You saved my life from El Kong today, through mountains of knives and seas of fire. I, Luo Yingqing, would not hesitate to die 1,000 times. Protect my clan. Jiang Xuan said succinctly. Good. Luo Yingqing did not hesitate at all. Meanwhile, Shentu Yu and Shun Taiping's expressions changed. Shun Taiping squinted his eyes even more. Granny Jinhua. Jiang Xuan shouted again. Hey, Granny Jinhua responded. But her realm was insufficient, and her voice couldn't carry that far, so Jiang Xuan couldn't hear. No matter. Jiang Xuan directly said. Although I haven't known Coach Luo for long, I know his character well enough to trust him completely. If I cannot return today, Granny Jinhua, you will temporarily oversee the clan's affairs, and if you encounter difficulties, you can discuss them with Coach Luo. Good, good, good. Granny Jinhua wept profusely. Husband, you must not die. Don't die. Chun Yuanshu couldn't help but break down, unable to bear it. I don't want to die either, my lady. Jiang Xuan sighed. This sigh filled with reluctance, and then all the unwillingness turned into a towering rage. I don't want to die? It's all your fault. You demon. You harm the innocent for pleasure. You insist on killing me today. You insist on fulfilling my heroic name. Then I will fulfill you. Die, die, die. Ah, buzz. Jiang Xuan's blade technique suddenly changed. It didn't become faster, but it became more attuned to the heavens and earth. Even a casual strike seemed to contain some unique mystery. If Jiang Xuan's previous strike had hundreds of variations, at this moment, the number of variations suddenly reached thousands and tens of thousands. Uft. Jiang Xuan's blade sliced through El Kong's chest, tearing apart flesh and blood. Very abrupt. El Kong was shocked and exclaimed in horror, skill transcendence. Uft, uft, uft. Jiang Xuan struck again, and shockingly, each strike landed on El Kong. All using basic techniques, not any killing moves. El Kong frantically swung his blade, even using killing moves, yet Jiang Xuan almost dodged his strikes closely, simultaneously weaving around his blade light to land a blow. Impossible. Impossible. You're only 17. How can you have transcended skill? El Kong was nearly driven mad, completely disregarding his injuries as he continuously unleashed the strongest blade techniques. But the result was that Jiang Xuan struck him first, forming an interruption effect. It resembled a return to simplicity, but in reality, it had not yet reached that point. If it truly returned to simplicity, with Jiang Xuan's current ferocity, a single strike could kill El Kong. He had 19 blades against El Kong's 1. The realm of skill foundation is merely about entry and mastery. Generally, mastery is sufficient. Any killing move of the gods and demons in the past, as long as skill was mastered, could be practiced. But this is not the limit of skill foundation. The limit is the return to simplicity. And between returning to simplicity and mastery, or rather before returning to simplicity, there exists a unique realm known as skill transcendence. Anyone who comprehends skill transcendence, as long as their lifespan is sufficient, will certainly be able to return to simplicity in the future. This can be seen as an incomplete state of returning to simplicity. The essence of skill transcendence lies in endless variations, 1,000 changes. Returning to simplicity means no moves triumph over moves. One can reach the vital point without changing a single move. Luo Yingqing reached skill transcendence around age 45, 15 years after becoming a coach, and then spent another 7 years achieving the return to simplicity. Jiang Xuan is only 17. Without returning to simplicity, one cannot see through El Kong's moves at a glance, but one can test with strikes, completing a sufficient number of variations in the heat of battle to counter the techniques. Although having just grasped skill transcendence and still lacking proficiency, too many variations could weaken the blade's power, but the blade could still land on El Kong. The heavens and earth inherently change infinitely. Skill transcendence aligns with the mysteries of heaven and earth. And El Kong, who had not achieved skill transcendence, could no longer see Jiang Xuan's blade variations. It wasn't a matter of speed. Rather, El Kong could not see through the heavens and earth. As Jiang Xuan spat out another mouthful of blood, his hand raised the blade. Swish! A black arm flew out. El Kong was actually severed by Jiang Xuan's blade at the elbow. El Kong finally felt fear. Would he really be dismembered before everyone? Even a madman like him felt his instinct for survival erupt at this moment. and he turned to flee. No more killing Jiang Xuan. He would find a small town to slaughter instead. But he had no chance. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Kong lost an arm. His body became unbalanced, and his movement slowed just a bit, which was enough to be fatal. 18 rays of light pierced through his body in succession the moment Kong turned. They crossed and cut through. Kong's entire body exploded into dozens of pieces in that instant. Blood splattered outwards with the body parts. Immediately afterward, they all ignited in flames. The side effects of demon transformation meant that whether killed in battle or after a few hours when the time was up, the body would burn with the heavenly demon fire, turning to dust without a trace. The scattered body parts transformed into black smoke within a few breaths, drifting away with the wind. Shredded clothing and some items scattered into the water. Only the body would be burned away. And even mundane objects would not be consumed by the heavenly demon fire. Kong is dead. We won. Is it too late? Jiang Xuan didn't have time to think much and had no interest in picking up the items dropped by Kong. His knife, belt, ring, etc., all treasures. But at this moment, escaping was the priority. Jiang Xuan pushed his speed to the limit and dashed toward the shore. Suddenly, a gigantic whirlpool appeared on the water's surface, seemingly without end, followed by an enormous blood-red mouth full of fangs bursting forth from the water, creating a terrifying suction force. The 1,000-foot monster finally revealed its presence at this moment. It would not allow any intruders in its territory to leave alive. Jiang Xuan could finally sense it. Indeed, it was an existence on par with the divine demon realm. The world dimmed. Massive river waters formed monstrous waves, swirling and being swallowed by the blood-red mouth. Jiang Xuan was also being pulled by that force, without any resistance, drawn toward the gaping maw that had burst from the surface. At a critical moment, Jiang Xuan stopped resisting, went against the current, and actively rushed toward that mouth, fearing that a direct bite would kill him. Jiang Xuan aimed to dive into the belly of this 1,000-foot beast, seeking that elusive sliver of hope. Just before the giant mouth was about to close, Jiang Xuan turned back to look at the sky and let out his final cry. Protect my family. Mother, little sister, I hope you stay strong. Chapter 94. Burial in the night sky. The 1,000-foot beast drew ever closer. The blue-feathered giant eagle flew very high, but appeared extremely anxious. Even at such heights, it constantly adjusted its position, trying to escape the attack range of the 1,000-foot beast. The beast's attacks were not solely reliant on its physical body. It could use whatever means it desired, especially with divine demon beasts, although they might not necessarily fly. Their killing methods beyond the physical body were no less than those of human divine demons. It's fine, everyone, please remain calm. Aquatic beasts generally do not attack targets in the air. To them, we are merely mosquitoes. Coach Luo continued to soothe everyone on the eagle's back. Suddenly, the innate realm experts on the eagle's back showed expressions of shock. They all saw a line of blood splatter from Kong. He was hit by a blade. The battle between Jiang Xuan and Kong was difficult for the innate realm experts to fully perceive. Even at this point, both were heavily exhausted. Yet they were in a state of extreme eruption, fighting in a blur under the night sky, but that line of blood was clear. How is this possible? Luo Yingqing was astonished. What's wrong? Grandma Jinhua asked, unable to see clearly. Shentu, also in the postnatal realm, focused and tried to see clearly but couldn't. Kong was hit. Luo Yingqing exclaimed in a loud voice, feeling quite invigorated. No matter how strong Jiang Xuan's blade techniques were, he was merely in the innate realm, having only mastered a few moves of the Tribulation Realm's blade techniques. Kong, however, was a well-known figure in the Great Tribulation Realm for decades. Xin Taiping widened his eyes. He had mastered at least a dozen moves of the Tribulation Realm's blade techniques, most of which were stronger than Jiang Xuan's. How could it be that Kong was outdone in blade techniques? Look, another line of blood. Kong was truly hit. The disciples from the Star Pavilion of Feishua City and Yongyan City all gasped, feeling it was unbelievable. Luo Yingqing focused for a few breaths, then suddenly exclaimed, blade techniques transcended. Jiang Xuan's blade techniques transcended. Transcended? Is that the legendary skill Transcendence? Blade techniques transcended. Will he eventually return to simplicity? Yes. Coach Luo nodded with great certainty, his eyes shining. He is only 17. 17. I've practiced for almost a lifetime with guns. If we talk about talent with guns, I also have the demeanor of a divine demon. But I only transcended at 45. 17. According to legend, being able to reach true genius in the Tribulation Realm while simultaneously achieving a return to simplicity was extremely rare, even in military cities. Lu Dong was the person with the most insight present. The more he knew, the more shocked he became. Jiang Xuan's blade techniques transcended at 17. It would not be long before he entered the tribulation realm. Achieving a return to simplicity in the future was a certainty. Lu Dong was almost dumbfounded. What kind of terrifying existence was this? Even the reincarnation of a divine demon shouldn't be such a monster. The cultivation of the powers of a divine demon reincarnation is easier, but the improvement of skill levels must be done step by step. Often, new physical talents may not align with their original weapon expertise. For example, if they used a knife before reincarnation, they might find their talent lies with a sword afterward. Therefore, even for a divine demon reincarnation, achieving skill transcendence at such a young age is as difficult as climbing to the sky. Below, Lu Kong turned to flee. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 18 streaks of light tore him apart. His body burned entirely, turning to ashes and dust, with items scattered in the water, gradually sinking. Jiang Xuan won. Luo Yingqing exclaimed, his spirit greatly shaken. Husband, hurry and escape. Get away from the water. Quickly. Qin Yuanshu shouted downward. Quick. Qin Yuanzhou also yelled. Hurry and escape. That beast is already down there. We must get away. The geniuses from the Star Pavilion of Feishua City were all excited and nervous, their eyes wide open. Even the geniuses from Yongyan City felt the same. Lu Dong clenched his fists, hoping Jiang Xuan would survive. To befriend such a talented hero is a great fortune in life. Lu Dong wanted to formally get to know Jiang Xuan, so that in the future in the military city, they could look out for each other. Roar! The 1,000-foot beast opened its blood-red mouth, making it clearer for everyone in the sky, terrifying to the extreme. Jiang Xuan appeared particularly small in that whirlpool, as if he were just a tiny black dot in the monstrous waves. It's over. Luo Yingqing's expression dimmed, his face showing bitterness. In his life, he had many disciples and some friends, but very few truly close ones. His quirky personality and the betrayal of his wife in his youth had transformed him, turning him into a martial fanatic, obsessed with practice, training day and night, and being very strict with his disciples, with a foul temper. It was rare to have someone to connect with so deeply, and such an extraordinarily talented person. When he saw Jiang Xuan actively turn back, he knew it was over. He has no strength left? Has his innate power finally been exhausted? No, he was swimming toward the beast's mouth. He didn't want to be directly bitten to death. Others also realized this. If the beast were adept at using its swallowing ability, it would undoubtedly have terrifying digestive capabilities. Coach Luo thought quietly, equivalent to a divine demon. Even if a divine demon were swallowed, they would turn to a puddle of blood. What a pity for my little brother. He only thought this, but didn't dare to say it out loud, leaving a glimmer of hope for those concerned about Jiang Xuan. There were not only Jiang Xuan's family members on the eagle's back, but also his wife. Husband, don't give up. Husband, get out. Husband. Qin Yuanshu's cries made everyone feel distressed, and some of the female disciples from the Star Pavilion even shed tears. Shentu Yu's eyes were red, but only one person's expression twisted with increasing excitement. Die, die, die. Just die. Quickly die. Become the beast's food. After witnessing Jiang Xuan really kill Lu Kong, Shen Taiping's heart twisted to a perverse degree. If you survive, our Shen family will have to bow to you. You must die. If you die, Shentu Yu will be mine. Don't think I don't know what she has been struggling with in her heart. Die, die, die. The woman is mine. The molten crystal mine is mine. The territory of the Jiang Clan and the Shentu Clan is all mine. As long as I win over Shentu Yu and make her obey me, it will all be mine. Protect my family. Jiang Xuan's last words echoed, resonating in the sky. Those who understood Jiang Xuan's situation realized at this moment that the family he particularly mentioned was not referring to his clan, but rather his mother and sister. The massive blood-red mouth suddenly closed. The 1,000-zhang beast then submerged into the water, beginning to turn around. The enormous shadow underwater swam towards the direction of the 10 directions of desolation, appearing slow, but in reality, its body was so large that it moved several positions with each breath, covering thousands of zhang. Lu Dong glanced at the tearful Qin Yuanshu and ordered the blue feather giant eagle to follow. The blue feather giant eagle kept a safe distance, following the 1,000-zhang beast until they reached the edge of the 10 directions of desolation. The blue feather giant eagle dared not advance any further. Once it entered the 10 directions of desolation, even being in the sky would not be safe. There were numerous catastrophe-level flying demon beasts within the 10 directions of desolation. Just one of them could slaughter the blue-feathered giant eagle and everyone on its back. Husband Qin Yuanshu gazed at the thousand-zhang beast growing more distant in the water, gradually disappearing, her entire being seeming as if it had lost its soul, constantly recalling her moments with Jiang Xuan, heart-wrenching, yet she could no longer cry. It was as if her tears had run dry. When sadness reaches its peak, it is like this. Coach Luo and several others moved aside to change their vantage point, sighing repeatedly. What a pity, Coach Luo said. At 17, Jiang Xuan's swordsmanship was extraordinary, his skill talent more terrifying than his realm talent. And to become a god or demon, one must undergo a great enlightenment of skills before the final breakthrough. Skill talent can be said to be even more important. He was originally the most likely to become a god or demon in the past 2,000 years of Flying Snow City, yet this is the outcome. Alas, this kind of prodigy, with such heroic responsibility. To save more people, he chose to fight to the death with El Kong. Lu Dong also lamented, such a hero. To fall so early. He can only become a legendary historical figure in the annals of history, truly tragic and regrettable. What a pity. Alas. Coach Luo sighed one last time. He thought about what would happen next. Perhaps the Lord of the God Demon City would personally come to the 10 directions of desolation to search, but it would be difficult to achieve any results. There was no time left. It had already been digested. In the darkness, Jiang Xuan relied on his perception to move toward the depths of the thousand-zhang beast's belly with the rolling waves. He soon sensed something was off. If a thousand-zhang beast were indeed a demon beast, it was unimaginably large. But if it were about distance, it shouldn't take long to cross. Yet Jiang Xuan felt that he had moved thousands of zhang in an extremely short time. Was it an illusion? Or was there another space within this god-demon beast's body? Chapter 95, Go. That is your only path to survival. The water was decreasing. Although Jiang Xuan could see nothing in the pitch black, his thousand-thread secret technique allowed not only conventional perception but also material perception. With this double overlay, he still had a sense of vision in his mind, albeit colorless, in shades of gray and white. Thus, he saw that within the passage of the thousand-zhang beast's belly, there were cracks on the surrounding flesh walls. And deep within the cracks were structures resembling gills, through which the water flowed away, clearly part of the aquatic demon beast's feeding filtration process. Including some small fish and shrimp, they would be filtered and left behind. Ow! Crack! Hiss! Besides himself and the fish and shrimp, this god-demon beast had swallowed a large number of demon beasts hidden at the bottom of the water, of the acquired realm, innate realm, or even the catastrophe realm. It had been lurking at the bottom of the water, preparing to ambush him and El Kong, and had also been swallowed? Jiang Xuan was shocked. He sensed that among the many demon beasts swallowed along with him, there was one resembling a long-haired monkey, smaller than an average adult man. But its aura was surprisingly close to the great catastrophe realm, if not already at the peak of the middle catastrophe realm. It should be noted that the water was the domain of demon beasts. So even if it were only equivalent to the middle catastrophe realm, an ambush could potentially kill a great catastrophe realm human cultivator. Humans were not suited for underwater combat, and once dragged into the water to struggle, it would be extremely dangerous. At that moment, he and El Kong had not even noticed the existence of this water monkey demon beast. What a close call. Jiang Xuan did not know what this demon beast was called, so he temporarily referred to it as the water monkey. The passage had a tremendous pulling force. This was the power of the god-demon beast feeding. It was not something Jiang Xuan could resist. Even as the water decreased, Jiang Xuan could only go with the flow. Sometimes he would nearly collide with other demon beasts, and he would draw his knife to slay them. Gurgle, crack. The water monkey demon beast suddenly let out a strange cry. Jiang Xuan could not see in the absolute darkness. But this water monkey demon beast seemed capable of doing so. It too was flowing with the current, but suddenly went berserk, beginning to attack other demon beasts. A large water snake demon beast, only equivalent to the innate completion realm, was pounced upon by the water monkey demon beast, instantly tearing apart its head. The water monkey demon beast screeched as it dug out the water snake demon beast's brain, quickly taking a couple of bites before jumping towards another, even larger demon beast. A frenzied slaughter. This water monkey demon beast was far stronger, killing and eating wildly, appearing particularly impatient. Crack. A sound similar to bones breaking came from its body. And then its size began to grow, gradually approaching the size of an adult human. As it ate more and more, its aura drew closer to the great catastrophe realm. Yet it became increasingly unstable. What kind of demon beast evolution method was this? Jiang Xuan was astonished. It could grow so rapidly. Demon beasts have much longer lifespans than humans, but their growth rate is far slower than that of humans. The stronger they are, the more so. Otherwise, humans would have long been exterminated by demon beasts. But this suddenly crazed demon beast was rapidly growing stronger. Fortunately, the passage was wide enough for Jiang Xuan to distance himself from this water monkey demon beast. No, as Jiang Xuan adjusted to distance himself, he sensed more carefully and discovered a problem. Although it was rapidly growing stronger, its aura was very unstable. This was similar to human cultivators using forbidden techniques. It might possess the bloodline of ancient demon beasts, allowing it to use the forbidden techniques of demon beasts, which surely came at a great cost. Gurgle roar. The water monkey demon beast suddenly let out a sharp scream. Its size increased once again. It directly surpassed the size of an average adult man, equivalent to a hulking figure among human males, towering even over Jiang Xuan. At that moment, its aura completely rivaled the Great Catastrophe realm. The realm classification of demon beasts differs from that of humans. Having reached this realm, it was considered an adult demon beast without a heavenly tribulation. In such a short time, its growth was at least equivalent to 200 to 300 years of cultivation for a demon beast. Such a terrifying forbidden technique's cost could even be life. How long could it live like this? Why was it doing this? As Jiang Xuan marveled, he was also puzzled. But soon he understood. Out of fear, the increasingly powerful water monkey demon beast began to attempt to resist the force of the passage. It leaped to the edge of the passage, trying to grab the cracks in the flesh walls to stop itself. But it was utterly useless. The power of the god demon was beyond its resistance. It could not inflict even the slightest harm on the god demon beast. Was it a survival instinct? Jiang Xuan understood. What danger lay at the end of this passage? The stomach of the god demon beast? Jiang Xuan realized that this time, his chances of survival were slim. But he would not give up until the last moment. However, unlike the water monkey demon beast, he did not try to stop. Instead, he prepared to hover, knowing he could observe at the last moment. After a whole tea's worth of time, Jiang Xuan suddenly saw a light. He saw it with his own eyes. The exit ahead. He had arrived. This is an incredibly vast space, with a flesh wall towering thousands of feet above, extending endlessly. Below is a calm water surface, vast and seemingly endless, reminiscent of the legendary sea, glimmering with light, which is the source of illumination. Above, a passageway with a diameter of around 600 feet has opened in the flesh wall, and a large number of fish, shrimp, and demon beasts are now pouring down uncontrollably towards the tranquil water surface. Jiang Xuan has also emerged. Stop. At this moment, he applied the ability of his primordial spirit flying sword technique to his clothes and shoes, enveloping his entire body. He froze in midair, still a dozen feet above the water surface. Whoosh. Splash. A large number of fish, shrimp, and demon beasts crashed into the water surface but did not stir any splashes. As they were immediately dissolved upon contact, they vanished without a trace, not even leaving behind bones or remnants. What is this? Is this truly the stomach of the divine and demonic beasts? This is already comparable to an otherworldly realm, right? Jiang Xuan knew the term otherworldly realm from the Elder Qi Shi, referring to a space different from the world of the Great Qin dynasty. The only thing Jiang Xuan could touch that resembled an otherworldly realm in Heightened Mountain was perhaps the Shumi Ring. It is a treasure that can create a minuscule alternate space to carry personal belongings. Though it cannot be compared to a true otherworldly realm and is primarily possessed by divine and demonic beings. A few exceptional figures in the tribulation realm might possess one, like Lei Hong. However, Jiang Xuan had never seen Lei Hong's Shumi Ring. It was said that such rings contain the most fundamental spatial power of the world, capable of hiding and becoming invisible, even when worn on the hand. Roar. Crack. The water monkey demon beast exerted tremendous effort, but was only slightly slower. Jiang Xuan finally saw it with his own eyes. It had red fur. It indeed resembled a monkey, but its hair stood like steel needles, appearing to have extremely strong defense. Generally, demon beasts in this form have physical bodies comparable to divine weapons and armor. It came tumbling down from the passageway along with the seemingly endless stream of fish and shrimp demon beasts, repeatedly stepping on other demon beasts, leaping again and again, but soon lost its foothold. Whoosh. The moment it landed on the water's surface, it was also instantly dissolved and vanished in the blink of an eye. A great tribulation realm demon beast skilled in defense, just like that. What could the stomach acid of divine and demonic beasts not digest? Jiang Xuan felt an overwhelming sense of terror, and he began to sense the pressure of being suspended in midair. He could only maintain suspension for a short time at heights of 100 or 200 feet. And although he could hold on a bit longer at just over 10 feet above the water surface, it couldn't last long. The heavens and earth began to suppress him, forbidding him from flying. Splash! Fish, shrimp, and demon beasts continued to pour down for a while longer. With his keen perception, Jiang Xuan noticed many of Lu Kong's personal belongings among them, including his weapons and shoes. He had no mind to retrieve them. Adding burdens to himself at this moment was clearly unwise. All those items fell onto the water surface and instantly disappeared. Was that Lu Kong's ring? Jiang Xuan suddenly moved, darting over. He caught a small object that was about to fall onto the water surface. It was a black ring. Holding this wouldn't be a burden. Just wearing it would suffice. As for whether it was the legendary Shumi ring, Jiang Xuan was unsure. No one knew if Lu Kong had this item, and Jiang Xuan had no way to verify it. At the very least, it had to be in the tribulation realm to use. Just wearing it on his hand would do. If it truly was a Shumi ring, then Lu Kong's wealth might all be inside, as long as he could survive. It would be a huge gain. But how could he survive? Splash! The downpour finally ended. All living beings or objects, except for Jiang Xuan and the ring, fell onto the water surface and were instantly dissolved. Even the process of dissolution was difficult to observe. The pressure Jiang Xuan was enduring grew stronger. He began to fly above the water surface, bearing the immense pressure as he explored, and he was flying lower and lower because the higher he flew, the greater the pressure became, and lowering himself could alleviate it. In reality, he shouldn't be flying. The pressure of simply suspending in midair was the least. But flying would cause a surge in pressure. However, not flying meant waiting for death. Soon, Jiang Xuan felt he truly couldn't hold on any longer. He was merely a foot above the water surface, and if the pressure increased any further, he would be unable to remain suspended. Was I, Jiang Xuan, destined to perish here today? To become the food of a demon beast? Jiang Xuan's whole body began to tremble, desperately utilizing his primordial spirit power to resist the will of the heavens and earth. Don't I have that? That piece of cloth. Jiang Xuan suddenly recalled he had something to step on. He just needed to momentarily step on it for leverage to jump into the air and start a new round of suspension. The premise was that he had to land once first. The water surface would do. He controlled his knife to fly and then jumped out to step on the knife for leverage. But that wouldn't work. He would still be flying. So he needed something that could stay on the water surface momentarily. He thought of it and immediately pulled out the black cloth from his bosom. A part of the banner of the Blackpool Palace. Elder Qi Shi had said that the banner of the Blackpool Palace is indestructible. At least, only a divine or demonic being could destroy it. This at least must refer to an extremely powerful divine or demonic being, right? Jiang Xuan didn't have time to think more, unsure, and didn't consider too much. He threw it. He tossed the black cloth onto the water surface. And indeed it didn't dissolve and disappear. It even floated on the water surface, as the stomach acid of these divine and demonic beasts had a certain viscosity. Jiang Xuan descended. Stepping on it, he jumped up instantly, suspending himself. The immense pressure that had almost crushed him indeed vanished. The will of the heavens and earth began a new round of pressure. Come. Jiang Xuan beckoned, using his primordial spirit to control the black cloth back into his hand. Before catching it, he observed it, ensuring it hadn't been contaminated with stomach acid before taking it in hand. He could explore this vast space now. My primordial spirit power is ultimately limited. If this is just a stomach, with no other footholds, I will eventually die here. Jiang Xuan was very clear about this, but still refused to give up. He would search for a way out. Jiang Xuan threw the black cloth again. This time much farther. He flew over, instantly leveraging it to jump again, then suspended, picked it up, and threw it again. Moving like this repeatedly wasn't the fastest way to move, but it was definitely the most energy-efficient way to use his primordial spirit. Jiang Xuan was moving in this peculiar manner, seeking a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, you actually have this object? A heavy and deep voice resonated throughout the space. Jiang Xuan was startled, and then he understood it was the divine and demonic beast speaking to him. Elder, I mean no offense, please grant me a way to survive. Jiang Xuan hurriedly said. The divine and demonic beast had lived for at least thousands of years, so calling it elder was not a loss. Was it a coincidence? Or are you that person? For too long, that person has not appeared. Could it be you? No. You don't have such high talent. It can't be yours. but you just happened to survive here and are holding a part of the banner. The voice did not respond to Jiang Xuan, but instead muttered to itself, pondering whether it was him. It probably isn't you. But the fact that you can hold this banner indicates your connection with the Blackpool Palace. Everything is predestined. Go, and I hope you can survive. The voice of the divine and demonic beast echoed continuously in this space. Splash! An ancient stone door slowly rose from the endless calm water surface, behind which was a curtain of water. Jiang Xuan hesitated for a moment, uncertain of the situation. He couldn't perceive what was behind the water curtain in the door, unable to spy on it. Go, that is your only path to survival. The divine demons and beasts spoke. Jiang Xuan no longer hesitated. The divine demons and beasts wouldn't deceive him. If they wanted to kill him, he would die instantly. He put away the black cloth and, bearing the pressure, flew to the stone door. First, he tried with his hand, passing through the water curtain, and then his whole body followed. He disappeared from this space. The stone door slowly sank back underwater, disappearing from sight. Everything returned to calm. Sigh. The deep voice of the divine demons and beasts echoed again. It's been too long. Really too long. This is not the right way to enter. I sent him over. I hope the master in heaven will not blame me. The Blackpool Palace must have a successor. Do I have to wait several thousand or tens of thousands of years? The blue-feathered giant eagle lingered outside the 10 Directions absolute land for a long time. It wasn't until Chun Yuanshu staggered, her body swaying, that Chun Yuanzhou rushed to hold his sister, shouting sister. In panic, Luo Yingqing approached, pinched Chun Yuanshu's pulse, and then said, excessive worries are too exhausting to the mind. Sigh. Miss Yuanshu, things have come to this point. Jiang Xuan may not be without a glimmer of hope. That's all he could say. The stronger the beast, the longer its lifespan, and the higher its intelligence, Luo Zhongjidao said, forcing himself to speak. Although Jiang Xuan was swallowed, if he could communicate with this divine demon beast, it might not refuse to let him live. Jiang Xuan left you a legacy, hoping you can diligently cultivate during his absence. Perhaps when he returns, you can give him a surprise. Let's go back first. This place is adjacent to the 10 Directions absolute land and is ultimately dangerous. It was evident that Luo Zhongjidao was merely comforting them. The weak Chun Yuanshu nodded, then was supported by Chun Yuanzhou to the best position among the crowd to sit and adjust her breath. The blue-feathered giant eagle returned. By the time they returned to the Jiang Clan's earthen city, it was already late at night, not far from dawn. In the Jiang Clan's earthen city, except for a few clansmen hiding in the tunnels, only a little over 100 black armored guards remained, temporarily hidden and set up a formation to conceal their presence, waiting for support from Flying Snow City. The blue-feathered giant eagle landed in the square at the center of the earthen city. The black armored guards and those Jiang clansmen all emerged. Just then, 3 figures arrived near the Jiang Clan's earthen city, led by Lei Hong. Mr. Jiang Xuan fought to the death against Xia Hanjia, then battled with LV Kong. The news almost reached Flying Snow City immediately. After Jiang Xuan and LV Kong escaped into Blackpool Mountain, the black armored guards in the earthen city used the formation to contact Lei Hong directly over a long distance with a compass. Lei Hong had only returned to Flying Snow City not long ago and was discussing the night at Zhou Kang's residence, where other inspectors were also present. Upon receiving the news, all the inspectors were shocked, and Lei Hong quickly went to the city lord's mansion, but unfortunately, the city lord was not there that night. He hurried to Blackpool Mountain. Who? The 3 figures almost simultaneously appeared in the square of the earthen city. Besides Lei Hong, the other 2 were also at the great heavenly tribulation level, including Zhou Kang, who was about to leave. Jiang Xuan killed his disciple. He certainly wanted to see what happened. Lord Lei Hong. Everyone hurriedly bowed. No need for formalities. Lei Hong quickly walked to the side of the blue-feathered giant eagle, asking repeatedly, where's Jiang Xuan? Where is LV Kong now? Chapter 96. Crossing Darkness, Reaching Light. Lord Lei Hong, Jiang Xuan. Luo Yingqing opened his mouth, but paused, looking at Chun Yuanshu beside him. Chun Yuanshu's stunning face was pale and bloodless, her eyes red, looking overly sorrowful. It was inappropriate to speak in front of her. The harm was too great. Some truths were also not suitable for Chun Yuanshu to hear. Sister, let's go rest first. Chun Yuanzhou supported his older sister. There were too many people here for her to calm down, and her health was more important. Chun Yuanshu was convinced. Everyone disperse. Seeing the square filled with people, Lei Hong waved his hand and added, Luo Zhongjidao, let's find another place to talk. Moments later, in the luxurious courtyard where the inspectors were hosted. Luo Yingcheng, Lu Dong, Shun Taiping, Shentu, along with several important disciples from the Two Stars Pavilion, and 3 great heavenly tribulation experts including Lei Hong and Zhou Kong, totaled more than 10 people. They fought all the way, if I'm not mistaken. Just along that way, LV Kong used secret techniques or forbidden techniques 4 times to try to break through Jiang Xuan's ability to control objects from a distance. Although he succeeded each time, Jiang Xuan always had a way to resolve it. Even in a direct confrontation, Jiang Xuan was only at a disadvantage. Luo Yingcheng narrated. Lei Hong listened very attentively. Jiang Xuan's displayed combat power far exceeded when the city lord personally tested him. What a remarkable thing that is. They chased and fled. And Jiang Xuan never fell despite the dangers, consistently fighting to the tributary of the Endless Pool. Luo Yingcheng said, Endless Pool tributary? Lei Hong immediately guessed Jiang Xuan's intention. LV Kong was severely injured. Even if he was in a favorable position, he might suddenly suffer an uncontrollable injury and his strength would greatly decrease. In the Endless Pool tributary, there were hordes of demon beasts. Jiang Xuan wanted to use the demon beasts to kill LV Kong. What boldness! The long-bearded old man praised. His name was Jiang Clan, also a deeply experienced great heavenly tribulation inspector. Zhou Kong glanced over. From here to the nearest tributary of the Endless Pool. Even in a straight line, how could it be less than 1,000 miles? The more Jiang Clan thought about it, the more shocked he became. Even if I were to fight with LV Kong, wanting to change locations over 1,000 miles would consume most of my tribulation power. Jiang Xuan could hold on solely with his innate strength. His innate strength was probably more than 100 times that of an ordinary innate perfection, perhaps even more. To reach such a level, even if his cultivation method was special, he was an unimaginable genius. In the 10,000-year history of Flying Snow City, he could be considered the #1 innate. Lei Hong nodded as well. He had seen Jiang Xuan grow up. He had the opportunity to understand Jiang Xuan's strength at every stage. How long has it been since he went from half-step innate to now? Jiang Xuan's cultivation consumed a lot, but his progress was even more terrifying. It's not just the first in the history of Flying Snow City. Even considering the entire North Hangzhou, if all innate beings were gathered, Jiang Xuan could probably rank in the top 100. And one must know that Flying Snow City ranks only at the bottom among over 1,000 main cities in North Hangzhou, belonging to the 3rd-tier prosperous main cities. Jiang Xuan was also a tribesman. The cost of cultivation is considerable, but if compared to the geniuses of the 1st-tier prosperous main cities, it is nothing at all. Especially not to be compared with those born in military cities. And then, Lei Hong asked Luo Yingcheng. They fought to the death on the water's surface, both fully unleashed. LV Kong even used the forbidden technique of heavenly demon transformation. Luo Yingcheng said, Heavenly demon transformation? Where did he acquire such a lost forbidden technique? Zhou Kong and Jiang Clan's expressions changed. Heavenly demon transformation is one of the most vicious extreme forbidden techniques, explicitly prohibited by the Daiqian dynasty. Its terrifying nature is something everyone fears. He killed Jiang Xuan? Lei Hong asked, his heart bleeding. Such a genius actually fell like this. No. Luo Yingcheng shook his head. Jiang Xuan disregarded the limit of his meridians, completely exploded like using a forbidden technique. Although he was not at an advantage fighting LV Kong, at the critical moment, his swordsmanship resonated with heaven and earth, becoming one, changing rapidly, repeatedly breaking LV Kong's moves. LV Kong couldn't even use his ultimate sword technique, repeatedly interrupted by Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan struck him with a blade, and seeing the situation was not good, LV Kong tried to escape, but was pierced and torn apart by the 18 swords controlled by Jiang Xuan from afar, dying on the spot. Transforming endlessly? He killed LV Kong? Lei Hong's scalp numbed. He transcended in skill? Yes, transcendent skills. Luo Yingcheng said, at 45, my skills are transcendent, transparent as one, ever-changing. It seems like just one move, but it can instantly complete what seems like endless variations. At 17, transcendent skills? Jiang Clan's face was filled with disbelief. What a shock. If this gets out, it might stir up the gods and demons of the military city. 17 and transcendent skills? At this moment, Zhou Kong spoke up. Luo, the head coach. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Perhaps Jiang Xuan took some forbidden drugs. The tribal lands have their unique inheritance, so it might not be transcendent skills, right? Luo Yingcheng shot him a glance, his expression displeased. He could see through Xia Hongjia's intentions to kill Jiang Xuan and guessed that Zhou Kong must have given him permission, making it hard for him to treat Zhou Kong kindly, and he was not afraid of Zhou Kong either. In the territory of Feishua City, apart from a few major families, it was hard for Luo Yingqing to fear anyone. I am the only one returning to simplicity in Feishua City besides the city lord. Luo Yingqing insisted, how could I be wrong? Even if you, Lord Zhou, were present and did not intervene, you might not have seen as clearly as I did. Zhou Kong squinted, about to get angry. And then, Lei Hong interrupted the two, urgently asking, why hasn't Jiang Xuan come back? Luo Yingqing's eyes showed some sadness. No one expected that in that tributary, there was a gigantic beast over 1,000 feet long. Although they discovered it in time, when the two fought to the death, neither could escape. When he killed El Kong and tried to flee, that gigantic beast lunged out of the water and swallowed him whole. Gods and demons, monster beasts. Jiang Clan exclaimed. Luo Yingqing nodded. When it lunged out, it revealed its aura. It was indeed a god and demon monster beast. Lei Hong was dumbfounded, sitting there motionless, lost in thought. He valued Jiang Xuan highly. After discovering Jiang Xuan's talent, he immediately sought out the lord of Feishua City, urging him to personally assess Jiang Xuan, directly declaring him the strongest innate warrior of Feishua City. Lei Hong even intended to become Jiang Xuan's guide to the military city. Not only to gain face, but also merit. He truly valued talent. It was rare for a genius to emerge from the tribal lands. He didn't expect Jiang Xuan to become a god or demon in the future. That was too ethereal. To become a top-tier Tribulation Realm Master was a height that many monstrous geniuses couldn't reach even in their entire lives. But unexpectedly, Jiang Xuan was stunning to such an extent. The brilliance on him overshadowed all the geniuses in Feishua City's millennium history. 17 and transcendent skills. When he reaches the Tribulation Realm, he could return to simplicity. How many such existences are there in the military city? The chances of an ordinary military city student becoming a god or demon are slim to none. But Jiang Xuan probably has a considerable chance. 40%, even 50%. Betting on his future to become a god or demon is not an exaggeration. Such an unparalleled talent. Yet, he fell at the age of 17. Buried in the mouth of a god and demon monster beast. Its fate and luck, alas. Lei Hong finally sighed heavily, saying that Jiang Xuan's luck was truly too poor. In the two battles tonight, he first killed Xia Hongjia, then defeated El Kong. Such fierce battles would greatly benefit his future growth. Though brutal, it was a rare trial. He had endured such trials. Next, he should have made a name for himself. Soaring to the Tribulation Realm, transforming into a god or demon. Yet he encountered a god and demon monster beast that shouldn't have appeared in a small tributary. God and demon monster beasts are extremely rare even in the 10 directions of absolute lands. Seldom leaving to patrol, it could take hundreds of years for one to appear. Such a rare event happened to Jiang Xuan. It's all fate. What a pity, too regrettable. Jiang Clan kept shaking his head, repeatedly sighing. Only Zhou Kong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With Xia Hongjia dead, no one could trace it back to him, but everyone knew the truth. Jiang Xuan was too monstrous and too talented. If he survived, too many would protect him. Once he grew stronger, what if he sought revenge? Better dead, cleanly dead. Did Jiang Xuan leave no last words? Lei Hong asked again. He left quite a few. Luo Yingqing originally didn't want to use the term last words. But since Chun Yuanshu wasn't present, he said directly, he entrusted me to take care of his tribe, and he mentioned that he had obtained 2 inheritances from Heighten Mountain, using one himself and leaving the other for Miss Chun Yuanshu. This doesn't need to be kept secret. Too many heard it. It's good for Lei Hong to know. Lei Hong nodded. Zhou Kang's heart stirred, but he quickly abandoned the thought. Since everyone knows, the Qin family will know next. There's only one inheritance. And no one dares to compete with Chun Yuanshu. The first family of Feishua City has more than 10 Tribulation Realm Masters guarding it. They are an existence no one dares to provoke. Chun Yuanshu's talent has been wasted. Obtaining the inheritance would probably also be a waste. Detailed news quickly returned to Feishua City. The specific situation was witnessed by nearly 90 people on the Eagle's back, so there were no secrets. The entire Feishua City was immensely shaken. The Wei family, one of the 4 major families of Feishua City, also received the news. It is said that after the family head Wei Qingshan learned of this, he was stunned for a good while. At the same time, the Chun family sent 2 Tribulation Realm Masters to Jiang's tribal land to pick up Chun Yuanshu. In the darkness, Jiang Xuan kept moving forward. Since crossing that stone door, he had been walking. This space is very magical. With immense pressure from heaven and earth, running or jumping is not allowed, and one can only proceed by walking. It is empty, with nothing visible or touchable, and apart from the ground, there is no way to sense anything above. This world seems boundless. One can only walk, and never stop, with no end in sight. This is an immense test for both the body's ability to withstand the pressure of heaven and earth and the mind. Jiang Xuan walked on. After many days of walking, when his innate energy was exhausted, he would sit down to recover and then continue walking, not eating anything since he had no food. Jiang Xuan did not know the correct direction. However, he felt this might be a test. Moving towards the area with greater pressure should lead to the exit. So, wherever he felt tired, he instead walked towards that direction, continuously moving forward. After about 6 days, finally, as Jiang Xuan bore the immense pressure and moved forward, he saw a glimmer of light. The pressure surged, but Jiang Xuan did not stop his steps. Instead, he sped up. In just a short moment, he arrived at the light, which was a stone door, still covered by a water curtain. Sure enough, this was the way out. Jiang Xuan dove in. The next moment, he erupted with an incredulous voice of joy. Dad. Chapter 97, God and Demon Inheritance. The fourth trial of Heightened Palace. In the enormous underground hall, the towering stone walls reached 400 feet high, embedded with large beads the size of grinding wheels, illuminating the hall as bright as day. There were passages on both sides of the hall, connecting to various stone chambers. One side of the hall had a stone wall, in front of which was a water-curtained stone door, while the other side connected to a stone bridge floating in midair with no support. Below the bridge was an abyss that could not be seen to the bottom. The stone bridge was extremely long, with the vision of an innate perfection. One could vaguely see the end. There, it connected to another hall, where two figures could be faintly seen. On this side of the hall, a dozen people were divided into several groups, either sparring, playing chess, or chatting. In front of the bridge, 5 years have passed. A tall, middle-aged cultivator with graying sideburns sighed. I mistakenly entered this black ebony palace and managed to get through the first 2 trials. In this third trial, the Dark Realm, I nearly died trapped inside. It was only by turning back that I managed to escape. After 2 years of training, I thought I had grasped the might of heaven and earth and would finally receive some inheritance after passing the third trial. I never expected there to be a fourth trial. He gazed at the bridge, his eyes filled with deep despair. Beside him, an old man with white hair shook his head and sighed. You've only been here for 5 years, but I've been trapped here for 50 years. 46 years ago, I could have transcended to the tribulation realm, but in this place, those in the tribulation realm lose their qualification to challenge and will be killed. I dare not break through, nor can I pass through. I fear I'll die of old age here. This old man, over 80 years old, exuded a powerful aura, indicating he was indeed in a state ready to break through at any moment. Are you watching them? The white-haired old man turned back. Old Zhao has been trapped for 45 years, and the one surnamed Shun has been trapped for 40 years. And them, 37 years, 25 years, 16 years, 15 years, 9 years. Before we entered here, who among them wasn't a prominent figure? Cold Peak, you are the #1 warrior of Blackpool Mountain. The white-haired old man then pointed at a figure sitting cross-legged in the distance. 29 years ago, Eltsong Hai was the strongest innate in Flying Snow City. The top genius. The direct disciple of the city lord of Flying Snow. What a prodigy. But so what? If you can't get through, you can't get through. Our talents simply aren't enough. Now, the white-haired old man looked towards the grand hall across the bridge, where 2 figures were present. We can only rely on Senior Pei. Senior Pei, Jiang Hanfeng gazed over, revealing a complex emotion. A flash of heart-wrenching pain crossed his eyes. Senior Pei had entered a year and a half ago and had broken through 3 trials. A year ago, she passed the 4th trial and had brought some news about the Jiang Clan during her time stuck at the 3rd trial. I think you should just give up. Eltsong Hai, nearing 50, spoke mockingly. Don't waste your efforts. Even Senior Pei only passed the 4th trial, and she struggles with the 5th. Not to mention there might still be a 6th and 7th trial afterward. It would be better to leave behind your insights from these years of cultivation like I did. When this underground palace eventually crumbles and is discovered, it will at least let future generations know we were here. Eltsong Hai's tone was sharp, and he was incredibly pessimistic. He was the most talented among all who had stumbled in. A direct disciple of the divine and demonic. The strongest innate. After 29 years, he was worn down to the brink of collapse by the 4th trial, causing a drastic change in his temperament. Why bother putting in so much effort? said a bald old man in the distance, who was playing chess, casting a sideways glance at Jiang Hanfeng and the others. Anyway, there's no worry about food and drink here. It's better to play chess like me to pass the time, so you don't die too early. What are you saying? Hanfeng is only in his 40s. The white-haired old man glared, shouting at the bald man, Shun, shut your mouth. You know he's in his 40s? The bald old man sneered. A clan member who hadn't even comprehended the might of heaven and earth before entering here. Do you really think highly of him? Jiang Hanfeng glanced at him, but chose not to argue. This place prohibited entrants from fighting one another, or they would be killed by the ghostly figures that appeared out of nowhere. Jiang Hanfeng's strength was not inferior to anyone here. He was also in a state of imminent breakthrough. I fear. Jiang Hanfeng looked toward the bridge again and said to the white-haired old man, we still have to rely on senior pay. Sighing deeply, the white-haired old man responded, even if senior pay is a reincarnation of a divine and demonic being, she is still suppressing her realm, afraid to break through. If we're just talking about talent, she may not be higher than Eltsong High. It's just that she has more methods, barely passing the 4th trial. The bald old man laughed derisively. We're all going to die here anyway. So let us live one day at a time. He too was not entirely sane. Trapped in this hellish place, people would gradually go mad. The more competitive one's nature, the faster they would lose their sanity. Suddenly, a fluctuation of aura came from the stone door. Everyone turned back at once. Had someone passed through the dark realm? Could it be Wei Feiing? Wei Feiing had been stuck at the 2nd trial for so long. His injuries should have healed by now. Unless he was dead. It must be him. Dozens of people from various places discussed among themselves. And when they saw a figure with a knife on his back emerge from the water curtain stone door, they were all stunned. Jiang Xuan stepped through the water curtain stone door, and suddenly, the surroundings lit up. He took in the situation of the grand hall at a glance. There was nothing particularly empty, and to his surprise, there were more than 10 people here. Scanning the crowd, he couldn't believe his eyes and exclaimed, Dad? Dad, whose son is this? Xiaoxian. Jiang Hanfeng's eyes widened in disbelief, and both father and son turned into shadows, rushing to meet in the grand hall. Jiang Hanfeng grabbed his son's shoulders, his eyes turning red with excitement. Xiaoxian, you're still alive? You've changed, you've grown up. Dad, you're still alive too. It's been 5 years, and there's been no news of you. Mom brought people into the mountains to look for you. She misses you very much. Jiang Xuan was also very excited. Hanfeng, is this your son? The white-haired old man rushed over, asking in surprise. Yes, my son. Jiang Hanfeng was about to introduce him. But didn't you only have one son? The white-haired old man interjected. You told me that you and the Wei family's direct descendant, Wei Baiyun, were deeply in love and had a son and a daughter. When you entered here, your son was only 12 years old. This matter shouldn't be false. That's right. It's him. Jiang Hanfeng said. I haven't seen him for 5 years. He's grown up. 17 years old. Only then did he realize the white-haired old man was doubting something. 17 years old. Passed through the 3rd trial of the Blackpool Palace. The other people around immediately stirred restlessly. Xiaoxian, what realm are you in now? Jiang Hanfeng hurriedly asked his son. Last month. I comprehended the might of heaven and earth. Jiang Xuan quickly replied, Dad, I'm now the strongest innate in Flying Snow City. Nonsense. A sharp, mocking voice came from a distance. It was Eltsong High. You only comprehended the might of heaven and earth last month. How can you be the strongest innate? Stop boasting here. This is no place for a little kid like you to show off. Eltsong High looked down upon him. As a direct disciple of the divine and demonic, he comprehended the might of heaven and earth at 16, but it took him 2 years, until he was 18, to master a tribulation realm sword technique before he defeated the strongest instructor of the Starry Hall in Flying Snow City, becoming the strongest innate in Flying Snow City. This was a historic achievement, created under the guidance of the city lord of the divine and demonic. He was the most astonishing figure in Flying Snow City in 1,000 years, without exception. Originally, he was supposed to break through to the tribulation realm and head to the military city. He never expected that in his last trial, he would be trapped here. Jiang Xuan shot a cold glance at Eltsong High, his expression icy. Xiaoxian, fighting is prohibited here. Jiang Hanfeng quickly pulled his son back. Let us talk somewhere else. Don't pay attention to Eltsong High. He has gone mad and can't stand to see others doing well. All right, the strongest innate at 17. The white-haired old man clapped his hands excitedly, though he too was somewhat unhinged. The others didn't come over, merely exchanging a few words with those nearby, seeming indifferent. After all, even Eltsong Hai couldn't handle it. 17 years old, trapped here with us, what a pity. The resources of Flying Snow City can't cultivate true prodigies, unless it's someone like Senior Pei, a reincarnation of the divine and demonic, with 1,000 years of accumulation from a past life. But even Senior Pei has only passed the 4th trial. The inheritance left by the divine and demonic in the Blackpool Palace must be reserved for those renowned throughout the ages. Jiang Hanfeng pulled Jiang Xuan to a spot not far from the bridge. He first explained the many rules and taboos here to Jiang Xuan, fearing that his son might impulsively be killed by the ghostly shadows. After saying this, he then asked about the tribe and the life and death battle. Was the tribe still around? How were his mother and sister? Jiang Xuan, upon hearing this, was quite confused. His father had gone missing 5 years ago, and the Shentu tribe had launched the life and death battle after his disappearance. He shouldn't know about that. Moreover, he had previously said, "Little Xian, you are still alive?" Why did his father think he would be dead? Dad, how do you know about the tribe's life and death battle? Who told you? Jiang Xuan asked. It was Elder Pei, Jiang Hanfeng said, looking across the bridge. She is the only one who has passed the 4th level. Our only hope. Jiang Xuan looked over. In the distance, he vaguely saw a woman sitting in the grand hall, practicing breathing techniques. Under the influence of her primordial spirit, Jiang Xuan's line of sight extended far beyond that of others in the same realm. He saw clearly. Wife. Jiang Xuan's eyes widened in shock. The Elder Pei that everyone spoke of was actually Jiang Xuan's childhood crush, his first wife, Jiang Qinghong. In the grand hall across the way, the breathtakingly beautiful and cold woman seemed to have heard something. She opened her eyes, and her gaze instantly became incredibly sharp. Chapter 98. Pei Nishang. Teach Jiang Xuan a lesson. Wife? She is your wife? The white-haired elder on one side, the bald elder playing chess, the meditating Eltsong Hai, the silver-haired middle-aged man who was about to start sparring again, the middle-aged woman in a long robe, and the one-armed old man, as well as the scar-faced elder in his 60s, all turned to look at 17-year-old Jiang Xuan. What is he calling her? How dare he call Elder Pei wife? A reincarnated divine demon of such stature, if he can escape here, he will surely become a divine demon again in the future. Even if his talent in this life is not as stunning as in his past life, the resources she reserved before reincarnation, combined with her experience as a divine demon, would be enough for her to step back into the realm of divine demons. Divine demons. They are a higher life form beyond mortals. They can fly and destroy cities with a single thought. To divine demons, mortals are nothing but ants. You, a tribal boy, dare to call her wife? Can she even look at you? Jiang Hanfeng was also extremely surprised. He was the only one here who knew Elder Pei's identity in this life. However, when Elder Pei arrived at the 4th level and saw Jiang Hanfeng, he realized she looked exactly like his disciple, the tribeswoman Jiang Qinghong. But their auras and realms were completely different. He did not rashly acknowledge her. The main reason was the vast difference in realms. When he went missing, Jiang Qinghong was only 17, at the acquired Meridian realm, and not even fully accomplished. Just over 3 years later, Jiang Qinghong had reached the innate perfection of the heavenly divine might, which was clearly impossible. The divine soldier puppet following the breathtaking woman was even more terrifying. It was a top-tier tribulation realm. However, divine soldier puppets are considered objects and cannot pass levels, only following their master, which is why it was not annihilated by the ghost shadows. The value of such a divine soldier puppet was greater than selling the entire Jiang Clan's territory. How could Jiang Qinghong possibly possess it? Jiang Hanfeng had once doubted whether there could be someone who looked exactly the same in this world. After interacting with her, everyone finally learned of Elder Pei's identity as a reincarnated divine demon. Even if they could not fight, they all respected her greatly and did not dare to act rashly. The means of a reincarnated divine demon could kill even in this place. It was uncertain. If it weren't for Elder Pei having spoken to Jiang Hanfeng alone about the situation of the Jiang Clan when she left, Jiang Hanfeng would not have known that she was Jiang Qinghong in this life. My son has always admired Qinghong. Jiang Hanfeng understood. Did he marry Jiang Qinghong? Or rather, did he marry her? Little Xian, you and her, Jiang Hanfeng was about to ask. On the other side of the bridge, the breathtaking woman recognized Jiang Xian's appearance. With a sharp gaze, she suddenly stood up and shouted angrily, "Dogman, have you forgotten what I said? If I see you again, I will kill you. Damn it." As her voice echoed, the breathtaking woman transformed into an afterimage, appearing on the bridge. In just a breath's time, she crossed the entire floating bridge and was face to face with Jiang Xian. If it weren't for you, I would have entered the tribulation realm before mistakenly entering this place. How could I be trapped here? You took my divine demon remnants, causing me to be suppressed in this realm and delaying my cultivation, and you dare to call me wife? Do you think I'm afraid to kill you? The breathtaking woman glared fiercely at Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan was momentarily stunned and then turned to ask Jiang Hanfeng, Dad, we can't fight here, right? A tense Jiang Hanfeng nodded. Everyone else was equally shocked that Elder Pei would come over to scold Jiang Xuan. She had shown a cold and detached demeanor for over a year since coming here, making people fearful, and it was unexpected to see her so furious. I get it. Eld Songhai suddenly clapped his hands, his gaze bright. No wonder you were able to reach such a realm at such a young age. Almost catching up to me back in the day. It turns out you took advantage of Elder Pei's awakening before marriage and seized half of her awakening energy. It's not that you have high talent. You just took a huge advantage. Only Eld Songhai, with his eccentric personality, would dare to say such things directly. Others quickly understood. So that's how it was. Even the most optimistic white-haired elder showed a flash of disappointment in his eyes. The legend that sharing a bed with a reincarnated divine demon could stimulate their awakening and share awakening energy had been passed down for countless years. And now it seemed to be true. If one could share even a trace of the remaining divine demon power at the early innate stage, it would be enough to directly boost one's realm to innate perfection, saving several years of hard cultivation during the golden age of cultivation in their teens. Without this great advantage, you would have to be at least 21 or 22 to reach your current realm, which is merely at the level of an ordinary divine demon, with a slim chance of becoming a divine demon. To achieve such talent and obtain the divine demon inheritance from the Blackpool Palace would be utterly delusional. Eld Songhai shook his head. Shut up. A sharp reprimand came. The breathtaking woman glared at Eld Songhai, who immediately fell silent. The means of a reincarnated divine demon could not be predicted. After all, Elder Pei had already passed the 4th level. If she were to pass a few more levels by luck in the future, even if it was just to obtain a small inheritance, it could help everyone escape. Although Eld Songhai's personality had changed drastically, he still did not want to die. Qinghong, Jiang Xuan called out. I am Pei Nishang, not your Qinghong. Remember that. The breathtaking woman warned Jiang Xuan, and then she grabbed Jiang Xuan's arm, smiling seductively. Come. Jiang Xuan only felt a strong, enchanting impact on his consciousness. Under the influence of his primordial spirit, he instantly became clear-headed, but the breathtaking woman had already pulled him back and leaped several dozen feet. Little Xian, don't go. It's dangerous. Jiang Hanfeng exclaimed in shock. Jiang Xuan instantly broke free, and Pei Nishang was also surprised. How could this kid escape my secret technique so quickly? But as long as he came up, it was fine. Pei Nishang had not used much strength to hold Jiang Xuan. She released her grip and floated down over 10 feet away. Then, in a few flashes, she returned to the edge of the grand hall across the bridge. The danger might come from the surface of the bridge. Jiang Xuan thought about where the danger lay and wanted to use his ability to hover. But an instant terrifying pressure emerged, completely preventing him from hovering. He floated down onto the bridge surface. The bridge was about 3 meters wide, which was insignificant compared to its length, particularly narrow. Just as Jiang Xuan landed on the bridge surface, a large amount of black smoke surged out from the gaps in the bridge, coalescing into skeletal soldiers wearing strange armor and wielding broken weapons. The eyes of these skeletal soldiers ignited with red flames, emitting eerie sounds as they transformed into afterimages, rushing towards Jiang Xuan. Every skeleton soldier's speed is comparable to that of Feng Fu, who ranked 4th on the innate list of Xiefeng City. And the number of skeleton soldiers is in the hundreds. Several skeleton soldiers lunged at Jiang Xuan, their blades flashing like rain. Jiang Xuan drew the long knife on his back and engaged them in a fierce battle. The swordsmanship of the skeleton soldiers wasn't particularly profound, but it excelled in one word: fast. Their speed far surpassed Feng Fu's. One knife was manageable, but facing a siege, a slight misstep could lead to death. Crack! Crash! Crash! Jiang Xuan's long knife transformed into streaks of white light, the speed of his strikes becoming even more terrifying. He was able to catch all the incoming blows and even had the leisure to strike several more times, shattering each skeleton soldier one by one. Xiao Xian, danger! Come back quickly. This is the 4th level. The further you go, the stronger they become. You just came out of the 3rd level. Your body hasn't even recovered. Jiang Hanfeng shouted, but he was stunned. His son, Jiang Xuan, was actually fighting with such ease. Father, is this the 4th level? Can I just move forward? Jiang Xuan was even able to divert his attention to speak during the battle. After receiving his father's affirmative reply, he said, "Since I've come this far, I'll try it out." Jiang Xuan's fighting spirit surged. The test of this fourth level was quite unique. It didn't rely on skills and techniques to counter each move, but rather on who was faster and who could react quicker. This was Jiang Xuan's first experience of such a siege and slaughter, and he could even feel that his skills had made new progress in a very short time. He was advancing towards a return to simplicity. At the same time, Jiang Xuan was also harboring a fire in his heart. Did Qing Hongjie Pei Nishang suddenly pull him up here to try to kill him? How ruthless of her. On the opposite side of the bridge, in the main hall, "Master, he won't die up there," the bald puppet said dully. "I know," the stunning woman said coldly. "He could pass the third level, so naturally, he won't die suddenly at the fourth level. In this place, I can't kill anyone. I just want to teach him a lesson. Let him be cut 5, 6, 7, or 8 times before retreating, to vent my anger. This bridge is 1,200 zhang long. Those with a weaker strength would get hurt after walking just a few zhang. The strongest among them, the first time, only walked 80 zhang. His current displayed strength should be at most 70 zhang, and he should start getting injured now," the stunning woman said as she sat down. "Aside from me, they are just ordinary people, unable to pass the fourth level. Don't worry about him. I'll comprehend a secret technique this time, and I'll pass the fifth level." The stunning woman closed her eyes. She had no interest in what happened on the bridge. Chapter 99. Killing forward, these skeletons were just fast with their blades. As long as he was faster than them, it was nothing to take on many at once. Jiang Xuan crazily exchanged blows with the skeletons on the bridge. It wasn't even a battle anymore. These skeletons couldn't even touch the corners of Jiang Xuan's clothes. Jiang Xuan found the feeling of a quick blade and began to push forward. Crash, crash, crack. Almost every breath, 5 or 6 skeletons shattered, and the ones behind immediately filled the gaps. Wisps of black smoke rose from the bridge seams, continuously coalescing into skeletons joining the battle. These skeletons seemed endless, but in reality, the space in front of me was limited. The maximum number of skeletons I could deal with at once was only 7. Let alone 7 skeletons that didn't understand the Heavenly Emperor's divine might and techniques. Even if there were 7 Feng Fuss, I could kill them in an instant. Jiang Xuan suddenly began to accelerate. 35 zhang, 40 zhang, 50 zhang. On this side of the bridge, the main hall was already filled with astonishment. It was rare for someone to not suddenly die during their first attempt at the fourth level, especially since they had already received the rewards of the first 3 levels, significantly boosting their strength. This was a place for challenges, as well as for honing skills. Jiang Hanfeng, who originally lacked talent, had directly entered the ranks of the top-tier Calamity Realm in Xiefeng City because of the 3rd level. However, this 4th level was extremely difficult. Even if one didn't die on their first attempt, not dying was due to not being overly ambitious. Retreating immediately after getting injured would greatly reduce the pressure, making it easy to escape. When Lu Songhai attempted the 4th level for the first time, he only made it 70 zhang. Now, Jiang Xuan, at just 17 years old, had actually killed his way to 50 zhang. Everyone was astonished. It should be noted that during the 4th level, everyone's realms were nearly identical, all at the innate perfection of the Heavenly Emperor's divine might. At this point, experience was particularly important, but how much battle experience could a 17-year-old have? Even if he had gained some from Pei's previous experiences, it would only be useful for raising his realm. My son is so strong. Jiang Hanfeng's eyes turned red with excitement. Hanfeng, when you attempted the 4th level for the first time, you were well prepared. But I remember you only made it 19 zhang, right? An old man with white hair asked. Yes, I ranked last. Jiang Hanfeng nodded. He was indeed the one who performed the worst during his first attempt at the 4th level. You have a good son, the white-haired old man exclaimed. He reached 50 zhang on his first try, surpassing most people here. At just 17, only 5 others had better first results than him. Everyone was aware of how many zhang others had reached on their first attempts. Even later on, they had exchanged experiences. The 5th ranked was the white-haired elder Wei Qingwang, who reached 57 zhang. The 4th ranked was the bald elder Shin Buxiong, who reached 59 zhang. The 3rd ranked was Lu Songhai, who reached 68 zhang. The 2nd ranked was a 60-year-old one-armed elder named Yin Tai, who reached 83 zhang. The 1st ranked was Pei Nishang, who killed her way to nearly 600 zhang in one breath, almost reaching the middle of the bridge, stunning everyone. In this level, the faster the attack speed, the more advantageous it was. The white-haired elder Wei Qingwang looked on and said, So before entering, Yin Tai, who was hailed as the fastest knife in Xiefeng City, could suppress Lu Songhai by a head, killing more than 80 zhang on his first attempt. I had heard of the legends of Elder Yin Tai before I came in. Jiang Hanfeng looked at the one-armed figure observing seriously in the distance, then shifted his attention back to his son. It was said that after losing his arm, he had once been hunted by enemies and had hidden for nearly 10 years, during which he comprehended the knife for 10 years. He finally mastered the ultimate technique of the blood-cutting one-armed knife, not only avenging himself, but also being invited by the Star Pavilion to teach. After Elder Yin Tai went missing, the two direct disciples he took in at the Star Pavilion had all entered the Calamity Realm, one even becoming a Great Calamity Realm. Under the same realm, Yin Tai's knife was faster than Elder Pei's sword, Wei Qingwang stated. Elder Pei relies on being comprehensive, with many techniques. A reincarnation of gods and demons, unlike us. Your son's swordsmanship resembles yours. Is it also the chasing wind knife? He asked again. Yes. Chasing wind knife. Jiang Hanfeng felt very proud at this moment. His son was better than him. Ha ha ha. Look at you beaming with pride. Wei Qingwang patted his shoulder and laughed. Don't forget he has our Wei family's bloodline. This talent isn't solely your achievement. He's almost at 55 zhang. Jiang Hanfeng's heart suddenly tightened. At 55 zhang, new opponents would emerge, and the difficulty would suddenly increase. I suggest you call your son back immediately. Don't let him die suddenly. It would be a tragedy for a black-haired person to send off a white-haired one. Lu Songhai said sarcastically. He's gone mad. His words are unpleasant. Jiang Hanfeng cared more about his son. He wasn't going to be petty with him. Just as he was about to call out, at that moment, Jiang Xian's knife style changed. Although the skeletons were getting stronger, their improvement was too small. I thought they were formidable. This bridge is so long. My injuries are starting to become unmanageable, and I can't waste time. Jiang Xian had been injured all along. After battling with Lu Kong, he had used all his strength to kill him, and his meridians were almost completely torn apart. If it weren't for the miraculous Rui breathing technique, even divine beings couldn't save him. After entering the dark space, he had been bearing pressure the entire time. His injuries could only be controlled, with no opportunity for healing. Now, with a mad rush, the injuries are becoming hard to suppress. Jiang Xian is not the type to give up halfway. Since he is on the bridge, he will first quickly kill his way to the farthest point. His sword technique suddenly changed, and he disappeared in an instant as the wind surged. The wind swept across the bridge, and ahead, hundreds of skeletons were directly shattered into smoke by the blade light in the wind. Jiang Xian moved with the wind, crushing and pushing forward. At 55 zhang, the smoke transformed into heavily armored soldiers. At 75 zhang, the smoke became half-human, half-demon beasts, resembling monkeys, with extraordinarily long arms, each wielding a long knife. At 100 zhang, the smoke again turned into skeletons, but this time they were well-equipped and all unleashed the might of heaven and earth. At 150 zhang, it was as if ancient heroes were revived. Figures appeared that seemed unafraid of harm, almost like spiritual entities. To defeat them, one must behead them. Jiang Xian directly unleashed the infinite wind chase style. This move of his was no longer comparable to when he killed the Go brothers. Back then, he was only in the late stage of innate talent, but now he was at the perfect innate level with 120 times the power of heaven and earth. The increase was not just a few dozen times. Jiang Xian madly advanced, almost encountering no obstacles. Whatever emerged would be destroyed by the blade light in the wind. He quickly reached over 200 zhang, and his speed showed no signs of slowing down. What the heck? What kind of bizarre technique is this? Is this Jiang Hanfeng's ultimate skill, the wind chase style? The great hall on this side of the bridge was in shock, staring wide-eyed at the constantly flickering figure on the bridge. Eld Songhai had originally closed his eyes after mocking, waiting for his death, thinking Jiang Xian was even inferior to him. So what was the point of watching? The gasps made him open his eyes, and he immediately stood up, his eyes wide open, looking as if he had seen a ghost. I have been trapped here for so many years, only reaching 212 zhang. The only one besides Senior Pei who has exceeded 200 zhang, and he, Eld Songhai, was immensely shocked. He didn't understand. He was a direct disciple of a god and demon, the apprentice of the Lord of Flying Snow City. Currently, there were more than 10 people trapped. Everyone had made progress after the first attempt, but soon reached their limits. Each time they broke through their limits, they could only advance a few feet at a time. It was incredibly difficult afterward. A slight improvement required risking their lives. Current records: Wei Chengshan, 193 zhang. Yin Tai, 194 zhang. Jiang Hanfeng, 196 Jiang. These were the best personal records after countless attempts at the 4th level. El Songhai's 212 Jiang was the highest record besides Pei Nishang, who had already passed. The wind chase style can be used like this? How can there be so much innate power to use? Jiang Hanfeng was dumbfounded. He had practiced the wind chase blade for half his life and understood the wind chase style better than anyone on site. He had only mastered this move after numerous attempts to break through the 4th level. So he understood it even more clearly. The clearer he understood, the more terrifying it became. His son was already unbelievably strong. On the opposite hall, Pei Nishang opened her eyes, first surprised, then doubtful, looking with a face full of uncertainty. How could this dog man be so strong? Why is his aura so unstable? Is he injured, or is he using forbidden techniques? Pei Nishang leaned more towards the latter. If it were the former, that would be too exaggerated. There couldn't be such a foolish person who, while injured, still tries to show off, right? It must be forbidden techniques. Jiang Xuan continued to push forward madly. He had no intention of practicing on the bridge. He charged forward once more, quickly. 300 Jiang. 400 Jiang. 500 Jiang. He was approaching Pei Nishang's first record, but his speed began to slow down. This newly appeared ancient general? So many? Each one could easily defeat Feng Fu, right? Considering the boundary techniques, in other aspects, they were even stronger than when I killed Feng Fu. 560 Jiang. Jiang Xuan's advancing speed slowed again. It was already shocking enough. On this side of the bridge, everyone in the hall looked at Jiang Xuan with the eyes of seeing a ghost. This kind of gaze was only seen when Pei Nishang first attempted the trial, and Jiang Xuan was not even a reincarnated god or demon. He was only 17. Enough is enough. This is already dangerous. The white-haired elder Wei Qingguang suddenly pulled Jiang Hanfeng. Hanfeng, you must call your son back. Such talent. He is our hope. Don't be reckless. Call him back. Don't let him die up there. Xiao Xian, come back. Jiang Hanfeng shouted. Dad, throw your knife over. Jiang Xuan shouted back. Xiao Xian, you must not be impulsive. There are countless opportunities. Your first attempt is already enough. Jiang Hanfeng shouted while drawing his own knife and forcefully tossing it out. His knife might have become ineffective due to the dull edge, but it was good enough if it could come back. Wei Qingshan said. The long knife was shot out by Jiang Hanfeng like a spear, seemingly unable to land in front of Jiang Xuan as it was still over 100 Jiang away. But it was enough. Jiang Xuan could retreat to pick it up. Buzz. Jiang Hanfeng's knife was suddenly frozen in midair. Crack. The knife was then inexplicably shattered by an unseen force. The handle fell to the ground. The blade, in total, was divided into 18 segments. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 18 streams of light flew to Jiang Xuan's side, then exploded. Immediately, everyone on this side of the bridge witnessed the most shocking scene of their lives. Chapter 100, One-Time Clearance. The legacy left by Jiang Xuan wanted to push through. At first, he had no such intention. But since the 4th level is said to be a trial, it is not unbeatable. Each level is stronger than the last, being temporarily trapped in the 5th level, which can confine the reincarnated god and demon, is not a better trial. Then there is no reason to waste time on the 4th level. My sword technique. Controlling the most powerful sword is fully unleashed. It's not a problem to strike directly at the Heaven's tribulation realm. However, on this bridge, the number of enemies is overwhelming. To push through, I still need to use the 18 ultimate controls. Although their power is slightly weaker than a single one, it is close to a full force strike at the Heaven's tribulation realm. Push. Whoosh. 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 Whoosh, whoosh. 18 streams of light erupted violently, instantly exploding the figures in front of Jiang Xuan, weaving rapidly back and forth, causing violent tremors in space. Those figures were continuously shattered, and black smoke emerged, condensing into their forms, but they could only exist for a moment before being blown apart again. Jiang Xuan's surroundings within 3 Zhang became a vacuum zone. As Jiang Xuan continued to charge forward, the appearing opponents were also strengthening. There is at least 100-fold gap between the innate realm and the tribulation realm. The later appearances of opponents surpassed the top innate level, but they only gradually approached the tribulation realm. Any stream of light controlled by Jiang Xuan could not withstand their attacks. Jiang Xuan moved forward. It was as if he had entered a realm without people. This was an incredibly shocking scene. The young man had already sheathed his sword and was wildly running across the bridge toward the opposite hall, with 18 streams of light swirling around him, crushing all the newly emerged opponents. There was not a single obstacle. 600 Jiang. 700 Jiang, 800 Jiang, 900 Jiang. The opponents emerging were already close to 30 times the battle power of the top innate level, and they were a group. But they were still instantaneously exploded by the streams of light, with no power to fight back. This is impossible, El Songhai shouted in disbelief. Controlling the fragments of weapons from a distance, with each strike's power comparable to the Tribulation Realm? What kind of forbidden technique is this? Others were already so shocked they could not speak. Looking on, they became increasingly excited, trembling all over. Hope. Jiang Xuan is everyone's hope to get out. He is about to directly crush through the 4th level. One-time clearance. This is something even senior Pei could not achieve. 1,195 Jiang. The opponents emerging were already showing a breath close to the Tribulation Realm, possibly 90% of the Tribulation Realm. But it was not just one, it was a group. Facing 7 or 8 opponents at the same time, if he gets held back, his true Tribulation state could be killed here. This 4th level ultimately tests comprehensive strength. If one in the innate realm possesses the strength of an ordinary Tribulation realm, they can pass, even if the final moment is extremely dangerous. Not getting attached to the battle is key. A leap in Tribulation realm combat power can reach dozens of feet. Jiang Xuan understood. The test of this level requires that one in the innate realm has the combat power to cross large levels. Only then can they pass. This is only the 4th level. In a place like Feishua City, there aren't enough resources to nurture such existences. Those 10 or so people, even if they went out now, could easily kill someone like Feng Fu, even if they practiced for several lifetimes. It would be impossible for them to pass the 4th level. Only the reincarnation of a divine demon, like Qing Hongjia, could do it. The injuries were becoming uncontrollable. Not getting attached to the battle, Jiang Xuan let 18 streams of light burst forth, rapidly interspersing and exploding all opponents ahead, leaving the front completely empty. A large amount of black smoke billowed out from the cracks of the bridge. Taking advantage of the brief moment when the black smoke gathered, Jiang Xuan unleashed his formless escape technique with all his might. Whoosh! He directly charged off the bridge and into the grand hall on the opposite side. Pei Nishang looked at Jiang Xuan in shock. Her unparalleled beauty was filled with astonishment. Although she also mastered many secret techniques, some extreme ones even rivaled Jiang Xuan's 18 streams of light. Jiang Xuan was only 17 years old and was not a reincarnated divine demon. How could he have such means? Jiang Xuan glanced at Pei Nishang and quickly shifted his gaze away. The previous enthusiasm calling her my lady was gone. Jiang Xuan simply sat down on the ground and began to cultivate and heal his injuries. A very heavy aura rose from him, but it was particularly unstable, fluctuating up and down. His complexion began to change abnormally, first pale, then flushed red, and then pale again. He passed. He made it through the 4th level. The 5th level might not even stop him. He can take us out. On this side of the bridge, everyone was extremely excited. The one-armed elder Yin Tai walked up to Jiang Hanfeng and said solemnly, "Hanfeng, if your son can take us out, it would be a rebirth blessing for us. I thought that my wife and I would be trapped here for a lifetime, but I didn't expect you to have such a monstrous son." Next to Yin Tai stood a middle-aged woman named Ma Zunling. 9 years ago, she accidentally entered the Heightened Palace and got trapped in the 4th level. After that, she and Yin Tai fell in love and got together. The two practiced and supported each other every day, and their personalities remained relatively normal. Others also gathered around. "Hanfeng, if your son can take us out, our Zhao family from Feishua City will definitely repay you too. In our current state, once we get out, we can directly break through to the Tribulation Realm. The rewards from the first 3 levels will also allow us to advance further. In the future, reaching the Middle Heavenly Tribulation Realm, or even the Great Heavenly Tribulation Realm, is not impossible. Hanfeng, I was wrong before. Please forgive me. You know that the 4 major families of Feishua City are not on good terms. I made a sarcastic remark because you were close to Elder Wei, and it was not aimed at you. I apologize." The one who spoke was the bald old man Shin Boxiong, from the 2nd family of Feishua City, the Shin family. He also showed flexibility and made a promise to repay. Jiang Hanfeng simply nodded. He was broad-minded and did not care about minor verbal disputes. As for repayment, he thought no one would dare to go back on their word. If they really could get out, with his son's talent, leading the Jiang Clan to nobility would be a piece of cake. Obtaining the inheritance, what were the 4 major families of Feishua City? Even without favors, they would have to come bearing gifts to make friends. In fact, Jiang Hanfeng hadn't thought about who to save or not. It would be up to his son to decide at that time. What he was more worried about now was his son's condition. Oomph. Only El Songhai remained at a distance, seeing everyone fawning over Jiang Hanfeng. His expression was conflicted, but in the end, he did not move and sat down again. He was afraid he had used forbidden techniques, burning his lifespan. After forcing his way through, what would happen next? El Songhai thought. But he still had to rely on Elder Pei. He knew he couldn't compare to Jiang Xuan, and stubbornly bringing up Elder Pei would just make him look foolish. Everyone glanced at him, too lazy to pay him any mind. His divine demon lineage made him too proud and competitive. This also led to him going crazy the most. Forbidden techniques. Playing with his life. Seeing everyone's expressions, as if they were looking at a fool, El Songhai began to mutter sarcastically. You should say less. If Jiang Xuan gets the inheritance and doesn't T take you out, don't say we didn't T remind you. Shen Buxiong scolded. Now you've become that kid's lackey? El Songhai mocked. I don't need him. With Elder Pei here, Elder Pei will naturally take me out. Shen Buxiong shook his head. This guy was beyond saving. A day later, Jiang Xuan was still sitting at the edge of the grand hall of the 5th level, not moving, his aura still unstable. Pei Nishang was also sitting not far away, occasionally waking up to glance at Jiang Xuan before continuing to meditate. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Xuan's aura began to stabilize, but he was still sitting and healing. Everyone in the grand hall of the 4th level also realized that Jiang Xuan might have really used forbidden techniques. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to heal for so long. However, except for El Songhai, no one dared to bring this up with Jiang Hanfeng. Jiang Hanfeng stood at the bridge's edge, looking out with a worried expression. Hanfeng. The white-haired elder Wei Qingguang pressed down on Jiang Hanfeng's shoulder. Don't worry too much. Even if he used forbidden techniques, your son should have a sense of it. His injuries are likely recoverable. On the 10th day, Jiang Xuan was still healing. However, Pei Nishang suddenly stood up. She coldly glanced at Jiang Xuan and then, with her divine weapon puppet, walked towards the water-curtained stone door on the side wall of the grand hall of the 5th level, passing through and disappearing. Look, Elder Pei has entered the 5th level. Previously, Elder Pei had attempted the levels multiple times, lasting a maximum of 2 hours inside before coming out. This time, she should last longer. 3 hours later, Pei Nishang still hadn't come out. A day later, still no sign. Elder Pei has passed the 5th level. More than 10 people were invigorated. Elder Pei truly was the reincarnation of a divine demon. Although she had been trapped in the 5th level for over a year, she ultimately made it through. No one doubted that Elder Pei would die in the 5th level, if it came to life-saving means. Everyone combined would be able to match a reincarnated divine demon. Elder Pei is truly formidable. Wei Qingguang sighed. No matter how monstrous one's talent, compared to a reincarnated divine demon, it was a completely different concept. Indeed, a reincarnated divine demon will inevitably become a divine demon again. While high talent only means the possibility of becoming a divine demon, they are two different things. Everyone sighed in agreement, and hope ignited in them for Pei Nishang. I said it. We have to rely on Elder Pei. El Songhai again made sarcastic remarks. Jiang Xuan was still healing. This 4th level was easy to pass. If the 5th level could trap that woman, I could probably pass as well, but the 6th level might be difficult. My injuries must be completely healed. Only then can I feel confident enough to fight. Jiang Xuan's injuries had long since stabilized, even to the point of being mostly healed, not affecting his combat. But he didn't want to be trapped here for too long. He wanted to be in the best condition and directly charge through the subsequent 5th and 6th levels. Ideally, he could burst out of this damned place in one go. Bring Dad home. Whoosh. A ghostly figure suddenly appeared next to Jiang Xuan, blurry and indistinct. Wearing a sect robe, with a face shrouded in black mist. He came silently, placed a treasure chest down, and then dispersed and vanished. Even Jiang Xuan didn't notice he had come. However, everyone in the grand hall of the 4th level saw it with their own eyes. The reward for the 4th level. Why is it only appearing now? The reward for the 3rd level, if taken outside, could directly forcefully cultivate someone to the tribulation realm. What kind of treasure will the 4th level yield? Previously, Senior Pei directly put it away, and we didn't see it. Huh, wait. Why didn't Jiang Xuan receive the reward for the 3rd level? Everyone suddenly realized that when Jiang Xuan arrived at the 4th level, there was no ghostly figure to give him a reward. They didn't know that Jiang Xuan had directly appeared in the middle of the 3rd level. Rather than completing it fully, he might have used some special means, so he wasn't given one. But that is not important. Even if we get the reward for the 3rd level, we still can't get through the 4th level. He passed directly. And according to the reward rules of the Blackpool Palace, the value of the reward for the 4th level is probably more than 100 times that of the 3rd level. Yes, at least 100 times. Why isn't he awake yet? At Blackpool Mountain, in the earthen city of the Jiang Clan. Just as Jiang Xuan was healing and preparing for a strong push through the levels, Chen Yuanshu, with a cold and stunning demeanor, appeared in a black dress by a hot spring far away from the back mountain of the earthen city. Elderly, the 2nd elder of the Chen family, accompanied Chen Yuanshu. Is the inheritance Jiang Xuan left for you here? Elderly asked. Yes, Chen Yuanshu nodded. The matter of the inheritance Jiang Xuan left for Chen Yuanshu had long since spread, and the Chen family wasn't afraid of trouble from other major families. But they were worried about some evil forces trying to take advantage, like the demon Lu Kong. They decisively sent 2 Tribulation Realm experts to Chen Yuanshu's side to ensure her safety. Within the Chen family, there had also been discussions about this inheritance. Some elders suggested it should go to Chen Yuanzhou, but they were met with opposition from most people. Jiang Xuan was an extraordinary talent whose fall was equally impressive, and the impact was too great. His hidden marriage with Chen Yuanshu now seemed like a legendary tale. The person was dead, but the influence remained. If the Chen family acted against Jiang Xuan's wishes, it would affect the entire family's reputation. Moreover, it was likely that Chen Yuanzhou wouldn't dare to take it. Chen Yuanshu, dressed in her clothes, directly entered the hot spring, sinking down and successfully finding a beast skin scroll. Only she and Jiang Xuan knew that this was their place of love, so it was hidden casually, and only she could find it. Coming out of the water, Elderly took a few steps back. There was only one inheritance, and Jiang Xuan had made it clear at the time. Elderly didn't want to interfere with Chen Yuanshu's acceptance of the inheritance. Chen Yuanshu opened the beast skin scroll. My dear, if you see this, I might have already made Chen Yuanshu tear up at the beginning. After reading the earlier content, the scroll was long, and below was the inheritance Jiang Xuan mentioned. Rui breathing technique. In fact, this wasn't just an inheritance, but something everyone could practice. Jiang Xuan said it that way to make everyone understand that it couldn't be snatched. He wanted them to misunderstand that there was only one copy, thus cutting off the thought of robbing Chen Yuanshu. The complete Rui breathing technique. Jiang Xuan even reminded Chen Yuanshu at the end to only pass it on to her, and not to share it. Then there were some words encouraging her to take care of her family and to be strong. Husband, I will definitely work hard to cultivate. I want to become a god and demon, a great god and demon. I won't let you down. I want to revive you. For you. And for the child. Chen Yuanshu tearfully caressed her belly, making a vow in her heart. Put away the beast skin scroll. Elderly, has the 3rd elder made a move? She asked. Turning around. He has already gone. Elderly nodded seriously. Originally, there were 2 Tribulation Realm experts from the Chen family coming to the Jiang Clan's earthen city. The other was the 3rd elder Chen Xiutu, a great Tribulation Realm expert of the Chen family. Now, he was doing something for Chen Yuanshu. In a private room of the best restaurant in a county city called Shuipan City, located in the southwest of Feishua City. A group of people was laughing and making a racket. Jiang Xuan died so well. Dong Junshu laughed drunkenly, sharing the news. I went to the Wei family this time, and they were scared out of their wits. Jiang Xuan actually killed Lu Kong. How strong he was. What will happen in the future? Unfortunately, he had bad luck and was eaten alive by gods and demons. He died such a miserable death. Yeah, luckily he is dead, otherwise, it would really be a hassle. Not just a hassle. The Wei family might even change their attitude and come to apologize. Such a monster, if he were still alive, would change the power dynamics of the entire Feishua city. TSK, in a few months, our 2nd young master will marry his sister. Although she has no talent, their children might turn out to be monsters too. Yeah, our 2nd young master is so lucky. The attendants and guards chatted excitedly, and Dong Junshu was also full of excitement. No one expected Jiang Xuan to be such a prodigy. Talent is in the bloodline. Thinking of Wei Yao, he felt a surge of excitement. Not only did she look almost exactly like the young Wei Baiyun he was obsessed with back then, but she also had such a historically significant brother. Their children might really turn out to be prodigies. After all, they are all descendants of Jiang Hanfeng and Wei Baiyun. You all are chatting so happily. Jiang Xuan heroically died. How can you insult him? A dry, hoarse voice of an old man suddenly came. Who is it? Everyone was startled, as there were 4 innate perfect experts in the room, yet they hadn't noticed someone infiltrating. What a presence! In the dark corner, a hunched old man revealed a sneer at them.